Alright, I'll bet Claire will lose. If I win, you must fulfill 3 of my requests. If I lose, I will fulfill 3 of your requests, Ben snickered. Alright. Claire will definitely win. Summer huffed. Camille's eye slitted. He leaned back in his chair, watching the two on stage silently. Dong Fengho was currently munching on the snacks Zhao Chuxin had bought from the peddlers. To hide his identity, Walter was wearing a hat. He pushed it down further, trying to hide his worry. The 5 minutes passed by quickly and the injured people were swiftly carried away for treatment. Resume, the referee announced, far away from the barrier. Even so, he still sprinted away to a safer area, as if sprinting the 100-meter dash. He had a feeling the barrier would break sooner or later. You're weak. Hua Yilin sneered. He burst forward towards Claire, a sword of water appearing in the palm of his hand. Water molding. Instead of facing him straight on, Claire retreated back swiftly. She could sense that the strength of this person before her was not something she could face. Both his outer strength and inner strength were far above her own. She wouldn't be able to win directly, so she could only outsmart him. Splash! Hua Yilin's sword struck where Claire had been standing loudly. Subsequently, the stage started shaking and there were loud tremors. Before everybody's stunned phases, the stage collapsed. Smoke and dust flew and it was starting to become hard to see what was happening inside the barrier. Feng Yixuan stood up abruptly. Right beside him, Shui Wanma grabbed him tightly, fearing that Feng Yixuan would not be able to bear it and rush upstage. As the dust settled, 2 figures could be seen. Golden flame wings extended from Claire's back, gently flapping. Hua Yilin too had a pair of wings, transparent, made of water. Seeing this, Feng Yixuan let out a breath. Well. Our Lagark has quite a few talents. First, Feng Yixuan becoming able to mold wind after his breakthrough. Now, it seems, Hua Yilin also made a breakthrough to mold water. The Emperor's eyes slitted. The Crown Prince remained silent. As he watched the two, a sudden feeling of unease arose, but as for why, he could not say. Li Yuewen's palms were sweaty, still clenched in fists. Li Mingyu's brows were also knit tightly. They could both sense that Claire held a disadvantage in close combat. Hua Xiaoning's expression was cold, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Go, Claire. Summer clenched her fists too, extremely worried. Ben had an assured expression, sure that he would win. Ben hoped he could win the bet, but at the same time, he had already made a decision in his heart. If the blue-haired kid dared to try to kill Claire, he would disregard everything else and transform back to his real form and beat him up until even his own mom wouldn't be able to recognize him. Floating in the air, Claire eyed Hua Yilin coldly. Enclosed sky. Jean and the rest were astonished. Claire's expression turned ice-cold. She understood that Hua Yilin was not trying to compete, but kill her. A thick murderous aura emanated from the bottom of his eyes. Since he had already decided to kill her, why should she hold back? Enclosed sky? The technique that Elder Hua had used? The barrier that none of them had been able to mar? Hua Yilin froze for a moment. He watched as Claire abruptly clasped her 2 palms together before her, then opened them quickly. White flame appeared from out of her 2 hands. They seemed to be alive as they ran past Claire's sides, then turned and trapped Hua Yilin inside. In the end, a square shape was formed. Hua Yilin sneered disdainfully. Are you messing around? But just when he finished speaking, the square abruptly shot up and then closed at the top, forming a cube, trapping Hua Yilin inside. The boiling hot aura even leaked out of the stage's barrier, causing the audience to feel hot, tongues dry. The giant white flame barrier stunned everyone. It was the first time they had seen such a strange sight. Most of them had never even seen a flame this color. Hua Xiaoning's expression changed. She clenched a fist, scrunching up a handkerchief. Would the undefeated Hua Yilin would be defeated today by that girl? Claire's expression hardened. Compress. In an instant, the cube started to shrink. But Hua Yilin was not one who would wait for death. There were constant loud explosions from inside the cube. Hua Yilin was attacking the flame barrier, but to no avail. A small crack would appear occasionally only to close up immediately. Hua Xiaoning finally couldn't keep her cool anymore, crossing and uncrossing her legs repeatedly. Hua Yilin had never lost before. Was he really going to be defeated today? Summer waved a small fist excitedly. It seemed to her that Claire was definitely going to win. But Ben still had his arms crossed, uncertain who would win. Claire did not dare to be careless at all. She focused her gaze on the shrinking barrier. She understood that Hua Yilin was not going to end here. Enclosed sky was that elder Hua's technique, but the power of her enclosed sky was far from the elder's. The barrier suddenly stopped shrinking and started to tremble. It seems a powerful force was resisting the barrier. The cube started shaking more and more violently. The next moment, countless pillars of water shot through the barrier, riddling it with holes. The ear-piercing sizzling sound startled the audience. Everybody's hearts leapt to their throats. Some couldn't help but stand up excitedly. At this moment, Claire was unusually calm. She floated silently in mid-air, closing her eyes. What was she doing? Hua Yilin was about to break the barrier at any second now, but Claire had her eyes closed? Was she crazy? Or did she give up? Feng Yixuan clenched a fist tightly, staring fixedly at Claire. How could Feng Yixuan not notice that bastard Hua Yilin already had a murderous aura? He was planning on killing Claire. Calm down, calm down. The results are not set in stone, Shui Wenma repeated constantly as if reciting a Buddhist scripture. What he feared the most was Feng Yixuan recklessly dashing upstage. At that time, there would be countless trouble. Suddenly, bright light shone, everything white. The barrier was broken. Fire and water scattered. The golden light and the silver shine of water droplets sparkled, a dazzling sight to behold. Hua Yilin grasped a huge sword tightly, floating in mid-air, his eyes full of bloodlust and excitement. In the audience, Hua Xiaoning revealed a cruel smile. Hua Yilin was serious. Claire, you will die today. At this time, Claire's eyes were still closed shut. Hua Yilin brandished his sword, aiming at Claire, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Good. I acknowledge you. I will kill you seriously. But Claire's eyes remained closed. Hua Yilin laughed coldly and dashed forward. Vanish, Claire's eyes opened abruptly, emitting golden rays of light, a magnificent sight. In that instant, a thick, golden barrier enclosed both Claire and Hua Yilin inside. What was she doing? Flames? Another flame barrier? The female T-Rex stroked her chin, pondering. The barrier was very thin, yet the flames were golden. Why? Soon, the experts present understood why. Although the barrier was thin, it was exceptionally strong. The heat it emitted was much higher than that of normal flames. And what was most astonishing was that the huge sword of molded water was slowly turning smaller and smaller until it disappeared completely. The barrier actually prevented water from entering? Instantly, low exclaims rang out in the stadium. The golden flames actually had such an effect? But it wasn't just that. Hua Yilin was shocked to discover that the water vapor within the barrier was slowly decreasing too. What a lunatic! Astonishment flashed through Hua Yilin's eyes. This girl was actually more insane than him. Not only did she isolate them from water, she was also steadily burning up all the water vapor in the air inside the barrier. If this continued, both of them wouldn't be able to breathe. The barrier would gradually burn up all of the air inside. Good, good. My determination to kill you has been strengthened. Excitement, madness, bloodlust, all of those emotions flashed through his eyes. Waste of breath, Claire finally said. It was the first time she had said anything, but these first words angered Hua Yilin. Fighting is fighting. Why did he talk so much? With a quiet whoosh, an ordinary-looking sword materialized in Claire's hand. Claire raised the sword, a cold smile on her face as she said softly, "Azure Ripple Blade, let me see your true power today. Otherwise, I will only use you to chop firewood from now on." The next instant, the sword started vibrating, as if reacting to Claire's words. At the same time, a sword materialized in Hua Yilin's hand too. Evidently, Hua Yilin also had a rare interspatial storage ring. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. The air was about to run out, so he wouldn't be able to use water magic anymore. It was now down to Do Qi. Relatively speaking, her Do Qi level was lower than his, but what if they were in a situation where they almost couldn't breath? Would he still be able to exert his full strength? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130. Chapter 130. Holding one's breath was one of the basics of being an assassin. Although compared to Camille or Li Yuewan as an assassin, she was lacking, but she far surpassed Hua Yilin in this aspect. Shui Wanma gritted his teeth and couldn't help but say, "Is Claire crazy? Does she want to die from asphyxiation?" But he had forgotten that Feng Yixuan was right next to him. Wasn't he pouring oil into the fire? Wasn't he encouraging Feng Yixuan to dash on stage recklessly? But when Shui Wanma prepared himself for the worst, Feng Yixuan did not move. He did not move a single inch. Feng Yixuan only sat quietly, his gaze still fixed on Claire, firm and calm. Shui Wanma blinked, completely confused. He reached out and waved in front of Feng Yixuan. No response. Did he go into shock? Frightened, Shui Wanma started waving more rapidly. Slap! Shui Wanma's nose was met with Feng Yixuan's fist. He spit out very calmly, "Stop blocking me view. F***CK. Shui Wanma cussed, rubbing his nose. Then he shifted his gaze back to the stage. What he saw next left him with his eyes wide and mouth agape. He stared, dumbstruck, unable to move his gaze away. On stage, Claire's agile movements were like that of a leopard's, attacking Hua Yilin rapidly. Comparatively, Hua Yilin's movements were much more sluggish. Although the color of his Do Qi indicated his level was higher than Claire's, he was unable to exert his full strength, only able to barely parry Claire's agile attacks with no strength left to counterattack. The tables had turned once more, making the audience excited. The savageness Hua Yilin had exhibited when eliminating the other contestants had left him unpopular among the crowd. All of the commoners were cheering for Claire. Only the high-level experts understood what had transpired. The female T-Rex frowned as she watched Claire steadily gain the upper hand. An undetectable trace of praise flashed through her eyes. This girl actually used such a crazy plan to win. Now, Hua Yilin was extremely irritated. The air was growing more and more thin, making it even harder to breathe. He started to feel a bit dizzy too. But the girl seemed unaffected, the speed and agility of her attacks not dropping. On the contrary, her attacks seemed to grow more vicious. Every time Hua Yilin attempted to break open the barrier, Claire would instantly appear and block him from doing so. How could Hua Yilin know that assassins were proficient in holding their breaths? Under Claire's attacks, Hua Yilin's movements grew more and more sluggish. Claire suddenly brandished her sword. With a deep intake of breath, she cried, "Azure Ripple Blade." As if she was admonishing it, but at the same time, summoning strength. Suddenly, a sharp, melodious sound rang out. Shi-i-thering. The Azure Ripple Blade was illuminated brightly, shooting out all sorts of colors in all its glory. A tremendous sword chi shot out, aimed directly at Hua Yilin. His eyes widened instantaneously. With a loud shout, he burst forth with Do Chi, using all of remaining strength to attack this attack. He understood very deeply that this attack was not ordinary. But his Do Chi was annihilated in an instant and dispersed. Without a sound, it vanished. Splurt! Hua Yilin coughed up blood. His body had been sent flying and he had slammed forcefully onto the flame barrier. In an instant, a scorched smell pervaded the air. He slowly slid to the ground. Unable to control his trembling chest, he heaved up more blood. Hua Yilin struck the ground with his sword and tried to support himself up, but with his lack of air and severe injury, he failed to stand up. Stunned silence. The audience held their breath as they stared at the scene before them, not even blinking, as if they were afraid with one blink, they would miss something. Li Yuewan, Li Mingyu, and the rest of the Li clan grew impassioned. Was that the true power of the azure rippled blade? Was that power from the sword of their Li clan? Did she win? Did Claire win? Summer waved her little fist at Ben happily. See? I told you Claire would win. Ben's mouth twitched. How could he have anticipated Claire would use such a near-suicidal method to win? Camille's eyes were slits. He didn't say a word. Jean quietly let out breath. Only now did he realize that the palms of his hands were covered in cold sweat. Lung Lingyu silently watched the stage, an ineffable emotion in his eyes. Had she won? Far away, the referee watched nervously, pondering over whether or not he was to declare Claire the winner. But just at this moment, the unexpected occurred. The situation changed in an instant. Thousands of blood-red arrows shot out of Hua Yilin's body, penetrating everything they hit. The golden flame barrier was riddled with holes by this sudden attack, then slowly dissipated. Seeing this, Claire immediately erected a fire shield, but the blood-red arrows shattered the shield upon impact. One sharp arrow flew past Claire's face and a cut appeared. Blood flowed out slowly. Once again, the whole stadium fell silent, their gazes fixed on Hua Yilin. Hua Yilin stood up, his face a bit pale, but he had an absolutely bloodthirsty, excited smile. Unable to summon water, Hua Yilin had actually used his own blood. The numerous, sharp blood-red arrows had been created through his own blood. Hua Yilin was even more crazy than her. Perhaps only he could be able to use such a suicidal attack. Blood misted in the air, a ghastly sight. Many people were completely frozen in place. The whole stadium was silent, no whispers, nothing. No one was able to break free from this deep shock. Hua Xiaoning's face was deathly white. Although she disliked this brother of hers who disregarded everyone, her arrogant brother was the future of the Hua clan. If he died like this, the Hua clan would lose too much. It was too brash, too reckless. Such a suicidal method was even more crazier, bloodier, and stubborn than Claire's. Hua Yilin stared at Claire, his eyes bloodshot. He started laughing madly, incredibly creepy as it echoed through the stadium. The Hua clan people felt an ominous premonition. Hua Yilin's current state, he didn't care about anything anymore. He didn't care about the situation or who his opponent's background was or the consequences. Right now, the only thing he could see was Claire, and the only thought he had was to kill the girl who had made him serious. Your Highness, I implore you to stop the tournament. A voice asked the Emperor. It was not Li Yuewan nor Li Mingyu. Hua Xiaoning was standing up, her expression heavy. On the high stands, the Emperor, Crown Prince, and officials were all surprised. Hua Xiaoning had unexpectedly made such an informal request? Was it because Hua Yilin was about to lose, his face pale, on the verge of madness, that had caused Hua Xiaoning to make such an unreasonable request? Hua Xiaoning clenched her fists, extremely worried. Her reason was not as simple as they imagined. Hua Yilin was already out of control. He was going to try to kill Claire without any care for the rules, even if the Hua clan was implicated. But there is no clear winner yet and Hua Yilin has not surrendered. The emperor frowned slightly. It's not that, your majesty, but before Hua Xiaoning even finished speaking, there was a loud explosion accompanied by numerous screams. Hua Xiaoning whipped back her gaze and sucked in a cold breath of air. Hua Yilin had used explosive water attacks to attack Claire, who was floating in the air. Because she was dodging so agilely, the attacks had landed on the stage barrier and shattered it instantly. The leftover strength of the water attack was unfortunately spent on the commoners. Everybody was screaming and trying to get away. A mishap had occurred just as she suspected. Hua Xiaoning's expression turned ugly, the worry in her heart continuously growing. Nearby, the palace magicians erected barriers to block the leftover wild power. Your Majesty, please stop the tournament. Hua Xiaoning's worry had reached its peak. But the emperor frowned slightly without a response. Because the emperor hadn't given the order, nobody dared to interfere. Die! Hua Yilin laughed madly, his arms outstretched as he summoned water wildly. Claire hovered in mid-air, solemn. She could sense the water element rushing towards Hua Yilin excitedly, as if it were returning to its parent, amassing together madly. And Lisha's expression was grave. She stood up abruptly and erected multiple barriers one after the other. Your Highness! Please take a step back. Hua Xiaoning plopped down, defeated. Finished. Everything was finished. The trouble Hua Yilin had created could not be described as a disaster anymore. It was a calamity. As for how many people would be implicated, Hua Xiaoning did not know. The palace magicians lined up orderly and constructed many barriers. The commoners' safety was their first priority. Feng Yixuan finally couldn't sit still anymore, about to get up and rush on stage. But Shui Wanma grabbed him. Yixuan! Look at Claire's expression. If you go now, will she forgive you? This battle is a battle of honor. Claire is fighting on behalf of the Li clan. If you go help her now, what would all her efforts count as? Feng Yixuan stopped in his tracks abruptly. He looked up towards Claire's face and saw her tranquility. He gritted his teeth, his expression turning furious. F***CK. Who cares? Your father's wife is currently in some danger. Who cares about anything else? Feng Yixuan threw off Shui Wanma, about to rush on stage. But then, it was too late to interfere. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131. Chapter 131. The sound of explosions covered up all other noise. Violent, huge waves of power surged outwards from the stage. It was as if the earth and heaven itself were being destroyed. The giant waves of power surged incessantly, steadily increasing in power. The highest stands were protected by Anlisha and barriers erected by other high-level experts, so it remained relatively unaffected. The other stands were originally already a distance away from the stage. With the protection of the barriers of the palace magicians, there were no deaths. But the same could not be said for the stage. The stage had collapsed earlier, but now, it looked even more terrifying. It was simply a large cavity, bare. With nothing inside. Only Hua Yilin stood standing at the center of the cavity, laughing uncontrollably. The sinister, wild laughter echoed throughout the arena. Claire was nowhere to be seen. In an instant, Feng Yixuan felt his heart stop, his mind blank out. He felt his chest as it was torn to pieces and was submerged in pain. A few others felt the same suffering. Jean and the others stared blankly at the wide expanse, Hua Yilin's mad laughter ringing in their ears. They couldn't break, couldn't think. Lun Lingyu stared numbly, feeling as if his heart had been gouged out. Li Yuewen stared at the empty stage, her eyes vacant. Just as he was on the verge of breaking down, Feng Yixuan's hair was tugged on. Shui Wanma said with a strange tone of voice, "Are your eyes blind?" Why don't you look up? Feng Yixuan whipped his head up and froze. Floating in mid-air with her long, golden hair flying gently with the breeze, her emerald green eyes overflowed with indifference. She was covered with multiple bloody wounds, dyeing her tattered clothes red, but her face was completely tranquil. She didn't die. Claire was fine. Feng Yixuan was immersed in joy. Shui Wenma shrugged off-handedly. Idiot Feng Yixuan had experienced his greatest and worst emotions within one day. Cheering erupted. The girl hadn't died even with such a terrifying attack. Still alive, still alive. On the high stand, the Emperor's eyes slitted slightly. Jean's knuckles were white with fright. His heart had almost been wrenched out of his body. When Lang Lingyun came back to his senses, he relaxed his tense body and sat down. It was only now that he realized he had been tense. The previously empty cavity in his heart seemed to be full once more. Walter sniffled, wiping his nose, all the while cursing internally. That little devil, she only knows how to make other people worried about her, F***CK. 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 She's basically inhuman. Right, she's a devil. Summer and Xiao Chuxin were hugging each other, crying and smiling at the same time. Camille and Ben both leisurely leaned back in their chairs with slitted eyes. They hadn't been worried because they had sensed that Claire's aura hadn't disappeared. Only Dong Fengho looked on blankly at Summer and Xiao Chuxin, not understand. Claire was alive, what were they crying about? Humph. Hua Xiaoning's expression turned extremely ugly, abnormally unsightly. With the next attack, I'll destroy you so much even your bones will turn to dust. Hua Yilin laughed madly, his arms outstretched again. You think you can still attack me? Claire's voice was very soft, very faint, but everybody heard it clearly. She floated calmly in the air, a brilliant smile blossoming on her face. With a slight wave of her hand and a flick of her finger, numerous tiny golden lotus buds filled the entire stadium, surrounding Hua Yilin instantly. Hua Yilin sneered coldly, eyes full of disdain. He reached out and attempted to grab a golden lotus bud, but his hand passed through it. What was this? Hua Yilin's expression finally changed slightly. Golden lotuses, bloom. Claire's soft voice echoed across the stadium, her smile calm. Floating gently, she looked so holy, so divine. As Claire finished speaking, all the golden lotus buds blossomed instantly, a vast expanse of brilliance. Golden rays shot outwards, a dazzling sight. The gorgeous scene was absolutely stunning. The young girl covered in blood actually seemed so holy and pure as countless golden lotuses bloomed around her. Hua Yilin laughed disdainfully. What kind of show are you performing? Acrobatics? Hua Yilin started summoning the water element again. 1,000. Terrors. Claire's tranquil voice echoed in everybody's ears. The countless golden lotuses gradually started to spin, emitting magnificent golden light, stunning. Suddenly, Hua Yilin stopped in his actions, standing dumbfoundedly in place. Claire's gaze was icy. She just stared coldly at Hua Yilin below her. Everything fell silent. Hua Yilin remained where he stood, not moving an inch. What was going on? Slowly, they discovered what was wrong. Hua Yilin's expression was slowly changing. First a frown, then an expression of pain, sinister, endless pain. Ah! Hua Yilin shrieked towards the sky, his scream blood-curdling. Then his eyes became unfocused and he dropped to his knees, convulsing. He would never be able to stand again. No! It's not like that. No! Hua Yilin knelt to the ground, convulsing painfully. He seemed to be hallucinating. What was going on? The stadium was shocked seeing this huge shift. They had no way of understanding what was happening. No, Hua Yilin shook with more pain. Under everybody's shocked gazes, tears dropped from the corners of his eyes. Hua Ziyunin was utterly dumbfounded seeing this unimaginable situation. She almost couldn't believe that her unruly younger brother was actually crying. Sobbing, even. What the F***ck is going on? That bastard is crying? Yixuan, am I dreaming? Shui Wanma rubbed his eyes, trying to confirm what he was seeing was real. Feng Yixuan stared fixedly at the Hua Yilan who was convulsing with tears leaking from the corners of his eyes. His gaze was also filled with disbelief, but he didn't forget to give Shui Wanma a hard punch in the face to tell him that he wasn't dreaming. Shui Wanma wiped his bloody nose subconsciously, then sniffled. The actual F***ck? I'm actually not dreaming? That bastard is actually crying? What is the current situation? The emperor frowned, also confused. I am also unsure. It seems Hua Yilan is undergoing a painful event. And Lisha was also puzzled. She could only guess that Claire had used a type of spiritual attack. Summer danced around happily and sang, "Ha, you uneducated dragon, do you acknowledge that you've lost?" Hua Yilan had lost his mind, so how could he fight Claire anymore? Ben twitched his lip and didn't answer. Jean let out a long breath. A complex emotion arose in his heart. Claire had already become so strong? Did he still have the qualifications to protect her? Watching the holy-looking Claire, Lung Lingyun suddenly understood why the Temple of Light wanted to recruit Claire a little. But, for some reason, Lung Lingyun felt his heart instinctively oppose this notion. Was it really a good idea to have Claire join the Temple of Light? Walter wiggled his shoulders excitedly. The little devil won. That damn little devil, always making others worried. Yay, Claire won. Xiao Chuxin waved a fist excitedly. And so, Hua Yilan remained sprawled on the ground, never to be able to move again with endless anguish. Everybody had weaknesses. Claire looked down at Hua Yilan quietly. Even she was curious. What did Hua Yilan see? As Thousand Terrors name asterisk suggests, one experiences thousands of terrors. It pulls out the darkest reaches of one's heart, the most painful regrets and resentments, then replays it over and over. Naturally, one will fall apart. Truthfully, put in more vulgar terms, one would be mind-ked thousands of times. The actual thing means thousands of plunders / robbing / coercion / seize by force / calamity. I think it's more of the pulling darkest part that the name is supposed to imply, but I think thousand robbings or something really doesn't sound right. Hua Yilan had lost his ability to fight, his eyes empty. His mouth continuously repeated the word no. He would never be able to stand again. After finally returning to his senses, the referee yelled at the top of his lungs, "I declare Claire Hill as the winner." This brought the rest of the people back to their senses. Won. Claire won. Instantly, cheers erupted in the stadium, their voices reaching the skies. The golden-haired, green-eyed girl had won. Although it was only one of the preliminary mass elimination rounds, it was so marvelous, so rousing. Many people stood up to applaud. The enthusiastic atmosphere moved everybody. This competition, the tables had turned many times and had finally ended. Many people's hearts had risen and dropped greatly, extremely high-strung. Many years later, people would still recount this day. The holy, beautiful girl, blossoming lotuses, completely astounding. With a flick of her finger, the countless golden lotuses vanished. Hua Yilan was carried downstage to be treated. The emperor's eyes slitted as he watched Claire, who was hovering in mid-air, a cold glint in his eyes. Seeing this from the corner of her eyes, Enlisha's heart sunk. She knew that the emperor had killing intent now. Claire was only 14, but she already had ungodly strength, destined for greater heights in the future. But the emperor seemed to have forgotten one point. Claire was not only someone from the Hill clan, but also a priest of the Temple of Light. And she had a very close relationship to the Li clan. No matter how you looked at it, making a move against her was unwise. And Lisha also understood that although the emperor had revealed such gaze, this was the normal response of a true ruler. Even though he had killing intent, the emperor would never be foolish enough to face the temple of light. But amidst the cheering and applause, there was suddenly a strange development in the sky. The clear autumn sky was suddenly darkening. Claire's expression changed. She speedily flew away, hurrying out of the city. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132. Chapter 132. The burning sensation on her back steadily grew more intense. She had passed the 8th level of the Golden Lotus Grimoire, which meant the tribulation lightning would soon follow. This time, Golden Lotus was in deep sleep, so she wouldn't have Golden Lotus protecting her. For the 8th level, she had to face 7 strikes of lightning. Without Golden Lotus's protection, how was she going to withstand 7 strikes? Claire's rapid departure left most confused. All of their gazes followed after the figure leaving in a hurry. Without a word, Feng Yixuan extended his wind wings and chased in pursuit. Shui Wanma cursed in a low voice and dashed after them on foot. Jean and the others naturally understood what was going on. Claire had another breakthrough. The emperor frowned, then turned to ask Li Mingyu, "Duke Li, what is going on?" Li Mingyu's face was full of worry. "Your Highness, we have some private matters to attend to. May we take our leave?" Li Mingyu requested, watching Claire's figure disappear into the distance, farther and farther away. Before the emperor could reply, Lisha said hastily, "Your Majesty, please take care of the situation. I will explain once I return." Immediately after, Lisha flew up and followed after Feng Yixuan in pursuit. Jean and the rest also hurriedly left, dashing out the city. The emperor frowned slightly, watching Lisha disappear into the distance, but he still immediately waved his hand to settle the crowd. The stage had already been destroyed, so the tournament could only be delayed until tomorrow. In the air, Claire flew as fast as she could, followed by Feng Yixuan and Lisha. In the sky, thunderclouds were already amassing. Claire's heart sunk lower and lower. She had already sensed that the lightning would be different this time. Without Golden Lotus, would she be able to withstand them all? "Claire! Claire!" Feng Yixuan anxiously called from behind. "The hell are you shouting for?" And Lisha said. She speedily gave chase. After passing by Feng Yixuan, she caught up to Claire. "Follow me." And Lisha grabbed Claire by the wrist immediately, forcing her to stop. "It's you!" Claire looked at Lisha with shock. This woman was the one from that night. With absolute certainty. "Ma, what are you doing?" Feng Yixuan also reached them. "What? This woman was Feng Yixuan's mother?" "Claire, your heavenly tribulation is coming, correct?" And Lisha's words made Claire freeze with shock. How did Feng Yixuan's mother know? "Yes, so I cannot stay inside the city. The heavenly tribulation will not be so small this time. If I stayed, many people would have been involved." Claire did not try to hide anything. "Go!" Lisha grabbed Feng Yixuan with her other hand and made all 3 of them stand together. Then she pulled out a scroll and tore it. With a white flash of light, the 3 figures disappeared on the spot. Also able to fly, Long Lingyun was the first to arrive. From far away, he could see the 3 had disappeared abruptly, so he understood that the woman had used a small-scale spatial teleportation scroll. An extremely valuable spatial teleportation scroll that could teleport up to 5 people. Where did they go? Long Lingyun frowned, scanning about, but unable to find anything. He looked up at the sky. The dark clouds were dispersing rapidly. No! Not dispersing, but quickly chasing after another direction. They disappeared in an instant. Jean and the rest had also arrived at this moment, but they only saw Lang Lingyun floating in the air alone, his expression solemn. Lan Lingyun, where's Claire? Summer scanned around anxiously, only to see no one. She was taken away. Lan Lingyun said quietly. He slowly descended. Taken away? Who took her away? Summer grew worried. The woman who had just been chasing, Lagurk's Minister of Defense, and Lisha. Of course Lang Lingyun knew Lisha's identity. Although the main temple of the Temple of Light was not located in Lagark, the Temple of Light was very familiar with the state of affairs in Lagark. What? Walter exclaimed. She took away Claire? To where? What does she want? Why didn't you stop her? What if she wants to kill Claire now that Claire is wounded? Walter's worries were not unfounded. The relationship between Amparkland and Lagark was very strained. With the strength Claire had displayed, Lagark would definitely take notice and be on guard. I do not know. When I had arrived, and Lisha had already taken Claire away with the spatial teleportation scroll. But you should not worry because Claire is currently a priest of the Temple of Light. Lagark will definitely not instigate a fight with the Temple of Light. Lang Lingyun's voice was low, but exceptionally certain. Even the most successful and strongest country, Amparkland, would not dare to go against the Temple of Light, not to mention Lagark, whose strength was below that of Amparkland's. In other words, Claire is safe? Summer let out a long sigh of relief. She had almost forgotten that Claire was currently a priest of the Temple of Light. Jean frowned deeply. Even if Claire was safe, where was she? Where did that woman take her to? What was her purpose? Jean stood silently, not moving. Don't worry, nothing will happen to Claire. If my guess is correct, that woman wants to help her, Lan Lingyun said in a serious voice. F***CK. Where are they? At this moment, Shui Wanma had also bounded over energetically, glorious, but he only saw Jean and the rest of the group standing there. She was brought away. And Lisha used a spatial teleportation scroll, Lan Lingyun said faintly. Why didn't they bring me too? Shui Wanma yelled angrily. Do you know where they went? Jean turned and said to Shui Wanma in a low voice, a trace of worry evident in his voice. I don't know. Shui Wanma shrugged, serious. If you don't know, then don't say such misleading words. Summer humped coldly. She had become a bit angered seeing Shui Wanma's attitude. Aya, long time no see, little thief, Shui Wanma laughed and greeted Summer. Humph. Summer turned away, ignoring him. In other words, Lady Anne wants to help Claire, Li Mingyu said with a low voice. We don't even know where they went, so all we can do is wait. Li Yuewen looked worried, wishing to speak, but stopped after she caught Li Mingyu's eyes. Let's return and wait. There's no way Auntie Anne will harm her future daughter-in-law. Perhaps they will appear with great bravado. Shui Wanma stretched lazily. Clearly, he had great faith in Lisha. Shui Wanma did not notice that his usage of the phrase daughter-in-law had caused a ripple in a few people's hearts when they heard this. Future daughter-in-law? Why did this phrase cause a sense of unease? Jean lowered his gaze. He silently turned away and left. Lan Lingyun watched Jean's retreating figure, sighed softly in his heart, then followed. Walter cursed internally. Just because you say she's Lisha's future daughter-in-law she will be? F***CK, what a joke. In the end, they all returned. Right at this moment, Claire opened her eyes and discovered that she had arrived somewhere unfathomable. With a sweep of her gaze, she found that there were a few wooden houses circled by a low, wooden fence with a few large trees nearby. It seemed like a very ordinary farmer's home, but once she looked in a different direction, she discovered what was strange. Lifting her head, she saw that the blue sky was without clouds, yet there were birds flying. She squinted. Those small birds were seabirds. This was an island? Listening closely, Claire actually heard the sound of intense wind whipping past. Claire concentrated her senses and was shocked once more. The small island was surrounded by a wind barrier. An unusual, intense layer of wind surrounded the small island, isolating it completely from the outside world. "Master, master, hurry and come outside!" Alicia yelled at the top of her lungs. "The hell are you shouting about? You just arrived and you're already yelling!" An energetic yet coarse voice retorted from inside the house. "The lightning is about to strike, how could I not shout? Come out to block it right now!" Alicia was even more rude, her voice yelling back louder than before. "Ha? What lightning? What you're cultivating will not draw any lightning." Even though the voice inside the house sounded doubtful, there was the sound of quick footsteps. An old man in faint blue appeared at the entrance of the wooden house, his pair of eyes bright. He emitted an ineffable, bold aura. His brows and beard were already white, long, yet combed neatly. "Master, hurry and save us! The lightning will arrive any second," Alicia anxiously said. But the old man ignored Alicia and turned to Feng Yixuan, smiling widely. "Oi, you brat! You're already this big. Ah, old man, you've become more energetic." "Your brows and beard became even more manly," Feng Yixuan laughed as he replied. Claire was a bit shocked. Feng Yixuan, who was usually so unruly and arrogant, was actually acting so lovable and obedient? Of course. The old man did something that made Claire go. She watched as the old man pulled out a small comb out of one of his wide sleeves and started combing his brows carefully, then his beard. He appeared extremely pleased. Now Feng Yixuan switched to the topic at hand. "Old man, hurry and help my future wife, and block the lightning." "What? You brat, you actually started chasing after girls?" the old man exclaimed loudly. Only then did his gaze land on Claire. Claire was currently in a very sorry state, her clothes torn, and although her wounds had already stopped bleeding, her clothes were still stained with blotches of red. She looked very terrifying. "Master!" Alicia started getting a bit urgent. Storm clouds had already started gathering overhead. Went the old man lazily. Then he looked up towards the sky and stroked his beard gently. Only then did he say disdainfully, "What the heck are you getting worried for, isn't it just 7 lightning strikes? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 133. Chapter 133. Hearing his words, Alicia's expression turned happy. It meant that Master would help. But Claire stood in shock at those words. This old man actually knew how many strikes of lightning she would be facing. "Little lass, how old are you this year, actually being able to draw 7 strikes of lightning?" the old man leisurely spoke while sizing Claire up. "Also, what kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? Ha? Why does it feel a bit familiar?" Claire hesitated for a moment. Should she tell this old man the truth? Even if she did, he wouldn't know. After a moment of deliberation, in the end, she still said, "Treasured lotus style." With the current situation, the old man was the only person who could help her block the lightning, so it was better to cooperate. But who would have expected that after Claire said this, the old man's expression would change? "What? Treasured lotus style? Did you just say treasured lotus style?" Unexpectedly, the old man dashed forward and grabbed Claire by the shoulders, then shook her furiously, not caring for his image at all. His expression was very fierce. "Say that again." Feng Yixuan's expression changed greatly too. He had seen the old man so frantic. Just when he was going to dash forward, Alicia pulled him back. Feng Yixuan looked at Alicia anxiously, about to say something, but she shook her head slightly, indicating that Claire wasn't in danger. Claire also stood dumbly. She didn't have a clue of what was going on with the old man's overreaction, but there was no killing intent from him. What was going on? What is your relationship with Scorned, that old thing? Speak. It's impossible. That old fart would never teach the treasured lotus style to others. The old man sat madly, his expression and his actions completely not matching his age. I do not know Scorned. Claire's quiet reply made the old man stop in his haste. The old man stopped his actions. He looked at Claire dumbfoundedly, then said, "Then how can you use the treasured lotus style?" Claire's next words made the old man almost cough up blood. I just found the treasured lotus grimoire somewhere, so I learned it. Jay just found it? Claire's words echoed in the old man's mind. She learned it just because she found it somewhere. The old man wanted to spit, wanted to yell, wanted to throw himself onto the ground laughing. Ah ha ha! Scorned, that idiot. I never expected that his unique techniques would actually be learned by a stranger. Ha ha ha, I'm going to die of laughter. That stupid, stingy idiot. Serves him right. The old man was laughing while jumping, making Claire, and Lisha, and Yixuan stare with their mouths wide open. What the? And Lisha had never seen her master so out of control, and so she asked cautiously, "Master, can you discuss this afterwards? The lightning will strike any second now." Claire and the old man looked up towards the sky. Sure enough, there were thick layers of clouds, lightning flashing ominously within. "Little lass, I'll block the lightning for you, but you must tell me everything after." The old man was visibly very happy. "Okay, but, senior, are you able to?" Claire frowned, facing the sky. Lightning flashed and thundered continuously within the clouds. Claire understood clearly that she wouldn't be able to block the lightning by herself this time. She could only rely on the old man before her. If she only had to tell the old man how she obtained the treasured lotus grimoire for him to block the deadly lightning strikes, then it was a great deal. The way she had obtained the grimoire had been too easy. "No problem. All of you get out of the way." With a serious expression, the old man motioned for Lisha and Yixuan to distance themselves. Seeing the old man's serious attitude, Claire understood that this time, the lightning was definitely not normal. Her expression also turned more serious. "Ha!" The old man faced the sky seriously, blocking in front of Claire. Then, he clasped his hands together before his chest and frowned deeply. And Lisha and Yixuan watched anxiously, but could do nothing to help. The surroundings became darker and darker because the black clouds in the sky grew thicker and denser. The sound of thunder also grew louder and clearer. 7 strikes of lightning, ha! Little lass, at such a young age, you've actually broken through the 8th level of the treasured lotus style. I wonder how that old fart Scorned could react. Probably angered to death. The old man frowned at the dark clouds, his expression serious, although his tone a little gloating. Claire inferred a few things from his words. The treasured lotus grimoire was in all likelihood created by Scorned, and he must have a special relationship with the old man. "Open!" The old man bellowed, his palms separating. 2 brilliant streaks of white light shot out from his palms, then morphed into a circle surrounding Claire and himself. The old man frowned, and with a wave of his hand, 2 more streaks of light shot forth, then surrounded Lisha and Yixuan, the magnificent barrier protecting them. There's one thing missing," the old man gently stroked his beard, pondering. After thinking for a while, he whipped his hand and a small, clear disc appeared. His expression solemn, with a gentle throw, the disc flew to Claire and started hovering over her head while starting to rotate. The disc emitted a soft, white light. Claire understood that it was definitely not ordinary, probably a defensive type of treasure. "All right, everything's ready." The old man nodded seriously, then turned his face towards the sky. The lightning was about to strike. The situation was truly worrisome. And Lisha frowned slightly, watching the slowly spinning disc above Claire's head. Master had actually used that item. It seems the lightning really wasn't trivial this time. Feng Yixuan was even more anxious, clenching his fist until his knuckles were white. Fierce wind. The old man brought together his index and middle finger, and with a forceful wave, a violent wind surged with the barrier in its center, sweeping up everything and leaving the group of people in a spacious void while the surroundings were violently swept up in a tornado. Claire was shocked at such a scenario before her. In her heart, she thought to herself, exactly how profound was this old man's cultivation technique? Boom! A long, lightning strike full of terrifying strength struck down. Feng Yixuan's heart was already tense. He stared fixedly at the two people in the midst of the circle. The old man's expression was also very grave, making them even more concerned. However, the next scene left the three people watching completely speechless. Hop! Ha! The old man bounced around and lightly flicked his finger. A powerful blast streaked up to clash with the lightning. Bang! In a split second, the sky lit up. The powerful lightning had been completely blocked by the old man's force, breaking apart and dispersing. The broken specks of lightning looked like a firework mid-bloom. It was a dazzling sight. This easy? This simply? It only took a flick of a finger? Machem, a pretty sight. Ha! The old man rolled his shoulders, showing off, and continued to flick his finger at the next lightning bolt striking down. Splendid lightning fireworks sparkled in the sky again, and in that moment, nothing could be more beautiful. And Lisha's lip twitched, utterly speechless. Feng Yixuan gulped, watching the sky filled with sparks dumbfoundedly, unable to speak. Claire watched as the old man shimmied his shoulders, showing off, and then shifted her gaze up at the spinning disc overhead, then the splendid barrier around the group and violent yet magnificent tornado whirling about, wanting to ask the old man, what were all the preparations for? If he could deal with the lightning so easily, why did he set up such complex arrangements? The old man even found time to tidy up his beard, which had been blown messy by the wind, before continuing to deal with the lightning effortlessly. And just like that, the 7 strikes of lightning were dealt with by the old man easily. He then fished out a small comb from his sleeve and started brushing his beard and eyebrows prudently, muttering, "Humph! It got me all messy." The dark clouds slowly dispersed, revealing an azure sky again, a peaceful expanse. The old man waved his hand and the splendid barrier, whirling tornado, and translucent disc all disappeared. "Let's go inside. Lisha, go make some tea." The old man started walking towards the house, smiling widely. "Wait! Master!" And Lisha's voice trembled slightly, showing how she had been holding back but couldn't take it anymore. Seeing Lisha walk over almost violently, the old man asked with confusion, "What? Master, why did you do all that even though you were able to deal with the lightning so easily? What's with the barrier and that so-called fierce wind?" And Lisha was almost driven a bit mad. She had asked what Claire and Feng Yixuan were wondering too. "What do you know? Elaborate arrangements are a must, otherwise how could I display my magnificence?" The old man rolled his eyes at Lisha, sounding like it had been as a matter of course. "Let's go. Little lass, you must tell me everything." Claire went, and Lisha went crazy, and Feng Yixuan's mouth twitched as he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Claire followed the old man in. The old man plopped onto a chair, then motioned for the others to sit too. "Little lass, tell me how you obtained the grimoire. You have to understand, that old fart Si Konglin treasured his technique so much, he wasn't even willing to exchange it for my heavenly astral wind. The old man gritted his teeth a little. In Taoism, astral wind on which immortals may ride, literal dictionary definition, did not know it was a thing. With every detail Claire told the old man that had led to her obtaining the grimoire, the old man's eyes widened even more. Feng Yixuan frowned. He had remembered how he was present when Summer had been caught, but he had been unaware Claire had obtained the grimoire at that time. "Can I borrow it for a glance?" But even as the old man said these words, he understood that it wasn't proper. "Master, how can you do that?" And Lisha had entered carrying tea at this time, her tone angry. "Ha, I also know that's crossing the line a little," the old man laughed awkwardly. Unexpectedly, his old cheeks had reddened. "At least you're aware of it. Even though you helped Claire block the lightning, asking to see her grimoire is too much." And Lisha did not give her master any face at all, her tone chiding. "I won't see, all right?" The old man muttered from the corner of his mouth embarrassedly. But Claire's next action left Lisha and the old man astounded. "I'll let you see. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 134. Chapter 134. The grimoire materialized in her hand from the interspatial storage ring. She handed it to the old man. "What? You'll let me see?" The old man gazed at Claire incredulously, echoing her words. "MHM. Go on," Claire said calmly. "Old man, where's your medicine?" "Claire is wounded," Yixuan exclaimed with panic, noticing her wounds. Ever since they had left the capital, Claire had never said a word, leaving her wounds untreated. Coupled with dealing with the lightning, they had completely forgotten Claire's wounds. Oh, medicine." The old man hurriedly rummaged through his interspatial storage ring, but pulled out a small blue and white porcelain bottle. He shook out one small pill and handed it to Claire, saying, "Eat this, I guarantee you'll feel much better immediately." "Si Konglin gave me this medicine and it cost me quite a bit to trade for it." The old man said this with a bit of a heartache. It was clear he was only being this generous because Claire had promised to let him see her grimoire. His words were also meant to be friendly. Claire didn't hold back and swallowed the medicine in one gulp. Sure enough, a cooling sensation spread throughout her whole body, lingering especially her wounds, and her aches and pains quickly melted away. She felt refreshed and exceptionally comfortable. What was the medicine? Claire was extremely shocked. Treatment from priests and alchemists could not compare with its effects. Claire handed over the grimoire and the old man received it happily. But after he impatiently glanced over the cover, his expression changed. "Well, what are these words?" The old man frowned, blinking as he asked. He seemed to be talking to himself, yet also asking Claire. Claire remained silent. After pausing for a moment, the old man immediately continued on, about to flip through. But then something strange occurred. The grimoire remained shut. The old man frowned, then tried to flip it open again, but once again, he was still unable to open it. They all froze. What was going on? "Old man, are you trying to be dramatic again?" Yixuan asked seriously, his gaze sharp. "Be dramatic, my ass. Which one of you see I'm trying to be dramatic? Would I really open just a book so dramatically?" The old man fumed at Yixuan. Yixuan froze. In other words, the old man was really unable to open it? "Why can't I open it?" The old man fumbled around with the book, inspecting it. Claire was also surprised. Originally, she had thought it wouldn't matter because he wouldn't be able to read Chinese. If he could, that meant he had also come from another world like her and it would be another matter to deal with. But she had not anticipated this situation. He was actually unable to open the book? The old man tried to open it while exerting strength, but the ordinary-looking book did not budge. After trying for a while, the old man finally gave up and asked Claire suspiciously, "This is the grimoire?" Before Claire said anything, Yixuan said a little angrily, "Huh? Old man, what are you trying to imply? How could Claire try to trick you?" "It is the grimoire." Claire walked over and took the book, also very confused. What was this situation? With a light flip, the book opened immediately. Instantly, the room fell silent. Thousands of expressions passed through the old man's face. Feng Yixuan and Alicia watched on in a daze. Claire frowned, a surge of confusion in her heart. "Let me see." The old man grabbed it angrily, glaring with wide eyes at the words. But he couldn't read it. Thus, the old man tried to flip to the next page, but he couldn't. Claire calmly helped old man flip to the next page. But again, the old man could not understand. The old man turned rigid, sitting stiffly in place. Claire's expression remained tranquil. She continued to flip the ages and the old man continued to not understand. F***CK. "See Conlin, you dared to screw with me." The old man bellowed, extremely angry. He turned and bounded over to Feng Yixuan. "Come over, boy, check if you can flip it." Feng Yixuan obediently dashed over and flipped the pages easily. The old man's face grinned. "See Conlin. You shameless old thing. You actually restricted me. Won't let me see or learn? Discriminating against my heavenly astral wind? You just won't allow my heavenly astral wind to be bound to your golden lotus? Then I'll do just that." The old man stood up, angry now, stomping all about. The other three remained frozen. "Little lass. You must learn heavenly astral wind from me. I'm going to teach you every single thing. I'm going to piss off that damn Si Conlin." The old man hollered angrily. Now they understood what he meant by bound together. After the old man said this, Claire was frozen in place as were Alicia and Feng Yixuan. "Boy, conveniently, you should also learn along the way. Your wind blades are pretty good. Doesn't it feel great after being unsealed?" The old man ordered without care for their opinion. And Alicia was filled with glee. Master was going to teach Feng Yixuan so easily? The reason why she had never taught Feng Yixuan heavenly astral wind is because she vowed to her master she would not teach others it and because she understood how much he cared about it, but today, he had agreed to teach him so easily. And it was simply out of convenience. Her eyes settled on Claire, sighing in her heart. Whether it was because of the girl's luck or Feng Yixuan that Brat's good foresight was unknown. "But, Senior, I am fire attributed," Claire said softly. Meanwhile, Claire had determined one thing: the person named Si Conglin was probably from the same world as her. He was the one who created the grimoire in Chinese. It was only unknown how he had lost it. So what? That doesn't matter. From now on, you must learn from me. It doesn't matter how many levels you learn. You just have to learn. Even just one level is fine. Since you know the treasured lotus style, you must learn my heavenly astral wind, otherwise, how else can I anger that old thing to death? The old man bellowed angrily, then added a little shamelessly, "After all, I blocked 7 lightning strikes for you today. Can you at least humor me? Even if it's just one sentence, you must learn it." Claire was completely like Star. Her lip twitched, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. The old man sure was strange. Since when was this kind of exchange a thing? Was she even allowed to refuse? Claire felt a bit of a headache coming on. Asterisk reminder, this means her expression turned into the same way the Chinese character looks. It's often used as an emoji. But I already have a master, Claire said after thinking for a moment. Although she knew that learning the old man's supreme techniques would probably save her life if necessary, she couldn't become his disciple. And Claire understood that being fire attributed, she wouldn't be able to learn the essence. "I wouldn't become your master even if you wanted me to." The old man swung his hips gleefully. Of course he had a plan in mind. Firstly, the girl seemed to be Alicia's future daughter-in-law, so he couldn't accept her as his disciple, or else their relationships would become a mess. Secondly, the girl was neither his nor Si Conlin's disciple, but would be able to practice both of their techniques. What would Si Conlin's expression be after he found out? Just thinking about it made him giddy. Claire watched the giddy old man a bit blankly. Teach her without becoming her master? Girl, what's your name? It's on the tip of my tongue. The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully. Claire Hill, Claire responded. Oh good. From now on, call me Senior Foam Astral. The old man instructed, wagging his finger. Senior Foam Astral? Claire repeated. It sounded so weird and was definitely not his real name. What? Got a problem? Doesn't this name sound very profound and domineering? The old man shot a glance at her. And no problem. Claire shook her head a little depressedly. All right. And Leisha, return and do what you need to do. Wait for when I think these two fellas are ready, the old man instructed Leisha. Oh, master. Okay. I'll leave Claire and Yixuan to you, and Leisha agreed with a smile. She turned to Claire. Just humor master for saving your life for now. Even if you learn just one level, consider it fulfilling his wish. Since Leisha had already said this, Claire couldn't find an excuse to refuse. Wait, what about the competition? Claire frowned, remembering that Lagerk's competition didn't seem to have finished yet. You've already brought glory to the Li clan. Don't worry, I'll hand over the royal weaponry rights to the Li clan. Also, I'll instruct Shui Wanma and Yixuan to get rid of the others, then surrender. The Li clan will be considered the winner, and Leisha declared her decision, smiling. But, Claire glanced at Leisha with a complex expression, unable to speak. Don't misinterpret it as us helping you. With your current strength, both Shui Wanma and Yixuan are not your match. So the winner was going to be the Li clan anyways. And Leisha's expression turned serious as she explained. Just cultivate here without worry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135. Chapter 135. Claire slackened at these words. A flash of determination gleamed in Yixuan's eyes at the same time. Claire had made a miraculous breakthrough during the tournament, so he had to become stronger and stronger, strong enough to protect Claire. Don't worry about the Li clan for now. Do you want to explain anything to your friends? I will lend you a memory crystal and pass it on to them. You can just cultivate here without worry, and Leisha said very simply. Right, girl, just cultivate here. Ah, you can't run away anyways. There's fierce wind all around the island and anything that tries to pass through gets ripped to shreds. Only after you've finished learning will I send you out, the old man laughed heartily. Her lip twitched. It seemed the situation had already developed past her means. In any case, it was the first time she repaid someone like this. Then I'll have to burden you with sending my friends the memory crystal, Claire said to Leisha politely. And Leisha only nodded. Also, thank you for bringing me and thank you for finding the elder to teach me, Claire thanked solemnly. And Leisha smiled. Thank Yixuan. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have done anything. Yixuan started to twist uncomfortably at these words. Claire's expression turned a little unnatural. Enough, finish up and return. Really now, I'm about to start teaching them, stop wasting time, the elder waved offhandedly, impatient. I know. Also, I just used up a spatial teleportation scroll, give me two, and Leisha said powerfully. She handed over the memory crystal to Claire. What kind of logic is that? Robber. You're a robber. Why do you ask for two when you've only used up one? The old man started to squabble. I need to use one to return. You robber. Robber. Claire started explaining to the memory crystal that she didn't know how long she would stay and that they could do as they wanted. If they couldn't find anything to do, then return to the Hill Manor and wait for her there. And Jean should take White Emperor and Black Emperor back. After finally being able to force over 2 spatial teleportation scrolls, she left with Claire's memory crystal. All right. Little lass, boy, we start today. The demonic training starts. The elder said seriously, his hand at his hip. Senior Feng Astral, I want to take a shower and change clothes. Claire pointed at her blood-stained, torn clothes. Oh. All right, go then. First familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. The kitchen is over there and there's a hot spring in the woods behind the house for washing. We can start training tomorrow. The elder stroked his chin, pondering. They started the next day. Gradually, Claire became familiar with the lay of the land. The island wasn't large, but you couldn't see the ends from one end to another. Surrounding the island was a high wind wall, spinning quickly. Claire tested by throwing a stick and the stick instantly shattered. Stones turned to dust when thrown. They were truly isolated from the world. The training was bitter and boring. Claire and Feng Yixuan trained at separate areas and only met at night. By then, they were both exhausted and would go to sleep immediately after eating. They spent most of their time at 2 far ends of the island. As the elder had said, if they trained close to each other, they might hurt each other on accident. Feng Yixuan cultivated smoothly ever since his seal had been undone. But Claire was the opposite. Because she was fire attributed, she couldn't sense the wind elements, so the elder's shouts filled her days. The days passed one by one. And just like that, half a month passed, when suddenly, news arrived that disrupted their training. And Lisha appeared and brought Claire a letter. What did you come here for? They're far from finished, the elder grumbled. Especially Claire. She hadn't made any improvements after such a long period of time. I came to find Claire and give her something. And Lisha pulled out a letter and handed it Claire, who was confused. Did something happen to the Li clan? Claire asked with a frown. Or did something happen to my friends? Neither. Your friends all left to do their own business and your knight also returned to Parkland. This letter was sent to me by your knight. I don't know what its contents are, and Lisha answered truthfully. Claire watched the sealed letter, an ominous feeling arising in her heart. She tore it open and her expression changed instantly. Cliff was in trouble. Senior Feng Astral, I have some business and must leave. Please agree. Claire put the letter away, her face determined. You've only learned the 1st level. Yixuan's already entered the 5th level. You want to leave after only having learned so little? The old man fumed angrily. But Claire didn't waver, determined as she said, someone dear to me is in danger. I must go to him. You also said yourself that learning just 1 level is fine. My attributes are not suited for your heavenly astral wind. Senior Feng Astral, you know this already. No matter how I tried for these past few weeks, I wasn't able to break through anymore. Feng Astral paused, unable to say anything seeing the determined glint in her eyes. Who are they to you? And Lisha saw that Feng Yixuan was a bit at ill ease. My master, Master Cliff. Claire understood what Lisha meant. Oh, it's her master. You heard that. When a master is in trouble, how can his disciple not go? If you were in trouble, would I just stand by and watch? And Lisha saw from the corner of her eye Feng Yixuan relaxing. That's true. Feng Astral stroked his beard. All right. Girl, you can go. In any case, you've already learned my heavenly astral wind, even if it's just 1 level. Ha, that's already enough to anger Si Conlin to death. We'll continue our training and you can go. We? Feng Yixuan frowned. What did he mean? I want to go with Claire too. Feng Yixuan suddenly understood. Tough luck. You're even more talented than your T-Rex mother. Just stay here and learn from me obediently. I'll teach you all I can about my supreme techniques. Ha, let's go. Before Feng Yixuan could reacted, Feng Astral picked up Feng Yixuan, laughing heartily as they left to the other side of the island. Feng Yixuan's shouts as he struggled came from far away, but it was no use. Claire and Alicia shared a glance, wordless. Madam, I'll be in your care," Claire forced out after some thought. She had always felt awkward trying to figure out how to address Alicia. "Please call me Auntie Anne, huh? Let's go. Your knight is waiting." Alicia pulled Claire close and tore a spatial teleportation scroll. Their figures vanished. Claire's heart sunk lower and lower. In order to break through, Master had actually gone to that place. Once Claire's eyes opened, she discovered they were now in a secret room. Alicia started explaining. The scroll is set to the secret underground chambers of the Feng clan. Let's go. Your knight is waiting in the main hall. Alicia led Claire through the chambers, navigating through multiple twists and turns. Along the way, servants bowed and gave their respectful greetings. Claire noted keenly that they all had respect, some even fanaticism, in their eyes. She couldn't help but wonder who exactly was Alicia. Upon arrival, sure enough, Jean was sitting upright wordlessly, Black Feather and White Emperor perched on his shoulders. When they saw Claire, the two creatures dashed towards her excitedly, taking over her shoulders. They rubbed her cheeks affectionately. "Miss." Jean stood up abruptly, his eyes so fixed on Claire. There was something throbbing about his gaze. "Jean, let's go. We shouldn't tarry. I'll question you along the way." Claire was extremely anxious. She turned around and bowed deeply to Alicia. "Anton, thank you for your help. I will never forget your kindness. If there ever comes a time when you need me, I, Claire, will do my utmost to serve you. Go, Claire. Be careful." Alicia smiled and nodded gently. "I'll see you out. I'll also inform the Li clan of your leaving. You don't need to worry about the Li clan anymore. It is already shining gloriously." "Thank you, Anton." Claire felt warmth towards the warmly smiling woman. She didn't know how to thank her for all she had done for her. "It was all through your own efforts. I didn't do much. All right now, you still have matters to attend to. Hurry up and be on your way," Alicia said, understanding. Claire nodded. And without further ado, she followed Alicia out the entrance of the Feng clan. A carriage was already waiting for them and they got on. Before Claire asked, Jean answered all her questions. "Miss, after you were brought away, we saw your explanation in the memory crystal. Because we didn't know when you would return, everybody decided what they would do in the meantime. Ben went to go train, saying he needed to improve his strength and reclaim his title as Dragon King. Walter, though, he was too weak, so he left to traverse the continent and also improve his strength. Camille returned to the capital to continue being a famous scholar. He also wanted to pass on the message to call him if there was anything interesting and that he welcomes serving UT at his place any time. Xiao Chuxin, Summer, Shui Wenma, and Dong Fengho also decided to journey. Lang Lingyun returned to the Temple of Light to carry on with his duties. And Lashia is currently taking care of the Wind Leopard. Jean reported on each person concisely. Claire nodded. She took out the letter and frowned. What had happened in this case? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136. Chapter 136. I was instructed by Sir Lawrence to pass that on to you. Jean had not read the letter, but Lawrence and urged him very seriously to send it to Claire as soon as possible, so Jean had done so without any delay. Claire closed her eyes and sighed quietly. And it really was all Sir Lawrence could do. To make a breakthrough, Master had actually went to Devil Field and Sir Lawrence had wanted her to stop him. Devil Field. It wasn't a true realm with devils, but an extremely perilous region with unknown and dangerous creatures everywhere. The terrain was also hazardous with an eerie atmosphere. There was a terrifyingly strong barrier around Devil Field that was easy to enter through, but difficult to leave from. Rumors said that they were powerful creatures from the Devil Realm there, and many powerful people who went there to train never made it out. Because Sir Lawrence failed to persuade Cliff, he could only write a letter to Claire to stop him. "Miss, is the situation dire?" Jean asked softly, seeing her serious expression. Claire opened the letter again to see the date on it. Cliff had already left a few days ago. "We must go and stop Master, he is going to Devil Field." Claire gritted her teeth. "What?" Jean's expression changed instantly. He was fully aware of what Devil Field was. Once, a powerful man from Amparkland tried to train there. The barrier was easy to enter, but afterwards, he never made his way out. It was rumored creatures from the Devil Realm had made their way there, and the place was also forbidden for high experts. So many experts had entered and never returned, so Devil Field had become a forbidden topic. It's already been a few days since Master set off. Claire frowned worriedly. The Devil Field is far from here. Even if I fly, it's impossible to sustain through the days and nights, I will run out of magic. Claire was now a little frustrated. Even if she persevered and flew without sleep, she would need time to replenish her magic, but it would waste time. "Miss, don't fret, I'll send you there as fast as possible," Jean said resolutely. Claire was a bit puzzled, seeing how determined his expression and how certain his tone was. He was only a warrior and only knew Do Chi. What did he mean by those words? "The situation is so dire, I must give up on caring so much." Jean lifted the curtain of the carriage window and gazed outside, his face tranquil. What did he mean? Claire didn't understand what he was looking out the window for. "Coachman, once we arrive at the woods, let us out and you can return," Jean instructed the coachman. "Yes." The coachman agreed without question. With the crack of the whip, the carriage's speed increased. "Jean, what are you planning?" Claire couldn't help but ask, seeing his solemn expression. "Miss, it would take months to reach Devil Field by carriage from here. By the time we reach there, Master Cliff would have already entered Devil Field and it would be too late." Jean let the curtains down. He gazed at Claire. Claire nodded. Indeed, she had known this. But what was Jean planning on? "Miss, I will send you to the outskirts of Devil Field within 3 days." Jean's eyes glinted with determination. 3 days? Claire was shocked. How was that possible? Perhaps it would have been possible if Ben were there. Speed and endurance of dragons completely surpassed that of ordinary beasts. But at this crucial moment, Ben was in the middle of cultivating elsewhere. Did Jean have a ride with such speed? Wait a minute, all knights have mounts. What was Jean's mount? Claire searched through her memories, but realized that this piece of information was missing. The carriage was fast. After it entered an enclosure within the forest, it stopped. Jean and Claire left the carriage and the coachman left as per instructed. "Jean, just what are you planning?" Claire asked with confusion. Jean didn't reply. Instead, he faced the sky, his gaze intense. "Answer me." "My contractor." Jean called out quietly. His eyes grew vacant. In that instant, a strange rune surfaced in his forehead. Claire recognized it to be a contract mark. He was summoning something, perhaps his mount? She pondered. As a knight, it was mandatory to have a mount. The mounts of the Royal Knights, the Griffin Squad, were naturally griffins. Further down the ranks, there were war horses, while some knights had unique magic beasts. Was Jean's mount a flying type? Is that why Jean said he would send her there in 3 days? It must be. Only a flying magic beast could send her to the outskirts in such a short amount of time. Claire raised her head towards the sky, waiting for Jean's summon mount. A moment later, the sky darkened overhead. Claire watched dumbfoundedly as a giant creature circled overhead, completely shocked. She had guessed Jean's mount would be able to fly, and indeed, she was right. But how was the beast so big? Why did it seem like a dragon? Because it was a dragon. Jean's mount was unexpectedly a dragon. Author's note: Dragon Knights are very rare. Parkland only has 2 Dragon Knights in total, Lagark has 2, with one being Baluk, and Jean is Parkland's secret 3rd Dragon Knight. With a swoosh, the dragon descended before the 2. Claire stared at the dragon fixedly, unable to come up with words to say. The dragon extended its neck, nuzzling Jean affectionately. Jean revealed a rare smile and reached out to stroke the dragon's head. Vermilion, let's go. Bring us to the outskirts of Devil Field. Jean guided Claire over by the hand. But the dragon puffed out cold air in a displeased manner, completely losing its previous affectionate air. It kept on snorting while glaring at Claire. Claire instantly understood. The dragon was rejecting her, not willing to let her to ride. Vermilion. Jean warned coldly, his face darkening. The dragon whimpered, then lowered its head, its eyes dimming. Miss, this is my mount, Vermilion. She still doesn't know how to talk. In dragon years, she's still a baby, a little temperamental. But it's okay. Jean patted Vermilion on the head. Claire nodded. She understood why Vermilion protested. Mounts of knights were supposed to be exclusively for their contractors only, so naturally, she rejected Claire, who was not her knight. Let's go, Mississippi. Jean helped Claire mount onto the dragon, then seated himself. Go, Vermilion. I'm sorry, it will be arduous this time. Use all your strength to bring us to the outskirts of Devil Field. Jean patted the dragon. The dragon roared, then shot up, gliding swiftly into the sky. Wind whipped by her ears. Claire looked at Jean, who was sitting in front of her, her mind full of thoughts. Jean had originally hidden his real strength and followed her. Then, she found out he was secretly helping the second prince under her grandfather's orders. Now, it turns out he was actually a dragon knight. There were only 2 known dragon knights out of all of Parkland, mysterious and powerful. But as far as she knew, Jean was not one of them. That meant his identity as a dragon knight was secret. Jean. How many more secrets was he holding from her? Vermilion flew as fast as she could under Jean's urging, not stopping to rest for an entire day. Only at night did they land at a secluded area to rest. Vermilion was so tired, she just laid there, unmoving. Seeing how Vermilion was simply sprawled on the ground, unable to move an inch, Claire couldn't help but suggest, Jean, isn't this too tiresome for a young dragon? Let her rest tomorrow. If we continue flying tomorrow, we can reach Devil Field by late evening. We must stop Cliff from entering, or it'll be too late, Jean insisted. Claire turned to look at the exhausted Vermilion, then thought of the consequences of Devil Field and soon became conflicted. Vermilion is still a young dragon. If she continues like such, she will overwork herself. What would happen then? It's fine. After a good night's rest and another day of flying, it'll be over. Remorse flashed in his eyes, but when he thought of the consequences of Devil Field, his eyes hardened. After the 2 ate, they went straight to sleep. Early morning the next day, Vermilion started flying again. Exhausted, Vermilion finally reached the outskirts of Devil Field at nightfall. Much to her surprise, Claire noticed the below, mountains and rivers stretched as far as the eye could see. However, such a vast area was covered by a barrier. As soon as she landed, Vermilion collapsed onto the ground. She still controlled herself enough as to not crush the 2 people who fell off her back. Vermilion! Jean cried out worriedly. Claire had landed lightly just as Jean had. She stood to the side, watching Vermilion lie on the ground with a complex expression. Vermilion tried to raise her head desperately. She licked Jean's worried face with her tongue, trying to console him. Jean stroked Vermilion softly, eyes remorseful and tender. Claire remained silent, sighing in her heart, but not knowing what to say. Right now, Cliff shouldn't have arrived yet. Jean stroked Vermilion's head. Yes, Claire replied softly. She scanned the surroundings. They had landed at a valley with deep forests between two steep mountains that were so high, they disappeared into the horizon. This was an entrance to Devil Field? She couldn't see the end of the barrier. Who had created it? How powerful were they to be able to create such a field? Jean, stay with Vermilion. I'm going to explore the area, Claire turned around and instructed Jean. Miss, not matter what you do, don't enter the field, Jean cautioned solemnly. I know. With a wave of her hand, golden fire wings extended from her back instantly. She flew up into the sky and started to scan the general vicinity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 137. Chapter 137. Soon, Claire discovered an anomaly. Although the forest was dense and full of living creatures, there wasn't a single one within 500 meters from the barrier. That could mean only one thing. The natural instincts of the animals warned them of danger, so they kept far away. She flew slowly, inspecting the ground below, when suddenly, something flashing caught her attention. She slowly flew down. When she saw what it was, her expression changed. It was Cliff's. One of the crystals he used to make medicine. There was no doubt about it. Those kinds of crystals were rare, but Cliff had many on hand. And this place was a forbidden region, so it would be too much of a coincidence if someone else had left it there. There was only one explanation: Cliff had already entered. The worst scenario had happened. Cliff had entered Devil Field. Claire picked up the crystal and then flew back to Jean at top speed. At that point in time, Vermilion had already recovered a little, but she still lay on the ground resting. Mississippi, seeing Claire's heavy expression, an ominous feeling arose in his heart. It's very likely Master has already entered. Claire showed the crystal. Master has many of these crystals. There are not living things around, not to mention humans. It's highly unlikely someone else lost it accidentally while passing by. Miss, perhaps not. Perhaps Master Cliff hasn't entered yet. Let us wait and see, Jean said hurriedly. He understood that with Claire's personality, if she was certain Cliff had entered, she would definitely follow him in. Jean, I know you don't want me to follow him in. Looking at the crystal in the palm of her hand, Claire sighed softly. But you are also certain that this is Master's, correct? Jean paled instantly, unable to say a word. I must enter. Claire raised her head, looking at him seriously. No. Miss, you cannot. Jean hurriedly tried to stop her. He was fully aware of how dangerous Devil Field was. But Claire was resolute. Jean, wait for me outside. I will bring back Master safely. No. Miss, you don't know how terrifying Devil Field is. Once you enter, you can never leave. You can't go in. Jean stood up abruptly, frowning. Wait here with Vermilion for me. I will definitely return. Claire had her heart set. No matter what Jean said, she would not change her mind. Miss, if you must go, then I will accompany you. Jean sighed in his heart, understanding that he would not be able to convince her otherwise. As he thought of this, Jean became calm. Solemnly, he said, Miss, I am your guardian knight. I would follow you to the depths of hell if I had to. Jean, the circumstances are different this time. I don't want you to follow me in. After some thought, Claire made up her mind. She raised her right hand, slowly pulling the glove away, revealing the shocking dark mark. Jean's expression changed. Of course he knew what it was. But what was Claire revealing it for? You know that the god of darkness left this mark. I am already his offering. The time has not come yet for him to take away my soul. In other words, I currently have a very terrifying, fearsome guardian. He will protect me. Claire paused for a moment before continuing. So I don't need your protection right now, understand? Wait for me outside. I will definitely come out. Although she knew these words would pain Jean, she had to say them in order to prevent Jean from following her into danger. Miss, pain and unwillingness flashed through his eyes. The Fire Hall Elder was not killed by one of his enemies, but I, with the help with God of Darkness, Claire said slowly, her voice low. Seeing Jean's lost expression, Claire felt an array of emotions. Jean sat down, despondent. His spirit had been utterly crushed. Crimson red dripped from his clenched fist, but he didn't seem to notice. The feeling of despair enveloped him. Jean, I will return. You just need to wait. Claire took a deep breath, then turned around, heading towards the barrier. Jean's head drooped, his expression unknown. As she neared the barrier, she reached out and gently touched it. But before she could read its undulations, she passed through the barrier. And so Claire had entered Devil Field. She was facing a dense thicket of forest, yet it was unusually quiet. At least, at the moment, she sensed no signs of life. Claire turned around and extended her hand to touch the barrier, but to her astonishment, she discovered she couldn't read the undulation of the barrier nor pass through it. It felt completely different from a moment ago when she had passed through it easily. But now was not the time to care about that. Master was the priority. The place was too eerie, so beautiful, yet with no signs of life. Was there some kind of dangerous creature that all other creatures were avoiding, or was this place always simply this eerily calm? Chirp, chirp. Peep, peep. Crouching on her shoulders, White Emperor and Black Feather started tweeting. Claire immediately detected the slight rustle and turned around abruptly. She was faced with Jean's determined face. Jean. Claire's expression changed. Why did you come in? Aren't you fully aware of the dangers? I told you not to enter. White Emperor and Black Feather hopped onto Jean's shoulders. Relatively speaking, Jean's broader shoulders were more comfortable. Miss, I did say I'll even follow you into the depths of hell. Jean was very calm. Determination glinted from the depths of his eyes. Claire was at a loss for words. She only stared at him, dumbstruck. It wasn't as if Claire hadn't seen the developments of this man. From originally disdainful and loathing to loyal ever since, she had felt these changes deeply. Let's go. Claire said these two words softly, but an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart intensely. Yes. A gentle smile surfaced as Jean followed Claire from behind. Oh right, how is Vermilion? Claire suddenly remembered the exhausted dragon outside the barrier. She's fine. After resting for a bit, she'll return, Jean replied softly with a laugh, his tone carrying slight guilt. Claire did not press for any more answers and continued forward. It stayed eerily calm without any signs of life. Miss, it's very strange here. Jean glanced around, naturally discovering something was off. Yes, there doesn't seem to be any living beings. Claire nodded. I just wonder if it was originally so, or if there was some kind of powerful being that drove them all away. Just as she said these words, her expression changed. A large and terrifying power was approaching at flying speed. Jean had already dashed in front of Claire, his sword drawn. When the two saw what kind of creature was advancing towards them, they were both stunned. Unwavering. A 9th grade magic beast. Blue scales flickered about, sharp spikes lined on the back of its neck. It thundered forward powerfully, tail thrashing powerfully. What a domineering and dangerous creature. If they really fought against it, neither Claire or Jean were confident they would win. Wyverns were exceedingly rare and they hadn't expected to see such a high-grade magic beast so soon after entering Devil Field. But the powerful magic beast's eyes were filled with fear, rushing as fast as it could, as if something terrifying was chasing after it. The wyvern flew past frantically, not giving them so much as a glance. Instead, it raced forward with all its might. What was it that would incite fear from such a powerful and dangerous magic beast? F***CK. Run if you want. I, your father, will cook you alive. A gruff voice cursed. The wyvern ran even faster, crying in its heart. Asterisk reminder, I, your father, is just a very arrogant way of referring to oneself. The next instant, before Claire and Jean saw who it was, there was a flash and a figure appeared before them. Ha! Humans? A skinny youth stood before Jean and Claire. They had long, ebony black hair, and his delicate features did not mask his arrogance and cockiness. And his eyes were blood red. One from the devil race. It really was the devil race. Devil Field actually had devils. Before Jean could act, the red-eyed youth reached out gently and caught the tip of Jean's blade with 2 fingers. With a flick of his wrist, Jean's sword shattered. The magic sword had been destroyed so easily. Hey girl, come on, let's eat together. And then suddenly, with a slight wave of their hand, Jean vanished into thin air. You! What did you do? Where's Jean? Claire's expression changed, completely alarmed as she watched the youth with red irises. This devil's power was on a completely different level. Jean? The one who just pointed their sword at me? I, your father, just sent him somewhere in here. The devil youth started laughing arrogantly. Let's go, girl. I, your father, will let you eat the wyvern with me. Who are you? Claire started backing away. With just one wave of his hand, Jean, along with White Emperor and Black Feather, had been teleported away. What terrifying strength! The devil did not emit a powerful aura, but his strength was so fearsome. Who was he? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138. Chapter 138. I, your father, am a devil, the red-eyed youth replied good-naturedly. A girl shouldn't refer to herself as I, your father. Claire watched the devil cautiously, trying to divert her attention. Claire didn't want to be destroyed right after entering Devil Field and before she found Master. And although the devil looked like a boy appearance-wise, she was definitely a girl. I, your father, just like calling myself that way. Oi, girl, how did you know that I, your father, was a girl? The devil's interest was aroused. She sized up Claire. You sure have good vision, is there something unusual about your eyes? Maybe I should gouge them out and take a look. Claire eyed the devil before her, knowing she definitely had the strength to do so. And the devil's savagery and fierceness was renowned, evident from how she had just chased a wyvern to eat it. Look at how nervous you are. The red-eyed devil started laughing heartily. Girl, recently, nobody talks to me, your father. The idiots on the other side all ran the moment they see me, your father, so I, your father, moved to this side of the area to play and relax, but F***CK, they all run the moment they see me, your father. Claire watched the devil laughing wildly, a little shocked. She tried to think of who the devil could be. What did she mean? The idiots from the other side? There was another side? The devil realm? If the devils of the devil realm ran the moment they saw her, then who was she? How strong was she? There's no need to figure your father's, identity. I'm in a good mood today. The red-eyed girl grabbed Claire's hand, her tone threatening like that of a gangster. Come on, your father, will give you a tour of the place. First, we'll find that wyvern, not to eat today, but to be our mount. Claire didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No matter how she looked at it, the situation was bizarre. It was as if she had been intercepted by a gangster trying to pick up chicks who said, "Let's go, let me take you for a spin on my bike," but the gangster was a girl. And what made her feel most helpless was the fact that she could wrestle out of the girl's grip at all. The only thing Claire knew for sure was that the girl was the strongest person she had ever met. Even the fire hall elder could not compare. She couldn't see through the girl's strength at all. Besides her sharp, red eyes, she looked like an ordinary girl, but her true strength was terrifying. Then, there was the sound of a bang, something running into the barrier. Claire blanked for a moment before realizing that the wyvern had been so terrified, it accidentally ran into the barrier. "You have 3 seconds. If you don't appear immediately, I, your father, will definitely eat you. But today, I, your father, am in a good mood. Hurry up and get your ass over here to be outmouth. I, your father, am going to give a beauty a tour," the red-eyed girl hollered, extremely impatient. Instantly, really in an instant, there was a gust of wind and the wyvern stood obediently before them. Claire stared wide-eyed at the wyvern who stood there obediently like a housewife called upon. Was this the legendary wyvern known to be vicious with fiendish strength? In the presence of the devil girl, it was more obedient than a lamb. Just who was she? "Oh right, girl, what's your name?" As her eyes slitted slightly, the wyvern immediately crouched down to let the devil girl on. The devil girl pulled Claire on by the hand. "Claire," Claire mumbled. At the same time, however, she was worried about Cliff and Jean's safety. They were in a mysterious and dangerous zone and she didn't know how they were doing currently. But the devil girl seemed very temperamental and doing anything she might disapprove of would be unwise. "A nice name. What did you come here for?" The red-eyed girl patted the wyvern and the wyvern started to move, but because it was too nervous and fearful, its front legs matched its back legs, the same way arms and legs would move together robotically. "I came here to find my master who entered Devil Field," Claire answered honestly. "Oh, your master?" The red-eyed girl stroked her chin, thinking. "Oh, I remember. A few days ago, an old human came." "Devil Field? That's what humans call this place?" The red-eyed girl humphed, very disdainful. When she heard this, her heart started beating as she said, "Really? Then do you know where my master is?" The red-eyed girl reached out to tear off a leaf from overhead. "Yes," she replied leisurely. "Really? Then can you take me to my master?" Claire asked, still anxious. "No. You must accompany me, your father. When I, your father, am in a good mood, I, your father, will take you there. If I, your father, am happy, perhaps I, your father, will send you all out. There's no want for any of you to leave by yourself." The red-eyed girl started playing around with the leaf in her hand. Claire's mouth twitched. As she expected, she sure was temperamental. And what was most troublesome was that her strength seemed boundless. After thinking for a while, Claire could not resist. "Who are you?" Currently, Claire still did not know what a powerful figure she had met. The red-eyed girl started laughing. "Pretty girl, even if you knew, it would be useless. Let's go, I, your father, will give you a tour of this place." "Then how should I address you?" Claire asked carefully. Although the red-eyed girl was beaming right now, Claire knew that she was the kind who could be smiling at one moment and killing in the next. There was no warmth in her eyes, no emotion. She was a callous devil. "Oh. Let I, your father, think." The devil girl tilted her head, pondering. Claire inspected the surroundings. It was still devoid of life. Was this all because of the devil girl? "I can't tell you my name. Just call me young master, like everyone else," the devil girl replied after finally coming up with an answer. Young master? Claire was stunned, an unbelievable thought crossing her mind. Young master? The child of some kind of lord in the devil realm? If she was just the child of a lord, yet so powerful, then what of the lords? And of ranks above the lord? What kind of existence was the devil realm? And how did the girl arrive in this realm from the devil realm? So many questions were left unanswered. "Young master, why is it so quiet here with no signs of life?" Claire asked what had been puzzling her as she scanned the surroundings. "Oh, they were either eaten by me, your father, or scared away by me, your father," the young master snorted disdainfully. Claire sensed an obvious shiver from the wyvern as the young master said this. "It's so boring over here, f*ck. At first, when they saw me, your father, they wanted to eat me, but now they run away as fast as possible when they see me asterisk." The young master said indignantly, giving the sharp spikes on the wyvern's neck a hard flick moodily. A spike fell off. The wyvern shuddered, scared to death. Asterisk, I can't stand it anymore. Assume she says your father / me, your father unless indicated otherwise. Claire remained silent, not knowing what to say. But there was one thing that was clear, the girl changed moods easily, one of the worser ones. "Pretty girl, this realm is so boring. Isn't there anything fun to do?" the young master asked lazily. Claire didn't know what to say. Something fun to do? What did she find fun? "Young master, what would you like to do?" Claire asked finally after a moment of thought. The young master raised her brow, saying casually, "My hobby is to battle with those stronger than me, then crush them underfoot and enjoy their misery." However, her lip then twitched. "But I can't do that anymore, f*ck. Hearing this, Claire went and was completely astonished. Who exactly was the girl? Likes to challenge the strong to battles and defeating them, but unable to do so anymore. Was the girl the strongest in the devil realm? How could that be? How could merely the child of a lord be so powerful? Are all the devils in the devil realm not your match? Claire asked cautiously. Almost. There's just one person I don't dare to fight who I can't win against either. The young master's mouth twitched, annoyed. The only devil she didn't dare to fight against was her father. Her actual father. With just this sentence, her identity was exposed. Young master. Not the child of a lord, but the child of the king of the devil realm. Claire sucked in cold breath. The girl was actually the young master of the devil realm. Why would she be here? Was it really because there was no one for her to beat that she came to this world? Now Claire understood why she was able to teleport Jean so easily. Suddenly, Claire thought of a question. The devil realm was another world. Between the king of the devil realm and the gods of the human realm, who were stronger? Boring, boring. Pretty girl, what are you interested in? The young master was now playing around with a few things red and green. When Claire saw what they were, her mouth twitched. They were all 9th grade magic cores. Although there was only one numerical difference between 8th and 9th grade beasts, there was a huge gap in strength. Even Claire would have difficulty against a 9th grade beast. But the young master had several of their magic cores. I'm interested in bullying others and ordering them around, Claire answered truthfully as she eyed the shocking beast cores. Ah! The young master looked up at Claire with surprise, then started laughing. Not bad, pretty girl, you sure are interesting. I'm starting to take a liking to you. If I were a man, I would have whisked you away back home and married you. Then we would be able to bully and order others around together. Claire didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139. Chapter 139. Following Claire's gaze, the young master noticed Claire was staring at her hand. She blinked with realization. Pretty girl, if you like these, then I'll give them to you. The young master handed over all of the magic cores. Ha! Claire snapped out of her daze and accepted them, then put them into the storage ring. Pretty girl, is that a storage ring? The young master asked, eyeing the ring on her finger. Yes, but the storage space isn't big, Claire answered truthfully. Come on, pretty girl. I'll take you somewhere. The young master gave the wyvern a kick. Go, bring us to the central area of this place. Hurry up, or else I'll fry you. Immediately after he said this, it was as if the wyvern was on drugs, dashing forward at a wild speed. The surroundings became blurred as they flew past, making Claire dizzy. Were wyverns supposed to be this fast? Weren't they known for their strength? It was chaotic the whole way. The wyvern ran the entire way, something crossing into other magic beasts' territories. Each time, they would come out, roaring, wanting to fight the wyvern, but once they saw who was sitting on its back, they were immediately terrified and ran away instantly. Not a single magic beast dared to block their way, all trying to escape for their lives. All of this made Claire wide-eyed, shocked. Was the devil girl really so terrifying? As the wyvern bolted the whole way, clouds of dust formed. Soon, they stopped. It was a clearing, just grass with no trees. The wyvern stopped, panting. The young master jumped off and pulled Claire off roughly by the hand, then kicked the wyvern. Go! Since you behaved today, I won't eat you. The wyvern ran away with joyous tears in its eyes without looking back. Let's go, pretty girl. I'm going to help you pick up some trash. The young master let go of Claire's hand, squatted down, then clasped her hands together. With a quiet, yet forceful, open. As she separated her hands, a crack opened in the ground. A dark stone stairway appeared. Pick up trash? Claire was confused as she inspected the stone stairway that had suddenly appeared. Where were they going? Let's go. The young master pulled Claire and they went down the steps. In the dark and moist stairway, with a flick of the young master's finger, numerous orbs illuminated overhead all the way to the depths, lighting the path. What is this place? Claire asked softly, gazing around at the cracked walls. The young master continuously pulled her forward with a very tight grip. Dunno whose underground palace this is, but in any case, there's some trash you could probably use there, the young master replied casually. I discovered it by accident a while back. The stench of mold greeted them. Claire watched on at the long, winding stone stairs, very puzzled. The number of questions she had since meeting the red-eyed girl had only increased ever since. After some time, they finally descended to the bottom, arriving at a wide expanse of space. It was an abandoned ancient palace, walls crumbled and cracked, white jade pillars that had lost their luster long since. However, the grandeur of the palace at its prime could be well imagined. We're going inside. The young master walked in front of her. There's no one here, only bones. Who knows when they died? Claire glanced around. It was deathly silent, suffocatingly so, eerily quiet. Claire followed the young master into the depths of the palace. As they walked into the grand hall, Claire looked up to see a huge treasure chest sitting on the throne. Unexpectedly, there were no signs it had been opened. Come over here, pretty girl. Take this as payment for conversing with me today. For the first time, the young master didn't refer to herself as your father. She walked up and opened the chest, lip curling in disdain. These are of no use to me. Maybe you could use them. Claire walked up a little hesitantly, puzzled. When she saw what was inside, she was stunned. Scattered about messily inside, there were 8 rings, beast cores, gems, and precious ores. These rings Claire already guessed what they were, but she couldn't believe it. Storage rings. The amount of space they hold is all right, the young master answered absent-mindedly, glancing around. Shocked, Claire picked up one of the rings and felt for the space inside and almost jumped up with fright. The amount of space was actually as large as the grand hall they were in. They're all useless to me. The young master yawned and added lazily, "You should take them, they'll be of use to you." After some thought, she put away everything. They were so precious, yet the young master called them trash. "Pretty girl, why do you keep that glove on your right hand?" Although the young master was asking, she had already grabbed Claire's hand and pulled of the glove. Unable to resist the young master, Claire could only watch on as the young master pulled it off. "Aha! The mark of the god of darkness!" The young master exclaimed excitedly, as if she had discovered another world. Claire wasn't surprised at all that the young master recognized it, but was puzzled by her excited tone. "You were actually chosen, What is it that makes you special?" The young master seemed to understand the meaning of the mark. She raised gaze, watching Claire suspiciously as she stroked her chin. "You know the god of darkness?" Claire asked, trying to probe for information. How would the devil girl know the god of darkness? The devil realm and human realm were two entirely different worlds. Was it possible they intersected somehow? PFT. What does the god of darkness count as? The young master scoffed disdainfully. "If he appeared before me, I would beat him full of bruises." Claire was dumbstruck. Just how powerful was this girl? Did she really have the strength, or was she just boasting? "Pretty girl, humans have really strange beliefs. Sit down and let me tell you." The young master sat down on the stairs and patted the spot next to her, indicating for Claire to sit down. So Claire sat down obediently. "You think the god of light you humans worship is actually a god?" The young master laughed coldly. Claire paused, staring fixedly at the young lord, not understanding what she meant. "Gods? What are gods?" "They are really just the strongest among humans, an existence that just surpasses everyone else, standing at the peak. The only true gods of the human realm are the Mother Goddess and Father God. They created the human realm. The so-called Goddess of Light and God of Darkness and such are all replaceable. The sprite race was also created by the Father God and Mother Goddess. Their god of sprites is really just the strongest of the sprites." The young master's calm explanation completely stunned Claire. She wasn't able to say a word. "The only reason why the god of darkness would choose you is because of your soul. Your soul is the perfect union of righteous and evil, light and darkness. If he offered your soul to the Mother Goddess, she would be very satisfied and might even switch the positions of the god of darkness and goddess of light." These words had made Claire almost lose her ability to think. Switch the positions of the god of darkness and goddess of light? Make the god of darkness worshipped by millions and the goddess of light spurned by millions? As this scenario appeared in her mind, Claire wondered why she felt such a scene was oddly satisfying. "Does the goddess of light know you have such a mark?" the young master asked as she stared at Claire's right hand. Claire shook her head slightly. "That makes sense. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here perfectly safe and sound. If the goddess of light knew, she would use all her might to erase your existence." The young master suddenly frowned at Claire. Normally, the goddess of light would be able to foresee this and win you over to her side before the god of darkness discovered you. The young master's message was clear. The goddess of light would have either tried to win her over or she would kill her. Understanding the young master was confused, Claire explained, "I am a priest of the Temple of Light." "Oh, of course." The young master had a smug expression because her conjecture was proven correct. Claire looked down at the mark on the back of her hand, frowning slightly. The next time she returned to Amparkland, she would inevitably cross paths with the Temple of Light. If the mark was discovered, what would happen? "Pretty girl, want to play a game?" The young lord's eyes slitted dangerously, a predator watching its prey as she stared at Claire. Claire remained silent. She understood that from the very start, the girl from the devil realm was only treating her as entertainment. To her, Claire should be nothing. However, Claire sensed something different from her words. "What do you want to play?" It's not fun if you're discovered by the goddess of light quickly. The young master pulled over Claire's hand and then, her finger raised, tapped the black mark on Claire's hand. Instantly, the black mark started to become transparent at a speed visible by the naked eye until it disappeared. Don't rejoice too soon. I cannot remove this. The only one to remove the mark is to kill the god of darkness, but the god of darkness won't appear before me unless he's looking for trouble. All I did was make the mark invisible so no one can see it. The young master withdrew her hand and continued on with interest. It will depend on you for how the situation shall unfold. Anyhow, you don't seem like someone who's going to wait patiently as someone else kills you. Of course I won't. Claire withdrew her hand. She stared at the back of it, which seemed to have turned to its original appearance, humping coldly in her heart. Everything the young master told Claire had shattered her original understandings of this world. Gods were not true gods, but the strongest among humans. What did this signify? If her strength reached the highest among humans, she could topple the goddess of light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140. Chapter 140. The young master was extremely excited as she saw the change in Claire's expression. There were still much more she had not told Claire because it was more interesting if Claire discovered it herself. She had a feeling that in the near future, it was going to be entertaining. Just thinking about it made her excited. Pretty girl, let's go. I'll bring you to your master and send you all out. The young master seemed very excited, saying this as she stood up. Claire watched the merry young master, not understanding the source of her excitement. The sword behind your chair should be useful for you too. Take anything you can find. The young master instructed, her eyes slits. Right now, she was exceedingly excited, longing after the future entertainment. If she wanted to see it, she would have to give a push and help the girl become stronger. Naturally, Claire didn't object. The sword behind the chair was already rusty. As she grabbed it, she was astonished. The old-looking sword was unexpectedly heavy. Claire had to secretly use Do-Chi, and only after exerting all her strength was she barely able to store the blade into the storage ring. That sword is a magic blade. Once you give it to your knight, you'll understand how special the sword is. The young master crossed her arms and leaned on a pillar lazily. Thank you. Although Claire did not understand why the girl was helping her, she was still helping her, so naturally, Claire thanked her politely. Oh right, the young master suddenly remembered. She fished out something from her bag. Have this, pretty girl. You can block a fatal attack, but only once. Why are you helping me like this? Claire asked, although she accepted it readily. How could she not accept such a good thing for free? If you die too early, then it's not as fun. The young master's reply was completely earnest, leaving Claire completely wordless. She rolled her eyes. Just when she was about to store the item the young master had just handed her into her storage ring, the young master stopped her. Wear it around your neck. Remember, it will only save you once, the young master reminded her again. I understand. Claire wore the ordinary-looking ruby necklace, a thin string with a tiny ruby dangling, simple without any other decorations. Let's go, pretty girl. I'll bring you to your master and also your stupid knight, then send you all out. The young master was in an unusually good mood. She was looking forward to the fun and couldn't wait to send Claire out, wanting to watch the entertainment as soon as possible. Where is my master? Claire understood that her master was most likely not in danger, or else the young master's tone would not be like so. Just follow me. The young master grabbed Claire by the hand forcefully, pulling her out the passageway. When they exited the underground passage, the young master looked up at the sky, as if to determine their position. Then, in the next instant, Claire felt dizzy. She couldn't help but close her eyes. Once she opened her eyes again, the scenery had changed. Instant teleportation again. Oh ho, we're just in time. Your master seems to be about to break through, the young master said with bemusement. Catching the disdainful tone, Claire looked up, only to be greeted by a shocking scene. In the clearing before them, Cliff was covered in wounds, blood nearly dyeing the entirety of his clothes red. But his eyes were shut, his expression exceedingly peaceful. He simply sat, the carcasses of several ninth-grade magic beasts surrounding him. Gradually, his body glowed with numerous colors. Haha, how interesting. Even if he did make a breakthrough, he wouldn't be able to make it out of the barrier. Why do so many stupid humans come here to cultivate and break through? The young master stroked her chin as she mocked. Even though it is easier to break through when cultivating here, what is the use when you can't exit? You'll just stay here forever, dying of either old age or being attacked by magic beasts en masse. Claire turned to look at the young master, who then saw the questioning in her eyes. Don't look at me that way. Actually, there's a special reason why I can't leave this barrier too. Perhaps like a rule. But I can send you all out. The young master's eyes were slits, her voice soft. Master was about to make his breakthrough. Claire stared fixedly at Cliff, who was sitting cross-legged. Her heart surged with a multitude of emotions. Of course she knew why Cliff risked entering Devil Field to break through. It was all for her, because of her dark mark. Oh ho? He's about to fail? The young master's voice suddenly interrupted Claire's thoughts. Claire refocused her attention. The colorful glow was becoming unstable, brightening and dimming erratically. Now, Cliff was frowning, contrary from his peaceful expression from before. Evidently, he was at a critical point of his breakthrough. Claire's heart was tense as she watched Cliff anxiously. What could she do? I wonder if he will die from failing. The young master smirked, eyes slits. Claire's expression changed. On record, there was only one person who had successfully broken through to become a sorcerer, but that individual had long since vanished, detached from worldly affairs. Claire did not know if Cliff would die if the breakthrough failed, but Cliff would at least be heavily injured. But what could she do? At such a critical conjuncture, Claire did not dare to make any rash moves. Sometimes, meddling was worse than not intervening at all. Young master, Claire turned to face the young master, visible pleading in her eyes. The young master did not say anything. With a light flick of her finger, a soft beam of white light shot into Cliff's body. Instantly, Cliff's body exploded with colorful light and his furrowed eyebrows relaxed. The glow surrounding him gradually glowed brighter and brighter, enveloping him completely. Young master, thank, Claire started when she was cut off by the young master. Don't thank me. I'm waiting for you to provide me with good entertainment. Don't disappoint me. The young master waved offhandedly. Wait here. I need to return to prepare for the next divine war. Divine war? Claire was confused. Pretty girl, I hope to see you at the next divine war, huh? The young master laughed. I wonder who you'll be then. Claire was perplexed at the young master's baffling words. Soon, the glow around Cliff disappeared. Claire was shocked to discover Cliff's numerous wounds had healed, and he seemed energetic. Cliff's every move gave off a different aura from before, a strong aura. Claire finally relaxed. Master! She called out joyously. Pretty girl, I hope we meet again, huh? Go, kill the ones who want to kill you. The young master's voice sounded at Claire's ear. Just when Claire was about to turn and look at the young master, her vision blackened. When she opened her eyes again, Claire discovered she had returned to where she had first entered Devil Field outside the barrier. Claire! Miss! Both voices were filled with shock. Master, you've made a breakthrough. I'm glad you are fine. Congratulations, Master, for your breakthrough. Claire understood instantly that the young master had sent them out. Her last words were ingrained deeply in her mind. Kill those who want to kill you. Claire's gaze sharpened, turning icy. What happened? Cliff frowned, completely puzzled. I remember I was just about to break through, about to fail, when strangely, some kind of outside force helped me succeed. The next thing I know, I hear your voice and now I'm here. Cliff was utterly baffled. While he was on the verge of his breakthrough, he had sensed two people in the surrounding area. One was Claire. Who was the other one? Miss, who was that person? Are you all right? Jean's eyes were filled with confusion and concern. She is a devil, Claire explained to Cliff and Jean calmly. She was the one who helped Master break through and sent us out. Asterisk in written form, the Chinese character for he and she are differently, but they sound the same when spoken. What? Jean was astonished. How could a devil help a human? Devils were a terrifying existence, powerful, ruthless, cold-blooded, savage. Rumors said there were creatures from the devil world in Devil Field, but he never expected it to be true. Jean then remembered the youth had blood-red eyes. Claire, are you saying the devil helped me break through? Although this was a question, Cliff's tone was certain. Only he understood how dangerous the situation was and that Claire could not have helped him. The person accompanying Claire was a devil? It seemed it truly was a devil. Yes. Claire nodded. Why did he help me? And he even sent us out. Cliff was stunned. A devil who helped humans? It almost sounded like a joke. Cliff stroked his chin, glancing around suspiciously. Not only did the devil help him break through, he also sent them out safely. It was too strange. She just suddenly felt like it, Claire explained, sighing. Jean and Cliff were shocked, but seeing Claire's solemn expression, they understood that Claire was definitely telling the truth. Most likely, the devil did it because he was bored. I never expected there to be an actual devil in Devil Field. Cliff still hadn't recovered from his shock. Everything that had just happened was simply too strange. All right, Cliff, Jean, here. 2 rings materialized from Claire's storage ring. Drip your blood on it to form a blood contract. This is? Cliff initially had his suspicions, but after seeing Claire's eyes, his suspicions were confirmed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 141. Chapter 141. Interspatial storage rings. Jean cried out. What precious items! Yes. The devil found them for me. Claire handed over the 1 ring to each person. Master, she said to Cliff. Does your storage ring have as much space as this one? The devil gave them to you? Cliff's mouth was wide open. He could not believe it, it was inconceivable. When Cliff sensed the amount of space inside the ring, he practically blushed with shame. Such a large amount of space. It's 20 times larger than my rings. Great. Let's switch. Give me your old one. Claire started to calculate what to do with the other storage rings. Miss, why did the devil treat you so well? Jean muttered, staring at the storage ring in his palm. She was just bored. And these are just trash in her eyes. She was merely giving them to me as a way of throwing them away, Claire shrugged. She materialized the corroded sword, but as soon as it fully materialized, it clattered to the ground, too heavy. Trash? Interspatial storage rings were trash? Such priceless, nearly non-existent treasure was trash to the devil? Just when Cliff was moving items from his old storage ring to the new one, he noticed the corroded sword on the ground. The sword was also given to me by the devil. But besides being exceptionally heavy, I have not discovered anything else special about it. Claire stared at the sword, befuddled. But she specially told me to take this sword, so it must be special. Cliff crouched down and examined the sword carefully. Gradually, his expression turned astonished. This sword is the legendary Sword of Death? Cliff's voice started trembling. What Sword of Death? Claire frowned. She had never heard of any treasured sword with that name. The Sword of Death is a magic sword. Legends say the continent was once one entire empire instead of 5 such as now, and the founding emperor used the Sword of Death to carve out the path of the empire, Jean said, solemn. The Sword of Death does not have any specific elemental attribute, but has a much more terrifying effect. Anybody attacked by this sword will hallucinate, be paralyzed, and completely lose their ability to fight. Claire's eyes widened, recalling the underground palace the young master had brought her to. Was the ruins of the once magnificent palace that of the founding emperors? But why would the palace be there? And what about the white bones? In any case, you found a treasure. Cliff eyed the sword, a grin forming. I never expected this. What a strange situation, a devil helping a human. Master. Claire's temper flared and she glared. You ran into Devil Field so rashly. If something happened to you, what would I do? Even if you made a breakthrough, there's no guarantee you would have been able to exit. Ah, don't be like that. Isn't everybody just fine? I just knew my darling disciple was no ordinary person, even devils help you. Ha, I'm a sorcerer now, ha, Claire laughed heartily towards the sky, delighted. Claire's mouth twitched. The old man before her with such immature behavior had actually become a sorcerer, but acting like this, he didn't seem powerful at all. Miss, Jean's voice came quietly, full of conflicting emotion. Claire turned to look at Jean. This sword is for you, she said softly. It's too valuable. Jean stared at the sword, his expression complex. It was the legendary Sword of Death. Every warrior's dream. Right, it's too heavy. I can't even lift it. You take it. If you don't want it, I'm throwing it back into Devil Field, Claire shrugged and said heedlessly. Pun because valuable also means heavy. Jean was speechless. He slowly picked up the Sword of Death. Master, you need to disguise the sword. If someone recognizes it, there will be trouble. And can you do something about this rust? Claire asked Cliff, who was in the middle of moving his belongings to the new ring. Aha, no problem, leave it to me. Ah, the storage ring space is so big, Cliff was laughing heartily, not sparing so much as a glance. Miss, thank you, Jean felt a surge of warmth. Claire didn't think much of it. She turned to watch Cliff move his belongings. She was trying to see if there was anything valuable she could exploit. Jean stared at the sword in his hand, his emotions surging for a while. Sword of Death, I will use you to guard my lady until the end of time, Jean swore in his heart, swearing on his life. Ah, Claire, let's go back to the capital, hurry. I need to find Lawrence, that old fox, and flaunt. I'm going to chase him through the streets until he's sorry. Cliff had his hands on his hips, laughing wildly. He had already forgotten the danger of almost failing his breakthrough. Let's go, Jean. Claire strutted ahead, acting as if she didn't know Cliff. Jean smiled and followed from behind. Jean, come on. Let me disguise your sword, huh? Cliff was still laughing as he followed them, so gleeful he was. Things seemed perfect, but little did Claire know the cruel ordeal awaiting her. The Pope was waiting for Claire's return. Having exited Devil Field safely, Claire's heart had finally settled. The three journeyed back to Amparkland leisurely. Once Cliff tested Claire's magic power, he was shocked. Claire was already at the level of a grand wizard. Claire, you're only 14, but you're already a grand wizard. Cliff shouted to the sky. My goodness, you will be the youngest sorcerer in history, worthy of being my disciple. He shook his rump delightfully. Now I can teach you high-level incantations. Master, what about forbidden incantations? I want to learn forbidden incantations. Of course, Claire wouldn't be satisfied with only high-level incantations. Learn with your head. You can't use forbidden incantations yet. They will deplete too much of your energy, endangering your life, understand? Cliff rejected her immediately. I want to learn. It's not like I said I will use them yet, Claire persisted. No. Only high-level incantations. Cliff shook his head, not willing to give in. Give me back the ring. Claire humphed, arms crossed, nose raised. She pulled out a few ninth-grade magic cores and sighed in a regretful tone. I was going to give these to you, Master, but forget about it. And these Claire took out the precious ores from the underground palace and waved them before Cliff's eyes, then put them all back. Ah! So many ninth-grade magic cores. And Riedel ore and Sindler ores. Claire, where did you get so much precious stuff? Let me see, Cliff howled ecstatically. Gimme forbidden incantations then. Claire walked forward, ignoring Cliff's howl. Cliff caught up to Claire hurriedly and fawned, Okay, I give. What kinds of incantations do you want? Jean watched the two, a smile forming on his lips. He also sped up. When they returned to the capital, people of the Temple of Light were already there at the gates to cut them off before they could return to Hill Manor. Reverend, a believer of the temple, addressed Claire respectfully. His Holiness has already been waiting for some time. How did you know I was returning today? Claire frowned, somewhat annoyed. We have been waiting here on His Holiness's orders ever since you left. They had waited here the entire time? Reverend, please return to the temple. His Holiness is awaiting you, he said, indicating towards a pure white carriage not far away. Jean, you return first, Claire instructed. Tell grandfather I have returned. I will be back soon. Miss, but before Jean could finish, Cliff interrupted him. Jean, you should go. I will accompany Claire. I was going to go find Lawrence anyways. Cliff grinned at Jean. His words were clear, he was going to protect Claire. Naturally, Cliff understood what Jean was thinking. Yes. Jean nodded, finally relenting to return to Hill Manor. Claire and Cliff got on the carriage together and went directly to the Temple of Light. As they passed through the main entrance, believers bowed to Claire along the way. A priest was second only to the Diving Prince and Divine Princess, so naturally, she was respected. Ho, disciple, from now on, Master shall rely on you. Cliff smiled vulgarly, his eyes slits. Claire rolled her eyes. Go and find Sir Lawrence. Don't act like you know me. Cliff snickered and followed a servant girl, turning past a corner, to find Lawrence. Claire continued forward towards the main temple. A servant girl led Claire through the main temple and past a side corridor, all the way in. Reverend, His Holiness is just inside. Your servant shall take her leave now. Claire knocked on the door lightly. A low voice came from within. Come in. Slowly pushing the door open, Claire saw the Pope standing at the windowsill, his hands behind his back. Slowly, the Pope turned around. He broke into a smile. Our Reverend is finally willing to return? Claire remained silent, watching the seemingly benevolent old man. The Pope was, as usual, dressed in white with his air of authority. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142. Chapter 142. Since Reverend has already accepted her payment, shouldn't she start working? The Pope's eyes were slits. He was smiling, yet not smiling. Claire raised a brow. Of course Claire understood what the Pope meant. Claire had already used the gift of the goddess and it was time for her to reciprocate. "Your Holiness, what can your servant do for the temple?" Claire sighed in her heart. After all, she did take their stuff and the sly old fox did do her a huge favor. Of course, but before the Pope finished, footsteps sounded at the door, followed immediately by knocking. "Come in." The Pope seemed to know who it was. As the door opened slowly, Long Lingyun and Lu Xueqing appeared. As they walked in, when they saw Claire, their eyes flashed with shock. Claire turned to see the two. After a slight nod, just when she was about to turn back, she noticed what they were holding. Each person was carrying a box, one large, one small. Was it resolved? The Pope smiled at the two. Although he was asking, his gaze was certain and he was satisfied. The two had never disappointed him. Lu Xueqing glanced at Claire and hesitated. Long Lingyun was unexpectedly frowning. But the Pope smiled and nodded at Lu Xueqing. "Don't worry, Claire is now a priest of our temple, not an outsider." A complex emotion flitted across her eyes, but she still opened the box. Long Lingyun's eyes were also filled with ambivalence. He wanted to say something, but was halted by the Pope's knowing gaze. When Claire saw what was inside the box, she stiffened. Inside the box was a glass bottle containing 2 bloody eyeballs, with black irises, and a handful of black hair. Claire felt her blood run cold. Her gaze rested on the bottle and the black hair, unable to look away. Her heart hardened, her fist clenched. Her palms were already drenched in cold sweat. An ineffable light flashed through the Pope's gaze when he saw Claire's expression. "Has the traitor, the fallen knight Shak, been executed?" he asked softly. "Yes," Long Lingyun said slowly. He sighed in his heart. Naturally, he understood what the Pope intended. But wasn't the Pope a little hurried? Was it fine for Claire to be exposed to this so soon? Wasn't it too early to test Claire's opinion of the temple? Peering from the corner of her eye, Lu Xueqing saw Claire's face pale slightly. Those who betray the goddess of light, betray the temple of light, can only die. He also eloped with the filthy woman of darkness, adding to his sins. Claire's gaze shifted to the box Long Lingyun was holding. Did the large box Long Lingyun carrying contain the head of the fallen knight? Claire recognized that it must have been the 2 ill-fated lovers they had saved in the valley. Unfortunately, they had not escaped the clutches of the Temple of Light. How cruel, they had actually pulled out her eyes and ripped out her hair. Claire clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles whitening and cracking softly. She trembled slightly, her complexion frighteningly pale. The Temple of Light. Le Pope. The Pope, whose every word was supposedly filled with virtue. The Pope strode forward indifferently. He inspected the items in Lu Xueqing's box, nodding praisingly. "You two have done well this time, exterminating the fallen and scum, so the light will once again shine." The Pope's words were cut off abruptly. A terrifying power had suddenly burst forth. The Pope and Lu Xueqing turned in shock to see Claire's entire being glow with golden light, her gaze completely icy. The wild power was being released by Claire. Lu Xueqing's eyes flickered excitedly. Was Claire going to attack the Pope? Did she want to die? The Pope stared in shock at Claire, who was on the verge of exploding. The atmosphere was so tense, it was a string that would snap at any time. But before the Pope could make a move, "Claire!" Long Lingyun hollered. With this one yell, the atmosphere instantly dispersed. Claire came back to her senses and the golden glow faded. Her clenched fists slowly loosened. She glared coldly at every individual, then turned away and opened the door. She walked out without a word and slammed the door behind her, leaving the room in dead silence. The 3 were left frozen, each with a different expression. "Your Holiness, isn't Reverend's attitude crossing the line?" the Divine Princess asked. Because Long Lingyun was there, her tone was somewhat kind. The Pope's eyes slitted and he remained silent. Long Lingyun looked at the Pope. Although he did not say anything, the Pope understood the meaning in his eyes. Xueqing, you may leave. The Pope gave Lu Xueqing a nod. I have a few questions for Lingyun. Lu Xueqing's eyes flashed with unwillingness, but in the end, she left without a word. After the door closed, the Pope turned to face Lang Lingyun. Lingyun, if you have anything to say, say it now. Lan Lingyun spoke directly from the heart. Your Holiness, your actions are too hasty. The Pope let out a sigh. Yes, I too realized I was too hasty. However, I did not expect Claire's strength to grow so quickly in the short time she was gone. Her potential is truly astonished, Long Lingyun agreed softly. Perhaps that was why she was chosen by the goddess. The Pope stroked his chin and leaned back in his chair. She is different from you too. She has only entered the temple recently and grew up in the Hill clan, which supports the crown. Yes, Your Holiness. Please give her time to adjust. I will. However, Lang Lingyun, this seems to be the first time you have shown so much care to anyone other than Xianxian. The Pope smiled faintly. Lang Lingyun froze for a moment, then shook his head. Your Holiness, You just want to say you do not wish for the Temple of Light to lose such potential? The Pope was smiling, but his meaning was clear. Long Lingyun fell silent. He knew saying anything else would only worsen the situation. All right, after settling this matter, you can go visit Xianxian and comfort our priest, the Pope instructed. He was smiling faintly, his expression ambiguous. Yes. Long Lingyun replied. His expression had never changed. Now, only the Pope was left in the room. He slowly approached the window, sighing softly as he gazed out. The goddess had decreed adding Claire into the temple, but was this the correct path? The Pope couldn't help but be worried recalling Claire on the verge of exploding. It was only for an instant, but the aura Claire had emitted was so powerful. What would happen if they continued to let her grow? Would she be help or would she be danger? At this time, Claire was hurrying out of the temple, her expression heavy as she walked to Camille's house. She kicked open the door with a loud bang. The door creaked as it swung on its hinges, thoroughly broken. Who would? Camille started yelling, but then he saw Claire storm in, her expression dark. Claire, you're back. But what's with your face, why are you so angry? Were you kicked out? Camille's voice was gentle, handsome, but his venomous tongue had not changed. Camille, you are the #1 scholar in the capital, correct? Camille had already surpassed his master who was supposed the #1 scholar. Of course, Camille answered lazily. Then let me ask you, when the world worships a horrible, shameless, unfair, vile being, what do you do? Claire sat down on the sofa, emitting a murderous aura. Her gaze piercingly cold. Since when were you so righteous? Camille joked, smiling. But Claire's gaze remained icy. Camille finally realized the situation was not simple. Claire, I do not know what occurred, but if what you said is true and the entire world worships that being, then they must be extremely powerful. If you want to overthrow them, you must have the power and status to crush them underfoot, Camille answered, his expression solemn, his tone heavy. It was extremely rare for Camille to be serious. But after hearing Camille's serious words, Claire suddenly stood up and started laughing. The more she laughed, the more crazy her laughter became. But the laughter was filled with realization, domination, and endless confidence. Camille was at a loss for words. Only after a long time was he able to sputter, "CL Claire, are you okay? Did you go crazy?" "Nonsense, you're the one who's gone crazy." Claire glared. "Then what are you doing?" Camille tilted his head, not understanding. "How did I not realize?" Claire's eyes hardened, becoming more and more icy. There will come a day when I become powerful enough to pull her off that throne and beat her up. Claire humped coldly. This one sound was filled with wild power, so much so that Camille's ears vibrated and his sight went dark for a moment. Camille thought to himself nervously, Claire's strength had grown a lot again. I'll look for you another day. And with that, Claire stood up and left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143. Chapter 143. Camille stared blankly after Claire's disappearing figure. The door was still creaking on its hinges. Claire had arrived abruptly and left even quicker. After a while, Camille finally came back to his senses. Claire, you come right back. Pay for my door. He yelled after her painfully. But already far away, Claire could not hear him. She walked through the streets, gazing up at the clouds, feeling enlightened. All her vexation had disappeared. The fallen knight and the girl had already died, and feeling sorry would not bring them back. Claire knew what to do now. She had almost forgotten her original goal, becoming strong. Who cares about the goddess of light? If she could become strong enough to become a goddess, why couldn't Claire do that too? Claire let out a long breath, then started making her way to Hill Manor. As soon as she entered, the guards at the entrance saluted her deferentially, then hurried in to announce her arrival. Claire's status was now different from before. She was now also a reverend of the Temple of Light. The moment Claire entered the hall, Catherine and Lashia greeted her. Claire. Catherine beamed with a smile as she hurried over and clasped Claire's hand. Elder sis. You're finally back. Lashia ran over excitedly, playfully grabbing Claire's arm. Hello, Mother, Lashia. Claire smiled, her heart warm. Elder sister, you're so not fair. You did so many cool things behind our backs. Lashia tugged on her arm. What? Claire looked at Lashia with confusion. Suddenly, she noticed that Catherine's hand was trembling slightly. Still pretending. Lashia's words tumbled out as she said in a rush, You fought for the Li clan at Lagark and defeated that Hua something brilliantly. Making you famous. Grandfather knew about it a while back. Even the Emperor is aware. Then she said regretfully, What a shame, I wasn't there to see it. Claire finally understood what Lashia was talking about. She smiled faintly. It was nothing. I decided to fight on their behalf when I became aware of Mother's relationship with them. In the end, it was only because the Feng and Shui clans forfeited that I was able to win. Catherine's grip tightened. Claire, I. Thank you. Catherine was so moved that although she did not know what to say, her heart was unusually warm. From the corner of her eye, something glimmered. Mother, there's no need to say thank you. They are your family, so they are my family. Claire also gripped Catherine's hand tightly in response. Catherine was choked with emotions, sobbing, but smiling. Claire's father, Roger, had been standing next to the door at the side quietly the entire time, looking on. Catherine had made such a large sacrifice for him, and he had always felt guilt, but was unable to do anything for her. However, what he had always wanted to do had been fulfilled by Claire. As he watched the merry three, Roger's emotions were extremely ambivalent. Elder sister, grandfather has still not returned yet. If he knew you were back, he would be so happy. Alright, second brother will be back too today, yay. Tonight, we can all eat together. Lashia said happily. Second brother? Claire paused. Only then did she remember that she seemed to have a second brother who was the captain of the Griffin squad. She had seen him once at the student exchange competition and once at her birthday. She barely had any memories of him. The only impression she had of him was the cold and despising gaze he always gave her. Oh right, Mother, how are you home today? Claire recalled that her mother was already the head lady in waiting of Princess Maurice. She heard you was coming back, so mother specially asked for the day off. Lashia tilted her head and said playfully. After Jean returned and reported, father sent servants to inform mother and grandfather. Oh, Claire responded indifferently at the mention of her father. Oh, also, Lashia, where is little leopard? And Jean? Claire asked. In the rear courtyard. Elder sister, let's go and see your little leopard. I raised him well. That little fellow sure can eat. Every day he eats loads of fresh meat. Lashia pulled Claire by the arm impatiently, then winked playfully at Catherine. Mother, elder sis, and I will be in the rear courtyard. Call us when second brother is home. Catherine nodded lovingly, her eyes full of warmth. Seeing the two previously antagonistic sisters now so harmonious, of course she would feel this way. Lashia pulled Claire to the door, facing Roger, who was full of conflicted emotions. Father, Lashia greeted him, smiling. But Claire was completely cold, passing by Roger without even a single glance as she walked to the rear courtyard. Lashia revealed a somewhat embarrassed expression as she hurried after Claire. Roger slowly turned around, watching Claire as she left. After some time, he sighed. Who would have thought the most disappointing child would suddenly become the most brilliant of the family? Roger, Catherine's voice came softly from behind Roger. Catherine, I understand. I have no right to complain of Claire's attitude towards me. It was completely my fault. Roger turned to his wife, smiling bitterly. Catherine sighed gently. Claire is still young. Be patient, she will treat you differently in the end. After all, you had not cared for her nearly enough. Yes, I owe her too much, Roger let out a long sigh. He reached out and pulled Catherine into his embrace. And I owe you even more. I have made these years unhappy for you, and I have not seen you smile like this for so many years. It is Claire who allows you to smile like this. I too did not expect Claire to go to Lagark and revive the Lee clan. A brilliant smile emerged on Catherine's lips. Roger let out a long sigh, his expression complex. Claire was not a foolish male chaser anymore, but a dazzling star. This was not expected by anyone, including him, her father. When Catherine sent servants to bring Claire to the hall, Claire did not expect what she would see next to be so complicated. Duke Gordon had returned along with the second prince and Princess Maurice. However, her second brother, Eric, and the crown prince, Euler, had come together. The atmosphere in the hall was exceptionally strange. Greetings, your highnesses. Claire and Lashia curtsied. No need, the three said at the same time. Greetings, grandfather, second brother, Lashia happily called to Duke Gordon and Eric. Grandfather, I've returned, Claire said to Duke Gordon quietly. Ha, Duke Gordon laughed. Good. Let's sit. He directed them towards some nearby seats. Claire did not give so much as a glance to Eric. This second brother of her had left no impressions in her memory other than his continuously disdainful looks and haughtiness. Claire, when His Highness, the second prince, and Her Highness learned you had returned, they insisted on coming to visit, huh? Duke Gordon laughed. They treat you so well. His mood was visibly good. Also, my child, you made such great achievements in Lagark but didn't tell me. It was such a large surprise. Claire gave a slight nod to the second prince and princess. It is my pleasure, your highnesses. The second prince and princess visiting her was reasonable, but why was the crown prince here too? Eric observed this younger sister of his, frowning slightly. It was true she had grown much stronger, but this entire time, she had never given him so much as a glance, as if he were a complete stranger. The crown prince, on the other hand, maintained a smile as he listened without a word. Claire, it's been some time since we last saw each other and you have grown strong again. Nancy smiled at Claire. You flatter me, your highness. However, Master Cliff has broken through to the sorcerer stage, Claire announced. She did not want the attention to be focused on her. What? Low exclamations reverberated throughout the hall, astonished. Why have we not heard of this? Roger asked, frowning. Master's breakthrough has not been made public yet. He went to the temple to find Sir Lawrence the moment her returned. Claire had not even looked at Roger, her gaze focused on Duke Gordon instead. Roger's eyes flashed with slight embarrassment. Seeing this exchange, Eric's frown deepened. Really? If this is true, then this is worthy of celebration. The Empire's first sorcerer. I must report to His Majesty as soon as possible. Duke Gordon was now not just happy, but delighted. A sorcerer, the only sorcerer in the entire continent, was his granddaughter's master. How could he not be excited? The grand hall soon became lively, the strange atmosphere from before gone. Everybody was discussing this topic. Lashia latched onto Claire's arm, asking this and that. Claire smiled, patiently relaying the events that had occurred, but of course, she hid a few things, such as the young master and the treasure. Naturally, Duke Gordon invited everyone to stay for a meal. The princes and princess praised the sumptuous meal, lavish with wine and delicacies. After lunch, no one had the intention of leaving, so Duke Gordon invited everyone to the greenhouse to enjoy the flowers and drink tea. Claire left using the excuse of checking on her mount. She leaned on a pillar in the rear courtyard, watching on as Duke Gordon led everyone in, sighing. What was the current status of the power struggle between the Crown Prince and Second Prince? Grandfather had secretly sent Jean to assist the Second Prince. However, wasn't her second brother, Eric, too close to the Crown Prince? Was it okay that the clan was split? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144. Chapter 144. Just when Claire was in deep thought, a cold voice came from behind her. Claire. Claire did not look back. Of course she could tell who it was. It was the one who had always gazed at her disfavorably, Eric. Oh? Is something the matter? Claire asked indifferently. She still hadn't turned around. What's with your attitude? And what's your attitude towards father? The ice-cold voice now contained a trace of anger. Excuse me, who are you to talk to me like that? Claire yawned lazily. Only now did Claire remember her haughty second brother had only one virtue, filial piety. In other words, this second brother of hers had come to admonish her rude attitude towards father? I am your elder brother. The voice was on the verge of exploding. What a joke, since when have you acted like you were my brother? Now you're pretending like you are. Claire laughed disdainfully. Slowly, she turned around, derision in her eyes. Eric's originally fiery expression froze. Venerable second brother, I advise you not to learn from your father, never fulfilling the responsibilities of a father, but stepping in once his daughter's accomplished. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Shameless? Claire scoffed. She leaned back on the pillar lazily. I don't mind fighting you right now. Eric's expression instantly darkened. The girl before him was not a coward who could be scared off by just a few words anymore. Claire's expression suddenly turned icy, not a trace of warmth in her eyes. But be aware of the price of fighting me. I might just kill you without batting an eye. Do you think you're my match currently? Her voice was even more frigid than her gaze, radiating a murderous aura. An enormous, terrifying power burst out abruptly, then disappeared as quickly as it had arrived. Chills ran down his spine and he trembled. The sensation the girl gave him was so alarming and cold. Another word of advice. No matter if you support the Crown Prince or if you are a spy sent by the Second Prince, no matter how could fight, do not involve mother. If anyone hurts her, no matter who, I will slaughter them. Claire smiled lazily, as casual as if she were chatting with some friends, but the coldness that seeped through told Eric the girl was definitely not lying. Remember my words. Claire laughed lightly, then walked past Eric. The Crown Prince is the true successor of the Emperor. Eric's determined voice came from behind. Claire glanced over from the corner of the eye and saw the nearly mad loyalty in Eric's eyes. I don't care, Claire waved offhandedly. Just remember my words, she said, then left. Eric didn't move, watching Claire's retreating figure, his gaze complex. He turned and looked towards the greenhouse. When he saw the Crown Prince smiling, his eyes softened. Then, he clenched his fists tightly. The Crown Prince was his god, the true successor of the Empire. He had to assist the prince until he was sitting on the throne. The capital. Slowly, winter creeping in. Cold wind blew past, slightly chilling. Nightfall. Claire walked through a colonnade, planning on finding Lashia and give her her old storage ring. The space inside was more than enough for Lashia to use. A breeze blew past. Claire frowned and gazed past the courtyard, then relaxed. She leapt onto a rooftop, then hurried off into the distance. Jean appeared from behind a pillar, watching silently as Claire's figure disappeared into the night. He did not give chase. Chirp chirp? Peep peep. Perched on Jean's shoulders, White Emperor and Black Feather conversed. As for what they were saying, no one would know. Jean gazed into the night without moving, a lonesome figure. It was Long Lingyun. It was Lang Lingyun who had been inside the courtyard, so Jean didn't follow. What did he come to find his lady for? Jean stood silently, staring into the night for a long time. Long Lingyun flew and Claire followed. They flew all the way out of the city and finally arrived at a secluded area. After a moment, Claire realized it was where Alice and her cousin had ambushed her during one of her breakthroughs. Long Lingyun descended and stood there silently. The wind ruffled his long, silver hair. He looked like he had stepped out of a painting. What do you need me for? Claire said indifferently and also descended. She could not treat Lang Lingyun the same as before after what she had seen at the temple today. Claire, Lang Lingyun turned to look at Claire, his gaze distant. I am very grateful for your yell that awakened me, helping me control of myself. I am truly not the match of the Pope. I sincerely thank you for saving me once again. Claire's voice was emotionless and cold. When Lang Lingyun heard her words, he felt as if his heart had been sliced. Do not think I am mocking you, it's true, Claire added indifferently when she saw Lang Lingyun's expression. Lang Lingyun bit his lip. I let Shaq and the girl go. I told them to get as far away as possible and not to let me catch them again, that if I caught them again, perhaps I would not be alone. Then I would not be able to let them go, Lang Lingyun forced out with difficulty. Claire froze. In Lang Lingyun's violet eyes, she saw conflict ion and pain. Everyone has someone they treasure the most. For me, that is Xianxian. For her, I am willing to have blood on my hands and descend into hell. But I wish that Xianxian will be pure forever. Lang Lingyun's voice trembled slightly, his eyes full of anguish. Claire's eyes flashed with realization. When you found the Nightingale, was the divine princess the one who attacked? Lang Lingyun fell silent. Slowly, he unclenched a fist, frowning. I had no way of saving them. I could not give up Xianxian for them. Claire fell silent, understanding instantly. Lang Xianxian required medicine supplied by the temple to survive. Lang Lingyun's every action was to help Xianxian live more comfortably. He knew the temple was fraudulent, but kept his mouth shut for Xianxian, striving his best to assist her disability. Your life sure is exhausting. Claire sighed, sorrow in her heart. Every individual had someone they treasured the most, and for this person, they could do things others would find hard to understand. Claire, in truth, you are already aware of the hypocrisy of the temple. But I do not wish for you to fight the temple and be harmed. Lang Lingyun finally revealed the purpose of his visit. I know, I am not the Pope's match. The Pope's strength is unfathomable. Claire frowned, thinking. His strength is far above Master's. Even with Master's recent breakthrough, he is not the Pope's match. The Pope's strength is not something easily read. Lang Lingyun sighed. And there are so many archbishops and cardinals. I do not wish for you to face them. His underlying meaning was, I do not wish for you to get hurt. Thank you for your concern. I will not be as rash as I was today again. Claire's tone was now genuinely sincere. However, Lang Lingyun understood the true meaning of her words. Not being as rash meant she had other plans. Claire, remember, the Pope's strength is unfathomable, Lang Lingyun warned again, worried. I understand. Thank you. Claire nodded. Also, the struggle between the princes is becoming more intense. At the end, the Temple of Light will definitely choose a side, Lang Lingyun said in a low voice, and the Hill clan will also choose a side. If both support the same prince, there would be nothing to be worried about, but if not, your position would be very special. Claire fell silent, pondering. Duke Gordon had ordered Jean to support the second prince secretly, but her second brother Eric supported the crown prince publicly and Duke Gordon did not show any disapproval. What did this mean? Seeing Claire deep in thought, Lang Lingyun couldn't help but ask, has the Hill clan already chosen a side? Claire shook her head. I do not know. She sat down on a nearby stone and patted on the spot next to her. Sit down, I have something to ask you. Lang Lingyun paused for a moment but still sat down. What kind of person do you think my grandfather, Duke Gordon, is? Claire asked seriously. I want to listen to an objective viewpoint. Seeing Claire's solemn expression, Lang Lingyun understood Claire was serious. After some thinking, he responded sincerely. He is no simple individual. Someone who was able to maintain the Hill clan's status for so long and even able to have the emperor fear them is no ordinary person. Lang Lingyun paused, then added with hesitation, this individual is extraordinarily cunning. Claire switched to another topic. Has the temple not chosen a prince yet either? In other words, the Pope is waiting to see which prince has a better chance. I believe so. Lang Lingyun nodded. Claire frowned, switching back. Grandfather must be waiting also. His position is not definite. But I have heard the captain of the Griffin squad, Eric, your second brother, is very close to the crown prince, whereas rumors say you are close to the second prince. This was the reason why no one could tell which prince the Hill clan was supporting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145. Chapter 145. Claire finally understood Eric's hostile attitude a little. Eric thought she was supporting the second prince? Many people are waiting to see which prince the Hill clan will support. Claire let out a sigh. It doesn't matter. As long as no one harms my mother. Otherwise, I will not let the matter go. Your mother is now the head lady in waiting of Princess Maurice. Be careful. Lang Lingyun reminded solemnly. Yes, I will be careful. Thank you. I should leave now. Claire stood up. Yes. Lang Lingyun nodded. His gaze followed Claire's retreating figure. When her figure disappeared into the night, he finally retracted his gaze. He gazed up towards the endless night sky. It was the first time he had spoken to someone for so long, the first time he had felt such a sense of relief. He couldn't understand what had happened, couldn't understand why he had been so frustrated when he was not able to explain to Claire. Claire arrived at Hill Manor. Jean still had not moved from his original position, waiting. Once White Emperor and Black Feather saw Claire had returned, They hopped onto her shoulders and started nuzzling her affectionately. "Jean, why are you not resting?" Jean was still standing still in the middle of the colonnade. "If Miss is not back, I will not rest," Jean replied seriously. "Well, now I'm back. I'm going to go rest after visiting Lashia." "You should also go rest," Claire said softly, seeing Jean's resolute expression. "Yes, Mississippi." Jean turned around and left quietly. After she gave Lashia an interspatial storage ring, Lashia was as ecstatic as Claire had expected, almost kissing Claire. The next morning, Hill Manor. Duke Gordon had an ugly expression because of two visitors in the main hall. Claire had just returned, but before Duke Gordon even had enough time to present her to the Emperor, the Divine Prince Lang Lingyun and Divine Princess Lu Shueching of the Temple of Light had come knocking on the door, stating straightforwardly they were here for Reverend Claire for business at Snowfall City. "Big sis, you're so coveted, huh? The temple comes seeking for you even though grandfather was planning on bringing you to the palace," Lashia giggled. Claire remained silent. She appeared at the hall with Jean. "Claire, you've come." Lu Shueching stood up to welcome Claire, her graceful actions so pleasing to the eye. Nobody could see anything wrong with her attitude towards Claire. "Divine Princess, Divine Prince," Claire greeted indifferently. "We came here to bring you to the temple. Because you are a priest of our temple, naturally, it is better to stay at the temple. Also, make a few preparations. Today, we are going to Snowfall City to assist. The blizzards are very serious." The Divine Princess's voice was gentle. She sounded neighborly, as if she were Claire's senior sister. Claire turned to look at Duke Gordon. Duke Gordon was resigned. "I will order someone to send over Claire's belongings." "There is no need, Your Grace. The temple has already prepared everything for Claire." Although the Divine Prince was polite, she was somehow hard to refuse. "Grandfather, don't worry." Claire didn't want to waste her breath. "If the blizzard is really so bad, we should hurry and go already." Lang Lingyun had not spoken the entire time. Nobody saw the forlorn flash in his eyes. "Claire, your knight," the Divine Princess glanced past Claire at Jean. She frowned, about to say something, when Lang Lingyun spoke. "Jean is Claire's personal knight who has guarded her entire life. They have never been separated." These words were enough to stop the Divine Princess from finishing what she was about to say. "Oh, is that so? Then let's go together. The more, the merrier." The Divine Princess smiled, although her smile was not as gentle or natural as before. And like so, the group left Hill Manor, but all the while, Duke Gordon's expression darkened and darkened. When they were all in the carriage, Lu Shueching smiled and said, "Claire, we should first go to the temple to prepare." "No need, let's go straight to Snowfall. I've already brought everything." Claire closed her eyes and leaned back into the carriage indifferently. "Brought everything?" Lu Shueching watched Claire with shock, then turned to look at Jean, but she didn't see them carrying any sort of bags. Perhaps? Astonishment and jealousy flashed through her eyes. Perhaps Claire had interspatial storage rings? Such precious treasure? Claire rested her eyes, Jean rested his eyes, Lang Lingyun rested his eyes, while the gaze in Lu Shueching's eyes was strange. The carriage slowly left out the gates of the capital, silent. As its name indicated, it snowed constantly at Snowfall City. With its extreme cold, snow fell from October to February every year. The rest of the seasons were short, in total, only 7 months. Blizzards occurred frequently, but never too much to handle. Every year, the capital sent relief, but this year, the blizzard seemed more severe enough that the temple was going to intervene. The carriage stopped at a small town nearby. Many villagers are trapped and unable to get out. The relief wasn't able to arrive, Lang Lingyun said softly. He stepped off the carriage and gazed into the endless field of white. They were about to enter Snowfall, but the road was covered under a thick layer of snow, leaving the carriage unable to proceed. They had to switch to a sleigh in order to advance. The sleigh was pulled by short and stocky magic beasts called snow beasts. Snow beasts had strong limbs, thickly padded paws, and long and thick fur. They all changed into thicker clothes, and by this time, Lu Shueching was certain Claire had a previous interspatial storage ring. She was envious, but also puzzled. How could Claire have such a valuable treasure? Did Cliff give it to her? Impossible, Cliff only had one himself, and even then, it was said to be acquired with much trouble. Then where did Claire's storage ring come from? We will first go in this direction. There are 3 villages whose people are trapped in this direction. Soon, they will run out of food, Lang Lingyun said as he studied a map. The temple has sent people to the other side. We are responsible for saving the villagers on this side as soon as possible. The blizzard this year seems a bit abnormal, Jean said in a low voice, frowning. He gazed into the field of white before them. Yes, which is why the temple sent us. We are here to figure out what exactly is going on. Lang Lingyun sat down onto the sleigh. Let's go. The situation would be resolved easily with just the Divine Prince and Divine Princess, but the Pope specially instructed them to bring Claire with them. The meaning was clear. Everyone sat down on the sleigh. Lang Lingyun cracked the whip and drove the snow beasts forward. The winter winds blew, icy and piercing, feeling like needles on their skin. White Emperor and Black Feather hid away in Claire's mantle, staring out. The sleigh left a long trail in the snow as it journeyed to the valley. Along the way, the atmosphere was strange, silent. Other than silence, there was silence still. Chirp, chirp. White Emperor climbed to Claire's bosom, then scratched Claire with his claws. Claire looked down and smiled gently. Out appeared a tiny, tiny chocolate cake from her storage ring. She dropped it into White Emperor's claws. Seeing this, White Emperor hopped down and lunged for the cake. The 2 little things started fighting in Claire's bosom while Claire tilted her head and watched the 2 fight with interest. Jean watched Claire's wicked pastime, a little speechless. She was fully capable of getting out another cake, but she purposefully didn't. She simply loved watching the 2 little things fight. Claire, are those 2 your pets? How cute. Lu Shueching tried to initiate a conversation. Yes. Claire replied lightly. She didn't bother to say anything past that. However, what kinds of magic beasts are those 2? I've never seen anything like them. Lu Shueching smiled warmly and reached out at Black Feather. Jean looked away, his lip twitching. Such enough, what he expected happened next. Black Feather viciously clawed at the back of Lu Shueching, instantly leaving behind 3 bloody streaks. The 3 red streaks were especially conspicuous on Lu Shueching's fair skin. Ah! Lu Shueching exclaimed in a low voice, quickly drawing back her hand painfully. Claire immediately grabbed Black Feather and said apologetically, Divine Princess, I am truly sorry. Although it had existed for merely a split second, Claire noticed a faint flash of malice in her eyes. It was nothing. Lu Shueching said softly. She smiled warmly, stroking the hand that had been scratched. It stung a little. Then, she looked towards Lang Lingyun. There was no doubt Lang Lingyun was aware of what had happened, but he didn't even look back, not to mention offering to treat Lu Shueching's wound. Liu Shueching's beautiful face ashened, and her hatred towards Claire grew stronger. At this time, the sleigh had already entered the ravine. Each side was lined with steep cliffs with scarce trees. The animals had either gone south or were hibernating. Suddenly, Lu Shueching frowned and exclaimed quietly, Lingyun. There's a dark aura. Claire looked up, started scanning the vicinity, but saw nothing unusual. Jean frowned, his hand on his hilt. Lang Lingyun became alert, because Lu Shueching was very sensitive to dark aura, even more than he. Where? Lang Lingyun's expression turned serious. They could not see anything out of the ordinary, but Lu Shueqing had sensed something. Their opponents were concealed very skillfully. She stood up, looking around nervously. Close by, over there, wait, no. Over there too. It's everywhere. Lu Shueqing started to become frantic. What? Roar. The snow beasts were suddenly restless, stamping their feet. Then, they started to charge forward without any sense of direction. The sleigh was about to ram straight into a huge boulder. The four immediately leapt off the slide agilely right before the sleigh crashed into the boulder, then smashed into 1,000 pieces. The snow beasts stampeded away, soon completely out of sight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146. Chapter 146. The surroundings were deathly silent, still looking as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Jean drew his sword and guarded in front of Claire without a word, sensing their surroundings. Claire frowned at the seemingly peaceful surroundings, an ominous feeling arising. It unusually quiet, like the calm before the storm. The dark aura is now thick. Lu Shueqing's expression changed. She started to lose her composure. Right then and there, the ground below them started to rumble. What is it? Lu Shueqing frowned, scanning around nervously. Avalanche. Claire's expression changed sharply. She gritted her teeth. To their left and right were steep cliffs, a natural confinement. There was an intentional ambush. First fly up, Lang Lingyun urged Claire hurriedly. You take care of the divine princess, I'll handle Jean. They were the only two who could fly. Suddenly, just as he finished speaking, a large, black 5-star magic formation appeared under their feet. They were right in the center. The stars glowed with a black hue creepily. Rumble. The sound grew louder and louder, inching closer and closer. Snow flew through the air, sharp shards of ice mixed in as it tumbled down towards the four. Claire grabbed Lu Shueqing, prepared to fly up with her, but felt herself sinking. A powerful force was pulling her downwards. Although she tried to fly, she could not. Her energy was disappearing gradually. Lu Shueqing broke free from Claire in order to not sink too, but the force came from below her also. Just like Claire, she started to sink as her strength sapped away at the same time. Lingyun, Lu Shueqing called out in panic, flailing about wildly. But the person she was waiting for did not come. Peep peep. Black Feather flapped his little wings, his claws tightly clutched on Claire's mantle as he pulled up with all his might, but to no avail. Claire continued to sink lower and lower. Miss. Jean lunged for Claire's hand. However, he too was immediately pulled down by the inexplicable power. Lang Lingyun's eyes widened and he too reached towards Claire, but Claire disappeared before his eyes, swallowed by the 5-star magic formation. His grip on Claire secure, Jean was also enveloped. Lu Shueqing also sank, her gaze fixed on Lang Lingyun. He was not reaching for her, but Claire. At the same time, Lang Lingyun also felt the powerful suction force pulling him in and sapping his strength, gradually sinking down. His last thoughts were that they had been tricked, it was a trap. Snow surged, flooding the canyon, almost filling it up entirely. Huge, sharp shards of ice glinted at the surface ominously. After a while, the surroundings quieted down. Occasionally, small clumps of snow would fall. The four people in the 5-star magic formation had disappeared. Got rid of more of the Light Temple's dogs, a person draped in black laughed from atop the precipice. Not necessarily. Although Lord Reverend's magic formation is very powerful, it can only teleport them to that place, another voice said coldly. TCH, you always dampen my spirit. It's not like they can walk out of there alive. Claire could only see a sea of black. She felt insecure, as if she were floating all alone. Gradually, her surroundings started to brighten. Claire opened her eyes and was shocked. Black trees, black ground, the place was entirely depressing. Claire looked around, but didn't see Jean or anyone else. Even White Emperor and Black Feather were gone. Claire clenched her fist testily, finding her strength was back. She frowned. The 5-star magic formation was a teleporter? And could even make people lose their power? Where was she? And where was Jean? Or Lang Lingyun or the Divine Princess? She started to walk. The sod below her feet was wet and smelled faintly of rot. The surroundings were cloaked with an ineffable, depressing aura. Claire frowned. For some reason, she kept on feeling like someone was watching her, but she couldn't tell who or where they were. TCH. Claire clicked her tongue with annoyance, then continued forward. First, she had to find Jean and the others. In a magnificent room, a large crystal ball sat atop a table in the middle of the room. On the crystal ball were various scenes, including Claire. Oh! That girl seemed to notice we were watching her. A young man in black stroked his chin, gazing into the crystal ball with interest. It doesn't matter if she can sense us or not. In any case, she won't be able to make it out of the illusion forest, another young man dressed in black said, sounding bored. He sat leisurely in a nearby chair, his head resting on his arms as a pillow, his legs crossed as they rested on the tabletop. The two had the same handsome face, they were twins. That's true, haha. Those fake as F***ck believers, always posing to be so righteous. They're better off sinking into depravity in the illusion forest, the first voice said, cold and full of contempt. But I'm a little curious. Will any of those temple believers make it out? The lazily sitting man smirked. Currently, none have. But what if one does? Are you going to try to rope them in? If someone really does, then we'll finish them off ourselves. The voice was relaxed, but ruthless. Ahem, a voice came from the door. Shishauchi, didn't I tell you two to pay attention? Is anything out of the ordinary? Oh, master, we found something interesting. This girl over here seemed to have sensed we were watching her. Shishauchi stood up and pointed at the crystal ball. Shishauchi removed his feet from the table and sat up straight. Master, he said seriously, to this date, no one has ever broken out of the illusion forest. Master's magic formation is truly amazing. It is the god of darkness who is powerful. The person at the door walked in slowly. It was an elderly man cloaked in black. He looked vibrant, his eyes gleaming. Of course, the god of darkness is so much better than that fake goddess of light. As long as you give, you receive, it's just that simple, Shishauchi laughed. You brat, don't talk so big. Careful you don't anger the god of darkness. The old man swatted Shishauchi's head. Master, the god of darkness wouldn't be so petty. After all, he can't be as petty as that XXXX goddess of light. Enough already, Shishauchi said quietly, noticing something in the crystal ball. Look, that girl has already entered the illusion. Let's see how she'll react. What else could happen? All they ever do is kneel down and pray for the light of the goddess to shine forever, Shishauchi sneered. All plants of the illusion forest were dark attributed and gave off colorless, odorless gas. Once someone breathes in this gas, they will see illusions targeting believers of the goddess of light. The believers often see the goddess herself descending from the heavens, pure and unparalleled, who then gives orders to the believers to do pious acts, such as kneeling and praying and so on. That's true. This forest cost our temple of darkness so much time and effort, it better be useful, Shishauchi said indifferently. Humph, it's about time the temple of darkness returns to glory, Shishauchi humped coldly, crossing his arms. He too gazed into the crystal ball. At this time, Claire had fully entered the illusion. She stood there frozen, her gaze unfocused. My child, may the light be with you. The incomparably beautiful goddess of light appeared before her, glowing with holy light, an ornate scepter in her hand, a dazzling golden crown atop her head, her gaze pure and elegant. Claire watched the goddess of light silently, indifferent. "My child, let us pray together, let this world be filled with light, peace, love." The goddess of light brandished the scepter and holy light illuminated Claire. "Child? Since when did you give birth to me? How can the pure goddess of light fuck another man and have a child?" Claire sneered. With a wave of her hand, a huge flame sword materialized. Without even blinking, she slashed the goddess of light. The expression of the goddess of light changed to horror as she was immediately split into two, then disappeared. What a crude illusion! Claire curled her lip in disdain. She withdrew the sword of flames, then continued onwards. The three before the large crystal ball were dumbfounded, disbelief in their eyes. Well, wasn't she from the Temple of Light? How could she attack that illusion instantly? That's the goddess of light they believe in. Don't they risk their lives for the goddess of light? How could she be so ruthless? Shaoqi said hastily. He stared at the crystal ball, excited, yet also confused. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147. Chapter 147. She is the first one to break free from the illusion forest. Shaoxi's voice was comparatively calmer. Then let's get rid of her. Who would have thought there would be someone like this from the Temple of Light? Shaoqi muttered. Don't those idiots follow every single order of the goddess of light? Even if they know it's an illusion, they still wouldn't insult her, but that girl killed her off with one strike and even said those kinds of words. She was cussing, Shaoxi said casually, certain. What? What did she say? Shaoqi started to get excited. It was rare for a holy member of the Temple of Light to curse, but he had no doubt what Shaoxi said was true. Shaoxi never read lips wrong. Shaoxi's eyes slitted. He replied slowly, she said, how can the pure goddess of light fuck another man and have a child? What? Shaoqi's jaw dropped, his eyes filled with disbelief. Their master also stared at the girl in the crystal ball with astonishment. Because the goddess of light always refers to them as my child, Shaoxi shrugged. Ha. Right, that goddess sure is incredible. She has so many children, I wonder when she had the time to fuck so many men, huh? She's sure good at giving birth. Shaoqi roared with laughter, not caring about his language at all. Enough. Go and get rid of her already, the old man waved offhandedly, motioning for them to go. His head hurt seeing the two. Yes, master, I'll massacre her. Shaoqi grinned as he nodded. Come back quickly, the old man warned. Don't worry, master. I alone am enough. Brother, you should continue watching, I'll be back in no time. Shaoxi dusted off his clothes and walked out delightfully. Inside the room, Shaoxi watched the crystal ball quietly, his gaze fixed on Claire. Suddenly, he said, Master, I think this time you need to go yourself. Oh? For who? Was the illusion forest unable to stop them? The old man walked up and peered into the crystal ball. It's that girl who's about to walk out of the illusion forest. I don't think she is simple and Shaoqi will not be her match. Shaoxi frowned. Even though she is from the Temple of Light, she does not revere the goddess of light at all. However, the Pope allows her to be a part of the temple. That in itself is a problem. The old man frowned, then understood. Unless the girl was extraordinary enough for the temple to rope her in later in her life. Right. Shaoxi nodded. All right, I'll go and look. Shaoqi is still childish and rash, the old man nodded. Silently, he praised Shaoxi in his heart. This disciple of his was always so keen. At the edge of that illusion forest, Claire stood silently, eyeing the person before her. The young man was 20 or so and wearing a black robe, his blue eyes fixed on her. "Little girl, come, let this big brother cherish you." His first words were disgusting, his eyes smiling so much he looked like he needed a beating. Word here means hurt but also means love dearly. Claire shivered with disgust. "Come on, little girl. I'll be gentle." Shishachi grinned, whipping out his wand. Claire's eyes slitted. From the dark aura surrounding him, he was clearly a dark magician. Although he smiled vulgarly, he could not hide his killing intent. "Uncle Asterisk, let me cherish you too." Claire laughed coldly, a large sword of flame materializing in her hand. Uncle is like how you address an adult male stranger. When he heard these words, Shishachi was so surprised, he stood there frozen. Just before he could process what was going on, broiling hot air blasted towards him. "Ah!" Shishachi cried out, backing away hastily. He managed to dodge the deadly attack. The flame sword hissed as it struck and scorched the ground. It was a terrifying sound. "Why are you dodging? Uncle, why aren't you letting me cherish you?" Claire mocked. Her lips curved into a smile. Shishachi broke out in cold sweat, finally sizing up the girl before him seriously. She was a warrior. Both her strength and speed was above his. "Don't worry, I'll let you be the first to walk out of the illusion 4-." Before Shishachi finished, his eyes widened and he backed away hastily once again. Of course Claire wouldn't give him the chance to speak or chant spells. Shishachi could only pitifully erect instantaneous barriers to block Claire's deadly attacks, but even then, every time Claire's sword struck a barrier, Shishachi would shudder in his heart. He was barely able to block each strike. He knew that if the battle dragged on, he would definitely lose. He never expected this weak-looking little girl to actually be a warrior. "No, wait." Shishachi's eyes widened. Could a warrior convert Duki into molded flames? Impossible. In other words, this girl was double-classed. A magician and a warrior. Getting distracted in battle is the equivalent of death, uncle. Claire said coldly right before Shishachi's last barrier was destroyed, sending him flying. His body struck a tree behind him brutally. His started to black out, wincing with pain. In front of the crystal ball, Shishachi's eyes widened. He had underestimated the enemy too much. As expected, Shaoqi was too careless. Hopefully he would learn a lesson from this. Shishachi sighed. Fortunately, Master had left too. Claire's expression was icy as she approached Shishachi, gripping the sword of flames. "Uncle, goodbye forever." A brilliant smile blossomed on Claire's face, stunning Shishachi. However, Claire then raised the sword of flames and stabbed towards his chest mercilessly. But right before the sword pierced Shishao, Claire's movement was stopped. Her body stiffened, the sword of flames still firmly in her grasp, yet unable to stab through him anymore. Not feeling the excruciating pain he had expected, Shishachi opened his eyes slowly. The girl's expression was one of shock while she was frozen in place. Didn't you say goodbye forever?" Cough, cough, Shishachi had started to laugh, but strained his wounds and started to cough instead. Of course he knew what had happened. His master was here to save him. The sword of flame slowly started to extinguish while her energy seemed to have been frozen. It was just like when they had sunk into the black magic formation. "Shaoqi, you underestimated your enemy too much. Remember this lesson," Claire heard an aged voice. An old man in black appeared behind her silently. "Master, I'm still fine. The power the god of darkness granted you is so strong, that magic formation is so useful." Shishachi smirked, but did not dare to laugh too much for fear of straining his wounds. Claire looked down. Sure enough, there was a black, 5-star magic formation below her. The old man that had appeared was definitely not simple, able to cast the magic formation without her notice. "Wait." Claire frowned. The power the god of darkness granted him? Old man, this magic formation was taught to you by that bastard? The god of darkness? Claire asked, her tone disdainful. Little girl, a person who doesn't have long to live shouldn't waste their breath. Shi humped coldly. His back ached with a searing pain. Thinking of how pitiful he was when he had underestimated her, he humped. Is the god of darkness someone you fake light believers can blaspheme? The old man retorted angrily, frowning. The temple of light and the temple of darkness hated each other to the bone, after all. TCH. Claire clicked her tongue disdainfully. She knew that shameless god of darkness would be paying attention to her at all times. There was no way he would watch her be killed. However, she never expected to fall into the hands of his believers. Goodbye forever, little girl, Shi laughed coldly, then pulled out a dagger, about to stab Claire in the heart. But Claire's sudden cry stopped him in his tracks. God of darkness! What are you bluffing for? Even if you started to worship the god of darkness instead, we wouldn't let you live. Shi humphed. Claire remained silent, curling her lip in disgust, waiting for the shameless bastard to appear. Shi raised his dagger up again, but suddenly, everything became dark. A pressure the old man was extremely familiar with appeared. The surroundings soon darkened to the point where they could not even see their hands. Sitting before the crystal ball, Shi's expression also changed. The scene of Claire on the crystal ball became entirely black, nothing could be seen. He had experienced this kind of situation once, but he would remember it for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, the old man and Shi were stunned. This kind of pressure was something you only had to experience once to remember for the rest of your life. The god of darkness was descending. Such darkness, such terrifying pressure. Only the god of darkness could do such a thing. But why would the god of darkness descend? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148. Chapter 148. The answer appeared in their minds, but they simply could not believe it. The girl had summoned the god of darkness? How was that possible? How was that possible? Amidst the darkness, a sliver of blood-red light appeared suddenly. The god of darkness had arrived. Can't you give it a rest? Why do I have to appear so many times? The god of darkness's icy voice carried a hint of anger. As the god of darkness, appearing 2 times to help a human was extremely humiliating, so of course he was extremely displeased. The pressure was so strong the old man and Shi could not even lift their heads. The words of the god of darkness left them completely stunned. What did he mean? Who was the god of darkness talking to? But what happened next was even more shocking. The girl was able to move now and she humped coldly. You think I want you to? If it weren't for your followers using the power you gave them, would I need to call you out? The old man and Shi were utterly dumbfounded. They simply gaped and stared into the sea of darkness, unable to think. The girl was actually talking directly to the god of darkness. Who was she? Wasn't she a believer of the Temple of Light? How was she able to summon the god of darkness so easily? Tell those pig-headed servants of yours not to bother me. Claire waved offhandedly with annoyance. Everything was pitch black. Eerie, deathly silence. The old man and Shi gulped, becoming worried. They now understood the relationship between the girl and the god of darkness was extraordinary. Judging by her tone of voice, the god of darkness might even take back the power he had awarded them because of her. After the long pause, the gloomy voice of the god of darkness finally sounded from within the heavy darkness. My followers, remember, from now on, do not touch her. Do all you can to protect her. There was still a trace of anger. You hear that? Claire humped scornfully. Yes, almighty god of darkness, the old man and Xiaoqi answered respectfully and fearfully. Use the power I have granted you wisely. Don't disappoint me. The old man had a stifled grunt. The god of darkness had done something to him. Before the old man could say anything, the darkness dissipated rapidly. The god of darkness had left. Claire cracked her knuckles and stretched. The god of darkness was extremely annoyed and didn't want to see her, which was why he had left as fast as he could. The old man and Xiaoqi watched the girl, who was standing relaxedly, a lazy expression on her face. They were unable to say a word. Old man, what are you staring for? Claire walked up to them, humping. Where is this place? Speak. Why did you teleport me here? Where are my other companions? The old man still couldn't register what had happened. At the same time, something new appeared inside his mind. The god of darkness had just granted him another power. Who are you? Aren't you from the Temple of Light? How are you able to summon our god of darkness? Xiaoqi asked hurriedly. He felt like he was dreaming. Everything that had happened was simply unbelievable. Me? Claire took a look at the anxious Xiaoqi, then humped and didn't answer his question. Didn't you hear what your god of darkness instructed to do? You all have to protect my safety. Xiaoqi was taken aback, then remembered what the god of darkness had said. He simply stared at Claire, unable to speak. Answer my questions. Where is this place? And where are my companions? Claire snapped. Xiaoqi was still in a daze. This place is the outskirt of the Temple of Darkness, the illusion forest, the old man started to explain. We're underground. We built the Temple of Darkness under this vast land. Oh, so the god of darkness has his own territory. Claire glanced around. The old, decaying forest actually had just a pretty name. The illusion forest was built with much time and energy. The trees give off an odorless gas that, once breathed on, conjures illusions. The illusions are specially made for believers of the light, the old man responded deferentially. After seeing Claire's casual interaction with their god, his attitude was markedly different. Oh, no wonder I saw that stupid goddess. Miss, your other friends are scattered throughout this forest. But whether or not they can break free, the old man continued hesitantly. But as members of the Temple of Light, they would most likely never make it out. Practically no one has ever broken free from the illusions, Xiaoqi shrugged, ignoring the old man's warning gaze. Specially for believers of the light? Claire frowned, recalling the illusion she saw. Did the others see the same kind of illusion? Will the others see the goddess of light ordering them to pray and such? Right. Those idiots worship the goddess so blindly, they usually are swallowed into the illusions and never come out, Xiaoqi spat scornfully. The old man almost fainted, angered to death by this disciple of his. The girl was definitely special and those people were her companions after all, but Xiaoqi had practically condemned them to death. Oh, so if they fall for the illusion, they'll never break free? And vice versa? Claire started to smile. Jean did not believe in the goddess and Lang Lingyun was not stupid either. That divine princess. Claire knew she would also make it out. In the depths of her eyes was malice, not the purity and elegance a true divine princess of the Temple of Light should have. Right. Xiaoqi didn't understand why the girl seemed to have stopped worrying. Let's go. Bring me away from this place and get me some flower tea, preferably rugosa rose tea. After my companions make their way out, guide them over. Old man, lead the way, Claire ordered without hesitation. Now, Claire felt having the god of darkness on her side wasn't too bad. Xiaoqi twitched his lip, not understanding where her confidence came from. How was she so sure her companions would break free of the illusions? One of my companions is a warrior, brown-haired, named Jean. Another has silver hair and violet eyes, Lang Lingyun. When they make their way out, bring them over. Thanks in advance, old man. Yes, the elder answered immediately without a second thought. Wait, what? Lang Lingyun? Isn't he the divine prince of the Temple of Light? Are you sure he can make it out? Shi Shaoqi asked in shock. He had thought the name sounded familiar. He will, Claire replied indifferently, certain. He'll start fighting the moment he sees us. How are we supposed to bring him over? Shi Shaoqi humphed. That's true. Then send them out after they break free. I'll wait for them at the exit. Even though Lang Lingyun was no true believer of the goddess of light, if he met a believer of the god of darkness, he would definitely fight. Shi Shaoqi blinked, confused. He couldn't believe what he had just heard, that the divine prince of light would be able to walk out of the illusion forest on his own. That meant the divine prince was going to profane the goddess of light? How could that be? Miss, I am a priest of the Temple of Darkness, Bill. May I ask, what is your name, miss? The elder asked carefully. Claire, she replied indifferently. Flower tea or rose tea, but old man, I want to drink rose tea. The elder started to sweat at her fixation. All right. Miss Claire, please follow me. Bill started to guide her, his tone respectful. Claire followed and Shi Shaoqi hurried to catch up. Shi Shaoqi approached Claire and asked quietly, Hey, Claire, I'm Shi Shaoqi. How are you able to summon our god of darkness so easily? Why does our god protect you? Aren't you a member of the Temple of Light? Li Shaoqi asked in a rush, acting very familiarly. Right now, curiosity was about to kill the calf. He desperately wanted to know how such an incredible situation had happened. I am a member of the Temple of Light, but I never said I believed in that fake goddess, Claire replied with annoyance. What do you mean? Shi Shaoqi was confused. Could normal people join the Temple of Light whenever they wanted to? Weren't all members completely brainwashed? Miss Claire was roped into the Temple of Light later in life, correct? Bill looked back and said meaningfully. That fake goddess tries to rope in anyone who has a bit of talent. Your master is much smarter than you. Claire's casual words made Shi Shaoqi's lip twitch. However, Miss Claire, I too am curious as to how you can summon our god without any offerings. He had even benefited this time, but it was different. The new power came for free. Last time, they had used generous offerings and the power was intended to spread the influence of the god of darkness too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149. Chapter 149. Claire sighed. What could she say, that she was the offering for the god of darkness? No way. I am on the god of darkness's side. I'm only in the Temple of Light to spy, Claire lied on the spot. But Bill completely believed the lie. The god of darkness himself protected her, so how could this be false? However, Shi Shaoqi was doubtful. He felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. The way god of darkness treated Claire was too strange. What is your plan? Claire asked, walking next to Bill. Get rid of the believers of the Temple of Light one by one and weaken their power? Ben nodded, his expression solemn. Yes, the plan is indeed as you say. The day will come when the god of darkness will replace the goddess, that hypocritical bastard. Claire envisioned that oddly satisfying scene once again, the goddess, originally worshipped by millions, spiked by millions, and the god, originally hidden in darkness, revered by all. It seems interesting. Claire followed Bill and Shi Shaoqi out of the illusion forest. The underground zone they were in was incredibly spacious, a large, golden disc hanging from above, providing light with its glow. That over there was made by our Pope and black-robed cardinals, Bill said, smiling, seeing her gaze on the glowing disc. We call it the sun disc. Impressive, Claire praised genuinely. What a magical item. There's no other way. Above ground, we can't appear before others. Bill sighed softly. Perhaps you will soon. Claire smiled faintly. We will. Bill nodded resolutely, his eyes filled with determination. When Bill brought Claire to a stop before the Temple of Darkness, Claire was once again impressed. The temple before her was no less grand than the lights. Only, this temple was underground. Miss Claire, please. Bill guided Claire in. On the way there were many curious glances. Once they arrived at the main fall, Claire sat down and sized up her surroundings. Miss Claire, your tea, said a gentle voice. Claire turned to see someone who looked identical to Xiaoqi. He had brought the rugosa rose tea Claire had demanded. It was you who was watching me, correct? Claire accepted the tea without bothering to be polite. She smiled happily. Although it could not be compared with Camille's tea, it was the best tea she'd had in a while. Xiaoqi smiled, neither confirming nor denying. The Temple of Darkness sure is talented. The old man even knows how to read lips. Claire's eyes glinted as she sipped her tea. His tea skills are not bad either. Xiaoqi maintained his smile. Miss Claire, my name is Xiaoqi. Please rest here for a while, Miss Claire. I am going to report to His Holiness, the Pope, Bill said politely. Sure. Claire set down her tea, and her gaze landed on the people who were supposedly just passing by, but secretly taking glances at her. Their gazes were all full of confusion and disbelief. Claire understood that the status of Bill and the Shi brothers must be pretty high in the temple. Bill's special treatment must have left them curious. Claire, you are actually a double-classed magician warrior. Xiaoqi pulled up a chair and sat. You underestimated the enemy too much, Xiaoqi said. That's right, uncle. If it weren't for your master, you would be in the underworld right now. Claire raised the now empty teacup, raising it in front of Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi was speechless, understanding. He picked up the teapot and refilled her cup. The underworld? Although Xiaoqi had never heard of this term before, he knew it could not mean anything good. It must be the equivalent of death. Am I really that old? Why do you call me uncle? Xiaoqi protested. How old are you? Claire took a sip of her tea, her eyes slitting. 22, Xiaoqi answered truthfully. As I thought. I'm only 14, Claire said shamelessly. Her real age was past 20, but her appearance was only 14, so technically, she wasn't lying. There's only an 8-year gap, so why do you call me uncle? Xiaoqi squirmed in his seat. But the movement strained his injury, making him grit his teeth. You lost to a person 8 years younger than you, Xiaoqi added. Xiaoqi wanted to explode. Claire smelled the tea, smiling as she watched. Those brothers sure were entertaining. Just when Xiaoqi was going to retort, there came the sound of footsteps at the door. The people outside started to stir. Someone important had come. Your Holiness. Your Holiness. Oh? So the boss had come? The Pope of the Temple of Darkness? Claire shifted her gaze to the door. An elderly man in a completely black robe appeared in the doorway, darker than any fabric. His hawkish eyes glinted. Although his hair had grayed, his steps were steady, his breathing controlled. Clearly, he was a powerful expert. But the first words he said to Claire left her stunned. Everyone else was stunned too. Divine Princess, you finally arrived. Divine Princess? The Divine Princess of the Temple of Darkness? Claire stared fixedly at the Pope as he walked towards her, his gaze also on her. She pointed at herself, saying incredulously, Are you talking to me? Of course, Divine Princess. The Pope laughed and walked towards her. Don't you have the wrong person? Claire's mouth twitched. Who else would be able to summon our mighty god of darkness? His voice was loud, audible to everyone else in the hall. Claire watched the powerful old man without a word. The Temple of Darkness's structure was different from the Light's. In the Temple of Light, the Divine Princess had a lower status than the cardinals, while in the Temple of Darkness, the Divine Princess was only second to the Pope, much higher in status. Please follow me. I want to speak with you, Divine Princess. The Dark Pope smiled, motioning politely. Claire did not decline, unexpectedly. She stood up and followed the Dark Pope inside, leaving the crowd in the hall looking at each other with confusion. Only Bill was smiling faintly. Reverend, what is happening? Wasn't that girl from the Temple of Light? Is what His Holiness said true? That girl can summon our God of Darkness? How could that be? Reverend, what exactly is the situation? In a short moment, the crowd had surrounded Bill with questions, ignoring formalities. But this impoliteness was somewhat justifiable. After all, the position of Divine Princess had been vacant for so long, and all of a sudden, a young girl had appeared to accept this heavy responsibility. Furthermore, she appeared to be from the Temple of Light. This was too difficult for them to accept. His Holiness speaks the truth, Shishausi said indifferently. Come, everyone, look into this memory crystal. Shishausi placed the small memory crystal on a table in the hall, then infused it with magic. The scene of Shishauchi facing Claire appeared within. Shishauchi shrieked and scrambled to snatch away the memory crystal, but Shishausi stopped him. Seize him. Shishauchi glared at Shishausi, murder in his eyes, but Shishauchi ignored it. Once everyone saw Claire had defeated Shishauchi, they exclaimed. After all, the strength of the Shi brothers was well known, yet Shishausi had been completely overpowered. Even if it was because he had underestimated her, Claire's strength was still surprising. When they saw Claire call out the God of Darkness and the memory crystal go black, their hearts almost stopped. It was definitely their God of Darkness descending. They had all been present at the offering ceremony, an experience they would never forget. The hall went deathly silent. They all stared fixedly at the memory crystal, unable to speak. Stunned. Utterly stunned. Any thoughts? Bill sat down, rapping the table quietly. Reverend. That means the girl really is the envoy of the God of Darkness, our Divine Princess. Is it our time to shine? Everyone was now suddenly excited, the atmosphere enthusiastic. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 150. Chapter 150. Claire was conversing quietly with the Dark Pope at a quiet room. You are the emissary sent by the God of Darkness, the future of our Temple of Darkness. I hope that you will become the important Divine Princess and guide us to the future. He revealed a sliver of excitement. Earlier, he could not permit himself to show any emotion. No, Claire refused flatly. Why? The Dark Pope had not expected Claire to refuse so simply. He thought that the girl had a very complicated, intertwined relationship with the God of Darkness. After all, it was simply unbelievable that the God of Darkness would protect a human. There's nothing in it for me, Claire said softly. This reply almost made the Dark Pope faint. Nothing in it? Nothing in it? The words echoed in his mind. Miss Claire, you are favored by our might God of Darkness. Only you can accept such a heavy responsibility, conveying the will of the God of Darkness. Favored by the God of Darkness, this was simply too unbelievable. Why must I be your Divine Princess? What's in it for me? When I became a priest of the Temple of Light, at least I took the gift of the goddess. Claire sat down. There was no reason why she would have that shameless bastard. That fellow had been eyeing her spirit for such a long time. She wouldn't even know when he would steal her spirit. Ha! The Pope finally could not restrain himself, his mouth gaping open. "Old man, I'm not a believer of the goddess nor the god of darkness. The reason why I can summon the god of darkness is because of a contract between us, but don't misunderstand. I am not favored." She cursed in her mind. What fucking favored? That bastard wanted her life. The Pope was stunned for a moment. A contract with the god of darkness. Claire's next words almost made him faint again. "But I guess it would be interesting to see the goddess scorned and the god of darkness worshipped. However, old man, if you want me to be the divine princess, there should at least be some advantages." This young girl, why did it seem like she was haggling as if she were shopping at a marketplace? How could such an important position, the divine princess of darkness, be haggled over? And wasn't her reason for becoming the divine princess too unreasonable? Just because she thought it would be interesting? Oi, old man. Claire frowned, trying to get the Dark Pope's attention. The Dark Pope stared blankly at the girl. It was the first time in his entire life he had felt such a sense of defeat. He had already planned out the rise of the Temple of Darkness, confident in himself, but today, for the first time, he felt defeated. Then Miss Claire, what kind of advantages do you want?" The Dark Pope gritted his teeth. "What can you give me?" Claire's eyes became slits. "If you become the divine princess, you can deploy personnel and have control over our resources." "Oh? Resources?" Claire's eyes slitted. "The Temple of Darkness cannot even appear in the legal world without fear of getting caught. How are you able to get resources?" "We run our own business. Not all believers of the god of darkness know dark magic or do-chi, and not all of them have dark auras," the Dark Pope explained. "We also take in and assist people persecuted by the Temple of Light, such as girls with black hair and black eyes." "Do you believe in that 1,000-year-old prophecy?" Claire frowned slightly. "The prophecy that a girl with black hair and eyes would lead the darkness to overtake the light. I did not find anything out of the ordinary about those girls." Claire sighed. "They carry out such horrendous actions simply because of a dubious prophecy. Only those idiots of the Temple of Light believe in such stupid things," the Dark Pope said disdainfully. He stroked his chin, mumbling, "If you had black hair and eyes, I might have believed in this prophecy, but it seems it is completely unrelated to you." When she heard these words, Claire's heart suddenly started to pound. Black hair and black eyes. What is it? Divine princess? The Pope noticed the change in Claire's expression. His eyes glinted with suspicion. "And nothing." Claire shook her head. "Wait, who did you call divine princess?" "I didn't say I agreed yet." "Oh, haha. We will definitely treat you well, not like the Temple of Light, only giving praise." This was the truth, the difference between them and the hypocrites. Claire started to mull over it. The fight between the first and second prince would become more intense in the future. The Temple of Light was watching from the sidelines, and the Hill clan's standing was unclear as of yet. But there was one thing Claire was certain of: whether as a member of the Hill clan or a reverend of the Temple of Light, she was bound to be involved. She needed a power that truly belonged to her. The Temple of Darkness was the perfect candidate. "Okay, old man. I agree to become the divine princess. My only condition is that I must be able to mobilize personnel whenever I want." "No problem." The Pope agreed immediately. He laughed in his heart. Even if Claire didn't tell him to, he was going to send people to protect her in secret. After all, this was the command of the God of Darkness. That easily? Claire eyed the Pope with slitted eyes, making him feel uneasy. "Venerable Pope," Claire suddenly started to smile, her gaze shifting to the ring on his finger. The Pope followed her gaze. "No, you can't do this. This is my only storage ring." "I didn't say I wanted your ring," Claire snapped with annoyance, seeing his nervous appearance. "Then what do you want?" the Pope asked cautiously. Do you have anything good? Don't tell me you don't. You are the stately Pope of Darkness, so you should at least have a few good treasures. The Temple of Light had the goddess's gift at least. Claire eyed the Pope slyly. The Pope stared straight back. Claire didn't say anything either. They simply stared at each other. Fine. The Pope finally gave in. A small dagger materialized in his hand, ancient and mysterious designs on it. He handed it over while looking away, very unwilling. The Cluey dagger. It can destroy any magic shield. Such a good item? Claire was astonished. This old man had such a good thing? This weapon must be the dream of all assassins, the enemy of all magicians. If an assassin wanted to kill a magician, it would be easy without a shield. However, if the magician had a shield, there was almost no way around it. But with this dagger, things were different. Even if a magician was cautious and set up a magic barrier, he still would not be able to block it. Thank you. Of course Claire wouldn't decline it. To her, his dagger was the icing on the cake. Although skilled in assassination, Claire hadn't had a good dagger up until now. The Pope had a grieved expression. Claire reached out to accept the dagger, but it wouldn't budge. The Pope was gripping it tightly, a bitter expression on his face. Claire pulled hard, but the Pope gripped it harder. Old man, what are you doing? Claire humped coldly. Only then did the Pope let it go sulkily. What else do you want? His heart was already bleeding. But he understood that it wouldn't be appropriate if he didn't have anything else good to bring out. Claire thought about it, but there really wasn't anything she needed currently. Nothing for now. Under the resentful gaze of the Pope, Claire unsheathed her original dagger, replacing it with the new one, then put the old one into her storage ring. Seeing this, the Pope was shocked. Claire had a storage ring? Currently, Claire needed to become stronger and stronger. The question was, how? She had only broken through the 8th level on the brink of death. The 9th level would be even more difficult. The Pope let out a huge sigh of relief in his heart. Good. We shall hold the coronation ceremony immediately, he said hurriedly, afraid Claire might change her mind. To him, Claire who would summon the god of darkness so easily was a huge asset. No need. Let's make it as simple as possible. Just make sure to inform everyone. Send me and my companions out now. Claire stood up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151. Chapter 151. Okay, I will give you an insignia for you to mobilize the Temple of Darkness's personnel whenever you wish. I will have them memorize your appearance. If you wish to contact us, find the boss of the slave market in the capital. The Dark Pope materialized a crest from his storage ring and handed it to Claire. Claire accepted the insignia, surprised. The Temple of Darkness operates the slave market? Correct, the Dark Pope nodded. The slave market was making buckets of gold daily. Who would have thought that behind the scenes, it was actually the Temple of Darkness? You should be controlling other businesses in the capital, correct? Yes. Tailor shops, jewelry shops, and weapon shops, we have them all, the Pope nodded. Of course, many resources were necessary for the Temple of Darkness to function. It was so large, it would be impossible otherwise. Unlike the Temple of Light, no one was donating money to them for doing nothing. If you want to find me, go to the Hill Manor. Say that I ordered clothes or something and need me to take measurements. Yes. The Pope nodded. Bill had already reported her identity to him, the granddaughter of Almighty Duke Gordon. Tell other people to send me off now. Make sure my 2 companions are sent out as well. As for other people, I don't care. Claire naturally did not care whether the divine princess lived or died. All right. The Pope walked towards the door. Come with me, I will find people to send you out. I will tell others to lead those two you mentioned out instead of facing them. Sorry for troubling you. The Pope almost cried. It was the most polite thing this penny-pinching girl had said all day. As they entered the hall, the original chattering instantly died down. When the Pope announced Claire's new position, many people were accepting. The memory crystal had already explained everything. However, as everyone bowed, Claire felt a bit uncomfortable. Such a huge crowd of people in black was bowing to her. Once the crowd dispersed, Claire settled down. Shi Shaoxi poured a cup of Ragosa rose tea for her. Claire eyed Bill. Old man, can you teleport me to the capital of Lagark? What? Divine Princess, what do you need to go there for? Bill already addressed Claire differently, his voice respectful. I need to find someone, it's very important. Claire had already made a decision in her mind. Find Senior Astral Feng. If she wanted to break through the 9th level, even if she was able to comprehend it right now, she wouldn't be able to block the lightning. It was better if she cultivated at the strange old man's place. Perhaps he might even be able to give advice. As she was thinking, Feng Yixuan's confident, smiling face suddenly appeared in her mind. How was he doing? I cannot, Bill said apologetically. The spell the God of Darkness gave us can only teleport people into the illusion forest, nowhere else. Oh, is that so? Claire pondered for a moment. Then where does this place lead to when you leave? The border of Amparkland, Bill answered. You two companions have already made their way out of the illusion forest and let out. You pets are also safe. He sounded shocked, evidently not expecting Lang Lingyun and Jean to be able to make their way out the illusion forest safely. Claire stood up. I will write a letter that you will send to my companions, then leave myself. Hiding temporarily wasn't a bad idea. Who knew what that Pope of Light, that old fox, was planning? Claire was apprehensive. If things continued this way, the Temple of Light was bound to face the Hill clan. Divine right and royal authority had been at odds for quite some while. In the dead of night, a figure flashed past the city wall of a border city. The shadow slipped away into the darkness, unnoticed. Claire started her journey to Lagark. She had to find Enlisha first before finding Senior Feng Astral. However, Claire was unaware how much the mysterious island had changed from before. It was night. Cold wind blew, small flurries of snow flying in the air, making it difficult to open their eyes. Passing through Nirvana Forest was the only way to travel to Lagark from Amparkland. A carriage stopped in a small clearing. 7 or 8 men in uniform stood with their backs to the carriage, watching their surroundings alertly, their swords unsheathed, ready to attack at any given moment. Inside the carriage, a middle-aged man was hugging 2 little girls tightly. Both were beauties, one appearing 17 to 18 years old, the other 15 or 16. The both shivered, fear evident in their eyes. Father, can we return safely? The younger girl trembled. What are you afraid of? There are guards outside, the older girl rebuked. Her voice also shook, but she tried to draw up her courage. Nothing will happen to us. The middle-aged man hugged the 2 girls tighter, but his heart sunk. He was uncertain they would make it out alive if a 4th-grade lightning leopard were to attack. Lightning leopards were named not because of their ability to use the lightning element, but because of their lightning-fast speed. These magic beasts were troublesome because they were so fast, their movements were hard to see, even harder to defend from. And lightning leopards were ruthless. Once they spotted prey, even if they were not hungry, they would still kill them all. Ah! There was a scream outside the carriage. One of the guards was attacked. His arm had been clawed, completely crippled. Father! The younger girl curled into a ball in the middle-aged man's embrace, shaking fearfully. The older girl was deathly pale. Now she didn't have the courage to repeat what she had said. The middle-aged man was pale too, but all he could do was draw the girls closer. Although one of their members had fallen, the guards did not panic. They encircled the carriage more tightly. They could not let anything happen to the people inside. The middle-aged man's heart was filled with remorse. He shouldn't have left with only 8 guards, traveling so lightly. Whether he died or not did not matter, but he could not let anything happen to the 2 children in his embrace. "Father, I'm scared," the younger girl shuddered. She raised her head, eyes filled with fear. "Don't be afraid," the middle-aged man said. But all he could do was pat her back and comfort her. His regret grew. Why did he refuse to let his daughters learn magic or do chi? Now there was no chance of living. Did the heavens truly want him to die now? Then came another scream. The 2 girls curled up, the younger one already crying. "Father, if only elder brother were here." The middle-aged man said nothing. His son was talented, so he was now part of the hidden sect. It had been many years since his son had last been home. There came another scream, this time accompanied with painful groans. The middle-aged man closed his eyes, sighing. Was he really going to die today? But then, there was a commotion. They could hear the whisperings of the beast and the surprised exclamations of the guards. "Sir, we are safe now." The curtain of the carriage entrance was raised and a young man's face appeared, relieved and in awe. "What happened?" the middle-aged man asked with astonishment. "They were 1 foot in the grave just a moment ago. How were they safe now?" A young man suppressed the beasts, the guard answered emotionally. Before we could even see what the young man did, the lightning leopard was already crouching beneath his feet, whimpering. "What?" The middle-aged man hurried off the carriage. What he saw left him astonished. A young man in black with a wide-brimmed hat stood next to the large lightning leopard. He reached out and patted the leopard's head. The leopard simply stood there obediently, not moving an inch. Even more shockingly, the leopard's legs were trembling ever so slightly. "Young man, you saved our lives." "Thank you." The middle-aged man bowed. "I was merely passing by. I just so happened to be needing a mount," the young man waved offhandedly. He mounted the leopard, about to leave. "Wait, benefactor. It is already dark and there are no inns ahead. Why not stay with us?" The middle-aged man sized up the young man. He didn't have anything on him. In such icy cold weather, how was he going to camp? The young man did not respond, but he did not leave immediately either. The wide-brimmed hat hid the young man's face, so there was no way to read his expression. The middle-aged man continued to pursue. "Benefactor, I still have not thanked you properly. I don't even know your name. Tonight, there will be a large blizzard. Please stay in camp with us. We have extra tents." If such a strong young man traveled with them, they would be safe. Although they were traveling light in order to avoid attention, there was no way to knowing if there would be mishaps in the future. If the young man stayed, it would be easier to convince him to travel with them in the future. After all, there was an important piece of information he had to tell the madam. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152. Chapter 152. "Alright," the young man replied coldly. He dismounted. The lightning leopard stood obediently, not daring to move an inch. "If I may, what is your name, benefactor?" The middle-aged man smiled in a polite manner. Claire instantly responded. Indeed, it would be nice if others set up the tent and prepared dinner. Preparing things by herself was usually a hassle. The middle-aged man introduced everyone. "I am Bren. These are my guards. Inside the carriage are my daughters, my oldest daughter, Jessica, and my youngest daughter, Mela. We were on our way to see relatives, until we ran into this magic beast. Oh, Claire replied indifferently, not wasting any breath. Bren did not mind. In his experience, all powerful experts had this kind of personality. However, judging by the sound of his voice and his stature, the young man was very young. Being so powerful at such a young age was very rare. This kind of talent might even surpass that of his gifted sons. While some guards started treating their wounds, others started setting up the tents. For a while now, the two girls had been peering out the carriage window. They now walked out to thank Claire. Claire only gave a slight nod. She did not want to become too involved with them. Tomorrow morning, as soon as the sun rose, she was going to leave on her mount. The middle-aged man was no ordinary person. He had a faint aura of nobility, not someone she wanted to become involved with. The two girls kept on staring at Claire, wanting to see her face, but unable to. She emitted a cold aura and never spoke more than she had to, distant and aloof. The two girls were too shy to approach her. A fire was lit, driving away the cold. Bren gave Claire roasted meat and sweet wine. Claire accepted, only uttering one word of thanks. Bren sat down next to Claire. "Benefactor, where are you going?" he asked cautiously. "The capital of Lagark," Claire replied simply as she ate. Delighted, Bren asked hurriedly, "We are heading there too. If possible, can Benefactor travel with us?" Claire frowned slightly. Just when she was about to refuse, Bren added, "Traveling alone is inconvenient. I also know a shortcut to the capital." Claire nodded. "Fine." Bren let out a sigh of relief in his heart. In the end, he was able to convince the powerful young man to accompany them. What he said had indeed convinced Claire. It was not that Claire did not have tents and the like, but that she did not want to set them up herself. After all, she had everything in her storage ring. After dinner, the tents were already pitched. Without a word, Claire dove in and slept. "Father, that person is so unpolite. He didn't even say good night." The elder daughter, Jessica, frowned with annoyance. "All powerful people are this way." Bren patted her head, smiling. "Is elder brother also that strange?" Mela asked, also frowning. Bren remained silent. He thought back to his abnormal son. Calculating the days, he would be able to return in a few months. Although those of the hidden sect are not allowed to be involved with worldly affairs, that did not mean they had to cut all ties with family. Disciples of the hidden sect were allowed a break each year to visit their families. The lightning leopard obediently lay behind Claire's tent, guarding. It did not dare to leave. Claire accompanied the group, passing through a valley. Sure enough, it was much faster than the commonly used roads, twice as fast. After a few days, they finally reached their destination. Before them was the capital of Lagark. "Many thanks for your hospitality. Goodbye." Before anyone could respond, Claire dismounted from the lightning leopard. She patted its head, then pointed ahead, telling the leopard it could leave now. The leopard howled excitedly, then vanished from their view, a shocking sight. Claire strode away, ignoring the people behind her. "Father, that guy sure is uncultured." Jessica frowned angrily. "Enough. It is already very fortunate we returned home safely." Bren patted his daughter's head to console her. "That's right. He also saved us." Mela, on the other hand, was very interested in Claire. "All right, let's go home. I still have important business to attend to." Bren patted his daughter's heads, feeling urgent. He had to visit the Feng Manor and see Madame Alicia as fast as possible in order to inform her of the important intel he had come to know about accidentally. Before returning home, Bren went directly to the Feng Manor. Meanwhile, his two daughters returned home. At the door, they saw a figure that surprised them. Elder brother. The two girls exclaimed happily, dashing forward. Jessica, Mela. The young man smiled faintly. Elder brother, how did you come home today? Wasn't your break coming in a few months? Jessica asked happily. Mela was also wide-eyed as she waited for his answer. I left the hidden sect for some business. The young man smiled. So I decided to stop by home and visit you all. The young man could not tell his family what the business matter was, however. He was on a mission to find who murdered Elder Huoshiyu. There were already some clues. Witness had seen Elder Huoshiyu appear in Fenghua City. He only needed to travel there and use the soul imprint mirror to track traces of the Elder's spiritual aura. Then he would be able to see what exactly had happened and figured out who had killed Elder Huoshiyu. He had to avenge the Elder. When Claire arrived at the entrance of Feng Manor, she met Bren again. Bren was surprised to see Claire. Benefactor, what have you come here for? To find someone, Claire replied indifferently. Someone had already been sent in to report her presence. The guards had not shown any disdain even though Claire was dressed plainly, showing how well trained the Feng clan was. When the guards heard the ordinary-looking young man mention Claire's name, they were surprised. Many people still remembered her vividly, Claire Hill, the one who had stunned everyone at the martial arts tournament. But what was this young man's relation to Claire? Only when she removed her hat did the guards suddenly tense up with realization. What young man? It was Claire herself. No one who had witnessed the competition would forget her emerald green eyes and refined features. Even if you saw her only through a memory crystal, you still would never forget. Find someone? Bren thought to himself, this young man was here to find someone from Feng Manor? What was his relation with the Feng clan? Right at that moment, there was a clamor of footsteps inside the gates. A gust of wind blew and Alicia appeared before them, donning fiery red clothes. Anton, Claire addressed familiarly. Alicia smiled, pleased. She grabbed Claire by the hand affectionately. Why are you here? I thought I wouldn't see you for a long time. Because they were not alone, Claire could only say, I want Anton to take me to that place. Oh? Alicia paused for a moment, then started smiling cunningly. All right. She winked at Claire, making Claire embarrassed. Come. Let's go inside to talk. Alicia started to walk with Claire, completely overlooking Bren. When he saw Alicia was about to leave, Bren came to his senses. Madam. Oh? Bren? Alicia was surprised. Didn't you go to your wife's hometown? I have something important to report to you. Bren's gaze settled on Claire. He was very curious who Claire was. Madame Alicia was extraordinarily affectionate with the young man. Perhaps he was a friend of young Master Feng? Alicia's expression sharpened. If the serious Bren said it was important, it was truly important. Come inside. Claire led the way as Bren followed from behind closely. At the door of the study. Anton, sorry to bother you, Claire said a little embarrassedly. I will take my leave now. It's fine if you go to find Master and Yixuan yourself. Here, have this teleportation scroll. If you need to leave, just tell my master. Alicia did not want to keep Claire waiting for too long either. Thank you so much, and sorry to bother you so much, Claire said apologetically, her eyes filled with genuine gratitude. Go. Once Yixuan, that brat, sees you, he'll definitely be happy. Alicia smiled widely as she handed to Claire the teleportation scroll. Thank you, Anton. Bren, let's go and talk inside. Alicia opened the door of the study. Bren looked back at Claire just as she tore the scroll and disappeared on the spot, his gaze full of curiosity. When Bren finished his report, Alicia frowned. Do not tell anyone this information. Deal with it secretly, she said calmly. Yes, madam. I did not tell anyone else. Bren's tense heart finally relaxed. Any problem that reached the madam's ears was already half solved. He could finally rest easy. You may leave now. You still have not returned home yet and must be tired. No, it is nothing. I only wanted to inform madam as soon as possible. Bren smiled, not intending to leave yet. Oh? Is there something else? Alicia was puzzled. Madam, that young man just now was my savior. On our way here, I and my daughters were attacked by a lightning leopard and we were saved by him. I didn't expect him to be the friend of young Master Feng. Bren finally started to reveal what he had been curious about. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153. Chapter 153. Ha ha. Unexpectedly, Alicia laughed. Do you remember Claire Hill from the martial arts competition? The one who fought on behalf of the Li clan? Bren froze. Clay? Claire. That young man wasn't a young man, but a young woman. Now everything made sense. No wonder a fourth-grade magic beast would cower before her. The memory of Claire defeating Hua Yilan was still fresh in his memory. Only 14 years old, yet already so powerful. All right, you can go. Claire won't take it to heart. To her, it was as easy as lifting her hand. You don't need to stress over it. Alicia knew that this subordinate of hers always took things seriously and was probably in the middle of fretting over how to repay Claire. Yes, Madam. Bren's heart shook. He bid farewell and then withdrew. When Bren returned home, he saw his son conversing happily with his two daughters. When they saw him, they stood up. Father, Carter greeted. Carter, how are you home? Bren was surprised to suddenly see his son return. If he remembered correctly, his son's break still hadn't arrived yet. I returned for some business. Home happened to be along the way. Carter's handsome face smiled. Oh, is that so? Bren gazed at his son with content. Carter had become more mature. Although Carter, having joined the hidden sect, was unable to become an official, if something happened to his family, he would definitely return to help. Your strength must have increased quite a bit again. Bren smiled and patted his son's shoulder. Suddenly, a strange thought appeared in his mind. Between his talented son and Claire, who would come out on top? Both were fire-attributed magicians. Many people are stronger than me still. I must continue to work hard. Carter's expression sharpened. Father, I heard on your way back, you were in danger, but you were saved by a young man? Jessica and Mela had already informed him. Ha, not a young man, but a young woman. Bren laughed. It was the one who defeated Hua Yilan, Claire Hill. Oh? Carter was confused. He had never heard her name before. However, Jessica and Mela started exclaiming delightfully. Father, is that true? It was really her? It was really her? Father, how could she be here? What a pity, I didn't even get to speak to her. The fierce battle that day had left a deep impression in the two girls. That girl had stunned everyone present that day. Carter was a bit confused seeing how excited his little sisters were. He had never seen them idolize someone else besides him so much before. Carter, I still have a memory crystal recording of that battle. You should take a look. Perhaps it will help your cultivation. She is also a fire-attributed magician. However, her flame is golden. Bren was unaware of the lasting impact his actions would have. Once Carter finished watching the memory crystal, his expression became serious. Father, can you give me this memory crystal? Carter's gaze had not left the girl in the magic crystal. He continuously infused magic, replaying the recording over and over. "M'm, take it." Bren completely understood why his son requested this. Although his son was very affectionate towards his family members, he was in actuality very arrogant, looking down on everyone. The originally undefeatable Hua Yilan secretly battled with Carter in the past. No one knew what the results were, however Hua Yilan never appeared before Carter again. Later on, Carter was selected by the hidden sect and from then on, started on his path of cultivation. Carter put away the crystal and stood up. "Father, I must go now. I have very serious business this time." Bren nodded. He understood the ways of the hidden sect. "Go. Be careful now, take care of yourself." Carter's heart was unable to calm down. The girl in the memory crystal was so entrancing, so stunning he felt his soul shake. The moment her lotuses blossomed, it felt as if time had stopped. Golden-colored flames, what kinds of flames were those? Carter's heart throbbed. His hands clenched into fists, loosened, then clenched tightly again. He wanted to meet her and have a match. At that moment, Claire had already reached the mysterious island. What she saw made her shocked, but she did not see Yixuan. The small cabin from before was missing. The entire island was in disarray. Wood chunks were scattered everywhere. The beds, dishes, tables, and the like were all over the place. It looked as if the island had gone through a natural disaster. Currently, the old man, Senior Astral Feng, had his back facing her, hammering away. His hair was like a chicken's nest. Was this how a powerful expert was supposed to look like? The old man cursed under his breath. "That damn brat, he dared to wreck my place like this? Watch it, kid, I better give you a lesson for your own good." Claire's lip twitched. This mess was created by Yixuan? Senior Astral Feng, Claire called out weakly. "Oh?" The old man whipped his head around. From his expression, you could plainly see he was not in a good mood and that bothering him was a bad idea. What happened? Claire glanced around at the carnage. What happened? That damn brat broke through the 9th level and leveled this place to the ground. The old man waved his hammer in the air angrily, seething. "Ah," Claire eyed the half-crazed old man. Why was it that although he was throwing a fit, he seemed a little happy? "Ha, so I kicked him into the land of rebirth star. There, powerful people are aplenty. I'll be damned if they don't beat him half to death." The old man laughed heartily, his hands at his hips. Asterisk literal means refine with fire space. Anyone have any better ideas? Comment down below. I'm at a loss. Crying face. Land of rebirth? What kind of place is that? It was the first time she had heard of it before. It is a very dangerous place, dangerous yet also enticing. It is also a good place to cultivate. I and Si Konglin, that old fox, met there. There, it is a survival of the fittest. The old man's eyes closed, as if he were reminiscing about the past. Such a place existed? How come she had never heard of it before? Why have I never heard or read about it before? Ha, little girl, of course you wouldn't know. You cannot enter that world without reaching a certain level of strength. That world is completely different from this one. Everything is based on strength and power. The old man sat down. He set aside the hammer and looked at Claire. Little girl, what did you come here for? I have been thoroughly stuck at the 8th level of the treasured lotus style, so I came here to ask for Senior's advice. Claire bit her lip, revealing her true goal. Do you know the fastest way to become strong? The old man's expression sharpened. Claire remained silent. She stared at the senior. The fastest way is to continuously fight against people even stronger than you. Only on the brink of death can you trigger your true potential, the old man said simply. But if you can't? Then you die, the old man said plainly, as if it were obvious. Claire fell silent. What kind of a method was this? But Claire thought back to when she had faced Hua Yiling. It was at that moment, so close to death, when she suddenly instantaneously comprehended the 8th level of the treasured lotus style. That damn brat had also reached a bottleneck, so I sent them there. Whether or not he can return depends on himself. The old man yawned, finally revealing the true reason why he had sent Feng Yixuan away. He looked at Claire, his head crooked. You have also reached a bottleneck. Will you go? I cannot give you any pointers for the treasured lotus style because it was invented by that old fox. I don't know about his current whereabouts either, in any case. I'll go. Claire did not waver at all. Ha, not bad, little girl. The old man stood up, laughing heartily. I'll send you now. That fellow hasn't been there for long, so you two should be able to meet. Without further ado, the old man quickly constructed a magic formation on the ground with numerous ores from his interspatial ring. An 8-star magic formation. Be careful when you're there. If you two want to return, you must reach the highest mountain peak. There is a teleportation formation there, but reaching there is not easy. Once you're there, you'll understand. The old man started to activate the magic formation. White light glowed, becoming brighter and brighter. Claire nodded. Yes. She stepped into the center of the formation. The white light enveloped Claire's body, and then she disappeared. I wasted so many ores again, the old man cried out, looking at the used-up ores on the ground. Able to power teleportation spells, the ores were priceless, not something money could buy. Of course, the Temple of Light owned some as well, but they were only used in times of emergency. However, although they were so precious, the senior was able to use them quite readily. The old man sat down. He looked around at the mess. Quietly, he murmured, I believe the two of you can definitely return. Claire only felt the sensation of floating before everything went black. When she could see again, her surroundings were completely different. She was in the middle of a lush forest. But before she could look at her surroundings more closely, a yell caught her attention. Stinkin' brat, not knowing what's good for you. Me taking a fancy of you is lucky for you. An unknown voice cried, piercing and full of anger. On the other hand, the replying voice was quite familiar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154. Chapter 154. You disgusting old hag, go die. Claire was quite familiar with this voice. Feng Yixuan. Claire hurried towards the voice. She could hear Feng Yixuan had unsteady breath, meaning he was injured. Bang! There was a huge explosion. Claire ran over just in time to see an alluring woman brandishing her broadsword, attacking Feng Yixuan fiercely. Feng Yixuan backed away hurriedly. Fighting in close combat with a warrior was unwise. The slight trickle of red from the corner of Feng Yixuan's mouth indicated he had an internal injury. The alluring woman didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill Feng Yixuan. Instead, she merely followed closely, forcing him back. Whenever Feng Yixuan cast a spell, the woman would slash it apart with a fierce burst of sword chi, forcing him back continuously. The alluring woman was very strong and fast. Her timing was also impeccable, attacking fluidly, leaving no time for Feng Yixuan to cast a spell back. This was the skill of an experienced expert. Magic, even if it were cast wordlessly, required time to coalesce, but this woman left no time at all. The azure ripple blade materialized in Claire's hand. She dashed forward and blocked a strike. Clang! The sound of blades crossing echoed. Claire! Feng Yixuan was both surprised and pleased. Claire remained silent, her expression sharp. From just this one clash, she had determined the opponent's strength. The woman was powerful and quick. "Who are you?" the woman hollered angrily. Just when she was about to finish, this brat appeared out of nowhere. Claire remained silent, only calm as she blocked the woman's next attack. She only needed to bear the strikes for a moment. Even just 1 second was enough for Feng Yixuan's spell to coalesce. As a magician, Feng Yixuan was not as strong or fast as Claire, but his magic was. This woman was strong, but not strong enough. Feng Yixuan stopped, his eyes furrowing as he concentrated. His finger traced a circle in the air as he said in a low, but firm voice, "Wind prison." Instantly, the air started to flow, forming a barrier around the woman. Claire withdrew. The woman tried to give chase, but was thrown back by the wind barrier. The wind blue started to tighten, binding the woman inside. Claire raised a brow at the severe, swirling wind. Feng Yixuan had improved quickly in such a short amount of time. The woman started to slash away at the barrier. Claire put away her sword, then glanced at Feng Yixuan. Their gazes met. Without a word, they both understood. The next moment, the woman burst forth with Do Qi and slashed open the wind barrier, but before she could react, she could only see flames. The woman's eyes flashed with alarm at the intense heat of the golden flames. She wanted to dodge, but found herself unable to retreat. Feng Yixuan was using the wind prison again, trapping the woman along with the flames. She wailed and screamed, but Claire and Feng Yixuan did not do anything. Claire raised her hand and a spear of golden flames materialized. Claire took a step back, then threw with all her might. Go! As the spear whistled towards the wind prison, a sliver in the wind blades appeared, just enough for the spear to shoot inside. Feng Yixuan and Claire had coordinated seamlessly. It had taken only 2 minutes starting from when Claire had blocked the woman's attacks. Once again, there were screams, but those soon died down, leaving only a faint burning odor. Having finished off the woman, the two looked at each other. "Claire, why are you here?" Feng Yixuan, although delighted, was slightly worried. The land of rebirth was extraordinarily dangerous. He hadn't been here for long, yet he had already crossed paths with such a powerful individual. "The same reason as you." Claire watched the wind prison and flames die out. "What happened?" "The senior said he had just sent you over not long ago." A hint of embarrassment showed Feng Yixuan's face. He couldn't bring himself to say the old woman wanted him to become her gigolo and attendant. Claire understood immediately. "We should first inspect our surroundings." "Yes." Feng Yixuan was let out a sigh of relief that Claire did not continue to ask. "Right, this is for you." Claire took out a ring from her interspatial ring. Feng Yixuan's eyes widened. He stared blankly at the ring in her hand, unable to move. "What? You don't want it? Then forget about it." Claire acted as if she were about to put it away. Feng Yixuan snatched it with one swipe, holding it dearly. "I want it. How could I not?" he said hastily. "Then form a blood contract." Claire looked at the blood trickling from Feng Yixuan's mouth. He didn't even need to prick his finger. After he formed the blood contract, Feng Yixuan started to sense the amount of space and was shocked. Such a large amount of space. Claire had actually given him something this valuable. Where had such a valuable item come from? Feng Yixuan's heart was moved. "Claire, are you proposing to me?" Feng Yixuan stroked the ring and smirked. He was back to his old self. "Give it back," Claire replied icily. "I already formed a blood contract." Feng Yixuan smirked. "There is no way I will give it up, unless you kill me." Bam! Feng Yixuan was clutching his eye, howling as he crouched on the ground. Claire's fist had punched him squarely in the eye. Disregarding Feng Yixuan's howls, Claire suddenly frowned. "Someone's coming." Claire's voice was low. She looked ahead vigilantly. Naturally, Feng Yixuan also sensed it. His expression sharpened as he stood up. Claire gave signal to Feng Yixuan with her eyes and the two silently moved away. Hiding their aura was a technique Claire and Feng Yixuan were both experts at. The two did not go far, hiding behind a large tree as they watched. Mia sure is troublesome. What did she run off so fast for? The Spider City Lord selection is still far in the future. Besides, the City Lord will choose her husband for her. Mia, that stubborn male chaser, a voice grumbled, filled with disdain. What do you know? The City Lord's daughter is going to choose a husband, but the City Lord's son is a pretty boy. Mia ran off wanting to see that pretty boy, said another voice. It was rough and boorish. TCH, she doesn't intend to only see him. But does she think the City Lord's son are like those ordinary people she chased after in the past? It was the first voice again. That's true. The boorish voice humphed. Suddenly, his tone was puzzled. Where is that burning smell coming from? Three men came into view. They were all dressed similarly with blue clothes and broadswords strapped to their backs. Their facial features resembled that of the alluring woman. Were these three relatives of the dead woman? They were actually all purely warriors. What is that? The man walking at the front was the first to notice the corpse. It was already mangled beyond recognition. That's Mia's sword. One of the other men with keener eyes hurriedly bent down to pick up the sword. The three men's expressions changed greatly. They all stared at the scorched black corpse on the ground, eyes filled with disbelief. That scorched pile of black was their younger sister? Elder brother. Is that Mia? The voice of the man holding the sword shook. Claire and Feng Yixuan shared a glance. They slowly crept away quietly. Staying was an unwise decision. Just as Claire and Feng Yixuan were far in the distance, the first man raised his head and frowned. He looked towards his right. Was it just his imagination? It felt like there were people there. But this feeling only lasted for a moment as his younger brother's cry grabbed his attention. Elder brother, it really is Mia, it really is. Ah! How could this have happened? Who was it? Who killed Mia? Claire and Feng Yixuan were still able to hear them, but they only increased their speed. What is this place? Feng Yixuan wiped the dried blood from his mouth. Those three men were even stronger than that woman. If you hadn't appeared right on time, I would have been trapped here. Damn old man, he didn't even tell me clearly what kind of place this is. Senior Feng said that here is survival of the fittest. Claire frowned slightly, remembering the old man's words. But wasn't that true everywhere? However, the old man's words seemed to have another meaning. Did that mean there was no law and order here? In any case, these people are annoying. Feng Yixuan looked up towards the sky. He originally thought that once he broke his seal and broke through the 9th level of the heavenly astral wind, he would be considered powerful. Who would have thought that he would be nearly defeated the moment he arrived? Senior Feng said that if we wanted to return, we must reach the peak of the highest mountain. There is a teleportation formation. Claire gazed into the distance, squinting. Far into the distance, a tall mountain stood, disappearing into the clouds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155. Chapter 155. That old fox. Feng Yixuan suddenly roared. What? Claire glanced back and saw Feng Yixuan was furious. He's too devious. He said that as long as I could find the tallest mountain peak, I just needed to pass the 9 levels to reach the top and return, Feng Yixuan roared. If he told me there was a teleportation formation, then I wouldn't need to fight. I could just sneak up there while concealing my aura, find the teleportation formation, and then return. Sneaking up there without fighting did seem like a pretty good idea. However, Claire knew. Let's go. Since the senior had sent them here to train, there was no way they could reach the peak so easily. Claire's conjecture was completely correct. The mountain, called the Mountain of Rebirth, was split in 9 levels, each with a city. Each city had a powerful ruler, and only those who reached a certain level of strength could proceed to the next level. If one was strong enough, one could challenge the city lord for their position. Like a pyramid, each level was higher than the other, and the higher one went, the stronger people one would meet. Here, no one was held accountable for murder. There was no notion of laws. This was the land of the free, also the land of violence and bloodshed. These lands were a sort of training ground, coined by people of the other world Claire and Feng Yixuan had come from as the land of rebirth. There was another name for this place, however, the bloody cesspool. At this moment in time, Astral Phone was still hammering away. He muttered to himself, if that girl and damn brat manage to pass the 9 cities, they'll come back reborn. I'm looking forward to it. It would be a bloody baptism. Claire and Feng Yixuan continued to fight on their way up the Mountain of Rebirth. Just because they weren't looking for trouble didn't mean trouble wouldn't look for them. The reasons why they fought continued to grow even more ridiculous. Some took a liking to the ornament on Feng Yixuan's waist, others took a liking to Claire's clothes. People fought them with all kinds of excuses. The road to the peak was an arduous and long one. The two's coordination was still seamless as they continued to kill powerful foes, but these foes were only relatively powerful. The true experts were congregated at the peak. Naturally, at times they would run into people they couldn't beat. For instance, the two were currently being chased around frantically. Claire, you go first. Feng Yixuan instantly released countless wind blades to defend. This time, their opponent was a terrifying old magician. The old man had eagle eyes that glittered with malice. The reason why he had attacked Claire and Feng Yixuan was beyond reasonable, because they weren't pleasing to the eye. Just because of this, he was trying to kill them. TCH. The old man clicked his tongue disdainfully. With a wave of his sleeve, the wind blades were scattered, leaving behind only a slight breeze. Feng Yixuan's expression changed. Without any hesitation, he threw himself before Claire. The old man laughed, approaching them slowly step by step with a relaxed expression. Claire was silent. With a flight of her fingers, countless small golden lotuses appeared. Before Claire could cast Thousand Terrors, the old man's expression changed immediately. He hurriedly backed away and eyed Claire cautiously, then asked in a loud voice, "What is your relation to Si Konglin?" His voice actually carried a trace of fear. Feng Yixuan froze and Claire was taken aback. Claire hadn't even said a word, yet the old man was continuously backing away. His voice low, he muttered, knowing Si Konglin's treasured lotus style. The fear in his voice continued to become more audible. The terrifying old man actually turned around and flew away speedily, as if escaping. Claire watched as the old man disappeared, silent. Who exactly was Si Konglin? Such a terrifying and powerful old man was so afraid of him. It seems he thought you were Si Konglin's disciple. Feng Yixuan stroked his chin thoughtfully, looking off into the distance. Just how strong is Si Konglin? Supposedly, he's stronger than Gramps, but I've never seen Gramps lose to anyone. With a flick of her finger, the countless lotuses disappeared. Claire too felt puzzled. Who exactly was Si Konglin? Claire, let's go. Feng Yixuan suddenly turned around. Hi's face was only an inch away from Claire, who was deep in thought. He was so close, he could feel Claire's breathing on his face. Suddenly feeling Feng Yixuan's warm breath, Claire's heart clenched and she struck without thinking. Feng Yixuan didn't even dodge, so the fist hit him squarely in the face. Once again, he had a black eye. If you come close again, I'll fill your face with bruises. Claire turned around, humping coldly, and started to walk away. She let out a breath, trying to settle her tense heart. That damn Feng Yixuan. Suddenly getting so close and startling her, he was looking for a beating. Wait for me. Feng Yixuan clutched his eye, hastily giving chase. However, he was smiling faintly. 3 months passed. No one knew who they had faced or what Feng Yixuan and Claire had experienced. On Feng Island, Senior Feng was crouching on the ground, fumbling with a vegetable basket. He lived in solitary and completely relied on himself for sustenance. After all, he was still human, needing to eat. Aya, when will they return? The old man took out a small crystal and examined it, but nothing was different. He had marked Feng Yixuan when he left so that if Feng Yixuan was back in this world, the crystal would react. It's already spring. The old man yawned, then put the crystal away. He and Si Konglin had only managed to return after 3 years. Who knew when the brat and girl would come back? While Feng Yixuan and Claire were in the land of rebirth, the situation in Amparkland had changed drastically. Amparkland, the palace, Princess Morris's bedroom. Elder brother, the crown prince unexpectedly agreed to the temple's conditions. Princess Morris's expression was heavy. Nancy paced in the room. They never expected the first prince to actually agree to the temple's demands. Agreeing to the demands mean that the temple would have more powerful than the crown. How could he let that happen? I too did not expect him to do such a foolish thing for the throne. For years, divine right and royal authority have been on equal ground, but he is going to break the balance. Those old lazy con men want to rule royalty? In their dreams. I would never agree to such conditions. Nancy's eyes were filled with fury, his knuckles white. Such conditions were simply too insulting. But what can we do now? Princess Maurice frowned in thought. Duke Gordon had sent Jean to assist elder brother, but even though his grandson Eric publicly supported the crown prince, Duke Gordon had never interfered. Perhaps he wanted to double dip asterisk? Asterisk me, what is a more formal way to say double dip? Asterisk friend, doublus dippus. Duke Gordon, that old fox. Nancy gnashed his teeth. He sat down, watching Princess Maurice. That old fox, he secretly sent Jean to assist me so that if I ascend the throne, he will become a minister of outstanding service. No one knows, not even the crown prince. His grandson, however, supports to the first prince, and he doesn't interfere. On the surface, it looks like it's Eric's lone decision, but in reality, it isn't so. Correct. He is going to sit back and watch relaxedly. To him, it is a win-win situation. Princess Morris's heart hardened. What a sly old fox. But would his wish come true? We don't even know if he is helping the crown prince secretly, just as the crown prince is unaware Duke Gordon is secretly helping us. Nancy's voice was fierce, but carried a trace of helplessness. But we still have Catherine as a trump card. Princess Maurice sighed. If possible, she didn't want to use this trump card. She didn't want to hurt Claire and knew how important Catherine was to her. Don't even think about using Catherine. Even though she is a prominent figure of the Hill clan, I have already promised Claire Catherine's safety. Nancy frowned, staring into Princess Morris's somber eyes. He knew his sister better than anyone. Maurice only showed her true self before him. She was not as innocent as she seemed. Her cunning was far above his intellect. If Maurice were a man, who knew who would be the emperor? I know. Maurice nodded, her expression dark. But elder brother, sometimes in order to achieve great things, there needs to be sacrifices. Maurice, I know you are doing this for my behalf, but Nancy's expression became complex. But you have developed feelings for Claire, so you do not want to do anything that will hurt her. Morris's expression sharpened, becoming ice cold. Nancy was speechless. Morris's words had hit the nail on the head. He simply stared, unable to say a word. Elder brother, you know the reason why I have never been interested in any men for all these years. Her expression was still icy. Nancy's eyes flashed with helplessness and pain. Although his sister had the appearance of a woman, she thought of herself as a man. That was why for so many years, Princess Maurice had never fallen for any men. Only he knew the secret. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156. Chapter 156. Princess Maurice's next words came crashing down like a wave. I too like Claire. In an instant, Nancy felt his entire body go cold. He stared fixedly at the pretty, yet ice-cold face. Maurice had unexpectedly fallen for Claire. Brother, you must become the emperor. Our battle with the crown prince has already evolved into this. If he becomes emperor, you know better than anyone how our fate will end. You must be decisive. Maurice's gaze became more and more chilly. Nancy rubbed his temple, his thoughts a mess. He knew better than anyone what would happen if they failed. Death, and not just any kind of death. The first prince would first banish him from the palace to some remote area, then assassinate him using disease as a cover. This was the way of the successor battle. Nancy knew clearly that if he lost the silent battle, it would not only be him who died, but also Maurice, their mother, and anyone else related to him. Most importantly, royal authority was at stake. He could not let divine right usurp royal authority. He could not afford to lose. Maurice watched the changes in Nancy's expression silently, sighing in her heart. Her brother was not ruthless enough. He was not cunning or decisive enough to be the successor. But it was still fine. She was there to assist him. She would help him obtain the highest position, fulfilling the dream she could not fulfill. If women could not ascend the throne, then she would let her brother fulfill her wish for her. Maurice looked up. Brother, our only choice is to force that old fox Gordon to publicly declare his stance. The temple's conditions simply cannot be agreed to. If agreed to, the throne's position will be unstable. I do not want your name to go down in infamy. If the Hill clan took a stance, they would be a strong ally against the crown prince and temple. I know, I will definitely not agree. Nancy sighed helplessly. He was still hesitant in his heart, somewhat bitter. How could he face Claire afterwards? Brother, don't worry. I will take care of everything. It will have nothing to do with you. When the time comes, the prince will be the one to face the Hill clan's ire, Princess Maurice said coldly. From the bottom of her heart, she too did not want the golden-haired green-eyed girl to hate her. Is this really fine? Nancy was still hesitant. He could still remember his promise to Claire clearly and that beautiful face. Brother, you must remember, you are the future emperor. You cannot be obstructed by emotions. Maurice frowned. Once you ascend the throne, you can think of a way to marry her. But right now, you must be decisive, otherwise you won't obtain anything, but lose everything instead. Nancy gazed at Maurice's serious expression and cold eyes. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. All right, he said quietly, as if his entire strength had been spent. Nancy closed his eyes and gently leaned back in his chair. He knew that taking this step meant he and that golden-haired, jade-eyed girl could never be. Maurice sighed in her heart, seeing how defeated Nancy was. But now, her brother had taken the first step to become the emperor. In the future, he would be a splendid emperor. It will be done as soon as possible. Maurice's voice was ice-cold. Nancy's eyes remained closed. In his heart, he sighed. In truth, Maurice was more qualified than he and the crown prince. Her ruthlessness, her way of handling things, and her cunning all surpassed his and the crown prince's by far. And so, the two made this decision this night. However, they never would have imagined even in their wildest dreams what disastrous consequences this would bring. But by then, it would be too late to regret. 3 days later, as Princess Morris's head lady-in-waiting, Catherine was arrested for attempting to poison the Crown Prince. She was locked up in Kalu Garden, a place designated for nobles who had committed crimes. This matter was directly linked to second Prince Nancy. The struggle for the throne had begun. A storm had just begun. A tense atmosphere loomed over the capital. The Hill clan was also ill at ease. Princess Maurice stood at a window in her bedroom, looked up at the sky, laughing coldly in her heart. Humph! Now that old fox will take his stance. But Princess Maurice had heavily misjudged the importance Catherine held in Claire's heart. What later happened left her filled with endless regret. Hill Manor. The study. Duke Gordon sat at the study desk, his expression heavy. Roger stood at the side, his expression filled with worry. Father, what do we do now? This is clearly a conspiracy. Roger hollered with exasperation. I know. Duke Gordon's voice deepened. Of course he knew what was going on. He was even a little vexed. The second prince actually made such a move. He had thoroughly underestimated him. Then father, what do we do? Are we just going to let Catherine stay imprisoned? Just thinking of Catherine imprisoned drove Roger crazy. The second prince is forcing me to take a stance. Duke Gordon sat back in his chair, frowning. Then father, we will. Roger asked nervously. Now that the crown prince has agreed such demands from the temple, if he ascends the throne, we will never be able to lift our heads. Duke Gordon closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. He knew clearly if the crown prince ascended the throne, people such as he would forever have their heads lowered to the temple and divine right would forever surpass royal authority. Of course he was already aware of the secret arrangement. Duke Gordon was no simple man. Father, you mean? Roger watched Duke Gordon intently, waiting for his next words. There can only be one emperor. Duke Gordon sighed. The second prince is more worthy of the throne. Then father, is there a way to save Catherine now? Roger said hurriedly. Summon Eric. Tell him I want to see him. Now that Duke Gordon had made his decision, they were going to take action immediately. They could not let Eric support the crown prince so blatantly anymore. All right, father. I will do so now. Roger nodded and immediately left. Duke Gordon sighed, his fingers drumming on the table as he tried to ease his state of mind. Amory, is there any news of Claire? Amory had been standing silently behind him this whole time. None yet. Amory was slightly worried. That is fine. I always knew one day we would contend with the Temple of Light, I just never thought it would be so soon. Duke Gordon sighed, somewhat relieved. Claire's identity was too special. In this silent battle, her position was the most awkward. The Miss said she went to cultivate, but she has been gone for so long. Amory was extremely worried. All they had learned from Jean was this. That child is special, no need to worry about her. Duke Gordon's eyes flashed with profoundness. But Duke Gordon did not expect Eric to disobey and stubbornly stay at the Crown Prince's side. What? What is Eric doing? What do you mean to say? Duke Gordon roared. Roger's expression was also overcast. Facing Duke Gordon's ire, he suppressed his own anger and spoke. Eric, that unfilial son, said no matter what decision we made, he will always support the Crown Prince, even at the cost of his life. Also, he will not come to see you, father. Traitor! Duke Gordon slammed the table. The table instantly split apart and clattered onto the floor. Duke Gordon's expression darkened as he yelled furiously, how could he say that? Is someone controlling his mind? No, Roger frowned, shaking his head. How impudent! Does he know the consequences? Duke Gordon's lungs were about to explode. He said even if he was banished from the clan, even if he were to abandon the hill name, he would still support the crown prince. Roger's fists clenched tightly. Even though he had beaten that unfilial son half dead, he still wouldn't change his mind. If the crown prince hadn't come over to stop him, he would have taken his life. Impudent! Traitorous dog! How could the Hill clan have produced such a traitor? Duke Gordon's expression became more and more unsightly, his knuckles cracking. It was the first time someone dared to challenge his authority like so. I already banished him from the clan. Roger lowered his head, not daring to look at his father's contorted face. He himself was furious. That unfilial brat did not care for his mother's life and stubbornly supported the prince to the point of opposing his own family. Bastard! Even worse than a dog. Humph! Such a traitorous dog doesn't deserve the Hill name. Duke Gordon was fuming with rage. One day the traitorous dog would pay the price. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157. Chapter 157. Father, what about Catherine? Her sentencing is soon. Roger was still very concerned about this. No one had been able to see Catherine after she had been imprisoned. Attempting to murder the prince was a huge crime. If it were an ordinary noble, their entire family would have been implicated too. I will make a decision. Leave first. Duke Gordon motioned for Roger to go. Roger looked at Duke Gordon, wanting to say something, but Duke Gordon had already closed his eyes, annoyed. Roger's mouth moved, but no words came. In the end, he left. Lashia had been standing at the door with worry. The moment she saw Roger emerge, she grabbed his hand. Father, how is it? When are we saving Mother? Roger looked down at Lashia's anxious face and sighed, unable to say a word. He hadn't expected the situation to evolve into this. His second son Eric's betrayal, Catherine being framed, all of these stabbed his heart. Roger patted Lashia's head, unable to say a word, letting out a long sigh before he left dejectedly. Lashia watched Roger from behind, biting her lip, her expression ashening. It had been so long since she last saw father with such an expression. How could things become like this? If only elder sister were here. If elder sister were here, she would definitely save Mother. Lashia looked off into the distance. Sister, what are you doing now? Do you know that Mother is currently imprisoned? At that moment, Claire was also facing a critical situation. Claire and Feng Yixuan were standing back to back, the two covered in blood. People encircled them, glaring at them coldly. They were completely surrounded. They were only on the 5th level, but all the city lords of the higher levels had descended to kill off Claire and Feng Yixuan. Even though Claire had reached the 10th level of the treasured lotus style with the help of Golden Lotus, who had woken up, and Feng Yixuan had already reached the 11th level of the heavenly astral wind, they were no match for their powerful foes. These people normally minded their own business and never interfered with each other's business, but currently, they were all united to attack Claire and Feng Yixuan. Summon your masters Si Conlin and Bailey Ju right now. Or else not even your ashes will remain. The alluring woman who said this stood at the very front. She was the city lord of the 9th city, the strongest of them all. I already said we don't know Si Conlin or Bailey Ju. Claire spat out. Her vision was already starting to blur and she was already starting to feel dizzy. Her wounds also continued to bleed. Feng Yixuan was in even worse condition, having blocked several attacks for Claire. He had even more and heavier wounds than Claire. Don't know them? Do you think we're blind? The treasured lotus style and heavenly astral wind are their signature skills. If you don't want to die, summon them now. A man with his face riddled with scars roared. This was the 8th City Lord. He swung his huge double-bladed axe threateningly, his voice filled with ire. Now Claire and Yixuan understood Senior Astral Feng's real name was Bailey Ju. Claire understood that if they wanted to kill her and Yixuan, they could have done so long ago, but because they wanted them to summon their masters, they didn't take their lives. Just what did Scorned and Bailey Ju do to these people to anger them so much? These people who never interfered in each other's business had actually united to attack them. Yixuan suddenly wobbled noticeably. Claire immediately reached out to support Yixuan, but then felt her hand covered in blood. Yixuan! Claire worried cried. Her hand shook, her heart starting to sink. Yixuan wouldn't be able to last much longer. That damn old man! Why didn't he warn them of his enemies? How unfair! But if the senior was here, he too would cry unfair. He didn't know at all what Scorned had done later. It was only because he had been with Scorned so often that they naturally associated Scorned with him. If he had known what Scorned had done later, he definitely wouldn't have left Yixuan and Claire enter this vicious place. If you don't want to lose your little lovers live, quickly call out Scorned. The alluring woman said fiercely, her gaze piercingly cold. I already said I don't know Scorned. As Claire struggled to support Yixuan, her vision blurred even more. She, too, had reached her limit. Were they really going to die here today? In such a critical situation, the god of darkness still hadn't appeared. There was only one explanation. The god of darkness had no way of entering this strange world. This land was in a different dimension. Golden Lotus was still in deep sleep, unable to be woken. Was there no other alternatives? *TCH, looks like you really want to die. The alluring woman sneered. Power started to gather in her hands. She smiled terrifyingly, her face contorted. Claire, Yixuan used his remaining strength to pull Claire behind him. Drip drop. Yixuan continued to bleed, dyeing the ground red. Yixuan. Claire's voice shook. He was already in such a critical condition, yet he still tried to protect her. A warm feeling started to take root in her heart. Claire, I'm so sorry I could not protect you. Yixuan's breath started to die out, his voice full of pain and vexation. No, Yixuan, Claire was agonized with pain. What, flirting right before you die? Since that bastard Scorned isn't appearing, then you two can just die. The scar-faced man roared. The alluring woman had already formed a large ball of water. She was preparing to smash the two into pieces. Yixuan reached out and gripped Claire's hand tightly. Claire looked into Yixuan's eyes, faintly smiling. She squeezed his hand back. No words were necessary. Just as Claire and Yixuan were smiling, preparing to face death, a ray of dazzling golden light suddenly flashed past. A grim-faced old man appeared before them. The old man did not appear dignified or kind, but rather cold and harsh. He had a hawkish nose, thin lips, and sharp eyes. With one look, you could tell he was not to be messed with. Yixuan and Claire stared in wonder at the old man who had suddenly appeared. This was because the people surrounding them suddenly went crazy at the sight of the old man. Scorned. So you decided to appear. It is time to settle our score. Die, you old scum. Curses came from the left and right. The powerful people had lost their fierce appearance and were now all screaming like madmen. These people hated Scorned to the bone. What kind of enmity was between them? Did he kill their family? Steal their lovers? Scorned turned around and glanced at Claire, stroking his chin. He completely ignored the cursing behind him and said two words, not bad. Not bad? What was not bad? Claire frowned. This was the Scorned Senior Feng had spoken about? He looked even more evil than Senior Feng. See Conlin, you bastard. Where are you looking? How dare you ignore us? Today, not even your ashes will be remain. It is time for our revenge. The cursing continued, but no one dared to make a move. They were all waiting for someone else to make the first move, evidently wary of Si Conlin. What exactly did Si Conlin do to them? Si Conlin turned around and swept his gaze through the crowd. Everyone shuddered and took a step back. Si Conlin's next words almost made them spit blood. Who are you? Si Conlin's voice was serious. He didn't sound like he was joking at all. Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. Then came a thunder of curses. Si Conlin, you shameless bastard. You made me kneel and lick your shoe, the scar-faced man started to say, then stopped, his expression slightly strange. Inside his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. He had almost revealed his most shameless secret. The later cursing made the scar-faced man relax, because they were all shouting Si Conlin's despicable acts. The more Claire and Feng Yixuan heard, the more speechless they were. They finally understood why these people hated Si Conlin so much. Without an exception, all of these people had been forced to kneel, lick his shoe, and even forced to say liking his shoe was very pleasant and that it tasted very good. We worked hard and finally attained strength. Give us your life. The seventh city lord roared, but still didn't dare to attack. After all, Si Conlin had left a large shadow in their hearts. What are you afraid of? Together. The alluring woman clasped her hands together, starting to cast a spell. Right. Everyone, together. We worked so hard for so many years just for today. Everyone, together. We have already improved greatly. Amidst the cursing, they started to attack. Warriors dashed forward while magicians started to cast spells. For the first time, Claire and Feng Yixuan truly learned what an insta-kill was. What was an insta-kill? This was an insta-kill. The powerful 9 city lords who had almost killed them were insta-killed by Si Conlin like ants, each fell with a wave of his hand. The 9 sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Feng Yixuan and Claire shared a glance, both seeing disbelief and shock reflected in their eyes. Boring. And who are you two? Si Conlin walked towards them. As he did so, he happened to step on a double-bladed hatchet, and the weapon disintegrated. Si Conlin had bullied so many people, he couldn't remember them all. Si Conlin. The owner of the hatchet managed to spit out. Their hate had smoldered for years, but this man didn't remember a single thing. The 9 people felt an overwhelming sense of defeat wash over them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158. Chapter 158. What are you calling your father asterisk, for? Si Conlin kicked the scar-faced man in the mouth, confused. How do you all know my name? Have we met before? Asterisk reminder, your father shows arrogance. PFT. The hatchet owner was so angry, he spat out blood. Disgusting. Si Conlin frowned. He extended his foot. Lick your father's shoe, and I'll let you live. What a bully. Si Conlin, you old scum. Ah. But before could finish, he was screaming painfully. It was such a pitiful cry, anyone who saw would feel sadness and any who heard would cry tears, sounding like the wail of a dead spirit. It was as if he had used his entire strength to cry out in pain. Claire and Feng Yixuan felt goosebumps. How excruciating was his pain. He didn't have any external injuries. With a flick of Si Conlin's finger, the hatchet owner was enveloped in golden flames, yet he was not injured at all. Why was he crying out so painfully? Stop, I'm begging you, stop. I'll lick. The 7th city lord could shriek, unable to move. A single tear trickled from his eye. Feng Yixuan and Claire were mind-blown. Was this one of the powerful foes who had almost killed them? Now he was more pitiful than a wet dog. What did Si Konglin do that was so painful? The man threw his dignity away for the second time. Before Claire and Feng Yixuan's shocked faces, the powerful 7th City Lord licked Si Konglin's shoes. He was so incredibly dejected, on the verge of bawling, but after this lick, he relaxed. Finally, he was free from the lotus hellfire. But in his heart, he was only more dejected. After so many years of perseverance, they still weren't Si Konglin's match, not even close. They were insta-killed, even worse than last time. Although they had improved, Si Konglin had improved even faster. But then, Si Konglin's next words almost made the 70 City Lord collapse. Your expression was not sincere enough. Again. Bully. Nearby, the 6th City Lord gnashed his teeth. Ah, correct. I have always been a bully, Si Konglin explained seriously instead of getting angry. I won't give you another chance to humiliate me again. The 9th City Lord said. Her body started to glow, becoming brighter and brighter. Suicidal explosion? Si Konglin appeared before Claire instantaneously, grabbed her by the hand, then disappeared. A loud bang reverberated across the world. As for how many people survived, no one knew. Once Claire came back to her senses, she found herself before a luxurious pavilion. Oh? How did that fellow come here too? Si Konglin frowned at Feng Yixuan, confused. He only wanted to bring the girl here. How was this almost dead boy here too? Si Konglin's gaze settled on the two's tightly joined hands. Only then did he realize where the problem lied. Let go and go back, or I'll kill you, you decide, Si Konglin said to Feng Yixuan coldly. You can't kill him, he is Bailey Ju's disciple. Claire immediately said. She had already experienced how nasty the old man was. Bailey Ju's disciple? Si Konglin stroked his chin, then waved offhandedly. All right, I won't kill you. Leave. He is wounded heavily and needs treatment. As do I. Claire tried to prop up her body, trying her best to stay awake. There was one thing she understood. This old man had come there for her. So he definitely would not let her die. Eat this, Si Konglin humphed, frowning. He took out a small porcelain bottle and poured out a pill. Claire accepted readily. The pill had a faint scent. Claire understood this was no ordinary medicine. But the damn old man only gave her one, obviously not caring for Feng Yixuan. After giving her the pill, Si Konglin turned around and sauntered into the beautiful pavilion. Without any hesitation, Claire split the pill in two and stuffed one half into Feng Yixuan's mouth. Currently, Feng Yixuan was on the verge of fainting. Then she swallowed the other half. Claire and Feng Yixuan immediately felt a refreshing sensation pass through their entire body. All of their wounds were healing at a rate visible with the naked eye, and their originally dazed minds were now clear. Claire marveled at the effects of the pill. She remembered how the pills Senior Feng gave her when she had first arrived on Foam Island were also made by Si Konglin. Just how powerful was he? Claire, where are we? Feng Yixuan looked around at their surroundings. They seemed to be at the end of a valley. First, let go of me. Claire hissed. Feng Yixuan has still holding Claire's hand tightly. Feng Yixuan laughed awkwardly and let go, secretly reluctant. He thought that he would be able to hold on to her hand a bit longer before she realized, sigh. I don't know where we are. He seems to be like Senior Feng, living alone. Claire observed the surroundings. The valley was lush and beautiful. Compared to the little wooden hut Senior Feng lived in, Si Konglin's pavilion was simply too luxurious. The difference in the two's personalities could be seen. Enter, Si Konglin's voice came from inside the entrance. Claire stepped inside and Feng Yixuan also followed hurriedly. The moment the two stepped inside, they saw a shocking scene. There was a golden-haired woman dressed revealingly, in a dress so short, her thighs were exposed along with her bare shoulders and back. Her fair skin was so alluring, simply beautiful. Currently, she was pouring tea for Scorned. She then started to massage his shoulders, her voice dripping with honey as she said, "Master, why did you suddenly leave just now?" Master? Was he a perverted old man? Yixuan and Claire stiffened. What were they seeing? Scorned, that freak, he was raising a stunning beauty as a pet? And treating her like a slave? Yixuan and Claire both winced. Suddenly, the beauty's eyes caught Claire's attention. Golden eyes. The beautiful woman had golden eyes. Claire suddenly remembered Golden Lotus's words. While cultivating the treasured lotus style, if one birthed a golden lotus when breaking through the second level, then lightning would come. Scorned was the creator of this arcanum, so was that to say he had given birth to this stunning beauty? Suddenly, Claire felt the world did not make sense. Sit. Scorned took a sip of tea. He completely ignored Yixuan. Claire obeyed and sat. Yixuan also sat down. When did you start practicing the treasured lotus style? Scorned asked heedlessly. Claire calculated the amount of time and told Scorned. Scorned's normally expressionless eyes flickered. Not bad. Scorned said, confusing Claire. The beauty noticed Claire's confusion and giggled. You passed. Master won't kill you. In such a short time, you were able to break through to the 10th level. Scorned's eyes slitted as he eyed Claire. There are only two cases you could have understood my writing. 1. You also came from that world. 2. Your clan passed down the language from long ago. But I'm not interested in which case you are. The most important thing is you have already learned my treasured lotus style and the one with the most potential. In the past, some trash would learn Master's treasured lotus style, but because they had no talent and would taint Master's signature skill, I killed them, the golden beauty said offhandedly. Yixuan and Claire were shocked. What kind of logic was that? So? Claire's expression remained the same. So you're lucky. Master has acknowledged you. You are now the successor of the treasured lotus style. The golden beauty laughed. You can go. Once you break through the 12th level, I will come and teach you the rest, Scorned said heedlessly. That was it? Claire looked perplexedly at Scorned and the golden beauty, not understanding. They appeared out of nowhere and saved her just to say these few sentences? But where are we? How can we return? Claire asked the crux of the matter. A scroll instantly materialized in Scorned and he threw it to Claire. Claire caught it and saw it was a teleportation scroll for more than one person. You should go while Master is still in a good mood, the golden beauty shook her hips and giggled. Claire did not say anything more either. She grabbed Yixuan and tore the scroll apart. With a flash of light, Claire and Yixuan disappeared. Master, finally someone gave birth to a golden lotus. I have a comrade now, hee hee. The golden beauty was excited. That's only if she breaks through the 12th level successfully. If not, I'll kill her myself and wait for another successor, Scorned said indifferently. Ah, Master, if that really happened, it would be a pity. A genius like her finally appeared after so many years, the golden beauty sighed. Scorned did not say a word, his hawkish eyes sharp and penetrating. His heart still had not been calmed. After waiting for so many years, a genius finally appeared. He knew better than anyone else that the girl would definitely break through the 12th level. He had finally found his successor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159. Chapter 159. Once Claire and Feng Yixuan reappeared, the two examined their new surroundings. Isn't this the outskirts of Fenghua City? Claire recognized where they were immediately. Oh, it is. Feng Yixuan nodded. He had been here many times before. The two looked at each other and found their clothes torn and bloody, cutting sorry figures. We should first find a place to wash together. Feng Yixuan raised a brow, smirking. Do you have a scroll home? Claire asked seriously, ignoring Feng Yixuan's shady words. Your mother sent me there with a scroll before. I do. Feng Yixuan hurriedly took out a scroll from his interspatial storage ring. These scrolls were extremely precious, crafted by Senior Feng painstakingly. Only his mother didn't treat them seriously. The scroll that Feng Yixuan had, however, was a teleportation scroll for one person only. Oh, how about this? You hold on to the scroll tightly. No matter what happens, don't let go, Claire said seriously. Okay. Feng Yixuan didn't understand what Claire wanted to do, but he listened obediently. He rarely saw Claire this serious, so he listened very carefully. Let me see the back of your right hand and the fingernails of your left hand. Okay. Without thinking, Feng Yixuan obediently listened, twisting his hands in opposite directions. With a tch sound, the scroll tore apart. With a flash of light, before Feng Yixuan had the time to cry, he disappeared, teleported to Feng Manor. What an innocent child, Claire shrugged wickedly. Of course, she had her own plans. Feng Yixuan needed to report back to the senior what dangers they had faced and that Feng Yixuan had broken through the 11th level of the heavenly astral wind. But Claire knew if she told Feng Yixuan, he definitely would refuse, wanting to stay by her side, so she could only trick him into returning home. Suddenly, there came a laugh that was unable to be restrained. But Claire frowned and turned around. Some distance away was a man in white looking towards her. Although there was some distance between them, the two could see each other and each other's movements clearly. Claire was somewhat surprised. She hadn't noticed his presence because she had been so focused on tricking Feng Yixuan. Now that she concentrated, she could sense his presence. This person was powerful. She had been too careless. If he was an enemy, she would have been in danger. Clearly, he had laughed because he had seen Claire tricking Feng Yixuan. Claire didn't sense any killing intent, so it wasn't an enemy. She turned around to leave. All she wanted right now was a bath and change of clothes. Her clothes were still soaked in blood and sticking to her body uncomfortably. After that, she would go home. The Temple of Light would never let her off for long. Just when Claire was about to leave, the man called out, "Wait! Claire!" Claire frowned and looked back to see the man hurry over, puzzled. She was certain she didn't know him, so how did he know her name? He arrived before her quickly. It was Carter. Claire sized up the man. His handsome young face had a hint of boldness, his eyes with maturity that did not match his age. Claire somehow felt he seemed familiar. I don't know you, Claire said coldly. But I know you. Carter smiled. Although she was covered in blood, with one glance, her distinct refined features and emerald eyes showed through. She was the dazzling girl from the memory crystal. He never would have thought he would run into her here or that she would be such an intriguing person. She tricked someone so easily. Claire looked at the smiling man, strangely feeling his clothes looked very familiar, as if she had seen them before, but where? I saw you in a memory crystal when you were at Laggard's martial arts tournament. You're even stronger now. Carter watched Claire intently. He really wished to have a duel with the girl, really wanted to know how strong she was now. Between the two of them, who was stronger? But he could not fight with her right now. The fresh bloodstains on her clothes meant she had just been through a vicious battle and still hadn't recovered. Oh, Claire said indifferently, understanding. But it didn't matter. Claire turned around, walking away. Wait, Carter suddenly appeared before her. Miss Claire, could we have a duel? Of course, not until you've recovered. Oh, a battle freak. In other words, an idiot. Claire didn't respond, turning around. Miss Claire, Carter hurried after her, please have a duel with me. Claire ignored him, continuing onward. Miss Claire, please have a duel with me, Carter buzzed after her like a fly. You are not my match. Claire stopped. She turned around, looking at Carter. Do you think you could win against me right now? The results of a battle are unpredictable, Carter said seriously. Do you know how much stronger I am now? Claire was starting to get annoyed now. Were the heavens playing tricks with her? It seemed every time she became stronger, a more powerful opponent would appear. Now that she thought about it, it really was like that. Every time she improved, she would meet someone stronger than her. Even in the land of rebirth, after breaking through the 10th level, she had run into the 9 city lords. Perhaps if there were 2 or 3 of them, she could possibly be a match for, but all those powerful people came to corner her in Feng Yixuan, how unlucky. And now comes along this battle freak. Did she look like a pushover? Author's note, actually, it's the no-good author playing with her, teehee, please don't hit me. Carter paused. To him, Claire was currently injured, so her strength was a level below his. Once she recovered, their strength should be about the same. If you want to fight me, wait until I've recovered. You'll be beaten so badly, you won't even know what hit you. Come find me at Hill Manor if you want beating. Claire said heedlessly. How arrogant! Carter's expression began to gradually darken. It was the first time someone spoke to him so disrespectfully. I'll escort you home and wait for you to recover. Then we'll have a duel. Carter stubbornly persisted, his eyes dark. Not interested. Claire didn't care for battle freaks at all. If not for her injuries, she would have beaten him up from the start. Calmline's pill had stopped the bleeding, but hadn't healed her injuries. Carter didn't reply, following her closely. Once Claire entered an inn in her sorry state, everyone looked at her strangely, or more accurately, looked at Carter strangely. Claire was a bloody mess, while Carter, dressed in white, didn't have a speck of dust on him. Did he fail to guard her properly? Carter also felt the strange glances and lowered his head awkwardly. At nightfall, Claire changed out of her clothes after a bath and sat on a bed. She could feel the lotus power course through her body. To her astonishment, she discovered the power was working autonomously. Although it was very slow, the power was circulating through her body, healing her injuries. She never expected the treasured lotus style to have such miraculous properties. Claire pressured the lotus power, increasing its speed. If it maintained this speed, she would be completely healed within days. Wonderful. Ever since the golden lotus had last absorbed lightning, he had been in deep slumber, never having woken since. Claire wondered how the capital was like now. Her mind emptied and her spirit slowly entered an incorporeal realm. Everything seemed to have quieted and appeared almost transparent. Claire sensed the surroundings, the carvings on the bedpost, the dust in the cracks of the floor, the lock on the door. Her range slowly widened, reaching the floor of the hallway, the staircase at the end of the hall, and then to the floor below, where people drank and chatted. Everything was perfectly clear. Just when Claire was about to withdraw her consciousness, a low voice stopped her. I heard the Hill clan is in big trouble. Even that powerful Duke Gordon has a headache now. Of course they would be. Marquis Roger's wife actually attempted to murder the crown prince. That is no small crime. I hear she was imprisoned in Kalu Garden. Truthfully, I feel like it's not that simple. Of course. It's obviously part of some plot. The emperor still hasn't chosen who the successor will be, so the two princes' relationship is tense. Keep your voice down. Claire did not finish listening to the rest of the conversation, her mind already on the capital. Mother was imprisoned? For attempting to murder the first prince? Impossible. This was clearly a conspiracy. But she could only know exactly what happened if she asked grandfather. Claire withdrew her consciousness and opened her eyes. She took out the teleportation scroll Emery had given her, extremely worried. With a bright flash, Claire disappeared. At that moment, Carter, who was in the room next door, sat up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160. Disappeared. Claire's aura disappeared. It disappeared instantly, which meant Claire had used a valuable teleportation scroll. But where did she go to in such a hurry? Carter frowned, but could not think of anything. But no matter what, he had to find her and have a duel. The moment Claire appeared in his secret chamber, Emery, who had been lying in bed, opened his eyes abruptly. Someone was in the secret chamber. He had left a mark so he could immediately know if someone were there. And only one person had appeared suddenly. It was his beloved disciple, Claire. Emery hurriedly climbed out of bed, grabbed a robe randomly, and rushed towards his house. Emery had his own house in the capital that was not far from Hill Manor. Normally, Emery lived in Hill Manor and his house was empty. Halfway there, Emery ran into Claire. Claire! Emery was overjoyed. He immediately worriedly inspected Claire to see if she was injured. Claire had actually used the teleportation scroll to return, so she must have been in great danger. Master, I am fine. Where is Mother? Claire asked hastily. Emery froze. He instantly realized the true reason why Claire had teleported home. Seeing Emery quiet, Claire grew even more worried. She couldn't help but raise her voice. Master, I said, where is Mother? Claire, first let's return to Hill Manor. It is not suitable to talk here. Emery looked around. They were on a common road. Even though it was night and currently no one around, it was possible someone might pass by. No, Master, first let's go to your house. I don't want anyone to know I've returned. Even though Claire was worried, she did not lose her reason. Her mother being framed was part of a scheme, so the Temple of Light and the Hill clan would both start to make their moves. It still wasn't clear if they were supporting the same prince yet, so she could not make any rash moves. All right. Let's go. Emery led the way. The two slowly disappeared into the night. After they arrived at Emery's house and Claire finished listening to Emery's explanation, her expression was dark, her eyes ice cold. So right now the situation is very delicate. The Emperor also has no intention of doing anything. Doesn't the Emperor know the condition the Crown Prince has agreed to? Claire frowned. If such a condition was agreed to, in the near future, divine right would usurp royal authority. The Crown Prince actually agreed to acknowledge the Pope as the godfather of the future Crown Prince. The implications of the future Emperor calling the Pope his godfather was clear. Of course His Highness knows, Emery sighed. If even we know, how could His Highness not? Claire frowned. If such were the case, then she really could not tell what that person was thinking. What exactly happened to Mother? Claire asked darkly, her eyes ice cold with a murderous glimmer. Princess Maurice and the second prince invited many young nobles along with the Crown Prince to a tea party. Your mother was in charge of everything, including the wine. The Crown Prince's wine was poisoned. Emery sighed. The scheme could not be any more blatant. Why didn't the second prince just directly poison the Crown Prince to death? Claire sneered, already knowing the answer in her heart. If so, your mother would have been hanged already. Emery frowned. And the second prince still requires the Hill clan's support, whether before or after he ascends the throne. If he killed the Crown Prince, his blood brother, he would also lose the faith of the people. This move by the second prince is forcing the Hill clan to take a stand to support him, not to lose the Hill clan's support. What a botched ploy. Anyone could tell this was a conspiracy, a scheme the emperor had silently permitted. However, it was highly effective. At the very minimum, the Hill clan had been pushed to the limelight and was now forced to face the Temple of Light. Although your mother was imprisoned in Kalu, she was not harmed at all. She has high-quality food and very good living conditions, not just because of the Hill clan's authority, but also because of the second prince and Princess Morris's orders, Emery added, noticing Claire's gaze becoming more and more icy. He felt an ominous premonition. Claire, please don't do anything brash. Claire, the current situation is very delicate. You must be calm. The second prince is forcing his grace's hand, but, Emery explained nervously. The second prince and Princess Maurice had been such close friends with Claire in the past. It would be unwise for Claire and the future emperor to become enemies now. I know, Claire interrupted, motioning for Emery to stop. Suddenly, she stood up. Emery also nervously stood up. Claire turned to Emery, a cold smile surfacing on her lips. Emery, do you think I am still the same as before? Emery paused. Seeing Claire's confident expression, he suddenly felt his disciple was a stranger to him. Claire's strength seemed to have increased again, but not to the point where he would be shocked. If he knew Claire had just been through a fierce battle and still hadn't recovered yet, who knew how he would react? Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for the Hill clan, Claire said indifferently. Master, return back to Hill Manor. I know my limits. Don't tell anyone I've returned, not even grandfather. Not even his grace? Emery was shocked. Master, I know how loyal you are to grandfather, but it's best if you don't tell grandfather. You know I am the Naya City Lord, a baron, and a priest of the Temple of Light. When the time comes, I will tell grandfather. All right, Emery agreed reluctantly. After some thought, Claire decided it was best if Emery didn't know what she was going to do. I will live in your house in the meantime, master. Emery left after a word of caution. Claire changed into tight-fitting black clothes, masked her face, and then slipped into the night. She was going to the Kalu Gardens. The Kalu Gardens were under heavy guard. No one imprisoned there was ordinary, all previously illustrious and powerful nobles. Claire leapt over the high walls silently, landing on a tree. Huge guard dogs raised their heads, looking around, their animal instincts telling them something was off, but it was quiet in their no foreign sense, so after some sniffing, they lay down again. Claire nimbly leapt onto another tree, arriving at the wall of a building. She made her way past patrols one by one easily. After looking through a few rooms, she found the person she was worrying about. Catherine looked in good spirits. She sat, reading a book. The room was as lavish as Hill Manor's, luxurious and cozy. There were bookshelves filled with books. A bright candle lit the entire room. The furniture was also of the highest quality. Claire entered the room silently. She leaned on the wall quietly, watching the person before her. Catherine had a peaceful expression, entirely absorbed in the book. Claire took off her mask. Mother, she quietly called. Catherine froze. Incredulously, she looked back at the source of the voice. Her hand trembled. Was this an illusion? It must have been because she missed Claire so much that this illusion appeared. Mother, it's me. Claire smiled bittersweetly. Because she had been training, it had so long since she had last seen Mother. CL, something glistened in the corner of Catherine's eye. She snapped her book shut, and then quickly closed the curtains. Only then did she turn around and hug Claire. Claire, my darling, you've finally returned. Catherine's voice shook with emotion. I am sorry, Mother. In order to train, I didn't return home to see you until now. Claire hugged her in turn. It's good that you're back. Catherine's tears were flowing, but she was smiling, and crying as her daughter was in her embrace. "Mother, as long as you say the word, I'll whisk you away right now," Claire said coldly. "Claire, you can't." Catherine shook her head. "No, only are the Kulu gardens heavily guarded, my name hasn't been cleared yet. What will happen to the Hill clan? It's just a second-rate scheme." Claire suppressed her rising anger. But Catherine smiled warmly. "I know." She reached out and brushed away Claire's bangs gently. "This scheme is very mediocre." The Crown Prince knew the wine was poisoned, but still drank it. He is starting the battle for the throne. And the Hill clan cannot allow divine right to usurp royal authority. The Emperor will allow it? Claire's gaze became icy. Of course he won't. The only one to blame is the Hill clan. The Hill clan is becoming too strong, so strong he does not feel secure. Catherine smiled. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 161. Chapter 161. Claire's eyes widened, a chilling emotion rising in her heart. The person who sat on the throne. Of course his shrewdness was endless. How ruthless, how cunning. No wonder he let such a second-rate plot occur. Choosing the successor was a must, but he could not afford to let divine right usurp royal authority. He was also uneasy with the Hill clan's growing power. By just watching on the sidelines, he would weaken the Hill clan through the Crown Prince and Temple of Light. When both sides were weakened, he would appear and make the decision. But Catherine was able to see through it all. She was more wise and far-sighted than the Emperor. Claire was in awe of the gently smiling woman before her, as if seeing her for the first time. This was a member of the powerful Li clan. If it weren't for that father of hers, who knew how successful this woman would have been in Lagark? Claire didn't dare to imagine it. Claire, sometimes, life just happens. You know the truth, but can't do anything but to continue down on the path given. Catherine patted Claire's head, a frown on her beautiful face. Right now, I am most worried about you. Your status will definitely leave you entangled. The temple won't let you go. Your second brother, Catherine's eyes dimmed. What about my second brother? Claire sensed something was wrong. Your second brother chose to support the Crown Prince against the Hill clan. Catherine sighed quietly, her eyes full of worry. I don't wish for this to also happen to you. Shocked by her second brother's action, Claire immediately said without hesitation, I won't go against the Hill clan like second brother. She would never become enemies with the Hill clan or, more specifically, never become enemies with Mother. No, Claire, you misunderstand. Catherine laughed quietly, seeing Claire's confusion. I don't want you to become enemies with the temple. Catherine sighed. The temple is stronger than you think. Their strength is unfathomable. Catherine appeared deeply worried. Mother, Claire started to say hesitantly. Don't worry about me. His and Her Highness, the second Prince and Princess Maurice, will guarantee my safety. Catherine consoled Claire. Claire's eyes sharpened, her gaze ice-cold. Second Prince, humph. I see you've forgotten your promise. I will save you, Mother, the way you to be so saved, Claire solemnly swore. Truthfully, Claire was fully capable of destroying the entire place and taking Catherine away, but the consequences? She and Catherine would have to stay in hiding for the rest of their lives. Of course Claire wouldn't do something so foolish. Claire, don't be brash. If possible, I would like you to go to Lagark and not get entangled in this battle for the throne. Your identity is too special, Catherine said. Not get entangled? Claire smiled faintly, her expression full of confidence. From today onward, she could let the world know what a true battle was. Mother, don't worry. I know my limits. The next time we meet will be in Hill Manor. I will be leaving now." Claire smiled, full of confidence. Catherine only saw a blur as Claire disappeared. Catherine opened the window, but Claire's figure was nowhere to be seen. She was extremely worried. However, the future far exceeded her expectations. Not a single person was prepared for what was to happen. Claire slinked stealthily through the night, her eyes ice cold. Even though Mother had not been harmed, she still had to settle the score. Claire was heading straight to the palace. In the palace, the second prince's bedroom was lit brightly. In the study, Nancy stood by the window, gazing outside nostalgically. A breeze swept through his bangs. He recalled the day Claire had fallen off her horse trying to chase him. He went to visit, but her bright eyes did not even look at him anymore. Only now did he realize that Claire hadn't been the same since. He sighed. When did that stunning girl creep into his heart? When had he started to be unable to look away? And when had he started thinking about her constantly, worried for her? Nancy closed his eyes, letting out a sigh. What would he say the next time he saw Claire? How could he face her? Brother, are you thinking about her again? Princess Morris's voice came from behind. Nancy did not respond, only gazing into the darkness. Elder brother, this time, our hand was forced. There was no other way. Princess Maurice sighed quietly. Nancy remained silent. What a large hand you had there. A cold voice sounded suddenly in the study. The two heard the voice clearly. They could not be more familiar with this voice. Nancy and Morris's hearts clenched. They both looked up towards the source of the voice. A cold dagger was already pressed against Nancy's neck. Claire. Princess Maurice called out, her voice trembling. Claire had abruptly appeared out of nowhere. Princess Maurice eyed Claire nervously. Greetings, your highnesses. Claire chuckled quietly, her voice devoid of worth. She still hadn't withdrawn the dagger. Nancy didn't move, his gaze decrepit. Claire, don't hurt brother, Princess Maurice said hastily. How had Claire snuck into the palace? Even without the numerous guards, there were the Tempest warriors. The Tempest warriors had much keener senses than the normal royal knights, but even they did not notice Claire's intrusion. Was Claire really only a double-class magician warrior? Your Highness, is something the matter? Even though Princess Maurice had kept her voice low, the Tempest warrior stationed outside the door still sensed something was wrong. Nothing. Leave, Princess Maurice raised her voice and ordered coldly. Yes. Without any hesitation, the Tempest warrior left. Maurice worriedly looked back at Claire. If Claire just pressed the slightest bit harder, the dagger would pierce Nancy's throat. Claire, it was all my idea, nothing to do with brother. If you need to vent your anger, take it out on me. Brother needs to be safe. Parkland cannot be without brother, Maurice said quickly, her voice low. You think I don't dare to kill you? Claire laughed coldly. Just this one sentence made Princess Maurice's heart sink. This sentence said everything. Their past friendship would no longer exist ever again. If killing me will dissolve your hatred, then go ahead. However, don't harm brother. Parkland needs brother. We can't let those religious freaks usurp royal authority. Princess Maurice's heart tightened. She caused everything. If Claire took her life, she had nothing to say. Maurice, Nancy's expression was painful. He hadn't planned on the situation becoming like this. However, Nancy suddenly felt the cold pressure at his neck disappear and saw Maurice's shocked expression. Nancy whipped around abruptly, but Claire was nowhere to be found. Brother, Maurice slowly walked over, sighing. Brother, I'm sorry. I caused you to suffer. No, Maurice. Nancy closed his eyes, then opened them abruptly. I have never regretted that decision. Brother, Maurice watched him with a complex expression, her heart bitter. Born in the royal family, much was forced on you. Beneath the seemingly peaceful night were large currents. Morning. The sun's rays reached every crook and cranny of the capital. Claire currently sat in a luxurious, secret room, sipping tea. She listened seriously as a stocky, middle-aged man before her explained the current situation. Shi Shaoxi calmly poured tea for Claire, while Shi Shaoqi crooked his head, puzzled. After Claire found the manager of the slave market, she had immediately summoned the two twin brothers. What did she want? The Temple of Light's next move is to first establish your mother as a criminal, then use it to pressure the second prince. The Hill clan will definitely not let this happen. Something must be done. The stocky man continued, right now, the second prince has the support of the Tempest warriors and the Hill clan. The crown prince has the support of the Temple of Light and the Griffin squad. On the surface, it appears the crown prince has the upper hand. Claire listened quietly. The stocky, middle-aged man before her was Phillips, the manager of the slave market as well as a member of the Temple of Darkness. He did not have a title as member of the Temple of Darkness, but was well respected. Even the Pope treated him with respect. This person was far-sighted, able to see the big picture, and a powerful supporter of the Temple of Darkness. Currently, he was following orders to assist Claire. Continue. Claire set down her cup, her expression still cold. The military parade is in half a month. Divine Princess, if they can prove your mother is guilty before then, they will take the opportunity to announce it publicly that day and everything will be set in stone. Phillips frowned. Of course the Temple of Darkness would not approve of the Temple of Light usurping royal authority. What is that emperor thinking? Shi Shaoqi humphed. As the emperor, how could he let divine right usurp royal authority? Why would he permit such actions? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162. Chapter 162. Claire chuckled coldly. How old is the current emperor? His health? These people had never read Chinese history, how could they possibly understand the intentions of emperors? If an emperor like Li Yuan * existed in this continent before, then they would be able to understand the mindset of the current Empire clan emperor. Li Yuan, 566 to 635, First Tang Emperor Gaozu, reigned 618 to 626. The emperor is not yet 50 and in good health, Shi Shaoqi answered, even though he was confused why Claire asked. If you normally ate 3 delicious meals a day, and then one day you were only given a meal a day, leftovers, would you be willing? A derisive smile appeared on Claire's lips. Nonsense, only a fool would be willing. Shi Shaoqi immediately retorted. Then do you think the emperor is a fool? Claire replied calmly. Everyone else in the room froze. Shi Shaoxi immediately understood. The current emperor currently has control over everything. Everyone carefully treads around him. If he abdicated the throne, he would barely have any power, the leftovers. Phillips was shocked at the far-sighted emperor, shocked by the frightening perception of the girl before him. But isn't the emperor afraid Lagark might take the opportunity to attack while the princes fight for the throne? Phillips frowned. He didn't dare to look down on this girl before him anymore. Before, he only believed she had made a contract with the god of darkness by chance to become the divine princess of darkness, but now, he could tell this girl was no ordinary person. She actually had such deep perception. The two princes' fight for the throne will not affect the true strength of Amparkland. The Tempest warriors and Griffin squad only protect the royal family. The real strength of Amparkland has not changed, the army. Of course, Ligark is also aware of this, Claire explained. What if both princes die? Shi Shaoqi frowned. Your intelligence quotient disappoints me. Shi Shaoqi paused, then curled his lip. Although he did not know what intelligence quotient meant, even a fool would know she was not complimenting him. Sigh, Shi Shaoxi appeared exasperated. The emperor is still in good health. Having a few more heirs is no problem. Phillips gave Shi Shaoqi a meaningful look. Shi Shaoqi's lip twisted, his face turning a bit green. Divine Princess, most importantly, the fools of the Temple of Light will definitely find a way to establish your mother as a criminal. Phillips stroked his double chin. They will probably create false witnesses to testify your mother was in full control of the drinks. With so many people present and a high enough price, someone is bound to jump out and make up the truth. Grandfather is already aware. Claire was not worried about this at all. The Temple of Light is far more dirty than you think, Divine Princess. It is better to stay on the safe side. Your mother's trial will be soon. Phillips was well aware of the true face of the Temple of Light. Yes. Thank you, Phillips. Claire nodded, truly thankful. No, as your servant, this is merely what I should do, Divine Princess. Phillips smiled. After this conversation, Phillips had a completely different evaluation of Claire. Perhaps she would really be able to do something. But right now, I will stay here. I still have not recovered. I need a quiet place. No problem, Divine Princess. Follow me, please. You can request me of anything. I will report all news of the outside to you, Phillips promised. Yes. Claire stood, following Phillips out the door. Shi Shaoqi rubbed his nose. He faced the door with frustration. Why do I always shiver whenever she appears? Shi Shaoxi did not respond. He put away the tea set and then also left the room. Shi Shaoqi hurried after him. Their current job was to gather and report intel to Phillips. Claire started her recovery in a quiet room. The treasured lotus style had already repaired Claire's damaged veins in just 3 days. Currently, Claire was already practicing the 10th level of the treasured lotus style. That night, just as Claire was quietly cultivating, there was a slight noise at the window. It was definitely not one of Philip's men. Claire opened her eyes, got off the bed, and opened the window. 2 shadows, one white and one black, jumped in, aiming straight for Claire's bosom. Claire laughed and hugged the 2 little furballs. Of course it was White Emperor and Black Feather. The 2 had found her through their contract. Suddenly, Claire remembered the person who had always stood silently behind her. Where's Jean? Claire remembered that Emery had told her after Jean had reported to grandfather of her whereabouts, he had left with White Emperor and Black Feather. Although these 2 little guys were here, Jean was nowhere to be seen. Chirp chirp. Peep peep. The 2 started to speak to Claire in a language only they 2 could understand. Alright, stop talking. Claire felt a bit of headache. Even if they tried to speak to her, she wouldn't be able to understand. White Emperor and Black Feather hopped onto Claire's shoulders, rubbing against Claire's face lovingly. Inside the Temple of Light. The Pope stood facing the window, his hands behind his back. There was a quiet knock at the door. The Pope turned to face the door. Enter. The door swung open gently to reveal Lawrence. Your Holiness. Lawrence entered, then closed the door. When will he arrive? The Pope walked to his desk and sat down. He is already traveling day and night. Tomorrow morning, he will arrive. Lawrence's eyes revealed a complex emotion. Was the Pope actually going to go this far? Was this really the best way? The Pope noticed the Lawrence's complex expression and sighed. Lawrence, this is a huge opportunity. Amparkland is the strongest country in the continent. If the temple has control of Amparkland, the goddess's brilliance will spread across the continent. Your Holiness, what about the priest? She is the chosen one and will definitely get entangled in the conflict, Lawrence said with worry. She still has not returned ever since the day she disappeared, only informing the Hill clan she would be cultivating. Isn't this good? She does not have time to care. Once she returns and learns everything, what can she do? The Pope was not worried at all. Is that really fine? Lawrence was still hesitant. He kept on feeling a bit uneasy. If Person herself admits that the second prince told her to harm the crown prince, what else could be more convincing? The Pope smiled coldly, full of confidence and disdain. Lawrence fell silent. It was true, but would everything go smoothly? His uneasiness grew. All right, you may leave. Once he arrives, take him to meet that woman. Remember, his arrival must be secret. The Pope motioned for Lawrence to leave. Lawrence sighed in his heart, about to leave. Wait, the Pope suddenly called out. Your Holiness, do you have any other orders? Find an excuse to bring Cliff away, the farther, the better. Don't let him get involved, the Pope said, frowning. He had suddenly recalled Cliff would not be so easily fooled. Not only was Cliff powerful, he was Claire's master. He would not just watch quietly from the side if anything happened to Claire's mother. Your Holiness. Lawrence's expression changed greatly. He knew what would happen between him and Cliff if he did this. Pretend you didn't know anything. Find an excuse, the Pope ordered. His expression darkened. I know your relationship with him, but don't forget your position. Also, even if Cliff is a sorcerer, do you really think no one from the temple can stop him? Lawrence fell silent. The term sorcerer appeared to be almighty, but even he, a red cardinal, was not certain of the temple's true strength. The Pope's words were not just a threat but the truth. The power of the temple was unimaginable. The 12 cardinals above him were scattered in branch temples, not to mention the other 23 cardinals. These people had unfathomable strength. They were different from Cliff, all unwilling to pursue fame or fortune. Perhaps some of them were already sorcerers, but merely had never revealed it. Lawrence's heart sunk. He could not let anything happen to Cliff, his only lifelong friend. Yes, I understand, Your Holiness, Lawrence said unwillingly. You may leave. Implement my orders now. The Pope motioned for Lawrence to leave. Lawrence left silently. When he walked out the door, he saw Lang Lingyun standing silently at the door. Lingyun, Lawrence said with difficulty. Master, are we really doing this? Lang Lingyun gritted his teeth, frowning. Lawrence remained quiet, only sighing slowly. Master. That person is Claire's mother. What if Claire returns? Lang Lingyun became more anxious seeing Lawrence's response. Lang Lingyun, do you think your master really wants to do this? Do you think I want to see that little girl in grief? Lawrence said helplessly, his voice dispirited. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163. Chapter 163. Master, this is such an obvious scheme. Why do we need to make an innocent woman suffer? Lang Lingyun choked, about to go out of control. Lingyun. Lawrence's tone changed, becoming more severe. In all these years, have you been living in an illusion? The sentence was a severe blow to Lang Lingyun's heart. He froze instantly. Lang Lingyun's lips curved into a derisive sneer. Yes, how could he have forgotten? The esteemed Temple of Light was in reality the most corrupt place in the world. How could he still hope for justice? Go! Lawrence's expression darkened. He understood that inside the study, the Pope must have heard what had been said. In order to prevent Lang Lingyun from saying anything else that could bring them trouble, Lang Lingyun had to leave as soon as possible. Lang Lingyun followed Lawrence silently, his face lowered. No one could see his expression. The two walked towards the back of the temple. Now far from the front of the temple, the two stood silently. "Your Eminence asterisk, Lingyun." The divine princess appeared, greeting them with a bright smile. Asterisk, I searched, and this is how you address cardinals. "Oh, so it's you, Xueqing. How are you feeling?" Lawrence forced out a smile. The divine princess had returned last expedition covered entirely in wounds. The Temple of Darkness had nearly cost her life. But of course, as the divine princess, she had been able to fight her way through and return to the temple, resting ever since. If Claire knew about this, she would understand the divine princess did not truly believe in the goddess of light. "Thank you, Your Eminence, for your worry. I am already much better." Lu Xueqing smiled faintly. However, her gaze was on Lang Lingyun. "Good," Lawrence nodded. Lang Lingyun remained silent, about to walk past Lawrence and leave. "Lingyun!" Lawrence called, stopping Lang Lingyun in his tracks. But although Lang Lingyun stopped, he did not look back. Lawrence sighed. His heart heavy, he said, "Lingyun, I know of your relationship with Claire. However, this time is different. You cannot interfere in this matter." Lang Lingyun whipped around. "Master, are we just going to watch as the situation develops? Do you think Claire will let it go once she returns?" He said angrily. "Do you think Cliff is just going to watch without doing anything? That's none of your business. I know my bounds." Lawrence's expression darkened. "Don't do anything. Just stay quietly in the temple." Lang Lingyun bit his lip, about to say something. Lawrence frowned, also about to say something, but Lu Xueqing quietly said, "Lingyun, no one wants to see Claire hurt. I treat her like a younger sister and don't want her to be hurt either. But this time, it is relevant to the temple's future." Seeing Lang Lingyun's expression darken, she finally could not help it. "Even if you don't care about yourself, you must think of Xian. Lang Lingyun instantly froze, unable to say a word. Seeing Lingyun's dazed expression, Lawrence let out a long sigh. He walked over and patted Lang Lingyun on the shoulder. "Just pretend you didn't know anything. I will ask the Pope to assign you a mission. You should go elsewhere, the farther, the better." Lu Xueqing also sighed. She walked over and said gently, "I will stay with you, Lingyun. Let's go to a branch temple in another country together." Lang Lingyun brushed off Lawrence's hand, his face cold. "I won't do anything rash. You don't need to send me away." Lang Lingyun walked away, disappearing into the long hallway. Seeing this, Lu Xueqing turned, about to chase after him. "Xueqing, don't go. Let him be." Lawrence stopped her. Lu Xueqing paused in her steps. She gazed down the hallway, ecstatic in her heart. Xian would be her trump card forever. She was even looking forward to Claire's reappearance. Catherine would be hanged for sure. Even if the Hill clan interfered, Catherine would be banished at best, the equivalent of a death sentence. If that damn girl were here, she would definitely not allow such a thing to occur and interfere with the temple, resulting in. The more Lu Xueqing thought about it, the more excited she became, but because Lawrence was there, she could only pretend to be worried and disheartened. Lang Lingyun quickly walked back to his personal courtyard. Immediately, he saw Lang Xian sitting on the edge of a alone, kicking her little feet boredly, waiting for his return. Thin frame, thin arms. Lang Lingyun's heart tightened. If not for the medicine the Temple of Light provided, Xian would have left this world long ago. "Brother!" Lang Xian leapt to her feet happily, dashing straight towards him. Lang Lingyun squeezed out a faint smile. He crouched down and hugged Lang Xian. "Xian, have you been good?" Lang Lingyun scooped her up and stood up. Yes, Lang Xian nodded enthusiastically. As she caught Lang Lingyun's eyes, astonishment flashed across her face. She reached out and gently touched Lan Lingyun's face, her voice low as she said, "Brother, do you have something on your mind? You're unhappy." "No. Xian, don't think too much. Remember to take your medicine on time, okay?" Lan Lingyun forced on a smile and stroked Lang Xuanxuan's hair. Lang Xian didn't say anything, only tilting her head. She gazed into Lang Lingyun's eyes, then pulled Lang Lingyun's handsome face towards her. She asked seriously, "Brother, you like that big sister, right?" "Ah." Lang Lingyun froze. "Big sister Claire, you like her, right?" Lang Xuanxuan's serious expression did not match her young age. "Silly child, do you even know what like means? Don't speak nonsense." On the inside, Lang Lingyun was shocked, but he maintained his smile as he poked Lang Xuanxuan's nose. "I know, of course I know." Lang Xian nodded seriously. She touched Lang Lingyun's face and said solemnly, "Brother, do you really think the divine princess treats me well because she likes me? Does she think I don't know? She only treats me well because of you." Lang Lingyun was shocked. He stared fixedly at Lang Xian without a word. Since when was this child so perceptive? The divine princess likes you, but you don't like her. You like big sister Claire. This kind of like is different from brother liking me. Lang Xuanxuan's expression was exceptionally serious. Lang Lingyun stared at the little girl in his arms, unable to speak. Lang Xian was obedient and mature, but Lang Lingyun never expected her to say such things. "Silly child, you are always brother's number one." Lan Lingyun smiled and hugged Lang Xian more tightly. But even he could not understand the pain and complex emotions in his heart. "Brother," Lang Xian hugged Lang Lingyun's neck tightly, laying her head down on Lang Lingyun's shoulder. Quietly, she whispered, "Brother, sorry. These past few years, for me, you had to suffer." "Silly child, don't say such foolish words." Lan Lingyun hugged Lang Xian inside. He was unaware of the glistening tears nor determination in Lang Xuanxuan's eyes. The poison incident became a deadlock with no further progress. The Temple of Light could not prove the second prince ordered Catherine to poison the first prince, and the Hill clan could not prove Catherine was innocent. And so, the situation turned into a stalemate. Today, Cliff and Lawrence hurriedly left the capital because the temple's reliable intel hinted that Claire was in the country Swerther and appeared to be chased after. Cliff, not doubting his lifelong friend Lawrence, hurriedly made his way to the tiny country of Swerther to rescue Claire. Just 2 days after Cliff and Lawrence left, the poisoning incident had a new development. Catherine Hill herself admitted that she poisoned the crown prince on the second prince's orders. Tomorrow, she would be on trial publicly. How could this be? Claire almost destroyed the table in Philip's room. She slapped it and hollered, "How is that possible? Where did you get this information? Who made it up?" "Everyone in the capital knows," she mumbled, feeling wronged. "Impossible. I met Mother in secret. Mother would never do such a thing." Claire was both furious and worried. She almost lost her reason. "Divine Princess, please calm down a little," Phillips quickly tried to console her. "There's definitely something strange going on. Your mother would never do such a thing. She could have been threatened," she said calmly. "Please calm down, Divine Princess, please calm down." She was afraid Claire might destroy the room. After Claire recovered, their jaws almost dropped to the floor. She was at the level of a wizard sage. So young, yet so talented. If they knew that Claire was hiding her strength and was already a sorcerer, who knew how shocked they would be? Claire slowly calmed down. She sat down to ponder. No, she was not threatened. "There is nothing to threaten her with," Claire calmly analyzed. "Then how?" She blinked. "Either a threat or a bribe, but bribing her is impossible." "You also said that there's nothing she can be threatened with, so why did your mother suddenly give such a statement?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164. Claire frowned, drumming her fingers on the table exasperatedly. Perhaps, Phillips suddenly said, his tone incredulous. Perhaps what? Claire hurriedly asked. Perhaps it was mind control. Phillips uttered in a low voice. Impossible. She Xiaoqi humphed. Such a low-level technique, anyone would be able to tell. Those mind-controlled have unfocused eyes and stutter. Anyone with the slightest bit of strength would be able to sense they are being mind-controlled. Not always. Phillips started to ponder, stroking his chin. What exceptions are there? Mind control was no simple technique. Not only did the controller have to have very strong spiritual power, making a controlled person appear normal was exceptionally difficult. Rumors say there is a sub-artifact asterisk that can control minds without anyone detecting it. Phillips frowned as he spoke, then shook his head. But it's not possible. The sub-artifact has already been missing for 500 years. There is no way the Temple of Light would have it. However, if this sub-artifact were to control someone's mind, it would take a sorcerer to break through the spell. Remember, Claire's sword, the Azure Ripple Blade, is an artifact, whereas this item is only a sub-artifact. Has the Temple of Light ever approached my mother during the time she was imprisoned? No. Because the situation is so serious, no one is allowed to visit, including His Highness, the Second Prince, Her Highness, the Princess, and Duke Hill himself. Phillips was certain. Humph. Claire humped coldly. Not being allowed to visit did not mean they could not reach her mother. She herself was a prime example. Divine Princess, what do we do next? Phillips asked. Claire was quiet for a moment, then stood up. Her voice cold, she said, Tonight, I will visit my mother to see what really happened. Wait for me to return before making any other moves. That's not possible, I'm afraid. Phillips shook his head slowly. Currently, Kalu is guarded by Tempest warriors and members of the Griffin Squad. Even the Temple of Light sent a cardinal. Claire immediately understood. This time, the Temple of Light was pulling out all the stops. I reckon there are not only guards at the door, but also a barrier around her room. After all, the results of this case are extremely crucial, Phillips surmised. Has the Hill clan made any moves? Claire's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing across her eyes. It was unlikely the Hill clan would do nothing after such huge developments. Divine Princess, your father was extremely anxious when the news came. He constantly meets with the Second Prince. However, Duke Hill, who had previously been calm, recognized something was wrong when he heard the news and requested to visit your mother, most likely to check if she was mind-controlled. However, the Temple of Light refused him. The Temple of Light does not have the right to refuse him. Claire laughed coldly. Of course they do not have the right. However, the Emperor supported the Temple of Light, saying that prisoners of Kalu cannot visit family before trials. Philip's thick brow raised in disdain. The Emperor saying this changes things. Wow! Pressuring the Hill clan like this, isn't he afraid the Hill clan will rebel? Shi Xiaoqi cried loudly. After all, the Hill clan controls the armies. The Emperor knows where to draw the line. Shi Xiaoqi shot a glance at Shi Xiaoqi. Shi Xiaoqi fell silent. Tomorrow is the public trial. Divine Princess, what will we do? Phillips asked quietly. Claire remained silent, her eyes flickering. What about my master? Claire frowned. A few days ago, he left the capital with Cardinal Lawrence for an unknown reason. As expected of Phillips's vast network. He even knew where Cliff was. Are we going to rescue her? Shi Xiaoqi asked excitedly. No, Claire shook her head slightly. The situation had developed out of her expectations. Mother actually confessed that she had poisoned the crown prince. This disrupted her original plan. What was grandfather planning? How would this situation be resolved? How would she rescue mother? If you can prove during the public trial that your mother confessed under mind control by either the Crown Prince or Temple of Light, then the tables will turn, said Phillips. But what if it is that sub-artifact? Is there a way to break its spell? Claire frowned. Yes, but it is very dangerous, Phillips, with his wide range of knowledge, answered immediately. That would be to control your mother's mind. If you also attempt mind control, there would be a clash of spiritual powers between you and the other mind controller. However, if you do not win, not only will they be able to continue controlling your mother's mind, your mind will be heavily damaged and you might become a vegetable. Phillips sighed. If only your Master Cliff were here. Sorcerers are capable of breaking the mind control of the sub-artifact. Divine Princess, this method is extremely dangerous. If your opponent has the sub-artifact, things would take a bad turn, Shishasi said calmly. I know. Claire nodded faintly. You don't have to do any now. This is my personal business. I promised the Pope before that I would not treat the lives of members of the Temple of Darkness as a joke. Divine Princess, Phillips opened his mouth to speak, but Claire motioned with her hand. No need. If I truly need help, I will ask. Bill's teleportation formation is useful, but cannot be used in the capital that is surrounded by light. The dark aura is too dense and would expose us. If I need anything, I will tell you. Before they could say anything, Claire motioned for them to leave. All of you, withdraw. I need some time alone. The She brothers both opened their mouths, wanting to speak, but Philip silenced them with a glare. After they left, Claire sat quietly in a chair, pondering. The God of Darkness could not descend in the capital full of light power. Master had left suddenly just before Mother had confessed to attempting to murder the Crown Prince. Was this all just a coincidence? If she appeared at Hill Manor now, it would only make matters worse. At least the Hill clan and Temple of Light were friendly on the surface currently. However, if she appeared now, this calm would be shattered. Chaos. Her thoughts were a mess. Chirp chirp. Peep peep. White Emperor and Black Feather, perched on Claire's shoulders, called out loudly, as if to console Claire. Claire smiled. She stroked the two little fellows, then stood up and walked back to her room. She was already at the peak of the 10th level of the treasured lotus style, on the verge of breaking through to the 11th level. Perhaps due to her close brushes with death, Claire was much faster at cultivating the treasured lotus style. Hill Manor. Father, the trial is tomorrow. Is there no other way? Claire must have been mind-controlled, must have. Roger yelled, anxious and worried. Of course I know. Duke Gordon humped coldly. How many times have I told you to control your hot temper? I cannot calm down. If Catherine is found guilty, her life will be forfeit. How can I calm down? Roger was almost hysterical. You think I'm not worried? If Catherine is found guilty, not only is her life forfeit, the second prince will lose and our Hill clan will also collapse as well. Duke Gordon tried to suppress his anger. He too was very exasperated. He had planned to watch from the sidelines quietly, allowing Eric to assist the first prince and Jean to help the second prince secretly. No matter who ascended the throne, he would be a winner. However, the second prince had forced his hand. And he never expected Eric to betray the clan. Roger gritted his teeth, angry and worried. In his father's eyes, the interests of the clan always came first. If this incident did not affect the future of the Hill clan, Gordon would not try so hard to save Catherine. No. He could not let any harm come to Catherine. Leave. I will take care of this matter. I have a plan for tomorrow. Duke Gordon waved off-handedly impatiently. Roger opened his mouth to speak when Duke Gordon said in a deep voice, "I told you to leave, did you not understand?" The authoritative and impatient voice shut Roger up. Roger shot a glance, but in the end, left with frustration. After Roger left, there came a knock at the door. "Come in," Duke Gordon said quietly, a little beaten. The door opened. It was Emery. Seeing Duke Gordon's tired appearance, he called out cautiously, "Your Grace." "Emery. How are the circumstances?" Duke Gordon rubbed his temples. "We did find someone. However, I do not know whether or not we will be able to break the mind control spell." Emery frowned. After all, if the Temple of Light dared to use this move, they must have something prepared up their sleeve. "Stay strong. If all else fails, then we will move on to the second plan." Duke Gordon sighed. "Roger, this child. When will he grow up?" "Yes, Your Grace." Emery nodded. However, he seemed to be holding back something. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 165. Chapter 165. What is it? Duke Gordon sensed that Emery wanted to say something. "Although Miss Clare did not want me to tell you, I think I should still tell you, Your Grace. The Miss has already secretly returned to the capital stronger again." However, Emery still did not know Claire's true strength. "What? Claire has already returned?" Duke Gordon was pleasantly surprised for a brief moment before becoming worried. He was well aware of how deeply Claire loved Catherine. Appearing at such a time would leave her in a difficult position. "Miss was originally living in my residence, but disappeared a few days ago. However, I am certain Miss Claire is still in the capital." "The Temple of Light is unaware she has returned," Emery said certainly. "Good. It is best if she does not appear." Duke Gordon let out a small sigh. "However, Your Grace, do you not think Miss will not appear at the public trial tomorrow?" "She loves the madam more than anyone," Emery said seriously, frowning. "Send people to watch the peripheries tomorrow during the trial. Once she is spotted, she must be blocked and taken away immediately," Duke Gordon said, exceptionally serious. "She is the future of the Hill clan. And she cannot witness the backup plan. Even if the Crown Prince was defeated, the Temple of Light would not lose its power. After this conflict, everything would return to as they were before." "Yes, Your Grace." Emery nodded solemnly. However, he was a bit sorrowful. The person before him was the integral reason the Hill clan was what it was today. Large sacrifices were necessary for the Hill clan to stand forever. However, was this the correct decision? If Claire and Roger knew of the backup plan, what would be the result? He only hoped Claire would not appear tomorrow. He did not want that child to be harmed in any way. The next day, Catherine Hill's public trial started. Naturally, it took place in the royal court. This day, all the aristocrats in the capital came. They all knew the result of today's trial would determine the next emperor. Those who had been envious of the Hill clan waited in earnest. Those who supported the Hill clan waited in trepidation. Never before had anyone benefited from opposing the Temple of Light. The court was split into two sides. One was the Temple of Light and the people who supported the Crown Prince. The other was the Hill clan and the people who supported the second prince. Emery was worried. Claire still had not appeared yet. This was very strange. With his understanding of Claire, she would definitely appear. The judges of the trial were ones like never before. The emperor was the head judge while the prime minister was the assistant judge. Once Catherine was brought out, Roger watched her anxiously. He wanted to stand up, but was stopped by Duke Gordon's cold humph. Catherine was calm as she walked. Her gaze was clear and her expression natural, not like that of someone who was being mind-controlled. After the Emperor sat down, the hall quieted down. Roger watched Catherine nervously, his fists already clenched tightly. "How is it?" Duke Gordon turned to someone and muttered in a low voice. They shook their head, silent. Duke Gordon's gaze turned cold. Since there was actually no way to break Catherine's mind control, then there was only one method left. Only then could they win. Catherine. Duke Gordon sighed, a faint trace of regret in his heart. But this regret vanished immediately. To achieve great things, one must not be burdened by useless emotions. Only the day when Roger understood this would Gordon be able to hand over the Hill clan to him without worry. Catherine raised her head to face the Emperor. Before the Emperor asked anything, she already opened her mouth to speak. "Your Majesty, I was ordered by the second prince to poison the crown prince. That day, everything was under my control. All food and wine are examined by specialists before being sent into the palace. Everything was under the orders of the second prince. I was merely following orders." The meaning of her words were clear. Before the wine was sent into the palace, the wine wasn't poisoned. However, the wine the crown prince drank was poisoned by her. These words were completely exposing the second prince. The hall fell into uproar. The expression of the Emperor did not change. He only glanced at the Pope and Duke Gordon, secretly watching their responses. The expression of the Pope also did not change. He only sat there quietly. Appearing at the trial today already showed his stance clearly, giving the people who supported the Crown Prince assurance. However, some people were hesitant and unwilling. From now on, royal authority was below divine right. Bowing down to the temple was something that had never happened before. Many people found this unacceptable. Duke Gordon remained emotionless. However, Roger lost control of himself. "Catherine! How could you say that? Your Majesty, Catherine's mind is being controlled. That's why she is saying nonsense. Catherine, wake up!" Roger cried, standing up emotionally. "Marquis Roger, please mind your actions. You must follow the proper etiquette of a noble." "It is not time for rebuttal," the Emperor said indifferently. He appeared dignified and just, but secretly, he felt a tinge of satisfaction. The Hill clan had been so powerful that even he, the Emperor, had to be respectful, but after this, everything would change. The Emperor signaled to the Prime Minister to stand up. Now the highest-ranked palace magician will examine if Catherine is being mind-controlled. Of course, the Hill clan and the Temple of Light also have the right to examine her. "Sit down," Duke Gordon commanded Roger. Roger watched Catherine fixedly, but Catherine had never so much as spared a glance ever since the trial started. Lashia was sitting on the edge of her seat, watching Catherine worriedly. And Eric, who sat beside the first prince, did not dare to lift his head, afraid to look at Catherine, but even more afraid to look at Roger. Lan Lingyun was silent, his expression dark. Lu Xueqing was expressionless, but secretly, she was disappointed. Claire still had not appeared. If she were, then everything would be much more entertaining. "Go," Duke Gordon said to the person sitting behind him meaningfully. The palace magician examined Catherine, then reported, "Your Highness, everything is normal." The hall fell into discord once more. Roger's expression changed greatly. He stood up to say something again, but was patted softly on the shoulder by Gordon. However, this soft pat made Roger lose consciousness. His body lost all of its strength and he fell down softly. The temple sent a cardinal. He reported that nothing was abnormal. No one was surprised. It would only be surprising if they did say something was abnormal. Duke Gordon was still calm. He had expected this. Now, it was time for the backup plan. The plan was something he could definitely not allow Roger to know. Since they were unable to break the mind control, they would have to destroy Catherine's conscience. The person controlling Catherine would have a backlash and expose themselves. Even just the tiniest sign of abnormality would be enough. A person at Duke Gordon's side stood up and walked towards Catherine. "Wait." Suddenly, there was an ice-cold voice. It was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Everyone was shocked. Who would dare to interrupt at such a time? Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. When they saw who stood at the entrance, everyone froze. At the entrance of the hall stood a girl with golden hair and emerald eyes. She stood there unyieldingly, her expression cold, her green eyes profound, dressed in black. She slowly made her way forward, her entire body emitting an indescribable boldness, attracting everyone's gaze. Claire Hill. It was the miraculous Claire. The nobles in the hall started to whisper. Duke Gordon and the Pope's expression finally changed. Claire actually appeared at such a time. This meant Claire would have to pick a side and break off her relation with the other. What consequences she would face were crystal clear. "Reverend, so you've come." Lu Xueqing stood up and greeted Claire with a gentle smile. A flicker of appreciation flashed across the Pope's eyes. Lu Xueqing did not disappoint all her years of training. She knew to immediately remind Claire of her identity along with everyone else, including the Hill clan, that Claire was not just a member of the Hill clan, but also a priest of the Temple of Light. Lu Xueqing smiled as she walked forward. "Reverend, you arrived late. Your seat is over here." Long Lingyun frowned, his eyes flashing with loathing. Lu Xueqing was doing this deliberately. And the Pope only watched on with narrowed eyes. Duke Gordon and everyone else watched Claire alertly, their hearts pounding. The hall was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone waited with bated breath, watching Claire, waiting for her decision. Would she choose the Hill clan or the Temple of Light? In the annals of history, many people had broken off relations with their clan to support the Temple of Light for the supposed greater good. So who would the girl choose today? But Claire did not give Lu Xueqing so much as a glance. Instead, she advanced forward, her expression cold, directly towards Catherine. Catherine finally turned around. She faced Claire. However, Catherine's eyes did not show any emotion nor abnormality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166. Chapter 166. Lu Xueqing appeared a little embarrassed, but her eyes glinted with malice. Before this large crowd of people, Claire had not given her any face. But in her heart, she was secretly delighted. This meant that Claire would not choose to side with the Temple of Light. Lu Xueqing turned, meaning to return to her seat, but she was faced with Lang Lingyun's gaze. The unconcealable hatred and anger in his eyes gave Lu Xueqing an abrupt shock. More unease grew in her heart. However, she had a thought. So long as Claire went past the point of redemption, Lingyun would be hers. The future is long. She would definitely win Lingyun's heart because she had her trump card, Xian. Everyone in the hall started to whisper. What did Claire's attitude mean? The Pope's eyes narrowed, gleaming with profoundness. Elder sister. Lashia excitedly called. For some reason, all her worries had disappeared. She just felt that with elder sister's appearance, everything would be resolved. CL Claire. Roger watched Claire with a complex expression, hundreds of emotions welling up in his heart. Second Prince Nancy and Princess Maurice both stared at Claire blankly. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect Claire to appear here. Duke Gordon's expression grew more and more unsightly. What was Emery doing? Claire had actually entered the main hall. If Claire decided to side with the temple, then she would be considered unfilial and disdained. But if Claire decided to side with the Hill clan, she would be openly betraying the temple as its priest. The consequences were unimaginable. Claire could not afford to appear. All attacks and criticisms would be towards her. No matter what she decided, she would be forced onto a path of demise. Lung Lingyun stared fixedly at Claire, unable to move his gaze away. She had come. In the end, she came. Did she know what she would face? "Greetings, Your Majesty." Claire gave a standard bow, then continued coldly, "We will know immediately whether my mother is under mind control or not. I hope Your Majesty will be just and fair, sentencing the person who cast the spell along with the true poisoner their deserved punishments instead of letting a weak woman bear all responsibility. Hiding the truth and pushing all blame onto a weak woman is something to be disdained by the entire world and leave a stain in history." Claire stood there boldly, her words loud enough to be heard from anywhere in the hall. How aggressive! How impudent her words were! The Emperor's expression finally changed, turning green. His eyes shot daggers at the girl before him. Such arrogant words! Was she ridiculing him? Did she know who she was talking to? But I trust His Majesty will be wise and punish the true criminal. Claire smiled faintly, her words cold. If you can prove that Catherine Hill is being mind-controlled, then good. If you cannot, then you will pay the price for your impudence. The Emperor's voice was ice-cold and authoritative. The person who is controlling my mother is right in this hall. Sitting on that side, with the Crown Prince. What does this mean? Shameless framing, vile and repulsive. Such a person deserves to sit on the throne? If such a person were to sit on the throne, then Amparkland will never be glorious again. Claire raised her hand and pointed at the Crown Prince. Gasps sounded one after another in the hall. Although many were aware this was a scheme and realized something was wrong with Catherine's abnormal confession, no one expected this girl to expose the truth so straightforwardly, leaving everyone in indescribable shock. Impudence! Slandering royalty is punishable by death. Arrest her! A royal knight standing beside the Emperor stood up and yelled. The Emperor did not say a word. Of course he would allow the arrogant and foolish girl to be taught a lesson. The Temple of Light would most likely not oppose and the Hill clan would be given a warning. Immediately, a small band of knights surrounded Claire. Before anyone could react, Claire laughed coldly and with a slight wave of her hand, a violent force shot out in all directions. All the knights around Claire were struck flying. They lost their balance and slammed heavily into the walls or the railings of the second floor before sliding down helplessly. The royal guards lay on the ground, pools of blood beneath them, unable to move. These would take years to recover from. The hall fell silent. Everyone could hear the sound of their own breath. The power Claire had displayed was actually that of a wizard sage. The Pope froze, staring fixedly at the stunning young girl. She had actually already reached the level of a wizard sage. Her strength was actually already this terrifying? Was it real? The Pope's expression grew more and more unsightly, his eyes flashing with even more terrifying profoundness. Did Claire know what she was doing? She was actually challenging the temple so openly, becoming enemies. Did she really think he was afraid to do anything to her? L'Oreal sat silently beside the Pope, her strange eyes on Claire the entire time. She originally did not need to come, but this morning, she had read from the stars something unusual would occur. The Crown Prince's expression also darkened. Claire did not care for her relation with the temple at all as she opposed him. This girl's power strength was even more of a headache. Whether it is slander or not, we shall know immediately. Claire humped coldly. This cold laugh made many people's hearts quiver. Sitting next to the first prince, Eric stood up emotionally with clenched fists. He yelled, "What evidence do you have? How dare you insult His Highness, the Crown Prince?" Claire humped coldly. With a flick of her finger, an invisible, terrifying force abruptly struck Eric's chest. Without a sound, Eric's entire body started to convulse. Blood slowly trickled out of the corner of his mouth. He slid down to the ground weakly. The Crown Prince's expression changed greatly. He reached out hurriedly to support Eric. Eric was still breathing, but all of his cultivation had been destroyed, his meridians broken. He had become a cripple and would never be able to be a warrior ever again. You dared to actually attack your blood brother. The Crown Prince cursed with gritted teeth. But Claire was indifferent. Bastards don't deserve to be in here. The hall started to erupt. No one expected Claire to openly attack here. Did she even respect the Emperor? But some people were very satisfied. Eric had betrayed his clan and was going to allow his birth mother to die. Anyone with a conscience could see this was unacceptable. But everyone understood in their hearts one truth. Absolute power wielded absolute authority. As a wizard sage, Claire was now an unsurmountable mountain. The Pope's expression continued to darken. This action was a slap in his face before everyone. The Emperor's complexion was already dark as could be. Claire's actions were not just a slap in the face. This was a slap, another slap, and then a spit in the face. But the power Claire had displayed with just a flick of her finger left many people frightened. No one else on the Crown Prince's side dared to stand up and retort. Everyone's gaze was on the stunning girl. Fear, envy, adoration, disbelief. Roger was very emotional, yet also worried. Eric, that bastard. That day, he had hesitated for a moment and did not get to kill him before the Crown Prince intervened. Today, Claire's actions left him very satisfied. However, later? Roger's heart tightened. Lashia clenched her fists excitedly, staring at Claire with adoration. Lu Xueqing could not contain the excitement in her eyes. Claire had not attacked once, but twice. This idiot. Everything was over. Claire's actions meant a complete separation from the temple, becoming enemies. Lan Lingyun's gaze stayed on Claire, his eyes filled with worry. Noticing from the corner of her eye, Lu Xueqing's gaze became even more venomous. Claire Hill. The Emperor was already on the verge of exploding. But Claire ignored this. She turned and said, I came to break the mind control on my mother. Soon, we will know I speak the truth. Your Majesty, please calm. Claire is still young and doesn't understand her bounds. Duke Gordon stood up. He appeared fearful, but in reality, he was protecting. Of course, the Emperor knew. Your Majesty, please allow Claire to represent the Hill clan in examining Catherine's spiritual condition, Duke Gordon added, his tone respectful. The Emperor's expression was dark, but he could only comply. Claire's identity was simply too extraordinary, member of the Hill clan, Cliff's beloved disciple, a priest of the Temple of Light. Although it seemed that she had broken relations with the Temple of Light, before the temple announced anything, he could not be certain. Most importantly, at such a young age, she was already a wizard sage. The Pope's gaze was profound. He was weighing in his heart. Claire was chosen by the goddess, but had turned on the temple publicly. What should he do? He would have to communicate with the goddess before deciding. However, he was not worried at all that Catherine's mind was being controlled. It was impossible to break. Only a sorcerer would be able to break it, and the only one was in a distant country with Lawrence. Claire reached out and placed her hand on Catherine's forehead. Gradually, her hand began to emit golden light. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167. Chapter 167. The hall fell silent. Everyone watched Claire's movements with rapt attention. Even the Emperor watched closely, frowning. It was impossible for Claire to break the mind control. Just as the Pope thought this, someone behind the Pope cried out, then starting coughing up blood. He lay convulsing on the ground, the whites of his eyes showing. Clearly, it was a spiritual backlash. The resulting cacophony nearly blew off the roof. The Pope finally could not maintain his expression. She actually was able to break the mind control. Exactly how strong was Claire? How powerful was her spiritual power? Sorcerer? No. Impossible. She was not even 15 yet. How could she be as powerful as a sorcerer? The truth can be plainly seen. The first prince planned on framing the second prince. I'm sure even without me saying this, Your Highness will surely get to the bottom of this. Claire eyed the Emperor coldly, her every word forceful. Met with Claire's gaze, for some reason, the Emperor felt a cold chill run down his spine. Her gaze was so chilling, so frightening. What happened? Catherine rubbed her temples, still subconscious. She looked around with bewilderment. I feel like I just had a very strange dream. I could not control my actions nor words. Catherine frowned, piecing together what had happened. It's nothing, Mother. Soon, we can go home. Claire smiled gently. The situation was out of control. Everything that happened right before their eyes was simply too shocking. The first prince paled. The situation was heavily not in his favor. Quiet. The Prime Minister shouted, attempting to maintain order. But the hall could not be constrained. The situation had already reached such a degree, how would it end? L'Oreal's strange eyes had been on Claire the whole time. Suddenly, her heart tightened. She closed her eyes and opened them abruptly, then started to tremble. Yesterday's premonition was about this? L'Oreal's heart shook, she was in disbelief. The Pope sensed L'Oreal was strange. L'Oreal had never had such a reaction before, there must be something very abnormal occurring. L'Oreal? The Pope turned to her and said in a low voice. Your Holiness, if I did not see wrong, that girl will. L'Oreal's voice became lower and lower until in the end, she was using magic to speak so that only the Pope could hear. What? You're sure? The Pope's expression was more terrified than ever, his eyes filled with horror. L'Oreal nodded with difficulty, her eyes also filled with terror. Young Highness, the temple urgent matters to attend to, I must leave now. The Pope stood up hastily and left, not waiting for the Emperor to respond. L'Oreal and the rest followed closely. Lu Xueqing was surprised, not knowing what had happened, but also followed closely. Lan Lingyun gazed at Claire for a while before also leaving. So now everyone of the temple had left. The Crown Prince was unusually calm. He looked at Eric, who was lying in his embrace, his eyes serene. Everything was lost. The highest seat was not meant for him. The abrupt departure of the temple left everyone confused. What exactly happened that would make the people of the temple leave so hurriedly? Were they going to give up on the Crown Prince so readily? The decision will be made another day. Court adjourned. Catherine Hill will be released temporarily, the Prime Minister announced the Emperor's orders, then left hurriedly. Everything that had happened was completely out of his expectations. No one understood what the temple's sudden change in attitude meant. The entire hall was in chaos. Some were happy. Some were worried. Mother, let's go home. Claire smiled and held Catherine by the hand, about to leave. Claire. Duke Gordon approached them, his expression complex, happy, but also worried. He was happy that they had won the battle and that Claire was powerful to a terrifying degree. He was worried about the consequences of Claire leaving the temple. Even though Claire was very powerful now, the strength of the temple was unfathomable. Sister, you're so strong. You're really powerful. Lashia was still young, so she did not think as much. All she knew was that her sister had just been glorious and successfully saved their mother. Claire, thank you, Roger said, his emotions conflicting. Claire smiled faintly. I didn't do it for you, I just did it for Mother. Claire, you still, no one could understand how Catherine felt currently. Claire had left the Temple of Light for her sake. Tears glistened in her eyes. She grabbed Claire's hand tightly. "Let's talk when we return home," Duke Gordon said quietly. Everyone nodded. Indeed, this place was not suitable to talk in. The second Prince Nancy and Princess Maurice remained where they stood, watching Claire from a distance, their gazes complex, sorrowful, yet joyful. But they could not say a word. They did not have the right to talk to Claire again. Everyone made way for the Hill clan to pass through, silent. They all knew that the Hill clan would once again shine brightly. However, quite a few people were worried for the pretty girl. She was originally the venerated priest of the Temple of Light, her prospects bright, but today, she broke ties with the Temple of Light for her family. What would the future bring? The main temple of the Temple of Light. L'Oreal knelt before a statue of the goddess piously, as quiet as a stone. No one was around. The Pope and everyone else waited outside. L'Oreal was currently listening to Will of the Goddess. An ominous feeling arose in Lung Lingyun's heart, but he did not quite know why. After quite some time, there was the faint sound of someone falling in the main altar. Everyone hurriedly rushed in to discover L'Oreal was lying on the ground, completely exhausted. "L'Oreal!" The Pope called out anxiously. He supported L'Oreal up. L'Oreal slowly opened her eyes, appearing extremely weary. Every time she listened to the words of the goddess, she would be fatigued. L'Oreal looked at the Pope, about to open her mouth to speak, yet she could not say a word. Instead, she used magic to communicate, her voice soft, yet clear in the Pope's mind. "Kill Claire no matter the cost. And destroy her soul." After L'Oreal finished telling the Pope this, she closed her eyes tiredly. The Pope ordered someone to escort L'Oreal back to her room, then walked to his study, his expression serious. Killing and destroying Claire's soul would take much preparations due to her unordinary background and strength. Fortunately, at least her master, Cliff, was not in the capital currently and would not return for some time. Lang Lingyun had seen the Pope's serious expression and how tired L'Oreal appeared. He frowned, wondering what they had said to each other, what the goddess had ordered. Was it related to what occurred today? The Pope's later actions left him even more confused, his heart unsettled. The cardinal was summoned along with Divine Princess Lu Xueqing, but the Pope did not summon him. What occurred in the afternoon left Lang Lingyun even more shocked. The cardinals of all the branch temples throughout the continent had been gathered, all of them with solemn expressions. They had all come using teleportation formations, but they were never used unless for emergencies because they used up too many resources every time they were activated. But all 12 cardinal were now here. What exactly had happened? Was this the orders of the goddess? In the hall, Lang Lingyun ran across the Pope, who had a serious expression. "Your Holiness," Lang Lingyun called out to the hurriedly leaving Pope. "Lingyun, I am leaving now for business. You can temporarily watch over the temple," the Pope said sincerely. "Your Holiness, what is it?" Lang Lingyun did not know why, but his heart had remained feeling unease. "You do not need to know. I will tell you once everything is settled." The Pope hurriedly left after these words. Of course he would not tell Lang Lingyun. He was well aware of the relationship between Lang Lingyun and Claire. He could not let Lang Lingyun intervene, nor let the temple lose such a strong support. Lang Lingyun watched the Pope's figure as it disappeared into the distance, frowning deep in thought. Suddenly, Lang Lingyun heard a soft voice. "Lingyun." His eyes flashed with distaste. It was Lu Xueqing. He turned around, ignoring her, about to leave to the back area of the temple. "Lingyun, let's go see Xianxian together. I heard a servant say Xianxian was coughing last night." Lu Xueqing's voice was full of worry. "No need. Xianxian is fine." Lang Lingyun continued to face away from Lu Xueqing, passing by her two, going towards the back area. Lu Xueqing wanted to say something, but Long Lingyun was already far away, evidently not willing to speak with her. Lu Xueqing was left standing all by her lonesome. Watching Lang Lingyun's disappearing figure, she gritted her teeth. Lang Lingyun treated her this way all because of that slut Claire. If she hadn't appeared, Xian would still favor her. Lang Lingyun's gaze would not have shifted away from her. It was all because of Claire that Lang Lingyun had changed. Humph! That slut had even stolen the spotlight at the trial. But it was still fine, because tonight, the slut would drop from heaven to hell. Not only was she going to be killed, her soul was also going to be destroyed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168. Mad delight filled Lu Xueqing's eyes. She was about to go crazy with happiness just thinking about it. She could not wait for tonight's great show. At this time, Claire was gathered with her family in the hall. Catherine was seated with Claire and Lashia each on one side of her. Lashia was happily clinging to Catherine's hand. Roger watched the joyful mother, feeling satisfaction. Catherine was finally saved. Roger's gaze shifted to Claire's face, sighing in his heart. The previous male chaser was now the most brightest star. Even the Emperor had to be cautious. Her current strength was too awe-inspiring. What was a sorcerer? Everyone knew. Even though Claire had been rude, the Emperor could only turn a blind eye. Emery also watched with a serene smile. Claire was actually a sorcerer. Although happy for Claire, he was slightly sad. He now had no right to be Claire's master. But he understood very deeply that Claire would respect him forever. He felt his life was complete with such a disciple. Duke Gordon sat at the highest seat, still worried in his heart. Although Claire had chosen the Hill clan and reached an almost impossible degree of strength, she still broke off relations with the Temple of Light in public. What would the temple do? They could not do anything currently, but in the future? Mother, you have been wronged these past few days. Claire clasped Catherine's hand tightly. No, Claire, it is you who suffered. Catherine shook her head, also clasping Claire's hand tightly. Her face was filled with deep regret and worry. Today you completely broke off relations with the temple. I feared this situation the most. Mother, you are the person most important to me. Nothing else matters. Claire smiled faintly, speaking from the depths of her heart. Duke Gordon sighed continuously. Finally, he said, continue your conversation. I am going to go out for some peace and quiet to think of how to deal with our circumstances. Father. Father. Grandfather, I'm sorry, I caused you trouble, Claire apologized. From then on, the trouble would only increase. It was not just Claire, the entire Hill clan would have to face trouble. Although the temple would not interfere in politics and face the Hill clan, Claire was a different case. To the temple, Claire was a traitor who disobeyed the will of the goddess. Foolish child, what are you talking about? Duke Gordon laughed lovingly, then stood up. All right, I'll think of something no matter what we face. Don't worry. Thank you, Father. Roger and Catherine looked at Duke Gordon with gratitude. Thank you, Grandfather. Claire smiled, her heart moved. Duke Gordon smiled kindly, nodding, then left with Emery and others to the study. The hall was warm, but the study was the complete opposite. Everyone had a serious expression. Duke Gordon sat before the study desk, his brows furrowed into knots. The situation had already developed to such a degree and it was too late to blame anyone. What he needed to do now was figure out how to protect Claire, how to face the temple. Emery, Charles, what do you think? Duke Gordon continued to frown. Charles was one of Duke Gordon's trusted subordinates, a warrior, and naturally, a powerful one. The two shared a glance, but no one said anything immediately. Emery, speak first. Duke Gordon nodded towards Emery. Emery frowned before saying, Your Grace, our opponent this time is like no other, the Temple of Light. No one has ever publicly gone against the Temple of Light, and no one has survived after betraying them. Continue. Duke Gordon frowned even more severely. If we cannot win, then we will just hide. Let the miss hide for some time. Emery said this true thoughts. He worried more for Claire's circumstances than anyone. Charles, what do you think? Duke Gordon looked at the person who stood calmly next to Emery. I agree with Emery. The balance is about to shatter, so letting the miss hide is a good suggestion. Charles nodded. The temple would not dare to give chase if the miss left now, at her level of strength. But if she continues to stay, the temple will think of ways to make life difficult for the Mississippi. There's no other way. Duke Gordon sighed, then nodded. Emery, go make the preparations to send Claire out the city tonight. Yes, Your Grace. Emery accepted. Charles, escort them for 30 li, then return. Emery, stay with Claire to Uwussuli. The Temple of Light is weakest there. Duke Gordon was frustrated. With Claire's current strength, she would be the greatest asset of the Hill clan, but today's situation occurred. The Temple of Light could tolerate her existence, so what to do? Would she hide forever? At the moment, even Duke Gordon did not know what to do. Go prepare now. Duke Gordon ordered the two to withdraw. Once the two left, he walked to the window and stood there with his hands behind his back, sighing internally. The study was silent. Duke Gordon turned around agitatedly, but was met with a pair of profound eyes. Duke Gordon immediately backed away. There was someone actually able to sneak into Hill Manor and appear behind him without him knowing. When he saw who it was more clearly, Duke Gordon became even more panicked. It was the Pope. What are you doing? It was the first time Duke Gordon was shaken. Was the temple going to take their revenge so quickly? So publicly? Duke Gordon, please do not panic. I came here to make a deal with you, the Pope said seriously. What are you thinking? Duke Gordon watched him with a measured gaze. No one knew the true strength of the Pope. Was the Pope here to assassinate him? Duke Gordon immediately dismissed this. If he needed to be assassinated, did the Pope himself have to come? There were so many powerful people of the temple. And assassinating him would not be beneficial. The battle for the throne had already ended. The temple would continue to act as the religion, while the Hill clan would continue as court council. Please instruct no one to enter. The Pope's expression remained serious. Duke Gordon frowned. He sensed no killing intent from the Pope, so after a moment's hesitation, he ordered no one to enter. With a flick of his finger, the Pope erected a magic barrier, making sure no one could hear them because they go down to business. For you holiness to come yourself, what is the matter? Duke Gordon continued to be cautious. Of course he would, as they were previously enemies. Although the Crown Prince lost favor and the Temple of Light did not benefit, they did not lose their power. The position of the temple would not budge, and what happened today was like a play, where nothing that happened mattered. The Crown Prince could not make a return. I came here to make a deal. Of course, you will definitely be satisfied with what I give you. The Pope had an unsettling smile. Seeing the Pope's expression, Duke Gordon did not know why, but he felt a sense of expectation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169. Chapter 169. That afternoon, Duke Gordon already made his decision. Tonight, Claire was to temporarily hide in another country. With Catherine's firm urging, Claire had no choice but to agree. Claire secretly left the manor to contact the Temple of Darkness and inform them not to worry and to send the She brothers in usually. Phillips warned Claire to be careful, his heart uneasy, yet he did not know why. Nightfall. The family ate slowly in the dining hall, not knowing when it would be the next time they could do so again. A morose atmosphere descended. After the meal, they all ascended a carriage to see Claire off. Catherine hugged Claire tightly, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Mother, why don't I not leave? The temple would not dare to do anything to me. They would have to think carefully before making a move." Claire was already as powerful as a sorcerer. How many people were her match? No, Claire. Hiding temporarily is the best decision. We should first watch the temple's movements. If the temple really does not intend on harming you, then you can return later. But although Catherine said this, her heart was full of sorrow. Was that possible? Claire had already broken all relations with the temple publicly, slapping them in the face. How could the temple let her go? Catherine's heart clenched and she hugged Claire even more tightly. Lashia kept quiet, her small face gloomy. Roger, sitting across from them, had a sad expression as well. Claire had saved Catherine while he, her husband, had done nothing. He owed Claire and Catherine too much. Only Duke Gordon leaned back relaxedly with his eyes closed, silent the entire way. The carriage slowly made its way out the city. Emery and Charles' carriage followed from behind. Silent night. The nightlight was resplendent. It was now the beginning of summer. And so, they continued. Claire leaned on Catherine's warm bosom, not saying a word. She had not felt such warmth in so long. Catherine wished time would stop. But that was impossible. After some time, the carriage finally stopped. They were now far from the capital and the darkness had descended. When the carriage stopped, Catherine stiffened. She hugged Claire even more tightly. "That's enough, Catherine. This will not be the last time you see Claire." Duke Gordon said softly. "Let's first get out of the carriage." Catherine was downcast. She slowly let go. Everyone descended the carriage. Emery's carriage caught up and stopped. Standing by the carriage, after saying her goodbyes, Claire was going to leave. No one knew how long she would be away. Catherine hugged Claire again, unwilling to let go. Lashia also started to sob. White Emperor and Black Feather hopped onto Lashia's shoulders and waited silently. All right. Duke Gordon sighed. "If this continues, even I will not be able to bear it." Only then did Catherine let go. She advised Claire, eat well, dress warmly, and so on. Lashia held Claire's hand with tears in her eyes. "Without me around, you must protect Claire. Also, make sure you watch over little leopard, will you?" Claire reached out and wiped away Lashia's tears. But Lashia's tears continued to flow. She could not say anything, only nod her head furiously. "My little sister, you will definitely become strong. So, don't stop training." Claire felt warmth in her heart. This child was honest and smart. In the future, she would definitely become strong. MHM, Lashia could not stop sobbing. "Claire, come here. I have something to say to you," Duke Gordon said solemnly. "Yes, grandfather." Claire patted Lashia's head to console her, then followed Duke Gordon. The two walked farther and farther away. Catherine and the rest watched them, understanding that Duke Gordon was going to tell Claire something important. Claire followed Duke from behind. Duke Gordon did not say a word, only advancing forward. Suddenly, an ominous feeling arose in Claire's heart. She could not quite explain why. Her sense of danger grew. It had nothing to do with killing intent nor hints in her surroundings. It was purely instinct. Claire frowned slightly and started to concentrate. Just as she started to release her consciousness, Duke Gordon's clear voice interrupted. Claire, you must be careful. Contact us once you reach there, okay? Don't let your mother worry. Duke Gordon's voice was unusually loud, somewhat forceful. Yes, grandfather. Claire nodded. Claire knew that as the head of the clan, Duke Gordon was definitely no ordinary person. But as for what Duke Gordon's specialty was, Claire did not know. Claire mused to herself. In her memories, Duke Gordon never fought anyone. The force Duke Gordon had just revealed, was it a warrior's? Suddenly, Duke Gordon stopped. He turned to face Claire, his face expressionless. The inexplicable sense of danger heightened again. Claire watched her surroundings alertly, but nothing was unusual. What is it, Claire? Duke Gordon could sense Claire's vigilance. I don't know, grandfather. I keep on feeling like something is observing me, but I can't find it. Claire frowned. What? Duke Gordon's expression changed. He frowned and started to scan their surroundings. Perhaps an ambush by the temple? Claire frowned. The Temple of Light would not attack her so brazenly. Even if her current strength had not already far surpassed their expectations, she still had the backing of the Hill clan and her master, Cliff. It would not be easy for them to oppose her. If they wanted to bite her, weren't they afraid of their teeth falling out? The Temple of Light would definitely not do such a foolhardy action. Claire, what do you feel is wrong? Duke Gordon frowned, starting to shift to better observe their surroundings. I don't know either. Claire shook her head. Duke Gordon's frown deepened. He walked to Claire's side. Is there something strange in front of you? Duke Gordon's voice was low. In front? Claire looked ahead, her attention completely focused ahead, leaving her back to be completely exposed to Duke Gordon. Duke Gordon's expression darkened abruptly. With half a step forward, a dagger glinting coldly appeared. It glowed faintly blue, meaning it was smeared in deadly poison. Duke Gordon stabbed towards Claire's heart from behind. Claire immediately sensed the different air circulation. She hastily erected a magic barrier and dove away. But the dagger had already sliced through Claire's clothes and pierced her skin. Before Claire could catch her breath, a heavy fist attacked her. She hastily dove away. The sudden attack was successful because Duke Gordon had completely hid his killing intent and Claire had left her back exposed. Taken by surprise, Claire backed into a large tree, watching the expressionless Duke Gordon coldly. But Claire began to feel dizzy. The extreme pain she felt from her wounded back indicated something was abnormal with the dagger. Her chest continued to contract and she spat out blood. The blood was blackish. Poison. Unordinary poison. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170. Chapter 170. Everyone saw what occurred from afar. Claire, Catherine cried out, rushing over. Lashia also hurried over. Roger followed from behind, his face grim. Emery was also aghast and hurried over, but he was pulled back with force. His arm was almost pulled out of its socket. Emery turned to face Charles's cold face. His Grace said you are to stay quietly here with me. Charles had not been surprised at all, clearly aware of what would happen beforehand. He had an iron grip, not letting Emery move half an inch. Before Claire could compose herself, the ground below her feet began to shake. Bright rays shot out. Claire's vision blurred, and as she leaned against a tree, she realized that the light below her was actually from a huge magic formation. It was a giant, 12-star magic formation. The white light it emitted grew stronger and stronger. Father, what are you doing? Catherine ran over madly, about to dash into the magic formation also. Catherine, calm down. Roger grabbed Catherine and pulled her into his embrace. Grandfather, What are you doing? Why are you attacking elder sister? Lashia was both angry and worried. Seeing Claire pale even more within the magic formation, her heart tightened and she too wanted to rush in, but was stopped by Duke Gordon. White Emperor and Black Feather, who had been on Lashia's shoulders, leapt onto Claire's shoulders. Both chirped and peeped worriedly. Duke Gordon's expression was completely cold. He watched Claire in the magic formation with no hint of warmth in his eyes. Roger! What are you doing? Let me go! Let me go! She is our daughter. Catherine struggled with all her might, kicking fiercely and even biting, but Roger, although looked pained, did not let go. Claire stood within the magic formation and wiped away the blood from her lips, laughing coldly. The Temple of Light sure has its ways, going so far as using this Grand Devil Slayer magic formation. They sure regard me highly. Claire recognized this magic formation, because it was carved on the wall that honored the goddess. This magic formation was used to kill those of devil race, except in the carving, the magic formation was controlled by 12 eight-winged angels. Gradually, 12 cardinals donned in white appeared from different directions. Each wore a necklace, the calm of the goddess. It was shaped like a small water droplet, yet it had a powerful ability, concealing one's aura. This was why Claire had not been able to sense their presence. They all wore the exact same expression, cold and indifferent. They were all chanting, controlling the Grand Devil Slayer formation. Although it was far less powerful than the one in the carving controlled by angels, it was enough to kill a wounded and poisoned sorcerer. The magic formation trapped those within, leaving them to be killed by those outside. Claire had spoken indifferently, her eyes without fear. Her gaze never left Duke Gordon. It was he who had viciously attacked her without mercy. If Claire did not practice Do Chi, she would have been gasping for air weakly by now. When Duke Gordon returned her gaze, a cold feeling arose in his heart. Claire's gaze seemed to be able to see right through him. Sorcerers were no ordinary people. If he had tried to attack her with Do Chi, he would have definitely failed. The Pope had already foreseen this, which was why he had specially given him the dagger. Father, what exactly are you doing? Do you know what you're doing right now? Why are you doing this? Catherine cried, struggling with all her might. Claire slowly let out a breath, controlling her breathing. She leaned against the tree and watched Duke Gordon coldly. Elder sister, tears streamed down Lashia's face. What agreement did you and the temple reach? Claire could not leave the magic formation, but she could heal her wounds with the lotus power. But this time, it was unusually slow. The poison was not just corroding her body, but also her spiritual power. Claire was extremely aware that she had been betrayed by this supposed grandfather of hers. Someone who was about to die doesn't need to know, Duke Gordon said coldly. But when his eyes met Claire's, they flashed with fear. Father! Claire is your granddaughter, how could you? Catherine was on the verge of collapsing. Duke Gordon coldly watched Claire. For some reason, he laughed, sounding strange as he said, Granddaughter? I don't have such a resolved granddaughter. Father! Grandfather? Lashia's eyes widened. Was grandfather really betraying her sister for an agreement with the temple? Claire did not say anything, concentrating all her strength on using lotus power to heal herself. The magic formation was not at the peak of its strength yet, but she had to break out of it as soon as possible. But what was wrong with the wound in her back? Her strength seemed to be slowly seeping out. What exactly was the poison on the dagger? Catherine, Lashia, thinking carefully. How was Claire like originally? An idiot who chased after men is all. Why did she suddenly change after falling off the horse? Because she is not Claire. She is only using Claire's body. It was she who killed Claire's soul and took over Claire's body. Duke Gordon's expression was icy. He watched Claire almost with disdain. Catherine froze and stopped struggling, while Lashia was shell-shocked. But Roger only had a complex expression. Catherine and Lashia watched Claire blankly, completely frozen. Claire raised a brow, but then understood. The old fox already knew long ago? But he did not expose her, letting her grow and develop instead because she was valuable to the Hill clan. Now that the temple was giving him a better offer, he was going to discard her without a thought? Such cunning, such patience, such scheming. Such a person was why the Hill clan stood at such grand heights. Claire's gaze gradually shifted to Catherine. Catherine looked dazed, her face deathly pale. Roger sighed in his heart and let her go. Lashia watched Claire incredulously, frozen in place. Is it true? Claire, you are not my Claire? Catherine was stupefied, her gaze unfocused. Claire gently sighed. She looked into Catherine's eyes. It is true that I am not the original Claire. Now, there was no point in continuing to talk. Claire closed her eyes and continued to circulate the lotus power throughout her body. The 12 cardinals continued to chant and the light of the magic formation grew bright and bright. White Emperor and Black Feather hopped up and down on Claire's should, evidently understanding that this magic formation was nothing to laugh at. Catherine continued staring at Claire rigidly. Catherine, let's go home. Roger could not bear to see Catherine watch Claire be killed. Even if it wasn't their daughter, it was still her body. She also did indeed rescue Catherine. Roger was not completely indifferent. You should also go back, Lashia. Everything will be over soon. Duke Gordon patted Lashia's head, gently pushing Lashia towards Catherine. Roger took Catherine by the hand, about to leave. Suddenly, Catherine turned and ran into a cardinal madly. She cried out, no matter who she is my daughter, she is my Claire. The cardinal she ran into faltered in his chanting, and the magic formation's light dimmed slightly. Claire was stunned, everyone was stunned. Go, Claire, go. Catherine was like a raging bull. Before Roger and Duke Gordon could register what happened, she ran into the other cardinals. Before she left the Li clan, she had destroyed her own cultivation, so now she used the most primitive ways to destroy the concentration of the cardinals, clawing, biting, kicking. For a moment, no one came back to their senses. The 12-star magic formation gradually dimmed more and more. Claire gritted her teeth, her heart filled with indescribable warmth. She gathered her strength, about to rush out of the magic formation. She could not let Catherine's efforts be in vain. Seeing this, Duke Gordon roared. Without a moment's hesitation, he emitted deep violet do chi. Duke Gordon was at the peak of a grand swordsman and was about to ascend to swordsman's sage. His expression cold, he punched towards Claire with all his might. He knew this would not be able to kill Claire, but it was enough to force Claire back into the magic formation. No, like an arrow, Catherine suddenly shot in between Duke Gordon and Claire. Claire successfully dashed out of the magic formation. Everything happened in a split second. No one expected Catherine to display such strength at such a time. Blood splattered onto Claire's face. Catherine was reaching out towards Claire protectively. Her expression was so gentle, so loving. Duke Gordon had originally planned on punching Claire, but he ended up striking Catherine's back. This strike was with all of his strength, punching through Catherine, leaving a gaping hole in her chest. Blood splattered on Claire's face, body, and the ground. No! Rother's painful cry reverberated into the night sky. Mother! Lashia screamed desperately. Claire watched the gently smiling woman with shock. Her heart seemed to have stopped, her mind blank. Claire reached out and caught Catherine's soft body. Catherine was still smiling, her gaze still so gentle. But she would never breathe again. The warmth of her body gradually left. Duke Gordon froze for only a moment before immediately attacking Claire again. He could not let everything go to waste just because of a woman's death. Claire raised her hand, but this slight movement caught Duke Gordon's powerful fist. Duke Gordon was shocked. Seeing the fist he put all his strength into stopped so easily by Claire, his mind went blank. Sorcerers were indeed strong, but did they have such power? Claire had already lost all mercy, her gaze cruel. Without a word, she slightly strengthened her grip. Duke Gordon broke out in cold sweat. His hand was destroyed. Die! Claire coldly humphed. She infused power into her hand and Duke Gordon was sent flying. He landed heavily, smashing a deep hole in the ground that sent up clouds of dust. Even more terrifying was the fact that although Duke Gordon's fist appeared normal, when he landed and the skin was broken, a thick mixture of blood, flesh, and bone sprayed out, and his fist deflated. Claire had shattered the innards of Duke Gordon's hand while leaving his skin perfectly intact. Duke Gordon lay without moving. His barely heaving chest was the only indication that he was alive. It was such a terrifying scene. At this time, the 12 cardinals returned to their senses. Their incantation had already been stopped, the magic formation gone. Now that the magic formation had failed in trapping Claire, it was time for direct combat. The 12 cardinals surrounded Claire in a circle with her in the center. Roger appeared to have lost his soul, frozen in place. Lashia looked towards Claire, who was encircled, and then looked at their mother in Claire's arms who had died a tragic death. In the end, she pulled Roger away. She almost lost her sanity. Devil net! The 12 cardinals all raised their right hands. Each hand shot out white light, intersecting overhead, then shooting down, creating a giant net of light over Claire. But Claire had not moved, only gazing at the person in her embrace. Catherine was already losing her warmth. The blood on Claire's face also lost its warmth. Claire still did not move, but someone else did. Fire magic attacked one of the cardinals. The cardinal stumbled, coughing up blood, but did not stop in his actions nor chanting. Claire! Emery ran in a sorry state. It had been difficult for him to defeat Charles, who had been obeying Duke Gordon's orders to not let Emery out. But just as Claire looked up to see Emery rush over, she saw something that made her blood run cold. The Pope descended from the sky, and without a word, killed Emery with a wave of his hand. White light pierced through Emery's head, slicing him into two. Master! Claire felt her body grow cold, all the way to her bones. Anger exploded from the depths of her heart. Futile struggle. The Pope descended onto the ground, his expression indifferent. He was already casting magic. The dagger he had given Duke Gordon had deadly poison that slowly drained away one's strength and consciousness. Rage, let rage take over you. That way your consciousness will be swallowed even quicker. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171. Chapter 171. Sinner with the dark mark, your soul shall be purified today. The Pope's white robe flapped with the wind. He appeared extraordinarily righteous. Claire immediately understood. So this was the reason. The temple knew that she was the one with the dark mark, so they were to kill her at all costs. Claire's knuckles were already pale, clenched so tightly her nails dug into her flesh, yet she did not notice. Her hand dripped with bright, piercing blood, dyeing it red. Endless pain, sorrow, and anger swallowed Claire whole. She stared at the Pope fixedly, her emerald eyes bloodshot, becoming more and more red. Her malevolent expression became even more terrifying. Tighten the net. The Pope ordered. He did not know why, but when faced with Claire's hateful gaze, he felt unease. Ah! Claire roared into the sky suddenly, her voice filled with rage and grief. The sound pierced the night sky towards the horizon. Everyone's heart started to beat. The Pope's sense of unease grew stronger, but he could not care for it. He raised his hand high. With a flash of white light, a giant scepter appeared in his hand. Great Goddess of Light, please bestow upon me strength. Light of the sky, converge here, the Pope chanted quickly as he raised the scepter and pointed at Claire, who was still trapped inside the net of light. At the end of the scepter, a ball of light appeared, gradually growing in size. Claire looked up towards the sky, her gaze vacant. As she slowly stood up, Claire felt as if time stopped. In an instant, Claire emitted golden light that grew until it engulfed her completely. The golden light looked so pure and holy that, gradually, it became brighter than the white light of the net and the light at the tip of the scepter. What was going on? The Pope was taken aback. A final struggle? The 12 cardinals could not bear the strong light and squinted, watching Claire. Clearly it was Claire who was being pressured by them, but why were the ones to feel uneasy them? Today, I will teach you what regret means. Claire roared. She brandished her hand high. Suddenly, the devil net shattered. A golden flame snaked along the lines of the net towards the 12 cardinals, as if alive. The next instant, there were multiple painful cries. Some cardinals did not even have the time to cry out before their chests became huge, bloody holes. You could see the trees behind them through their bodies. Not even a trace of the net was left. The Pope's face ashened. He knew Claire would be hard to deal with, but did not expect it to be this difficult. Earlier, when she roared, it seemed her strength had increased. Did she ascend another level? A breakthrough? But the Pope immediately cast away this thought. Impossible. She was already a sorcerer, what level could she ascend to? How could she make a breakthrough in such a situation? The only possibility was that Claire was trapped beast. This was only her final struggle. The Pope relaxed slightly. He finished his incantation, then swung forward with all his might. The huge ball of light at the top of the scepter streaked towards Claire violently. Claire laughed coldly, not intending to dodge at all. With a wave of her hand, a sword appeared. It was the azure ripple blade. Originally ordinary-looking, the moment Claire drew the azure ripple blade, it radiated with light, then shattered to reveal its true form. The pattern on the hilt was ancient and profound, whereas the blade was abnormally sharp, imbued with a terrifying, cold hue. This was the true appearance of the azure ripple blade. Only now could Claire use its true power. The transformative azure ripple blade. An artifact. Claire dashed forward. With one slash, she cut the giant ball of light in half. Her expression cold, she passed through the remains of the ball of light, heading straight for the terrified Pope. The two halves struck the ground, boring two giant craters. Dirt and rocks flew, trees fell. The Pope dodged Claire's strike hastily. The blade appeared wild and uncontrolled. But in that instant, the Pope felt as if the sword was very, very slow, so slow he could see the reflection of himself in the blade. The Pope wanted to dodge, but realized he could now. He could only watch on with his eyes wide open as the blade struck his chest. The azure ripple blade, glimmering with golden flame, slashed right into the Pope's shoulder. The Pope's eyes were filled with shock, then turned pained. The power of the slash was not that simple. An unbearable burning pain spread throughout his entire body from his shoulder wound. Roar! It was still the Pope, after all. With a roar, the scepter shot another ball of light towards Claire. Her expression indifferent, Claire raised her sword. With a slight wish, a pair of golden wings extended behind her back. She flew up to avoid the Pope's attack. Now, the Pope did not dare to be careless. The strange pain from his shoulder made him painfully aware. The overbearing pain surged through his body violently. He finally understood that Claire had indeed made another breakthrough at such a critical time. What level was Claire at now? The Pope did not dare to be careless anymore. There was only one way left for him to eliminate Claire. The Pope suddenly withdrew far away, then raised his hands towards the sky, a most devout expression on his face. Divine possession. Claire knew without thinking that the old fox was using some sort of last resort. How could she let him have the opportunity? Her face icy, Claire dashed forward, sword raised, but was blocked by several white figures. They were cardinals. She turned to look and saw that the other cardinals that were still alive were also raising their hands to the sky like the Pope with devout expressions. Claire immediately understood that the cardinals before her were trying to stop Claire from preventing the others from finishing at all costs. These thoroughly brainwashed cardinals were using their lives and all their might to stop Claire and let the Pope and the other few cardinals finish their incantations. Once Claire struck flying the last cardinal, some of them had already finished their spell. Claire narrowed her eyes as she watched the eerie scene before her. The cardinals who finished each grew a pair of pure white wings, their expressions cold, gaze icy. They held swords, shields, scepters. The Pope also finished. He grew 3 pairs of pure white wings and had a silver bow. Claire immediately understood. The divine possession allowed angels to possess their bodies in order to help them in battle. The cardinals had summoned angels with only 1 pair of wings, whereas the Pope had 3 pairs. The difference in power was clear. Lowly human, your black and ugly soul should not exist. Become ashes. The Pope's voice changed. Compared to his previously elderly voice, this voice was much younger, only a little similar in that it was cold. There were 5 cardinals who were possessed, 6, considering the Pope. Claire did not dare to be careless. The pressure the Pope emitted was not that of a human anymore. The 6-winged angel was very powerful. And archers were the natural enemies of magicians. But, in terms of close combat, archers were no match for warriors. Claire gripped the azure ripple blade tightly, her eyes narrowing. The 5 cardinals encircled Claire with her in the center. The Pope's pairs of wings flapped as he flew in mid-air, making distance from Claire. To an archer, distance was very important. 3 out of the 5 remaining cardinals were warriors. These 3 flew towards Claire and started to fight her. Claire was shocked. The cardinals were completely different from before. While the 3 cardinals fought Claire, the remaining 2 cardinals continuously cast attacking spells. Under their coordinated attacks, Claire could only barely defend. What was the Pope doing? The 3 cardinals were fighting her in close combat, so what could the Pope, an archer, do? Claire blocked a sharp attack from behind as she mused. But immediately, Claire felt an abnormally intense aura from the cardinal before her. Claire cursed, but it was already too late. A ray of white light pierced through the cardinal like lightning, attacking Claire fiercely. The cardinals to the left and right of Claire immediately brandished their swords. Claire raised her sword to defend, but was not able to avoid the arrow. The arrow shot straight into Claire's should. Burning pain spread through her pain. How malicious, going so far as to shoot dead a cardinal to hit Claire. As the arrow pierced through the cardinal, his body flashed with white light. The angel that possessed him left, but the cardinal remained dead. Their plan was not clear. Suicide. No, it could be said that the cardinals were sacrificed, but the angels were perfectly unharmed. They had to kill her at all costs. The next moment, Claire was moved. Her opponent would attack her with no regard to their lives. Their only goal was to slow Claire down. But there was no way Claire would let them have their way so easily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172. Chapter 172. Next, the Emperor shot 3 arrows, all of which missed Claire. Instead, they lost another cardinal. Claire chopped off the head of that cardinal with 1 slash. Seeing Claire fight with such skill, the Pope's expression darkened. He stopped shooting with his bow, his gaze slowly shifting to Catherine's body. A cold, please glint flashed through the Pope's eyes. He slowly raised his bow, pulling back the bowstring wider and wider. The arrow would not only destroy one's physical body, but their soul. The unpure must be cleansed. The Pope watched Claire as he spoke these words slowly and coldly. After killing off another Pope, Claire's gaze followed the direction of the Pope's arrow and was shocked. The arrow was not towards Claire, but Catherine's body. Bastard! Claire's rage reached the skies, her eyes already red with anger, filled with deep killing intent. She swiftly rushed to Catherine, then flew towards the Pope, gripping her sword tightly as she shot straight towards him. The Pope's lips curved into a cold smile. The arrow pointed towards Claire's chest, then released. Outside the city, Long Lingyun had a gloomy expression, his eyes filled with worry. He finally knew that tonight, the temple would kill Claire. But was it too late? How was Claire currently? He flew, about to go where L'Oreal told him. Then, a familiar voice spoke. Lingyun, where are you going this late? Lu Xueqing appeared from the shadow of the city wall. Only then did Lang Lingyun realize that because he was so preoccupied, he did not notice someone was there. None of your business, Lang Lingyun said coldly, preparing to leave. Are you going to save Claire? Lu Xueqing said immediately, seeing he was about to leave. Lang Lingyun paused, but continued without replying. Are you really going to betray the temple for her? Is she worth it? Are you going to destroy what you worked hard for all these past years? Lu Xueqing's volume continued to grow in volume, filled with anger and jealousy. Lang Lingyun continued to ignore her. He only knew that he did not want that girl to be hurt, to lose her alive. What about Xian? Lang Lingyun once again heard Lu Xueqing's cold voice. He finally stopped. Lu Xueqing felt a burst of happiness. As expected, Xian was forever her trump card, forever the magic weapon she could use to control Lang Lingyun. But when Lang Lingyun turned around, Lu Xueqing was given a shock. Lang Lingyun's violet eyes were piercingly cold, without any warmth, as if they could see right through her soul. Frightened, Lu Xueqing backed away a few steps. Don't use Xian to threaten me. My patience has its limits. Lang Lingyun's voice was as cold as 1,000 nights. Anyone who heard it would shiver. I didn't mean that. Lu Xueqing waved hastily. It was Xian who told me to bring her to find you. She's over there. Lu Xueqing's fear grew. Shocked, Lang Lingyun's gaze followed where Lu Xueqing pointed. Indeed, there was an ordinary-looking carriage quietly stopped there. Xian was here? How could it be? Before he left, the maids had clearly told him she was already asleep. Seeing Lang Lingyun's incredulous expression, she hastily added, It really was Xian who told me to bring her here. Lang Lingyun slowly descended, watching the carriage somewhat suspiciously. Before he even walked over, the curtain of the carriage was opened, revealing Lang Xuanxuan's adorable face. Xian! Why are you here? Lang Lingyun was shocked. Xian had indeed appeared. Brother, I came to send something. Lang Xian pulled out a small crystal. It was a memory crystal. What is that? Lang Lingyun walked briskly towards Xian. It is what I want to say to you. Brother, I have wronged you all these years. Suddenly, Lang Xian smiled brilliantly. No! The word flashed through Lang Lingyun and Lu Xueqing's minds. Lang Xian was smiling resolutely. The next moment, black liquid dribbled from the corner of her mouth, glaringly dark. Still smiling, Lang Xian slowly collapsed onto the ground. No! Lang Lingyun cried painfully, dashing towards the carriage, catching the weak little body in his embrace. Lang Xuanxuan's face was deathly pale, completely colorless. Her little mouth were entirely black. She used all her strength to lift the small crystal, already gasping for breath, yet she had a satisfied smile. Seeing Lang Lingyun's pained expression, she tried her best to say a sentence, just one sentence. Brother, please fly, freely. Her pure, violet eyes gradually dimmed as her eyelids slowly closed. Lang Xuanxuan's small hands slowly drooped. The small crystal fell from her grasp onto the ground, then rolled away. Her weak, little body slowly turned colder and colder. Lu Xueqing froze where she stood, many emotions in her heart. Lang Xianxian actually chose to swallow poison. Where did it come from? How was this so coincidental? Why did she kill herself at such a pivotal moment? Everything was over. The thought echoed. She knew that Long Lingyun would never look back. He had no reason left to stay at the temple, no reason to ever talk to her again, no reason to give her so much as a glance. Lu Xueqing thought Long Lingyun would explode, would angrily attack her, but Long Lingyun was very quiet. He only hugged Xuanxuan's already lifeless little body tighter, not moving from where he stood. Terrifyingly quiet. After a while, Long Lingyun finally moved. Lu Xueqing backed away fearfully. But Long Lingyun did not even look at her. Hugging Lang Xuanxuan's body, he crouched down to pick up the memory crystal that had fallen, then left. Step by step, he disappeared into the night. Lu Xueqing reached out, wanting to call out to Lang Lingyun, but it was as if her voice was blocked. Not a sound came out. She wanted to chase after him, but it was as if her feet grew roots. Not able to move an inch. Just like that, she watched Long Lingyun disappear from her gaze, disappear from her world. She knew that in this lifetime, that person was unrelated to her. Never again. The Pope smiled coldly. Claire would definitely not be survive this arrow. This arrow was called the Soul Destroyer arrow. It would not only kill the physical body, but also the soul. The terrifying bright white arrow shot towards Claire's heart. Humans are foolish. Clearly there was no way to survive this arrow, yet she would attempt to block it just for a lifeless corpse. The Pope set down his bow, closing his eyes. He smiled coldly, sensing the terrifying power the arrow would bring. Bang! There was a huge explosion. Dust and smoke filled the sky. This time, Claire would be dead. Even her soul would be extinguished. The goddess's order was now completed. He would simply have to find replacements for the ones killed. Just as he was about to return, the dust cleared. The Pope's expression froze. Claire's beautiful face was appeared right before him. She slashed with all his strength, aiming for the Pope's neck. The Pope hastily raised his bow to block. Could archers win in close combat against warriors? Of course not. Claire's gaze was filled with ice. She swung with all her might, cutting through the Pope's bow, about to slash the Pope's neck. Then, a white light flashed overhead. Claire's movements were stopped. The azure ripple blade stopped right at the Pope's neck. The Pope's face revealed glee. He recognized this pressure. It was the descent of the goddess. After seeing the Pope's mad delight, feeling the pressure, she understood. It was the descent of the goddess of light. Just like the god of darkness, her true body was unable to appear. What would appear would be an image of her. It had less than half of her true strength, but it was enough to stop Claire. Humph! Claire humped coldly. She withdrew the blade, darting back nimbly. She was not like before, unable to move under the pressure. Our holy goddess! The Pope looked up towards the sky delightedly. The white light overhead grew brighter and brighter, also becoming closer and closer. A dazzling ball of pure white light gradually descended. Amidst the light, the faint outline of a beautiful figure could be seen. It gradually became more distinct, revealing the beautiful appearance of the goddess of light. Claire grasped the azure ripple blade tightly. The hand with the dark mark started to ache dully, the pain gradually becoming stronger. It was a burning hot pain. Unpure spirit, only being destroyed will allow you to be reborn. The goddess's pretty voice was filled with pressure. Claire looked at the back of her right hand. The black mark slowly appeared, gradually becoming more distinct. She ignored the contradictory words. The goddess of light herself had descended to kill her. Claire knew that everything was because of the mark. "You shameless bastard, are you just going to watch?" Claire said simply as she watched the goddess's movements carefully. Claire was certain the god of darkness must have seen everything, but never lent any help. Afraid of the goddess of light? Claire could not think of any other reason. Silence, only silence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173. Chapter 173. The god of darkness was an impassive mountain, clearly not willing to make a move. Obviously, he was not willing to risk it. His despicable personality could be clearly seen. Only hitting others when they are down, running away when they are more powerful than him. The embodiment of shamelessness, as expected of the god of darkness. TCH. Claire disdainfully clicked her tongue. She pointed the azure ripple blade towards the goddess, her heart resolute. Even though Claire had just made a breakthrough, she still was no match for the goddess of light. What's more, there was still yet another fatal crisis approaching. Having broken through the 11th level of the treasured lotus style, the lightning would arrive soon. Normally, they would have struck already, but it was currently eerily calm. There was only one explanation: it was the calm before the storm. The storm clouds were brewing in order to appear even more violently. Previously, Golden Lotus had woken up and helped her withstand the lightning of the 10th level, then fell asleep, still not awake. What Claire failed to notice was two little fur balls on the ground sharing a glance. White Emperor's eyes were filled with fury and worry, whereas Black Feather flapped his wings, completely indifferent. Swift, Claire's face darkened. The azure ripple blade glowed brilliantly as golden flame snaked towards the goddess of light. The flame grew even more violent in the air, as if slashing apart the air itself. If the ordinary expert faced this attack, they would definitely become ashes. However, the one to face her was the goddess of light. The goddess of light calmly raised her scepter, her expression indifferent. The terrifying attack screeched to a halt, then dissipated. Was this the difference between humans and divine beings? Claire's knuckles were already white from gripping the azure ripple blade so tightly. Lowly ant. The gaze of the goddess communicated these two words clearly, ridicule flashing across her eyes. With a slight wave of the scepter, white light descended onto Claire, enveloping Claire inside. The violent pressure coming from all directions almost made Claire's blood vessels burst. She was forced down under the pressure, unable to move now. She exerted all her strength to raise her sword, but her hand only trembled for a moment. Claire frowned from the pain. It was as if her blood was flowing backwards. All of her bones seemed to be on the verge of cracking. Claire could sense how insignificant she was before this force, unable to resist at all. The pressure grew heavier. Claire wobbled as she struck the ground with the sword to support herself up. Her heart beat quicker, as if about to explode. Was this how everything was going to end? Claire closed her eyes, her heart unresigned. Was this the difference between deities and humans? A faint smile appeared on the goddess's lips. The threat was going to be resolved. But just when the goddess was certain of her victory, a burst of red light with Claire in the center exploded outward, directly canceling out the goddess's terrifying pressure. Under the shocked gaze of the goddess, a power capable of contending with her directly struck her back a few meters. The image of her even became a little dimmer. Her expression grew unsightly. The attack had clearly injured her quite a bit. The light had come from Claire's neck. It was the necklace from the young master of the devil realm. It actually had such power. Claire was stunned. If the necklace was this powerful, then how strong was the young master? Now it seems that when she said she could beat the god of darkness black and blue, she wasn't lying. As the red light gradually faded away, the goddess was still apprehensive. She knew the aura better than anyone else. It was the aura of the devil race. The brat had somehow gotten her hands on a treasure from the devil race. Devils would actually be willing to help a human? The goddess of light suppressed her unease, her resolution to immediately extinguish the person before her becoming more firm. Claire touched the necklace. The young master said that the necklace would only save her once. What could she do now? Tainted human, you dare to associate with the vile devil race. Today, I must cleanse you. The goddess waved the scepter in her hand, her expression serious. Sigh, how annoying. Once again, I need to use up the strength I worked so hard to accumulate. A dissatisfied voice with a faint trace of bemusement suddenly appeared behind Claire. Claire froze. The aura behind her, the powerful strength, seemed familiar, yet foreign at the same time. It's you! The goddess of light called out unexpectedly. Who? The goddess of light actually recognized them? Claire slowly turned around. A stunningly beautiful face appeared. Clothed in black, his hair ebony black, his dark eyes watched the goddess of light, bemused. His entire body effused a mysterious aura, increasing his allure. This voice. Claire frowned, then suddenly remembered. It was Black Feather. When Black Feather forced the contract on her, it was this voice. This cold and stunningly handsome man was Black Feather? Claire simply could not connect the jumping little fur ball with the beautiful, mysterious man before her. Humph. So you actually did not die. However, I won't let you leave alive. Her voice was filled with malice and fury. Who knows who will die yet, Black Feather replied lazily. Then, he hollered into the empty air, God of darkness, you coward, when are you going to toughen up? Come out. This is a good chance. In a moment, White Emperor will also be able to resume into his human form. What? The goddess was shocked. Idiot, you think with that cowardly personality, the god of darkness wouldn't be keeping an eye on his offering? Black Feather spat out disdainfully. Black Feather, you stupid son of a... A low voice grumbled. Darkness started to emerge, blood-red light starting to appear. You are cowardly, did I say something wrong? Isn't taking advantage of others when they are down what you love the most? You're so scared of the goddess of light that you don't even want your offering anymore, Black Feather retorted. But in truth, he knew the cowardly personality of the god of darkness better than anyone. He never appeared if he did not have the upper hand. If not for the treasure blocking for Claire, giving him the time to appear, time to resume his human form to say these words, the god of darkness definitely would not take the risk and appear. He is a selfish person to the extreme, oh, a vile god that is selfish to the extreme. The low voice stopped. However, the darkness spread. Evidently, the god of darkness had descended. Poof! With a quiet sound, White Emperor also appeared. Hair white as snow, eyes round as the moon. White Emperor silently stood beside Black Feather. The two instantaneously painted a beautiful picture, Black Feather devastatingly beautiful, White Emperor cold and quiet. Both emitted an intimidating aura. Good. You are all here. On the contrary, the goddess of light laughed. White Emperor, Black Feather, do you two think you are still as illustrious as you were in the past? God of darkness, you lowly bastard. Tonight I will eliminate you all. A hint of worry flashed across Black Feather's eyes. Indeed, he and White Emperor were far from before. They were only able to resume their original form after storing power for some time. They knew better than anyone else how long they would last. They had to defeat the goddess of light before then. Distant silence. The goddess of light shouted, attacking first with her scepter. A giant pillar of white light shot violently towards Claire. She surmised that because she could not tell how much Black Feather and White Emperor's strength recovered, and now that the god of darkness had also crawled out of nowhere, she would have to destroy Claire's soul as soon as possible. Then, she would not have to worry about anything anymore. If the perfect soul matured and was offered to the mother deity by the god of darkness, perhaps the mother deity would really make a ridiculous decision. She definitely could not let that happen. Black Feather and White Emperor rushed in front of Claire, both raising their hands at the same time. A giant shield appeared, blocking for Claire. The giant pillar of light continued to attack, then dissipated, illuminating the night sky like fireworks. The two continued their shield, but Claire noticed the 2 steps had become unsteady as they were forced 2 steps back. Like the shameless person he was, the god of darkness would not let such an opportunity go. A pitch-black bullet of light shot fiercely towards the goddess. The goddess calmly raised her scepter. Quickly chanting a short incantation, a giant white shield appeared before her, blocking the god of darkness's attack. Claire was a little stunned as she watched the battle. This was a battle between deities? Completely on a different level. Who exactly were White Emperor and Black Feather? Why did the god of darkness and goddess of light both recognize them? What did the goddess's words from earlier mean? Illustrious in the past? Light storm. The goddess humped coldly after blocking the god of darkness's attack. Waving her scepter, she drew a perfect circle arc in the air. Immediately, berserk wind blasted from the ring, forming a hurricane as it grew, whistling. Within it contained an enormous power of light. As the hurricane blew past, the corpses of the cardinals became ashes. The Pope had a panicked expression on his face. The angel who had possessed the Pope did not expect the goddess of light to use such a ruthless tactic that did not differentiate between friend or foe in order to destroy this human, completely not caring for the Pope's light. The angel who possessed the Pope quickly flew away, attempting to escape the range of the berserk winds. He was able to fly out, but one foot was late by a step. It instantly turned to ash. The Pope frowned. Then, with a flash of white light, the angel left the body, leaving the Pope to slowly come to his senses and taste the surging pain. Lashia and Roger, far away, had fainted long ago from the pressure when the goddess of light had descended. They were completely unaware of what was currently happening. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174. Chapter 174. Break. Black Feather declared in a low voice, positioning himself the same way as White Emperor. They crouched down slightly, then grabbed their right wrist with their left hand. Instantly, a violent power shot out of their right palms, one black, one white, converging in mid-air. Like a sharp knife, it cut through the air, shooting towards the light storm. And so the light storm was slashed apart, leaving a blank vacuum in the middle. Everything on either side turned to dust, including Catherine's body. Claire watched fixedly as Catherine's already cold body disappear instantly. All of the blood in her entire body froze. Mother! Mother! All Claire could see was Catherine's final, bittersweet smile. Claire remembered how when she came to this world, it was Catherine who was the first to smile at her warmly, to genuinely treat her well. Even when she knew Claire was not the same Claire as before, she risked her life to protect her. Now, nothing remained of the gentle woman. Not even ashes. Emery taught her wholeheartedly and strove his best for her. Today, his ice-cold body lay in a pool of blood. Even in his dying breath, he was calling Claire's name. Hatred, heaven-reaching waves of hatred enveloped Claire, drowning her reason, swallowing her soul. White Emperor and Black Feather were still resisting the goddess's attacks while the god of darkness sneak attacked, but it was not much use. White Emperor and Black Emperor shared a glance, both seeing worry in each other's eyes. They both could not maintain their form for long. However, it was fine if they continued to maintain. Deities cannot descend for long, so as long as they persevered, the goddess would leave on her own. But how long would they be able to last? They were far from how they were in the past. It would be long before they could regain their powers. At this time, no one noticed Claire's expression. She had her head lowered, her gaze fixed on where Catherine had disappeared from. Slowly, her gaze became blank. She could see nothing. Her heart empty, her gaze empty. Mother, Claire's lips parted slightly. This word was said so softly, yet as if amplified by magic, the word penetrated everyone's minds, even their souls. White Emperor and Black Feather frowned deeply. Even they had felt the intense power engulf their spirit. The goddess of light and god of darkness also felt the strike. Their state of mind shook for a moment, stopping their spells. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a black cyclone formed with Claire in the center, growing larger and larger. Claire stood in place, her gaze already unfocused, her hair fluttering with the wind, her clothes flapping. An indescribable deadly charm mixed with grief and despair. What's more, Claire's emerald eyes gradually turned black, as well as her golden hair. Her gaze became endless, her hair fluttering rebelliously in the wind. Black hair, black eyes. The prophesied woman of darkness who would overturn the light. Everyone trembled at the sight of her. The prophecy was true? The goddess was now deathly pale. After the shock, she returned to her senses, but she was now even more anxious. Originally, she thought that Claire had to be destroyed because she had the dark mark, but who would have expected she was the dark-haired, dark-eyed woman from the prophecy? She could not let her live. Not even her ashes could remain. On the other hand, the god of darkness was delighted. He was already certain that with Claire, he would be able to overturn the light. His risk had been worth it. Beheading light. A giant sword materialized in the goddess's hand. She attacked before anyone could respond. She could not stay much longer, but she had to destroy the girl before she left. But how could the god of darkness let her? A massive dark aura congregated into a shield in front of Claire. The god of darkness was also anxious because he too did not have much time left. In fact, he had even less time than the goddess of light. Because the goddess ruled the world, everything was to her advantage, whether it was the amount of time to descend or the amount of power. Although earlier he thought he barely had a chance with White Emperor and Black Feather, now, he was completely willing to protect Claire. White Emperor and Black Feather did not have any wasted movements either, also protectively blocking in front of Claire, erecting a shield. Both were displeased. If it were before, instead of defending over and over, they would be attacking. But this attack of the goddess was no small matter. She put all her might into this strike. The violent force struck the shield erected by the god of darkness, stopping, but did not dissipate. Instead, it remained in place. The black shield shuddered, resisting the power's advance. White Emperor and Black Feather frowned. Their situation did not look good. As expected, the next moment, the black shield shattered, sending a backlash to the god of darkness. His remaining time had also been used up. Howling unwillingly, the god of darkness disappeared. Now, the terrifying force struck the shield erected by White Emperor and Black Feather. White Emperor and Black Feather did not dare to be careless, using all their might to support the shield. Lotus Nightmare, Claire's gaze remained unfocused as she lightly brandished her sword, slashing the air. Once again, her voice seemed to penetrate their minds. With this one slash, nothing was visible. There was no sword chi, no flames. But White Emperor and Black Feather sensed a giant power slice through the air. It directly shattered their shield, clashing straight into the power the goddess had released. The power maintained, splitting the beam of light apart. But instead of disappearing, the split pillars of light violently shot towards Claire. Claire! White Emperor and Black Feather cried. Without thinking, the two blocked the two pillars of light. Boom! The giant explosion resonated into the horizon. An intense pillar of light shot towards the sky, illuminating the night. With a cry, the goddess of light was struck with Claire's explosive attack, her eyes filled with hatred and unwillingness. Her form slowly started to disappear. Her time was also up. She could not believe that even though she personally descended, she could not finish off just a single human. At the same time, White Emperor and Black Feather used up all their might to block the final 2 strikes. After the loud explosion, only 2 little furballs remained where the stunningly handsome men used to stand. Claire stood fixedly in place, her gaze still unfocused. Everything was desolate. In the far distance lay Emery's body split in 2. Lashia and Roger were still unconscious, but blood dripped from their lips. They were unable to withstand such pressure. Duke Gordon remained there, appearing dead. The Pope was also unconscious, 1 foot missing, deathly pale. Claire could not see anything. Her heart was devoid of everything. She simply stood frozen in place. Chirp, chirp. Peep, peep. White Emperor and Black Feather hopped around near Claire's feet, anxious and worried. But Claire did not respond. Her heart was already barren. Suddenly, the hazy night became even more dusky. White Emperor and Black Feather looked up, then started to hop more furiously. Countless black clouds came from every direction, lightning flashing within. This time, there would be more strikes than every 10 lightning bolts. Claire had made a breakthrough fighting the angel-possessed Pope, but the lightning had only started to appear now. The terrifying circumstances was clear. But Claire could not see, could not hear. She only stood quietly in place. White Emperor and Black Feather grew even more worried. They understood that Claire was currently immersed in endless suffering and despair. She could not think properly now, unable to face the lightning with a clear head. But even if Claire was clear-headed, there was no way she would be able to safely withstand the 10 strikes. Rumble. The booming thunder rolled across the sky. White Emperor and Black Feather hopped onto Claire's shoulder, calling out anxiously, hoping Claire would awaken, but to no avail. Claire did not respond. The sky was now covered in thick clouds. Thunder rumbled loudly, lightning flashed ominously. Chirp, chirp. White Emperor bit Claire's ear, hoping the pain would awaken her. Seeing this, Black Emperor bit Tio their ear. Claire's gaze finally regained some of its focus. She looked up towards the rolling clouds, but her eyes were still dead. She did not do anything. Boom! A bolt of lightning finally struck, attacking straight towards Claire. Claire looked up calmly as the lightning approached, her expression serene. Perhaps ending now was for the best. But then, Claire was shocked. A powerful arm hugged her tightly. Claire found herself in a warm embrace. A familiar, handsome face appeared before her eyes. His dark eyes were filled with determination, his flaming red hair fluttering in the wind. It's you? Why is it you again? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175. Chapter 175. Feng Yixuan. Feng Yixuan pulled Claire into his embrace, one hand raised high. Hold! A spinning disk of wind appeared above the two, like a shield. The wind circled so quickly, it was like a wall of wind. The lightning struck abruptly, but did not strike through the wall of wind. Instead, like fireworks, the lightning was split into small sparks and dispersed. Feng Yixuan tightly hugged Claire, and whispered in her ear, "Sorry I'm late." His voice was filled with remorse and self-loathing. Claire slowly closed her eyes, burying her head into his embrace, not saying a word. Feng Yixuan's heart tightened. He suddenly felt this person was so weak, she might break. Tender longing gradually filled his heart. The moment Lang Lingyun arrived, he saw this scene. Dark clouds rumbled in the sky, giant bolts of lightning striking terrifyingly. A handsome man with flame-red hair protected the person in his embrace with one arm, his other arm raised high casting spells to withstand the heavenly lightning. It was Feng Yixuan. Lang Lingyun's gaze shifted to the person in Feng Yixuan's embrace. His heart jolted. Even though her hair had turned black, he could recognize her with one glance. It was Claire. Their surroundings were terrifying: charred black ground, the Pope lying in a pool of blood, Emery's split body parts, the handless Duke Gordon, and Lashia and Roger unconscious. Everything appeared so bloody and cruel, but the 2T, the center of it all, were so at peace, so gentle and warm. Lang Lingyun's eyes stung at the sight, his heart aching more and more. At her weakest moment, it was not he, but Feng Yixuan at her side. Feng Yixuan was extremely careful at this time. Although he had broken through to the 11th stage of the heavenly astral wind, there were a total of 10 bolts of lightning. To withstand them all would be difficult. He cursed in his heart. If only he had the old man's jade disc. That item would have definitely blocked all the lightning. Feng Yixuan maintained the wind wall while looking down at the weak Claire in his embrace. It was the first time he had seen this weak side of Claire. He had to block all 10 bolts of lightning no matter what. Lang Lingyun stood not far away, staring at the scene blankly. Only when the 8th bolt struck did Feng Yixuan start to show signs of fatigue. Lang Lingyun returned to his senses. Now was not the time to blank out. If Feng Yixuan was not able to persevere, Claire would be struck dead with Feng Yixuan. Feng Yixuan frowned deeply, but he still held Claire tightly. He was already near his limit. The 8th strike of lightning had used the last of his strength, and the next bolt would be even more violent. As his gaze started to wander, he saw Lang Lingyun. His heart tightened. Was he planning on taking advantage of them? No, something was wrong. Who was the person in his embrace? Wasn't that the little girl who clung to Claire at Naya? Was she dead? What happened? The rumbling of the clouds drew back Feng Yixuan's attention. Feng Yixuan cursed. Now was not the time for his mind to wander, now was the time to think of how to protect the person in his own embrace. As the last of his strength faded, the wind wall disappeared. Feng Yixuan gritted his strength, tightly holding Claire in his embrace. He would use his flesh and blood to block the last 2 strikes. Lang Lingyun gently laid down Xuanxuan's already cold body and tugged off a sparkling, crystal-like tear-shaped necklace from his neck. He clasped his hands before him with the necklace in between, his eyes closed, and started chanting quickly. Lang Lingyun's eyes flashed open, his chant finished. Absolute wall. Violet light suddenly flashed from his palms, violet light pouring down over Feng Yixuan and Claire, forming into a sturdy barrier. Rumble. The terrifying 9th bolt of lightning struck, striking the violet barrier heavily. The violet barrier shuddered slightly, but did not break. Lang Lingyun let out a breath. The necklace was finally useful for once. Feng Yixuan hugged Claire tightly, looking up to see the strange sight above his head. He turned to look at Lang Lingyun, understanding it was he who had saved him and Claire. When the final, fierce lightning struck down, Lang Lingyun's eyes narrowed, his lips moving quickly to chant. The violet barrier instantly started to radiate brightly, becoming twice as thick. Rumble. The last bolt finally struck the violet barrier. The heavens dispersed and the violet light disappeared, the barrier shattering into pieces. Lang Lingyun coughed up blood, secretly surprised that the lightning would be so fierce, able to cause a backlash to the spellcaster. Gradually, the surroundings quieted. The black clouds in the sky dispersed, the hazy moon once again revealing its face. We have to leave quickly. Lang Lingyun forced down the ache in his heart, picking up Xuanxuan's body. The people of the Temple of Light would be here soon. They did not have any strength left to fight. If they encountered more enemies now, the aftermath would be unimaginable. Feng Yixuan watched Lang Lingyun with a complex gaze, but nodded. He looked at the person in his embrace. She had already fallen unconscious. White Emperor and Black Feather hopped onto Feng Yixuan's shoulder, worriedly watching Claire. Let's go. We'll go to my home. After Lang Lingyun drew close, Feng Yixuan tore open a teleportation scroll. With a flash of white light, they disappeared without a trace. Soon, the divine princess Lu Xueqing arrived with a group. Once they saw brutal aftermath, they were all shocked, in disbelief. One of the Pope's feet was missing, his blood already dyeing the ground red. Emery had been split in half, his innards lying on the ground. One of Duke Gordon's hands had become deflated skin, completely surrounded by blood. Lashia and Roger were unconscious, blood flowing out from all orifices. Cardinals were either missing or their corpse mutilated. Too cruel. Who did this? Claire was not there, not even her corpse. Had she run away? What about Lung Lingyun? Did he escape with Claire? Who killed all these people? Was it Claire? Lu Xueqing immediately dismissed this thought. Although that bitch was strong, she definitely would not kill her master so brutally or would be able to kill so many cardinals and wound the Pope. To know what had actually occurred, they could only wait for the unconscious people to awaken. The priests started to heal the wounded as fast as they could. Clouds slowly started to conceal the hazy moon until it faded into darkness. 2 days later, Parkland announced shocking news. Because Claire Hill wanted to reconcile with the Temple of Light, the originally dazzling star became deranged and cruelly killed her mother Catherine Hill along with her master Emery while also heavily wounding Duke Gordon. However, the Temple of Light could not accept such vicious actions, so they ordered men to arrest her, but Claire Hill summoned the God of Darkness to defeat the members of the Temple of Light. Furthermore, she enticed the divine prince Lang Lingyun to betray the temple. Now there was a large bounty for Claire, dead or alive. The temple also hopes for the blinded divine prince Lang Lingyun to repent and for his return to the goddess's side. The news caused huge ripples. Lagark, the hidden room in Feng Manor. Feng Yixuan's hand shook as he read a letter, tearing it into pieces before he finished reading. Those lowlives. Did they frame Claire for everything? Lung Lingyun said apathetically. After seeing Feng Yixuan's reaction, Lung Lingyun already knew what happened. He knew the vile schemes of the temple better than no other. Lowlives. Lowlives. Feng Yixuan was furious to the point that he could not speak coherently. The Temple of Light would actually do such a shameless, despicable action. Lung Lingyun kept quiet. He looked at the person on the bed, his heart pained. Claire had not awakened since then, still unconscious, or in deep sleep. As a healer, Lang Lingyun understood Claire's condition. If she woke up knowing she was the reason for her loved one's deaths, how would she feel? How could she face herself? Lung Lingyun's heart ached. Feng Yixuan reached out and clasped Claire's hand. Anxious, he asked, why hasn't she awakened? It's already been 2 days, why is she not awake? Lung Lingyun was silent. After a while, he spoke. She is trying to escape from reality, unwilling to face the truth. Feng Yixuan froze, his face welling up in pain and remorse. He reached out and gently caressed Claire's face. White Emperor and Black Feather each crouched on either side of Claire's pillow, worriedly watching Claire. Claire, you must wake up, you still need to take revenge. You mother and master have been killed. Are you going to continue on sleeping without facing your enemies? Lung Lingyun said coldly, watching Claire's face. You. Feng Yixuan gritted his teeth as he shot a glare at Lang Lingyun, but then slackened. Although this method was a bit cruel, it was the most efficient way to wake her up. Claire, wake up. Feng Yixuan clasped Claire's hand tightly, his voice low. You have been greatly wronged. Your mother would definitely not want to see you like this, please wake up. Do you want your mother's efforts to go to waste? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176. Chapter 176. Mother. Master. Slowly, gradually, Claire's long lashes started to quiver. Claire. Feng Yixuan emotionally squeezed Claire's hand. In his heart, Long Lingyun let out a breath. Claire finally opened her eyes. Her gaze was not bewildered, not despairing, but resolute. Claire, Feng Yixuan worriedly called out. Claire turned to face Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun, then said one word quietly. Yes. Feng Yixuan smiled brightly, his heart finally relaxing. You finally awakened, Long Lingyun said quietly. Yes, I have awakened. Claire slowly stood up. Feng Yixuan hastily stood up to support her. Sorry for worrying you all. Claire leaned her head against the bedside. As long as you are all right. Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun both nodded. Tell me our current circumstances. Claire's black eyes glinted profoundly. Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun shared a glance. Should they tell? Should they tell her she had been framed as the murderer of her loved ones? Feng Yixuan licked his dry lips, hesitating. Long Lingyun was also silent. Do you both think I will do something foolish? Claire's expression was serene, her tone calm. Feng Yixuan started to say, I know you won't, but he did not want to tell Claire such a cruel reality. It was rubbing salt in her wounds. But even if he did not tell her, Claire would find out. She would feel even more pain then. Just like you both said, I still have many matters left unfinished. The temple will definitely pay for Mother and Master's deaths. Claire's voice was extremely calm, yet exceptionally icy. Feng Yixuan watched Claire, biting his lip. Claire did not continue, quietly waiting for Feng Yixuan to continue speaking. Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun shared another glance. In the end, Feng Yixuan quietly told her the news Parkland and the temple had jointly spread. Feng Yixuan's voice was soft, extremely soft. He paid close attention to Claire's expression, but Claire remained calm the entire time. After he finished speaking, he worriedly watched Claire's calm face, thousands of feelings welling up in his heart. Claire turned to face the two. As her lips started to move, the two tensed up. Claire quietly said to Long Lingyun, what about Xian? Long Lingyun froze. Feng Yixuan also froze. How could the Temple of Light let you go if you saved me? Did you not think about Xian? When she saw the slight change in Lang Lingyun's expression, her heart tightened. Lang Lingyun remained silent, but the deep sorrow in his eyes did not escape Claire. Feng Yixuan did not know what to say either. Claire instantly understood. The pure, innocent girl was most likely. Sorry, Claire apologized faintly, her gaze laden with grief and self-blame. No, it was not because of you. Lang Lingyun sighed, then started to smile gently. It was Xuan's wish. Her last wish was for me to leave the Temple of Light to live my own life. I will fulfill her wish. Claire and Feng Yixuan watched Lang Lingyun's faint smile with complex thoughts. They had never seen him smile like this before, a smile filled with desire to live. Where am I? Claire looked around her surroundings. The room was windowless. There was only a stone door and slight ventilation coming from the ceiling. The furniture inside was plain with 3 silver candle holders on the table. It is my family's secret room, Feng Yixuan said quietly. The Temple of Light wields great influence in Lagark, so... Although the Temple of Light and Amparkland have declared you a criminal, they cannot wantonly pursue Claire, because Claire's eyes and hair have already turned black. The temple cannot send too many people to chase Claire, or else their hypocritical artifice will be exposed, so only the inner circle of the temple will pursue her, Lang Lingyun analyzed. Feng Yixuan and Claire recalled when the temple had secretly chased and killed girls with black hair and black eyes. Claire's gaze grew downcast. She did not expect her to be the cause of their sorry deaths. You two should first leave. I will rest for a bit, Claire said quietly. She closed her eyes. Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun shared a glance, both seeing concern in each other's eyes. They then looked at Claire. Seeing her calm expression, the two finally withdrew. After the door was shut closed, Claire tiredly leaned against the bedside, slowly opening her eyes. Her gaze was ice cold, so chilly it could freeze one's soul. Temple of Light. Gordon Hill. I will return. I will definitely return. Claire concentrated on sensing her body's current condition and was startled by what she saw. The lotus power had continuously coursed through her body. The majority of her wounds had already healed. Chirp chirp. White Emperor called from next to Claire's pillow. Peep peep. Black Feather called out even more loudly. Not to be outdone. Claire looked down at the two furballs, smiling faintly. She scooped the two into her embrace and said quietly, "Thank you both for saving me." Ha! Black Feather flapped his wings, as if pleased with himself. But who exactly are you two? Why would the goddess of light and god of darkness be able to recognize you two? Claire suspiciously eyed the two furballs. The two little furballs remained silent. Claire laid back down. Staring at the ceiling overhead, she gradually closed her eyes. A new arc begins. New arc, new rules. The history of the continent of Ceylon turns to a new page. 3 days later, an ordinary-looking carriage slowly tottered out the gates of the capital of Lagark. The azure blue sky was devoid of clouds. Alongside the road was verdant forest, small birds tweeting atop branches. The plain road was sparsely traveled. Inside the ordinary-looking carriage, Claire quietly leaned back. Yixuan and Langlingyu were also inside. I cannot continue staying here. Firstly, I do not want to burden the Feng clan. Secondly, I must take revenge. 2 days prior, Claire had declined Enlisha's urge to stay. Enlisha did not argue, only giving Claire a hug and a smile. Currently, Lagark had no way of contending with Amparkland, let alone Amparkland allied with the temple. Naturally, Clara was fully aware. She even didn't let the Li clan know she was staying with the Feng clan. She could not implicate the Feng clan and Li clan. Before she became strong, she could not face Amparkland and the Temple of Light head-on. Claire had already made a decision in her heart. This time when Feng Yixuan followed Claire, Claire did not refuse nor make plans to make Feng Yixuan leave. Claire's original destination had not changed. Uwusili. The place the Temple of Light wielded least influence. Also Ceylon continent's most destitute nation. The country was mostly desert with few oases. The temple had little interest in the poor geography and impoverished people. There was only one temple at the capital. Wind howled in the desert, picking up the yellow sand until it was nearly impossible to see, intense rays overhead scorching the land. Amidst the vast desert, 3 people atop camels slowly advanced. Apart from giant cacti, there were no living beings. Wind blew, picking up more yellow sand. Occasionally, it would lift up sand to reveal eerie bones. It was a dangerous place. Suddenly, a cloud of yellow dust came from the distance, coming closer and closer. It was a squadron of horses, each valiant rider with curved blades, leather saddles and boots. Bandits. Boss, look, it's those 3. The one in the middle is definitely a girl. Although I can't see her face, I can tell from her figure that she is definitely a woman, a vulgar man near the front of the bandits said certainly to a refined-looking man. The 3 did not look like cash cows, but if the girl was a beauty, they would make a profit. No one would have expected it by his appearance, but the refined, elegant-looking man was actually the overlord of the desert, a true and blue bandit boss. Long Sussy nodded. He never doubted the vulgar man's words. Although the man was vulgar, his eyes were exceptionally sharp. He had never misjudged anything. The bandits jeered in a strange manner, brandishing their curved blades while galloping towards the 3 people. Leave the girl in the middle. The other 2, get lost. Long Sussy humped coldly. You, a charming voice said. The bandits' hearts all trembled. How does someone with such a voice look like? Are you the desert whirlwind, Long Sussy? The same sweet voice said. Long Sussy paused, then burst out laughing. What, does this beauty already know my name? Why don't you just obediently come with me? You dunce, you were framed, and now you've been reduced to a bandit, losing your homeland. You have the guts to be aggressive? Her voice was sweet, but her words were venomous. The expression of the bandits changed. Everyone knew this was their boss's sore spot that could not be touched. Whenever this topic was raised, their boss would go mad. The aftermath was too horrible to contemplate. But contrary to their expectations, Long Sussy did not explode. Instead, he brandished his wave threateningly towards the person in the middle. His voice stern, he asked, "Who are you?" "Someone who will help you," the sweet voice responded. The person in the middle slowly lifted her veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, silky black hair and incomparably deep, dark eyes. At such a young age, the girl was already so beautiful. When she grew up, what a femme fatale she would be. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177. Chapter 177. The prophesized double black woman was not necessarily well known, so although the bandits were shocked by the girl's stunning appearance, they did not think too much. Help? Long Sussy laughed coldly. What kind of joke are you trying to make? But before he could finish speaking, a person beside the girl waved their hand slightly. Instantly, a squall appeared, an incorporeal, powerful force striking the men behind Long Sussy. The bandits cried out fearfully as all of them were sent flying with no exception and then heavily crashed onto the ground. Long Sussy's smile froze. The bandits quickly crawled back up from the ground, serious expressions on their faces. They had not been wounded, but they knew that their opponents were only giving them a slight warning, not intending to actually injure them. Magician? And they were so powerful? Long Sussy frowned, subconsciously licking his dry lips. He cautiously eyed the three. Who exactly were they? What exactly are you planning? Long Sussy asked cautiously. One thing was clear, they were definitely no match for the three. To make you the master of the desert. The girl with black hair and eyes revealed a bewitching smile, so beautiful it was intoxicating. The master of the desert? Long Sussy froze, staring fixedly at the mysterious girl, judging whether or not she was serious. Long Sussy, the sole son of the defeated prince, master of pen and sword, popular with the common folk, the only candidate for the future prince. The crown prince is despicable, definitely not someone who would be a fair and just ruler. You were his greatest obstacle to becoming king, so before you could become a prince, you were framed. The sweet voice was completely emotionless. You. Who are you? Long Sussy's expression finally changed. I am Yixuan. The black-haired, black-eyed girl smiled as sweetly as a flower. Yixuan. A rueful smile flashed in the girl's eyes. She never thought she would use this name. Yes, this name was Claire's true name. Believe in me, I will definitely make you the master of the desert. Yixuan's voice carried an ineffable, faint charm. How can I believe in you? Although his heart had swayed seeing the strength of the person next to the girl, it was not enough to convince him. Yixuan's beautiful face revealed a dazzling smile. For some reason, Long Sussy's heart shuddered seeing this smile. Yixuan's gaze shifted to the vulgar person at Long Sussy's side. Suddenly, her eyes glinted. Something strange happened next. The vulgar man hopped giddily to face Long Sussy, his voice very enthusiastic. Boss, did you know I have been admiring you for a long time now? My love for you is as pure as the moonlight, and my heart shall forever be faithful. A few of Long Sussy's men were already unable to stand such a change, holding their stomachs as they puked. However, Long Sussy had a serious expression. The vulgar man had a clear gaze, his words spoken naturally, but he knew better than anyone the preferences of the vulgar man. It was because of this that Long Sussy's expression had turned serious. High-level spiritual control. It was actually high-level spiritual control. He knew this malicious magic better than anyone else. He had been betrayed by his closest beloved this way, and then was accused by his closest comrades. Long Sussy looked up at the beautiful black-haired girl, his voice cold. Enough. I believe you. His heart started to tremble. How did the girl know what happened to him so clearly? Who exactly was she? Yixuan withdrew the spiritual control, smiling faintly. Apologies for bringing up unpleasant memories. The vulgar man looked blankly Long Sussy's calm face, then noticed the strange looks by the other man and became even more dumbfounded. Why did you choose me? Long Sussy's voice was low. Because I need your popularity. Yixuan smiled faintly. The people of Uwusili all believe you were framed. Long Sussy did not respond, remaining silent. If you believe me, then find me at the weaponry shop of Clear Spring Village. Yixuan lightly tugged on the reins of her camel. The camel started to advance forward. Beside her, Long Lingyun and Feng Yixuan followed her closely. Long Sussy's men shared glances. Unanimously, they moved out of the way to make a path for them. The three camels slowly advanced. Everyone watched their figures as they left, then looked back at Long Sussy, all waiting for Long Sussy's decision. Long Sussy did not utter a word, his expression as placid as water as he watched the three leave. Yixuan, do you think he will find us? Feng Yixuan asked in a hushed voice. It had been no easy task to find the person they were after in the desert. Yes. A small smile surfaced on Yixuan's lips. Clear Spring Village was the closest oasis to Uwusili's frontier. Although it was small, it was very important. Many people came here to replenish their supplies. Like many other travelers, the three arrived on camelback. The vendors on the side of the roads did not have the energy to call out to potential customers, leaning back and waiting for customers to come themselves. The few stone dwellings mostly had their doors shut tightly. Only a few shops were open. Everyone dressed similarly, a long cloak draped over their entire body. The three arrived at an ordinary-looking stone dwelling. After tying up their camels, they went inside. My lady, you're back, a stocky woman greeted. Yes. Yixuan nodded. Tonight someone will come to find me. Bring them once they arrive. Yes. The stocky woman was one of the Temple of Darkness's people who had been sent to assist Yixuan. She was in charge of relations. Her name was Ria. The three walked up to a cupboard next to the wall. Yixuan reached out to open it, revealing a deep tunnel. With a snap of her finger, the entire tunnel was lit up with torchlight. She headed in. After they entered, the cupboard closed, looking once more like an ordinary cupboard. Meanwhile, the three camels outside were led away. The end of the tunnel opened up to reveal an underground cavern. It was a long corridor with many rooms on either side. Straight ahead was the main hall. Divine Princess, you finally returned. Xiaoqi scowled. At the time, Lang Lingyun and Feng Yixuan had been shocked by Yixuan's identity, not knowing when she had become the Divine Princess of Darkness. Once Yixuan told them it was that time they had been trapped by the Temple of Darkness, Lang Lingyun immediately understood. Yixuan slowly approached, her voice soft. What is it? His Holiness said if you didn't return any sooner, we would be punished. So many days passed, but you still did not return, Xiaoqi grumbled. Divine Princess. Xiaoqi smiled and pulled up a chair for Yixuan, then poured her a cup of scented tea. Everyone knew how the old Pope of Light had lost one of his feet. 12 archbishops had even lost their lives. It was terribly exciting news. And at the core of it all was this girl. All followers of the Temple of Darkness were riled up, all believing Yixuan would lead them into a new era. Divine Princess, did you already find who you were looking for? Yixuan poured tea for everyone else as well. Yixuan took a sip of the tea with a slight nod. They will be here tonight. We have found everything you told us to look for. Yixuan took out a map. 2 spots were marked in red. This is the stronghold of the dwarves, and this is the stronghold of the earth spirits. Oh. Yixuan stared at the map, musing. Yixuan looked doubtfully at the map. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Divine Princess, why are you looking for them? Dwarves are only good at metallurgy, whereas earth spirits are only good at digging. Furthermore, they never mingle with humans and hold a deep grudge towards humans. Why are you looking for them? Finding the 2 strongholds has used a lot of manpower. Some had even lost their lives. What is the goal of the Temple of Light? Yixuan asked instead of responding. What else could it be? To reap without sowing, brainwash others. Yixuan humphed. The ignorant masses lose a fortune, yet act as if it is a matter of course. The temple does any small act of kindness and it is heavily publicized. Is it fair? Yixuan said profoundly. Of course not. Yixuan exclaimed disdainfully. To thoroughly purge the brainwashing, do you think only killing the leader is enough? Yixuan stared at the 2 points on the map. Yixuan froze. The Temple of Light had suffered great losses against Claire, but their prestige had been increased greatly. The Temple of Light had become the embodiment of justice to the people. You mean to say? Yixuan clenched his fist, excited. Really? Was it really what he thought it was? Could the girl before him really do it? Power, money, status. What humanity pursued. Yixuan will become the first country of darkness. Yixuan raised the teacup to her lips and sipped, smiling like a flower. Yixuan's heart shook. He suddenly understood Yixuan's plan. Such an ambitious plan, something he could not imagine in his wildest dreams. If someone else said her words, he would have thought it was just a joke, but if this girl said it, it would become reality. Deep in his heart, he believed the girl would definitely be successful. She would definitely topple the Temple of Light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178. Chapter 178. Night as calm as water. Clear Spring Village was nearly silent. With the large temperature changes of the desert, it was cold at night. Few people carried out business at this time. The weaponry shop, however, was still lit. The owner leaned against a table drowsily. The door opened quietly. The owner slowly opened his eyes, then stood up. Without much to say, the owner put on his cloak and said quietly, "Follow me." Long Sussy frowned seeing the owner's actions. He recalled the girl's stunning, confident smile. She was that certain he would come? As the owner led the way, Long Sussy watched the owner's steps and was shocked. This ordinary-looking owner had a sturdy foundation. Since when did such experts appear in Clear Spring Village? The owner led Long Sussy to an ordinary stone dwelling. "I am only responsible for bringing you here," he said dully, then left. The door opened and a stocky woman motioned for him to enter. "If you may." Long Sussy hesitated only briefly before stepping in. He was unaware that this step was the first step towards the greatest shift in Yixuan's history. Long Sussy followed the stocky woman to a room with a cupboard. She pulled open the cupboard door. A gust of cold air flew into their faces. "My lady is waiting for you down below." Ria motioned for him to enter. Without hesitating, he entered. Passing through the long corridor, he arrived at a brightly lit hall. A long table was set up in the middle of the hall. Sitting at the end of the table was the stunning girl. To her right sat a handsome young man with flame red hair watching him with narrowed eyes. To her left sat a handsome man with violet eyes and silver hair, his expression cold. Behind the girl stood two men with the same appearance, one holding a teapot, the other sizing him up with a curious tilt of his head. "Please sit." Yixuan smiled. Long Sussy frowned slightly. Seeing this setup, the girl seemed to have predicted he would come. Who exactly was she? She had already investigated him thoroughly. Appearing before him in the desert was no coincidence. She had been looking for him. Long Sussy sat facing Yixuan. Xiaoxi poured a cup of tea for Long Sussy. "Enjoy the tea." Yixuan smiled. Long Sussy sat down without sipping the tea. Instead, he asked seriously, "What are you planning?" "To increase your fame, and then reveal your identity in the end. Your status shall be restored." Yixuan took another sip of tea. "How?" Long Sussy frowned. "You don't have to do anything. Just eat well, play well, and sleep well." Yixuan smiled at Long Sussy. Before he could speak, she continued, "Of course, that is not possible." "You will not agree." "I will not agree either." Long Sussy's lip twitched. He suddenly felt her personality and appearance did not match. Xiaoqi and Xiaoxi shared a glance, both seeing sympathy in each other's gazes. Long Sussy would become another victim of their divine princess's bullying. "What you need to do now is lead your men to do chivalrous acts, save commoners through fire and water. However, you cannot leave your name. You must wear a red mask whenever you carry out your deeds." Yixuan set down her cup. "Chivalrous acts?" Long Sussy was skeptical, not understanding. "There are other bandits besides you. You have always taken only a certain amount, only a third of the goods when you rob merchants. But other bandits are not the same. They kill all, steal all." Yixuan stroked her chin thoughtfully, a little confused. "But why did you want me? You have always stolen goods, not women." Long Sussy revealed a trace of embarrassment. "Whatever, if you don't want to say, then you don't have to. In short, your next step is to appear in times of need. Because most of Uwusili was desert, it was hard for soldiers to travel. On the other hand, bandits were excellent on horseback. Whenever soldiers chased after bandits, at most they would eat dust, helplessly cursing after the bandits disappearing into the distance." "Just that?" Long Sussy frowned. "Yes, that's all you need to do for now. You will assume a different identity. In the end, when your identity is finally revealed, all eyes will be on you. The people who framed you will confess on their own in front of everyone." Yixuan lightly rapped the table. "Remember, you all must wear red masks." "Why wear red masks?" Long Sussy finally understood what the girl was planning a little. "You can choose a different color, so long as it differentiates you from other bandits. Try not to kill all the bandits at once. Release them secretly if you can," Yixuan instructed specifically. "Why?" Long Sussy was now even more confused. The next moment, he regretted asking this question. Faced with multiple disdainful gazes, Long Sussy suddenly felt stupid. "Of course, so they can continue to wreak havoc, so you have more opportunities to show off." Xiaoqi rolled his eyes disdainfully. "Otherwise, how else can you get famous?" Long Sussy's lip twitched. These devious people. An exemplary case of how birds of a feather flock together. "Can you really clear my name?" A trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. Although the men beside the girl were extremely powerful and the girl was able to spiritually control others, was it really possible? The ones who had framed him were the current emperor and empress, the woman he had once loved, now the empress. I could do it even right now, but it would not be as effective. So what if they framed you? Qi Aoshuang smiled. Hold back your first to strike harder in the future. Long Sussy froze. Hold back your first to strike harder in the future. Who exactly are you? Long Sussy stood up, frowning as he stared fixedly at the girl. The black-haired girl smiled, but did not answer. Feng Yixuan stood up, a wad of golden banknotes appearing in his hand. He handed it to Long Sussy. It was a small portion of the profit made when the Feng clan helped sell off the treasures Qi Aoshuang had gotten from Ben. Feng Yixuan had been greatly shocked, never expecting her to have so many rare treasures. What are you doing? Long Sussy's expression darkened. Don't jump to conclusions. It isn't for you to spend. Exchange them into gold coins. You will use them to help the commoners. Feng Yixuan spat out, looking down on the person before him. Long Sussy felt a wave of depression. It was the first time he had felt he wasn't smart enough. However, it was a good idea. Uwusili had always been poor, so using money to help others would quickly buy their loyalty. Once Long Sussy accepted the golden banknotes, he was shocked. Every banknote was worth 10,000, so this wad of banknotes was a couple million gold. Long Sussy looked up to see Feng Yixuan's indifferent expression, then looked at Qi Aoshuang to see her cold expression. Who exactly were they? Go. Every month, send some of your men to the weaponry shop. Qi Aoshuang stood up, yawning. Long Sussy stared at the girl, unable to come up with words to say. Such a mysterious girl with unknown origins. He did not know any of her objectives. However, for some reason, his heart fully believed the girl would be able to fulfill his wish. All right. If I run into trouble, I will come find you at the weaponry shop. I will leave now. Long Sussy put away the banknotes. He gave Qi Aoshuang a slight nod, then left. Late at night, Qi Aoshuang stood on the roof, silently watching the bright moon. Suddenly, a thick mantle draped over her shoulders. She turned around abruptly to face Feng Yixuan's smiling face. What are you thinking about? Feng Yixuan asked quietly. He also looked up at the moon. Qi Aoshuang kept silent, then slowly responded. Once Long Sussy faces the ones who betrayed him, will he be able to take the final step? Feng Yixuan paused, then smiled immediately. That's his own fault for falling for someone who didn't deserve love. He was wrong at the start, so how can we be certain he will correct himself in the future? Qi Aoshuang paused, then whipped around, staring at Feng Yixuan intensely. Feng Yixuan continued to smile. Their relationship cannot be called love. How can love be bought by money? Qi Aoshuang lowered her gaze, replying darkly, humans are simply like that. Always chasing after fame and fortune. But before Qi Aoshuang could finish, Feng Yixuan interjected. But I won't. I will never betray you. Feng Yixuan pulled Claire by the shoulder to face him. Aoshuang, even if the rest of the world turns its back on you, I will still remain at your side, protecting you with all my might. Qi Aoshuang stared blankly at his resolute gaze, his determined expression. Suddenly, Qi Aoshuang didn't know what to say. Only, something was taking root in her heart, growing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179. So, little Shuang, don't look so anguished. I will always be with you. Feng Yixuan started to laugh, puckering his lips. He started inching closer and closer. Come, give me a kiss. Bam! The next moment, Feng Yixuan was groaning as he crouched on the ground, clutching his eye. Qi Aoshuang angrily turned away, flying away, descending from the roof. Feng Yixuan watched as she disappeared, then stood up. He was smiling, relieved. She finally returned to her lively self, her true self. Feng Yixuan rubbed his eyes, then humphed. Come out, how long are you going to wait? The surroundings were silent. After a while, Long Lingyun appeared. I'm telling you now, I'm not leaving you any chances. Feng Yixuan stared at Long Lingyun. However, with panda eyes, he didn't appear threatening at all. Long Lingyun remained silent. Humph. Feng Yixuan rubbed his eyes. Ignoring Lang Lingyun, he climbed down from the ladder. Long Lingyun stood on the roof alone, silently watching the moon. Silence. 2 days later, a party of 5 left Clear Spring Village. This time, the Shi brothers were coming along. Their destination was one of the 2 places marked in red. And so, the 5 advanced in the desert. The endless desert only sunk their spirits. The scenery never changed: yellow sand, a giant cactus here and there, half-concealed skeletal remains. Ah! An oasis! Shi Shaoqi suddenly cried out. After roasting under the sun for so long, it was natural that he would be excited by an oasis. Shi Shaoqi immediately longed for a drink, then a satisfying shower. It is Ring Village. Shi Shaoqi explained. In the middle is a small lake. The lake's water source is in an underground spring. This too was born around the lake, forming a circular shape, thus its name, Ring Village. My lady, we should rest now. My butt is already sore from all this riding. Shi Shaoqi shifted his weight uncomfortably. Riding camelback for so long was indeed unbearable. Yes, go and rest. We shall set out again tomorrow morning. Qi Aoshuan nodded. Everyone entered. Like all other villages, the small village was surrounded by a high wall of stone. The village had the words Ring Village inscribed on a large stone next to the entrance. There were few people out on the streets, no one paying attention to them. Many travelers passed by to rest, a common occurrence. Shaoqi, go find us an inn. We will first take a look around. Qi Aoshuan handed her reins to Shi Shaoqi. Yes. In the Temple of Darkness, the brothers had always ordered others around, but ever since Qi Aoshuan appeared, they had been always ordered around by her. Their divine princess was simply too sinister. Ever since that incident, he never dared to tease her again. He had lost a bet, and the loser was supposed to satisfy one request of the winner. Shi Shaoqi thought it was nothing. It was just one request, right? But after hearing her request, he wanted to kill himself. He was supposed to tell people in the manner he was a pig, a real pig, a giant, stupid pig. Each time, he was supposed to move on to someone else and say the same phrase. Phillips even thought he was being mind-controlled. From then on, Shi Shaoqi followed Qi Aoshuan obediently, not daring to ever complain. Qi Aoshuan, Feng Yixuan, and Lang Lingyun slowly strolled around, observing the passers-by. Suddenly, Qi Aoshuan frowned. Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun also noticed something was off. Although these people were walking, they seemed to be mindlessly walking. After reaching the end of the street, they would turn around and walk back, then reach the other end of the street and walk back again. Qi Aoshuan focused on the closest person to her, her heart clenching. Their gaze was unfocused, expressionless. He simply walked. Hey, may I ask? Feng Yixuan grabbed someone passing by, but something strange happened. They continued forward as if they had not heard him. However, after taking a step, they fell down. He had stopped moving, stopped breathing. Feng Yixuan looked at his hand, then looked at the person lying on the ground, his lip twitching. What was going on? Did he kill someone with a slight grab? Even more strangely, everyone else continued walking as if nothing happened. He's dead. Lang Lingyun said quietly, frowning. Feng Yixuan also frowned, then looked up. Suddenly, he cried out, No! We're in a trap. Qi Aoshuan's flashed with realization, but something strange was already overhead. A bright light flashed overhead. The sky darkened slightly. A translucent barrier appeared. Sunlight could come in, but they could see their reflections in the barrier. It was like a mirror. They could see the outside faintly, but the village underneath could be seen more distinctly. The entire village was covered by the barrier. These people have been dead for a while already. Feng Yixuan's expression was serious. How magnanimous, killing all the people in the village just to trap us. Lang Lingyun's expression also darkened. Although he wasn't nice enough to care for the world, he was still angered seeing so many innocents killed. What kind of barrier is that? Qi Aoshuang coldly eyed the barrier overhead. It was the first time she had seen such a barrier. My lady! What's going on Nin? Shi Shaoqi dashed over. Why is this village like a ghost town? What kind of barrier is that? Shi Shaoxi also made his way over, his expression grave. My lady, everyone is dead. Shi Shaoxi said in a low voice. But they seem as if they're continuing what they did before they died, doing the same action over and over. Creepy, too creepy. Shi Shaoqi shuddered. He had never seen something so strange. At most, he had seen people mind-controlled, but that was someone alive. He had never seen dead people controlled. Suddenly, a strange voice spoke. Cute little lambs, have a nice rest in here. Their tone of voice was quite pleased. Who? Everyone looked up, then saw a strangely dressed person flapping his arms atop the barrier, his hair a mess. His clothes seemed to be patched from many different ones, colorful. He had one large spike of hair in the middle of the top of his head. Who are you? Shi Shaoxi asked coldly. The strange person raised both of his hands, making a ring with arms in front of his chest, then raising them towards the sky. Everyone felt a wave of disgust. The strange person finally replied, people about to die don't need to know my name. All you need to know is that your lives are worth a lot of money, especially the girl, she's worth an entire city, hee hee. Before anyone could say anything, the strange person cried out weirdly. With a tap of his feet, he leapt up and flew away, disappearing out of their gazes. The Temple of Light? Feng Yixuan frowned as he watched the strange person disappear. No. Lang Lingyun shook his head. Not this time. You mean to say, Shi Shaoxi frowned. He could have been hired by the temple. Lang Lingyun's expression darkened. Let's leave first. Feng Yixuan looked around their surroundings. The entire village seems to be surrounded by this barrier. Let me see if I can read its resonance. Qi Aoshuang approached the barrier, gently reaching out to touch it. However, before she could touch it, the barrier suddenly responded faintly, brushing Qi Aoshuang's hand away. Qi Aoshuang tried to reach out again, but the barrier was the same. A soft force pushed her hand away. What's going on? Feng Yixuan came close, also inspecting the strange barrier. I can't get close. Qi Aoshuang frowned. Just break it open. Shi Shaoqi humphed. He brought out his scepter, already starting to chant. Qi Aoshuang silently mused, the barrier's force just now was a bit strange. But what was it? Shi Shaoqi already finished changing. With a wave of his scepter, a bolt of black light attacked the barrier. Wait! Qi Aoshuang shouted. She finally realized what the repulsion force was similar to. Ah! Shi Shaoqi blinked, not understanding why she would suddenly tell him to wait. The next moment, Shi Shaoqi understood why. Just when the bolt of black light was about to touch the barrier, it suddenly went backwards the same path it had traveled. Shi Shaoqi hastily erected barrier to block the Eric. The black bolt of light slammed heavily against his barrier, causing the barrier to shudder. His heart also shuddered. He almost killed himself. Why didn't you say that earlier? Shi Shaoqi patted his chest, trying to calm down his heart. Everyone's expression sharpened as they finally understood how the barrier worked. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180-181. Like you all just saw, this barrier can reflect all forces. Seeing how the barrier remained untouched, her heart sank. The force that had repelled her was exhibited the same pressure as she when she approached the barrier. It was the exact same as hers. The hell is with this barrier? Shaoqi cursed. He bent down, picked up a rock, then threw it at the barrier. As they expected, just as the rock was about to touch the barrier, it was bounced back. There was no way out. No matter how much strength they used, it would all be bounced back. Let me try. With a wave of his hand, a giant blade of wind appeared in Feng Yixuan's hand. Don't. Yixuan shook her head. If I attack with a force larger than the barrier can bear, then perhaps it won't be reflected and break the barrier instead. Feng Yixuan surmised. He was about to use all his strength to attack. And if not? Yixuan asked quietly. Everyone's heart shuddered. If not? Who could block Feng Yixuan's attack? Feng Yixuan's power was not insane. If he used all his strength to attack, perhaps no one would be able to block it, including himself. Feng Yixuan blinked. He experimentally slashed at the barrier. The reflected force made his jaw drop. Its speed and power was the exact same. Feng Yixuan immediately erected a barrier to dissipate the attack. Inwardly, he was sweating cold sweat. What if using all his strength didn't break the barrier? What do we do? Feng Yixuan sheathed his sword, a little gloomy. The thought of being killed by himself was a little depressing. Yeah, what are we going to do? Are we just going to stay stuck here? Shaoqi glanced at the other people, then shivered. They were already dead, but they still continued what they did when they were alive. It was too creepy. Don't waste your brain. No matter what strength you use, you can't break this magic formation. If you want to die quickly, just attack the barrier. If you want to die slowly, just immediately stay inside. A sinister laugh came from outside of the barrier. It was definitely the person who had set up the barrier. Then the voice disappeared. He obviously thought there was no way they could break the barrier, so he left to stay somewhere else more comfortable. He thought that just after waiting, he would be able to collect their bodies. Fuck! You bastard! Shaoqi cursed. I'll kill you once we get out. Feng Yixuan gnashed his teeth. Lang Lingyun uttered in a low voice, I have never seen nor heard of such a magic formation spell. There is no record of it in the library of the Temple of Light. TCH, just because the Temple of Light doesn't know doesn't mean that no one else knows. Although Shaoqi knew Lang Lingyu was on their side, he still couldn't help but be annoyed hearing the Temple of Light brought up. Are you saying you know then? Yixuan said coldly, shutting him up. Let's first rest. Standing here won't do anything, she said. Let's sit inside the inn. Everyone agreed. Shaoxi led the way to the inn, whereas Shaoqi stubbornly attacked the barrier, but the result was still the same. It always reflected the attacks the way they had came. Although Shaoqi was prepared for this, he was still unsatisfied. Everyone else simply ignored him. In the inn, there were no guests in the main hall. The owner continued to clean a cup behind the counter without stopping, while a waiter continued to wipe a table. The two's movements never stopped. Shaoqi shivered inwardly. He sat at the furthest table, swallowing, trying his best not to look at the undead. My lady, I dislike this place, Shaoqi's voice carried a tremor. What do you think? Yixuan looked out the window. Out on the streets, the sparse people continued to walk back and forth. To break the spell, we must either forcefully shatter the barrier or kill the spellcaster. Long Lingyun said coldly. There is only one choice then. The spellcaster is outside, so if we want to kill him, then we must leave. But we can't leave, Yixuan said with annoyance. The problem is, how did he cast this spell? This village is not big, but it's not small either. In the end, we only saw him. The barrier was also erected immediately after we entered. Yixuan frowned. Even Master would need us 2 or other people to assist him to erect such a barrier. Yixuan stroked his chin. But this barrier is so large. How did he create it by himself? What if he used a treasure? Yixuan blinked. He sat down and scooted towards Yixuan. Every time he saw those 2 undead, he would shiver. A treasure? Everyone looked at Yixuan. Just a guess. Yixuan shrugged. Suddenly, Yixuan thought of something. Do you guys remember how the barrier appeared? Something flashed overhead, and then the barrier formed, Yixuan answered, recalling. Which direction? Yixuan pressed. Which direction? Yes, it did seem to spread from a center. Everyone was impressed that Yixuan was able to see everything so clearly that short moment. Let's go. Yixuan stood up. Where? Everyone asked. The center of the village. Yixuan was excited. The people of this world did not know, but she did. There was a certain kind of magic that required a spiritual eye. If Yixuan didn't see wrong and her guess was correct, then the huge barrier had an eye in the center of the town. It was the key to break the spell. The center of the village is the lake. At the bottom is a spring, Yixuan said. He was confused. What could Yixuan be thinking? What was there? It was just water, wasn't it? Just follow along, the words of my wife are truth. Yixuan glanced sideways. Yixuan remained silent, rolling his eyes. Currently, Yixuan wasn't in the mood to slap Yixuan. Instead, she hurried along to the center. As Yixuan said, the center of the village was indeed just a small lake. Along the shore grew a few plants they had never seen before, lush and green. Steps built of stone were around the lake, making it easier for people to go down and fetch water. Is there something wrong with the lake? Yixuan frowned, unable to see anything out of the ordinary. Yixuan did not respond. Instead, she sat down and closed her eyes, concentrating on sensing underwater. Yixuan followed suit, also sensing underwater. Just when Yixuan was about to ask what they were doing, Lung Lingyun motioned for him to stop, to be quiet. As expected. A faint smile appeared on Yixuan's lips. There was indeed something in the lake. In the depths, there was a faint magic ripple coming from something. Yixuan withdrew her consciousness, then opened her eyes. Yixuan also opened his eyes. Before Yixuan could speak, Yixuan frowned and said, "There's a bright, circular object that seems to be emitting a slight magic ripple. I don't know if it's related to the magic formation spell." Yixuan was shocked. Yixuan was actually able to know the appearance of the object. She hadn't been able to see it, only sensing the ripple. It should be. Yixuan nodded. Ah? Really? Yixuan was doubtful. Isn't it related to the person outside? What does it have to do with something that's inside? Perhaps the disc is the spiritual eye of the magic formation, Yixuan said faintly. Spiritual eye? What's that? Yixuan asked. This time, it was not he that was confused, everyone else didn't know either. The core of a high-level magic formation, like the heart of a person. Yixuan could not explain it in any other way. They understood vaguely. My lady, how did you know? Yixuan suddenly asked. Everyone looked at Yixuan with a complex expression. You want to know? Yixuan smiled prettily. No, Yixuan felt a chill down his spine. He knew that every time Claire smiled like that, someone was going to suffer. He would bet his life that her next words would be, "Because you want to know, I won't tell you." Too nasty, too nasty. It was best if he didn't ask. If she wanted to tell him, then she would. "My lady, what do we do now?" Xiaoqi was not focused on White Xiaoshuang, but rather how they could leave this creepy place. "Wait until it is night. At night, we will fish out that object. If the spellcaster sees us go underwater, he might do something. At night, he will loosen up." Xiaoshuang replied. "Perhaps he is watching us right now." Long Lingyun walked forward. His hand flashed with white light. "The water is not poison. Why do you care if the water is poisonous? I definitely won't drink the water here." Xiaoqi looked at the water with revulsion. But Xiaoshuang ordered, "Go get some water." "Why? Whyy? My lady, don't you have enough water in your storage ring?" Xiaoshuang howled, feeling wronged. "You fool! Just pretend. If he sees us here, he'll be suspicious why we're here." Feng Yixuan crossed his arms. Xiaoqi dejectedly filled his water pouch with some water. Xiaoxi followed suit. Xiaoshuang's guess was indeed correct. The strange spellcaster was indeed watching them through a crystal ball. When he saw everyone around the lake, his heart tightened, but when he saw Lang Lingyun test the water for poison and the others get water, he relaxed. He put away the crystal and readjusted his posture for sleep. Of course, who would guess that the key to the magic formation was under the lake? Their captain was too cautious. Even though one of them was said to have killed 12 cardinals, compared to their organization, the Temple of Light was nothing. He alone was enough to kill them all. At night, the temperature started to drop, the moonlight a haze. The people on the streets continued what they did during the day, walking back and forth. Now, they walked to the center of the village, draped in mantles. At the lakeside, Xiaoshuang turned to Xiaoqi. "Go down." "Ah? Nu, why is it me again?" Xiaoqi protested in a low voice. But Xiaoshuang's words stopped him. "Because you are the one who wants to leave here the most. No fair, it's so cold, you want me, a weak-bodied magician, to go down? Are you trying to kill me?" Xiaoqi wailed, walking towards the pond. "Shut up!" Xiaoshuang ordered coldly, then flicked her finger. Xiaoqi crouched down subconsciously, but the pain he was expecting did not come. Instead, he was filled with warmth. Only then did he look down at his body to see that he was wrapped in a faint, golden barrier. "Go down quickly. In a while, the barrier will disappear," Xiaoshuang pressed. "I will do anything for you, my lady. You are the most kind-hearted person in the world." Xiaoxi stood up, entering the water without another word. Xiaoxi stood at the shore, his lip twitching. What an idiot! Giving him a barrier was normal, but he acted as if it were a favor from a god. As Xiaoqi descended into the water, much to his delight, the water didn't touch him. Recalling Xiaoshuang's warning, Xiaoqi knew that there was a time limit, so he dove in quickly. The lake was not deep, so Xiaoqi soon felt the slight force of the spring. A round, shiny disc appeared within his line of sight. Approaching slowly, he felt the magic ripple. What was this? The something eye? Just as he was about to reach out and touch it, he suddenly remembered Xiaoshuang's warning, so he hastily withdrew his hand and swam up, deciding to first report to Xiaoshuang before doing anything. Above water, everyone was waiting. So? Xiaoshuang walked up to him. There's a bright, round disc emitting a slight magic ripple. I didn't touch it, Xiaoqi reported. Yes, Xiaoshuang nodded. That should be it. My lady, what do we do now? Xiaoqi looked down to see the barrier gradually disappear. He blinked. He wanted to leave as soon as possible. I'll go down and look. You guys wait up here. With a flick of her finger, a thin, golden layer wrapped around her. I'll go with you. Feng Yixuan approached. No, Qi Aoshuang shook her head. You guys will all stay here. You are all magicians. Your bodies don't have enough strength to sustain if we are down there for too long. Once she said this, everyone realized that indeed, Qi Aoshuang was the only magician warrior among them, able to use both magic and do qi. But Feng Yixuan wanted to say something, but then Qi Aoshuang raised her hand. You can't help me either. It's better if you stay up here as reinforcement. Do you know what a spiritual eyes is? Feng Yixuan could not respond. Don't worry. Breaking the spell will take time. Just stay up here. Then, Qi Aoshuang went underwater. Feng Yixuan stood at the edge of the lake, worriedly looked into the water. Qi Aoshuang dove down following the magic ripple. Indeed, there was the small, crystal disc. Only when she swam close did she see it clearly. It was only as big as an infant's palm and was spinning slowly. The top side smooth like a mirror, made of crystal, and the back was made of copper, carved of mysterious, ancient runes. Should she take it? But how? She pondered for a moment. In the end, she reached out and touched the crystal disc. As soon as her fingers brushed the disc, the scene before her changed. Before Qi Aoshuang was an endless beach. The sea was dried up, not a drop left. Many colorful shells dotted the landscape. Swish! Qi Aoshuang whipped around alertly at the slight noise, only to see a face that was exactly like hers. She took 2 steps back. Illusion? Strangely, they too also took 2 steps back. Who are you? The other person frowned and asked Qi Aoshuang. Her voice was also exactly like hers. Qi Aoshuang was shocked. It was the exact question she was going to ask. She quietly watched the person before her whose appearance and even dress were the same as hers. Even their expression was the same, it was like looking into a mirror. Their expression darkened. Her ice-cold expression was so familiar. Her thin lips spat out disdainfully, illusion. Before Qi Aoshuang could act, a giant sword of golden flames appeared in her hand. The pressure of the sword qi made Qi Aoshuang shocked. She quickly dodged as the sword struck past. A green thread fluttered to the ground. Humph! They sneered seeing Qi Aoshuang dodge the attack, then brandished the sword again. Who are you? Qi Aoshuang once again agilely dodged the attack. Claire Hill. The other person continued to attack. I must quickly destroy this illusion, they're waiting for me. The next moment, Claire's eyes widened. Blood trickled out of her mouth. She stared at Qi Aoshuang's cold face incredulously. Her body had been impaled by Qi Aoshuang's sword. The blood continued to flow. Why? The so-called Claire's eyes were wide. She didn't understand why she had been killed. She had copied everything. How had she been killed so easily? First, the name Claire died along with mother. Second, you talk too much. Qi Aoshuang pulled out her sword, smiling coldly. Claire Hill, this name was gone the moment Catherine died. Was this the power of the treasure? Able to create a barrier that could reflect all attacks, and able to copy a person to stop them from taking it when they touched it? But it seems this treasure had not seen deeply enough. She was no longer called Claire Hill. The next moment, Claire disappeared. The blood on the ground disappeared along with the blood on Qi Aoshuang's sword. The dried-up seabed was suddenly overflowing with azure seawater. Wave after wave crashed onto the shore. On the beach, a little girl in a white dress appeared, smiling brightly at Claire. Before Qi Aoshuang could realize what was happening, everything before her disappeared. The dark blue sea, the beach littered with colorful shells, and the smiling little girl all disappeared. When Qi Aoshuang returned to her senses, she looked down to see that she was holding the small, round disc. The 4 people above ground looked up at the sky in awe. The barrier gradually faded, and then disappeared. The spell was broken. The weird man suddenly woke up, his face pale, then green, then black. The spell was broken. And his treasure, the rainbow inkstone, had changed owners. Damn it all! How could the rainbow inkstone have changed owners just now? He could not sense her presence at all now. Who was it that was able to make the rainbow inkstone acknowledge them as her master? The strange person pulled his hair, wanting to howl at the sky, but afraid to catch the attention of person who had broken the spell. He definitely was not their match if they worked together. It seems he had underestimated them. The strange man was regretting so much, his heart hurt. If he had known how strong they were, he would have listened to the captain and worked with everyone else. That way, he wouldn't have failed and even lost his precious treasure without even killing a single person. Damn it all! The strange person was extremely angered, but he stood up and left wisely. He needed to tell the captain what had happened. He had to get the rainbow inkstone back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182. Now, Yixuan was above ground. Everyone surrounded her. Xuan asterisk, what happened to you just now? Yixuan asked worriedly. I saw that you weren't moving, and I wanted to go down, but I was also afraid of disturbing you. Yixuan's worry was not unfounded. Often, outside disturbances could be fatal. Asterisk, it's a common way to nickname someone double of a Chinese character in their first name and is supposed to be cute, like calling a cat kitty or dog puppy, etc., and is a form of endearment, like calling someone little, insert Chinese character from first name, in Chinese. Yixuan looked up to see the barrier had disappeared. She immediately understood that her conjecture had been correct. However, could someone tell her why she had a connection to the disc now? This was the spiritual eye. Yixuan brought out the small disc. It is called the rainbow inkstone. Rainbow inkstone? Everyone was skeptical. How do you know what it's called? Xiaoqi stared at the rainbow inkstone. What a pretty little thing. She told me. Yixuan put it away. Liar. Xiaoqi jumped up and down. How could objects talk? Clearly she was lying to him again. Let's first kill the spellcaster. Yixuan rubbed his hands together, gnashing his teeth. Yes, let's go kill him. If he runs away, we won't be able to. Xiaoqi also gnashed his teeth. He should have run away by now, Yixuan said quietly. He should have sensed when the barrier broke. Everyone's heart sunk. They understood clearly that perhaps there was an even greater danger waiting for them. Now that the spell was broken, their true foes could finally come. What do we do about this place? I don't want to stay the night here, but I don't want to die either. Xiaoqi frowned as he scanned the deathly silent village. He would rather camp in the desert than stay in the eerie village. These bodies will rot sooner or later. There might be an outbreak of disease, however. Xiaoqi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Many people will come here for water. If the water is contaminated, it will be terrible. We don't know where that underwater spring is connected to either. Let me. Lang Lingyun stood up, making various symbols with his hands as he muttered an incantation. Instantly, his hands emitted multiple dots of light. Each speck split apart and descended upon the entire town. The moment they touched a corpse, the corpse would start to become transparent, then disappear. Soon, the streets were empty. Xiaoqi turned to look at the room beside them and found that the people there were also starting to dissipate. Just like that, the entire village became deserted, not a shadow of a figure left remaining. What spell was that? Yixuan frowned. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Yeah, what kind of magic was that? Xiaoqi asked with wide eyes. It's so creepy. A sudden chill rose in his heart. It is exclusive to the Temple of Light. Long Lingyun responded faintly with no intention of saying more. He walked over to the camels, ignoring Xiaoqi's continued questioning. Xiaoshuang's eyes flashed with understanding. The Temple of Light must have used this magic to hide many bodies, which was why Long Lingyun hadn't been willing to give specifics. We need to be careful now. There might be more assassins than just this one. Xiaoxi also walked over to the camels. He kept on feeling a sense of unease. They left the village, traveling the entire night. They finally stopped after they were far away. Xiaoshuang brought out tents from her interspatial ring. Xiaoqi and Xiaoxi started to build the tents. The bonfire started to crackle noisily, driving away the bitter cold. Feng Yixuan wholeheartedly roasted meat, calculating which portion was the tastiest. He would give that to Xiaoshuang, and give the nastiest piece to Lang Lingyun. Meanwhile, White Emperor and Black Feather crouched on each side of his shoulder, waiting for the meat to cook. Xiaoshuang inspected the small disc in her hand, her thoughts confused. The item was very mysterious. Who was that little girl who was last in the illusion? Was the little girl the rainbow inkstone? Xiaoshuang shook her head, then noticed Long Lingyun's eyes filled were with grief. She followed his gaze to a sealed, small box. Long Lingyun gently caressed it. Lang Lingyun, is that? Xiaoshuang regretted from the moment she spoke. What else could it be that could cause Lang Lingyun such grief? As she anticipated, Lang Lingyun responded in a low voice, "This is Xuan's ashes." She always said that she wanted to live in a pure white, perfect world. I wanted to bury her in such a place, but I haven't found it yet. Xiaoshuang fell silent, a strange feeling arising in her heart. Have this. Put Xuan's ashes in a safe place. We'll find the place you're looking for and then bury her there. Xiaoshuang fished out an interspatial ring and handed it to Lang Lingyun. Interspatial storage ring? Lang Lingyun exclaimed in a hushed voice. Xiaoshuang remained silent. No, such a precious item. Lang Lingyun gently shook his head. Crack! A sound suddenly caught the two's attention. The two turned to see it was Feng Yixuan. He had split one of the skewers into two. He glared at Lang Lingyun. Lang Lingyun's gaze also darkened. He wouldn't shy away. Grown-up men still squabbling like kids? My hand is about to be frozen solid, are you not going to take it? The two fell silent. In the end, Feng Yixuan turned away and immersed himself with cooking. Lang Lingyun turned to look at Xiaoshuang with surprise. His gaze met her clear eyes, then his beautiful face subsequently broke into a faint smile. He reached out and accepted the interspatial ring, dripping a drop of blood on it to claim ownership. Under the moonlight in the boundless desert, they sat in a circle around the bonfire eating roasted meat. Xiaoqi kept on chattering on, telling poor jokes that no one found funny. Meanwhile, in front of Feng Yixuan, White Emperor and Black Feather were having a tug of war over a piece of meat. All was well. During the day, they would travel on camelback. At night, they would set up camp. It would take a few days before they could reach the next oasis. The night descended. Xiaoqi was once again telling poor jokes in front of the bonfire. Everyone yawned continuously. Xiaoshuang was teasing White Emperor and Black Feather, who were once again fighting over food. Suddenly, Xiaoshuang raised her head, her expression darkening. She turned around with cold eyes and did not move. Xiaoxi noticed that the kettle was shaking ever so slightly. A herd of horses are on its way here, and they are traveling quickly, Xiaoxi said calmly. They're fully armed. Feng Yixuan added. If the riders were not fully armed, then the horses galloping would not be so heavy nor so irregular. Are they here for you, my lady? Xiaoqi watched Xiaoshuang with wide eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiaoshuang nodded. Yes. How do you know? Isn't it a bit too early to tell? Xiaoqi hummed. Because those are the holy knights from the Temple of Light, Xiaoshuang said certainly, her voice soft. She was so casual, it was as if she was saying, "Good morning." How do you know? Xiaoqi hummed. How could she tell from just the horses galloping who the riders were? The miss was definitely tricking him. Because I saw them. Her even more casual reply left Xiaoqi shocked. He turned around and saw the riders approaching thunderously. Their silver armor and pikes glistened under the moonlight. The insignia of the Temple of Light on their chests could not be more conspicuous. Xiaoqi's mouth twitched. He resentfully stood up and faced the advancing knights. Secretly, he was glad he hadn't made a bet with Xiaoshuang. If he did bet, then he would have lost too pitifully. But how did the Temple of Light know their whereabouts? Xiaoqi's expression darkened, immediately recalling the strange person who had erected the barrier at the village. The information definitely came from that strange person. Lang Lingyun slowly stood up, his eyes without any emotion. Feng Yixuan stood up, cracking his knuckles with a cold expression. Xiaoxi and Xiaoqi brought out their magic staffs, their expressions as calm as water as they prepared for battle. Xiaoshuang only watched calmly as the holy knights approached closer and closer. She did not have any particular expression, nor did she move. Rumble. The holy knights soon arrived before them. When the leading knight saw the silver-haired, violet-eyed Lang Lingyun, his expression changed greatly, overjoyed. It was the precise person they had been looking for. Furthermore, among these people was the one they had vowed to destroy no matter the cost. The vile witch. Divine Prince. The leading knight dismounted from his horse. He kneeled, hitting his chest squarely with his right fist to give a solemn knight's bow. The other knights followed suit, dismounting from their horses. The next moment, everything was silent. Xiaoxi and Xiaoqi continued to squeeze their magic staffs tightly as they watched the holy knights. Feng Yixuan's lip twitched, but he did not say a word. Xiaoshuang's eyes were still emotionless as she sat silently. Carter, I am no longer the Divine Prince. Lang Lingyun's voice was devoid of warmth. Xiaoqi and Xiaoxi raised a brow. It seemed they were old acquaintances. Divine Prince. Has your highness truly been bewitched? She is depraved, black-haired, black-eyed, the symbol of evil. Your highness, please awaken and return to our side. Fight with us again. The benevolent goddess will excuse your momentary befuddlement. His Holiness and Her Highness are both waiting for your return expectantly, said the leading holy knight called Carter. His expression was grieved as he earnestly pleaded. The holy knights behind him had similar, grieved expressions. Their gazes toward Xiaoshuang were even more venomous. It was this evil woman who had bewitched their noble, honorable divine prince. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183. When Xiaoqi and Xiaoxi heard Carter call the goddess benevolent, both curled their lips with distaste. Feng Yixuan watched on with narrowed eyes, waiting for Lang Lingyun's response. You are wrong, I was not bewitched. Lang Lingyun's cold voice did not have any emotion. He said faintly, I am very aware of what I am currently doing. No one is able to force me to do anything. Everything I am doing now is what I truly wish to do. Carter froze. The holy knights behind him exchanged glances, all seeing shock and anger in each other's eyes. The divine prince had truly been bewitched by the evil woman. Seeing the holy knight's venomous gazes towards Xiaoshuang, Lang Lingyun naturally knew what they were thinking. Suddenly, Lang Lingyun's beautiful face revealed a bright smile. I'll say it again, I was not bewitched. His every word was clear and explicit. This time, every holy knight heard his words clearly. Lan Lingyun paused for a moment before resuming his charming smile. Furthermore, the goddess is not a benevolent, but a despicable woman. Cold wind blew. Lan Lingyun's shocking words echoed in each holy knight's mind, in each holy knight's heart. Divine Prince, Carter called out bitterly. The hatred in his gaze overflowed as he stared at Yixuan even more venomously, boring a hole into her. The holy knights behind him also all had ugly expressions, their gazes filled with rancor as they glared at Yixuan. You witch! You lowered His Highness to such a state. Carter stood up, his pike raised. He glowered at Yixuan. Warriors, today we must thoroughly eradicate this witch and rescue our divine prince. Yixuan had not moved an inch, still sitting peacefully and teasing White Emperor and Black Feather. Yixuan sat down and took out a piece of meat from his interspatial ring to cook. Shi Shaoqi and Shi Shaoxi watched the holy knights alertly, counting the number of knights in their minds. There were 9 in total. The two frowned slightly. Were these 9 holy knights the famed thorny knights of the Temple of Light? Their conjecture was correct. The 9 holy knights were indeed the sharp blade of the Temple of Light, the thorny knights. Although there were merely 9 of them, they were extremely powerful and had exceptional coordination. They had never been defeated before. The Temple of Light had handed many difficult tasks for them to complete. Naturally, they also bestowed upon them the task of killing Yixuan. Carter raised his pike, then roared in a deep voice. His body was immediately engulfed in white do qi. The 8 holy knights immediately stood up and marched into a triangle formation with Carter at the tip. Carter's sole focus was the black-haired girl who was sitting calmly and ignoring them. It was that witch who had stolen their venerated divine prince. Black hair, black eyes, the symbol of evil. The girl on the wanted poster had golden hair and green eyes, but even if those colors were changed, she was easily recognizable. Carter grasped his pike tightly. He took one step forward. The next moment, a figure glided over, blocking them. Divine Prince. Carter's heart was both angry and anxious. Lan Lingyun did not have any expression, his eyes ice-cold. He glanced at the men indifferently. I already said I am no longer the Divine Prince. Is your Highness really going to obstruct us from killing the witch? Carter was crestfallen, his heart sinking. Had His Highness been bewitched to such a state? Yes, Lan Lingyun replied faintly. Then he continued, his voice soft, she is not a witch. The 9 holy knights' blood froze. All of their eyes widened and became bloodshot. Divine Prince. Do you insist on obstructing us? Carter's heart was nearly bleeding. If it were possible, he did not want to face the person he respected the most. This silver-haired violet-eyed man was previously who they aspired to be the most. They seeked his strength, his status, his aloof nature. Divine Prince, have you forgotten Xuanchuan's hatred? Are you going to protect the villain who killed your sister? One of the holy knights' pike started to tremble. He simply could not accept that the Divine Prince had become bewitched to such a degree. Lan Lingyun frowned slightly, his gaze darkening. An ineffable pressure exploded from him, forcing Carter and the other knights back. Who told you that? Lan Lingyun's expression was as calm as water, his voice as cold as 1,000 years of ice. Carter froze, but then suddenly roared, was it not because of this witch? She cruelly killed her mother, her childhood teacher, and even harmed her grandfather. Xianxian was killed by her as well. Bullshit. Bullshit. 2 voices spoke at the same time. One was Yixuan, one was Lan Lingyun. The 2 shared a glance, then fell silent. Carter and the other knights were stupefied. The refined Divine Prince swore? Their enterally noble and icy idol had actually cussed today. Yixuan's eyes flashed icily. Not bad, Temple of Light, I'd like to see what other kinds of lies you can use. In truth, Lung Xuanxuan's death was blamed on Qi Yaoshuang not because of His Holiness, the Pope, but because of the divine princess, Lu Xueqing. Captain, it looks like talking is useless. Only when we kill the witch shall our divine prince awaken, one of the knights said coldly. No one could understand Carter's current state of mind. He had relentlessly pursued his idol, but now his idol had become like this. The proud and aloof youth in white had saved him from the edge of death many times with a wave of his head, but had never paid him any attention. It was as if he were a passerby saying a small cat or dog. He never regarded him as anything more. Today was the first time he was anything more to him, but it was under such circumstances. Light sanctuary! Carter shouted, raising his pike high. Dazzling white light poured down, enshrouding him and the other holy knights. This was auxiliary magic that would increase their strength. Lung Lingyun's eyes narrowed. He was about to make his move. But the next moment, something flashed in front of him. A small figure stood before him. It was Qi Yaoshuang. Let me. Qi Yaoshuang only said these two words. Lung Lingyun wanted to say something, but found no words to say. Qi Yaoshuang eyed the holy knights, sighing internally. In their hearts, Lung Lingyun was not merely the divine prince. Claire understood from their gazes when they looked at Lung Lingyun. Such veneration, adoration, respect, if Lung Lingyun personally attacked. Which? Today is the day you die. Carter gripped his pike tightly. He stomped heavily into the ground, then burst forward with a deep bellow. Halt! Qi Yaoshuang did not move, only saying this word faintly. It seemed like time paused for a millennia and the entire world was transforming. A huge aura erupted, enveloping the holy knights. Carter froze in place in the same position in mid-air, while the holy knights behind him were also unable to move. Ha! What happened? Shi Shaoqi watched the frozen holy knights with wide eyes. Their eyes were unfocused and they had been frozen in place. Qi Yaoshuang closed her eyes and reached out. With a flick of her finger, 9 tiny golden lotuses appeared, slowly revolving as they flew to each holy knight's forehead. They slowly fused into the holy knights' foreheads, then disappeared. What was that? Shi Shaoqi was stunned by the unfathomable scene. Let's go. It'll take them a while to wake up. Qi Yaoshuang turned around, ignoring Shi Shaoqi. She walked over to where she had sat earlier. White Emperor and Black Feather hopped onto her shoulders. Are you not going to kill them? Shi Shaoxi's face darkened. He had a deep hatred for the people of the Temple of Light. Yeah, I'll do it for you. Shi Shaoqi hated the people of the Temple of Light even more. However, tonight, the two viewed Lung Lingyun in a different light. No need. Qi Yaoshuang mounted onto a camel, preparing to leave. Shi Shaoqi and Shi Shaoxi looked back at the utterly defenseless holy knights. Although their hands were itching to stab a few holes in the knights' chests, they did not dare to disobey Qi Yaoshuang. Despite that she had only said 2 words, no need, she definitely would not change her mind. However, they did not understand why they should not kill the despicable, nasty people. Everyone started to journey again, traveling under the moonlight. Thank you. Lung Lingyun's soft yet clear voice traveled to Qi Yaoshuang's ear. Qi Yaoshuang did not look back, did not even say a word. Sometimes, words were unneeded. Qi Yaoshuang understood that Lung Lingyun had not wanted to fight against those people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184. Xuanxuan, what kind of magic did you use? Feng Yixuan asked curiously. Dream Lotus, Qi Yaoshuang responded quietly. Ah? Feng Yixuan blinked. What's that? Qi Yaoshuang raised her hand. With a flick of her finger, a tiny golden lotus appeared on the tip of her finger. Scarlet wisps swirled around the flower. They will see whatever I want them to see. Yixuan withdrew her hand and the golden lotus dissipated. It will give them an illusion? Yixuan frowned. Yes. Yixuan nodded lightly. It was basically true, except what she let the 9 holy knights see was not an illusion, but her memories of that day. Lang Lingyun remained silent, his head down. No one could see his expression. The 9 knights still had not awakened, but everything they knew was being overturned. After a long time, they finally woke up. All of them collapsed onto the ground. Illusion. Everything was an illusion. It was all an illusion crafted by that witch. Carter was sprawled on the ground, muttering to himself, his gaze unfocused. The scenario that had been replayed repeatedly in his mind must have been an illusion created by the witch. "Captain," the holy knights called out with difficulty. Carter turned around and met the gazes of his most trusted companions. He saw that they all had the same vacant look as he. An illusion, Carter spat out, but found it was the first time it had been so difficult to convince himself. Breaking off relations with the Temple of Light publicly and risking it all in order to save her mother, then despicably killing her mother in order to repair relations with the Temple of Light. How was that possible? Carter sat frozen in place, his heart unable to settle down. The scene that had replayed in his head multiple times had been so cruel, so bloody. "Captain, it was all an illusion. It was an illusion created by the witch." One of the holy knights bellowed frantically. Carter fell silent, his expression darkening. His pike lay to the side, untouched. Nearby, the bonfire continued to crackle. "She didn't kill us in order to confuse us." Another holy knight raised a fist angrily. If her heart was truly faithful to the temple, then why did she break off relations with the Temple of Light in front of so many people that day? Carter said slowly with difficulty. Something that had been deeply rooted in his heart for years started to sway for the first time. She broke off relations with the temple that day, then slaughtered her mother in order to display her loyalty to the Temple of Light. One of the holy knights started off saying this angrily, but then his voice quieted and died down. His expression also changed. Who would believe such an excuse? Slaughtering her own mother to express goodwill towards the temple, would the temple accept this? Carter asked, frowning. No. Another holy knight said angrily. The temple would never accept a bastard who would kill their own mother. Everyone knows this. Would that girl not know? Carter's hand was already starting to shake. The other holy knights' faces paled. Something deep within their hearts started to stir. Something that had remained upright, towering for years, was starting to rumble. One of the holy knight's eyes started to lose focus. He shook his head incredulously, muttering, "No." How could it be? He wanted to convince himself, but found that he could not. Every person sat still, their gazes vacant. Wind blew and the bonfire crackled. Under the scorching sun, Yixuan and the others traveled slowly. "My lady, I still don't understand why you let those holy knights live. What if they chase after us again? Are you going to let them go again?" Shaoqi had never understood. He knew clearly, however, that Yixuan was definitely not a forgiving person. She was a vengeful person who was not to be provoked. "They won't come," Yixuan said faintly. "What? Won't come? How is that possible? They are loyal fools of the Temple of Light." Shaoqi almost jumped up. He thought the mist was tricking him again. Shaoqi, on the other hand, frowned. It had already been 5 days, but the holy knights still hadn't come yet. With their speed, they should have caught up long ago, but it had been quiet the past few days. Why? Oh. Is that stone forest? The scene before them suddenly caught Shaoqi's attention. He stopped questioning Yixuan. Before them were huge stone pillars that stood together like a forest. The craggy pillars seemed to extend on forever. Many pillars were grotesquely shaped from wind and rain. Whenever the wind blew, an eerie sound would echo throughout the entire forest. Xiaoqi shuddered at the creepy scene. He was afraid of these kinds of things the most. What do you guys think? Xiaoshuang stared off into the distance, her gaze cool. A good place to ambush people. Fengmixuan shaded his eyes with one hand and squinted into the distance. The complex, amalgamated stone pillars blocked much of their sight. Let's go. Xiaoshuang dismounted and led her camel forward by the reins. Miss, young Master Feng even said that it's a good place for an ambush. You're still going in? Xiaoqi's eyes were wide. I want to know who else is trying to kill me besides the Temple of Light, Xiaoshuang replied lightly. Fengmixuan and Lang Lingyun did not say anything. They had already dismounted and were following Xiaoshuang. Xiaoqi and Xiaoxi shared a glance, then also dismounted. The party's figures disappeared into the forest. The grotesquely shaped stone pillars were a breathtaking sight to behold. Although they obstructed much of their sight, as long as they walked in one direction, they would be able to get out. In a hidden corner of stone forest. Boss, the target has entered the perimeter, someone said in a low voice. Boss, you must help me get back my rainbow inkstone, another voice said, filled with resentment. Evidently, it was the bird nest hair guy who had trapped Xiaoshuang and the others within the magic formation. Shut up! You idiot, if not for your independent actions, would they have been able to take it? The first voice berated the bird nest hair guy. The bird nest hair guy shut up. It was indeed his fault for losing such an important treasure. The feast is about to start. The person the others called boss let out a strange laugh. His teeth clicked together, creating a Z sound. His blue hair covered half his face. The uncovered half could be considered handsome, but his malevolent smile and sinister gaze left one uncomfortable. His covered half did not have any skin, only reddish flesh. His eyes and, with no lips, his teeth were exposed. He appeared extremely terrifying. With a slight wave of the boss's hand, a figure standing on the tallest pillar suddenly moved. From her elegant figure, you could tell she was a woman. She jumped nimbly from pillar to pillar, agile like a fairy, silently approaching Xiaoshuang and the others. She stopped at what she thought was a safe distance away, then slowly reached for the bow from her back. Squinting, she took aim at the person leading at the front, Xiaoshuang. Killing this girl was their only objective. They would be rewarded with generous riches. Her bow was an enchanted bow imbued with magic that shot out water arrows. She silently shot it at the black-haired girl. In mid-air, the originally single arrow became two, one after the other. This was her specialty, double arrow attack. Even if one knocked away the first arrow, the second arrow was right behind it. She couldn't even keep count of how many people had been killed by this attack. The female archer watched the magic arrow fly towards the black-haired girl's chest, her lips curling into a smile. The arrows this enchanted bow shot were silent and only had a tiny magic undulation. Whenever the target noticed, it would be too late. After killing this girl, the boss would take care of the lackeys. However, the next moment, the female archer's smile froze. Just when the fierce magic arrow was about to hit the girl, it suddenly stopped in its tracks. What happened next almost frightened her stiff. The vicious arrow suddenly shot backwards in the exact path it had come. Third brother's rainbow inkstone? This was the first thought that came to her mind. What was even more terrifying, the black-haired girl calmly looked up towards her, then smiled coldly. She anticipated it all along? The thought flashed across the female archer's mind. She struggled slightly as she dodged her own arrow. An ambush! Xiaoqi called out. The Temple of Light? Fengmixuan looked at Lang Lingyun. No, Lang Lingyun shook his head. Then there with that crazy guy. Fengmixuan was certain. Xiaoshuang's eyes darkened. She sensed a faint anomaly underfoot. The next moment, a skeletal palm erupted from the ground. Gradually, skeletons crawled up from the ground. Necromancer. Shaoqi's face greened. He hated this kind of stuff the most, but why did he keep running into them recently? The camels started to stomp, wanting to run away. With a gentle wave of Lang Lingyun's hand, white light poured onto the camels. They quieted down and kneeled, nestling together. Feng Yixuan was already on the offense. A translucent wind blade appeared in his hand. He threw it towards his right fiercely. The crackling sound of countless skeletons being fractured echoed in the forest. However, Feng Yixuan's target weren't these, but the person approaching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185. Blood dripped onto the ground. In the distance, someone revealed themselves. They were draped in a black cloak. The dagger in their grasp glistened with a blue hue, clearly laced with deadly poison. Currently, he was gasping for breath. His left hand trembled slightly as blood dripped down and then dissolved into the ground. "How did you know I was approaching?" the person asked incredulously. The shock in his heart increased. The cloak he was wearing was a rare treasure, able to completely hide his body and aura. How was he able to be discovered? Could it be that this person was already at a profound level? "Idiot, you left footprints on the ground," Feng Yixuan spat disdainfully. The person's mouth gaped. He looked down at the faint yet visible footsteps and wanted to bang his head against one of the pillars. In truth, Feng Yixuan had already discovered this person approaching much earlier. He just said this in order to make him feel more miserable. The cloaked person disappeared after stepping behind a large stone pillar. The skeletons continued streaming out. Shaoqi and Shaoxi frowned as they continuously cast magic to shatter the skeletons. "Is this all they've got?" "It can't be," Shaoqi shattered another skeleton and muttered with annoyance. "Of course not. Claire Hill." "You're mine," a boisterous voice came from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a few people standing on the tip of the tallest pillar. At the front was a blue-haired man draped in black. Behind him was the chicken hair man and the female archer. "Who are you?" Shaoqi spat with annoyance. "Aunt, you are of little value." The blue-haired man smiled malevolently. He watched Qi Aoshuang excitedly. "You are just like they described. You actually killed your own mother. If not for this mission, I would have tried to make you one of my underlings." He clicked his tongue. "Your mother must have been very unresigned right before her death, killed by her own daughter. Was she crying out, 'Don't, don't'? Or was she stupid enough to willingly let you kill her?" The blue-haired man muttered excitedly to himself, because he was a deranged freak who had killed his own family. He spoke excitedly, not noticing Qi Aoshuan lower her head and clench her fist until her knuckles were white. She bit her lip until it started to bleed. The blue-haired man did not notice, instead continuing on to. "I heard your stupid mother was a sacrificial lamb in the fight for the throne between the two princes. You're pretty damn hilarious. She was going to die anyways. You saved her, but then killed her right after. Are you stupid or something?" Feng Yixuan's expression started to turn ugly. He brandished his broadsword, about to charge forward. However, the next moment, a terrifying figure flashed past. Qi Aoshuan was already jumping as fast as lightning, like a demon, as she abruptly appeared right before the blue-haired man. The blue-haired man was shocked. He stared at the black-haired girl's refined, yet ruthless face. For some reason, he shivered. An incomparably sharp yet plain sword suddenly appeared in her hand. It glistened brightly under the sunlight. The blue-haired man's eyes flashed with greed. This sword was definitely unordinary. Before he could speak, the sharp tip already slashed him. Boom! The giant's sound echoed into the horizon. This one attack split the tallest pillar into two. The people who had stood on top evaded it, running in all directions. Slowly, the giant pillar toppled over, creating a deafening boom. A cloud of dust appeared. In a flash, everything was hazy. They also had 5 people. But Qi Aoshuang only had one target, the blue-haired man. The people below squinted up to see the blue-haired man standing atop a faraway pillar with a cold smile. Claire stood atop a different pillar, coldly eyeing the blue-haired man. The next moment, a shocking scene occurred. "Claire Hill, I never expected your life to be worth so much." It was the same voice. Everyone turned around, but found that the blue-haired man was standing atop a pillar behind them, overlooking them with a cold smile. "What kind of sword is that? An artifact? Or a sub-artifact?" The same voice came from the left on top of a pillar. It was the blue-haired man again. "Illusion? TCH, where are you looking?" The same voice came from a pillar to the right. "For blue-haired men? Split bodies or an illusion? Guess which one is the real me." "Whoever gets it right gets a prize," the blue-haired man started to laugh. His laughter was particularly provoking. Bang! Lun Lingyun instantly erected a barrier to block a magic arrow. They were already on the move. Lun Lingyun frowned, his palms started to emit magic. Feng Yixuan lifted his sword and slashed at the assassin who had been intending on concealing himself. The assassin rolled out of the way to evade the fatal attack. He finally understood that the red-haired youth was not so simple. This time, with the surging yellow sand, there was no way to see footprints. He had sensed him not from his footprints, but because he was truly powerful. Shi Shaoqi and Shi Shaoxi coordinated well as they attacked the necromancer who was still summoning skeletons. Meanwhile, the bird-haired man cautiously remained hidden. Qi Aoshuang stood atop a stone pillar. Harsh wind blew past. Her long, black locks fluttered. The blue-haired man smiled evilly. He started to make strange hand seals, muttering at the same time. The other 3 blue-haired men followed suit. Aoshuang. After forcing back the strange assassin with one blow, Feng Yixuan focused his attention to Qi Aoshuang's situation. He frowned, wanting to rush over. What happened next left him standing frozen in place, speechless. Qi Aoshuang's body slowly started to emit faint red light that enshrouded her entire body. The blue-haired man paused slightly. Red Do Qi? Did such a color of Do Qi exist? As his gaze met with Qi Aoshuang's cold eyes, his heart shuddered. Her originally black eyes were now faintly imbued with red light. Just as he paused for a moment, something flashed before his eyes. Qi Aoshuang's cold face was right in front of him. He instinctively tried to step back, but found he couldn't move. An incorporeal pressure stopped him from any movement. Under the sunlight, Qi Aoshuang's blade glinted coldly. She slashed down. It was as if the cold aura of death descended. The blue-haired man's eyes were finally filled with alarm. He could not even remember the countless people he had killed all these years, but he never had felt such a sensation, pressure so powerful, he could not even fight back. "No," the blue-haired man said faintly. A bloody sliver started to appear from his forehead. His expression still that of horror, he was split in half along with the pillar. His hands still remained in the same posture, his spell unfinished. Before he even had the chance to attack, he had been killed by Qi Aoshuang. How did the mist know that was the original body? Shi Shaoqi asked after the ghastly scene. "How do I know?" Shi Shaoxi replied humorlessly. Then, he noticed that his opponent had gone pale. With a light tap of her foot, Qi Aoshuang leapt from her pillar towards another one of the blue-haired men. "It's not an illusion," Shi Shaoxi blurted out with shock. If it were an illusion, after Qi Aoshuang killed the original body, the other illusions would have disappeared. But these other blue-haired men were staring at Yixuan in shock. Like a lightning bolt, Yixuan arrived before another blue-haired man. With one sideways slash of her sword, another blue-haired man was split in half from the waist. Blood sprayed in mid-air, creating an eerily beautiful, bloody arc. Then, the body's upper half still with wide eyes, the body fell down from the pillar. He could still not believe he had died without being able to resist. Yixuan's eyes did not have any emotion. She continued to attack towards another blue-haired man. Not an illusion. They're all real. Shaoqi exclaimed. Quadruplets? The assassin that had originally wanted to kill Feng Yixuan was currently secretly withdrawing. The female archer that had been attacking Lang Lingyun was also jumping from pillar to pillar, preparing to escape. It was clear that the blue-haired man was their linchpin. The bird-haired man ran the quickest. His treasure was gone, his fighting power was down by 80%, and now their boss had been killed without even the chance to cast magic. When would they run if not now? The bird-haired man finally understood why the Rainbow Inkstone had exchanged masters so easily. You can't escape. Feng Yixuan leapt up. With one swift slash, his sword ran through not just a pillar, but the assassin behind it, piercing his chest. As Feng Yixuan pulled his sword out, the stone pillar rumbled as it collapsed, crushing the assassin underneath. Now that the situation had evolved like so, the end was only certain. Die. After killing another blue-haired man, Yixuan chased after the running figure of the last blue-haired man. With one slash, she cut off his legs. He yelped out in pain, then fell down the pillar. They four brothers were best at pretending to be illusions and using magic at the same time to attack, but now three were gone. He did not have the will to fight anymore, only wanting to escape the fearsome girl as soon as possible. Yixuan was like a lithe arrow as she chased him down. She fiercely attacked, ruthlessly stabbing down at the blue-haired man's abdomen. His mournful cry echoed into the horizon. It was extremely alarming. Yixuan's eyes flashed red. She stabbed down viciously again, pinning the blue-haired man firmly to the ground. The blue-haired man could not even cry out anymore, only gasping heavily for breath. Blood bubbled out of the corner of his mouth, dyeing the yellow sand red. Weren't you very talkative? Continue speaking. Yixuan laughed, pulled out the sword, and then stabbed his abdomen again. Nothing remained in his eyes except fear. Lunatic. Madman. Demon. This girl was inhumane. These were the blue-haired man's only thoughts. He wanted to die, but the girl wouldn't give him a quick death, purposefully avoiding his vitals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186. It became a one-sided massacre. Stab. Stab. As if she did not know how to feel tired, she continuously impaled the blue-haired man on the ground. The hatred that had long been accumulating in her heart was finally exploding. After a long time, she finally heard urgent voices. Yixuan. Miss. A pair of gentle hands grabbed Yixuan's wrists, stopping her out-of-control actions. Yixuan turned around abruptly and met with Feng Yixuan's pained eyes. Enough, Yixuan. It's over. Lang Lingyun's voice carried to Yixuan's ear. The red aura around Yixuan slowly faded away. Her gaze also regained focus. Without giving the mangled body another glance, Yixuan turned around and left. Feng Yixuan stood in place, watching Yixuan's leaving figure. He shared a glance with Lang Lingyun. The both silently agreed not to follow. Currently, Yixuan needed some time alone. Everything was in messy. All of them had been killed. After searching through the bodies, they found a small badge that Yixuan had seen before. It was white with a black bolt of lightning, the emblem of the Black Lightning Organization. They left the stone forest without a word. Yixuan led in silence, dragging the sword behind her. Everyone else was also silent as they followed her. Chirp chirp, White Emperor called out worriedly from Lung Lingyun's shoulder. Translation, is Yixuan okay? Peep peep. Black Feather called out from Feng Yixuan's shoulder. He waved his claws at White Emperor. Translation, the hell you worried about? Why would she not be okay? Shaoqi led 2 camels, following gloomily. And so, Yixuan walked expressionlessly, the azure ripple blade leaving a long mark on the ground. The blood had already dried on the blade. No one stopped her, choosing to find her silently. Night slowly descended. Yixuan finally stopped. She stabbed the sword into the ground and then sat down. Everyone else shared a glance, then all silently walked over. Shaoqi and Shaoxi started to set up camp. Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun started a bonfire to prepare their dinner. I am seeking the earth spirits and dwarves in order to find something the races own. Yixuan slowly became to explain. Everyone froze and stopped what they were doing. Yixuan had never explained why they were looking for them. I want to assemble the God Feather Heaven Slayer. Yixuan spoke softly. Currently, Yixuan had calmed down. When she saw everyone working diligently, she had felt a sliver of warmth in her heart. What is that? Shaoqi frowned, not understanding. No one else spoke. They all knew that now Yixuan had spoken this much, she would tell them what it was and why she was looking for it. The God Feather Heaven Slayer is a matching set of God-slaying relics. The Heaven Slayer is a pike, the God Feather a shield. Yixuan spoke softly, but her words were like a stone thrown into a peaceful pond, causing ripples and stirrings in their hearts. Crunch! Shaoqi pinched what he was holding into pieces. Everyone stopped what they were doing, silently watching Yixuan. These relics have been split among the many races. The dwarves and earth spirits have a part, the beastmen and dragons too. Only when they are all assembled can they display boundless might. It can kill the goddess of light. Yixuan looked at her azure ripple blade. This weapon was only a sub-relic, incapable of killing the goddess of light, however the God Feather Heaven Slayer was created by the Father God. Naturally, its power goes without saying. Everyone had a look of shock. Before they could start asking her questions, Yixuan continued on quietly, the God of Darkness told me. After she said this, everyone had different expressions. Even if humanity's power surpasses them, they have a Godhead star. Even if we kill the Goddess of Light, she can rely on her Godhead to rebirth another body. However, this artifact can shatter her Godhead so that she can never be reborn, Yixuan said icily. Asterisk throwback to prologue, a Godhead is a personality/trait/nature/stone that appears when you cultivate enough and enables you to become an immortal/God. We are closest to the dwarves currently, so are we visiting them first? Shaoqi asked. No, we are closest to the merfolk. Yixuan shook her head. We shall visit the merfolk first. Ah. Then, Shaoqi started to say before suddenly remembering something and shutting up. There could only be one reason why Yixuan had not sent the Temple of Darkness to find the merfolk. She already knew where they were. Miss, the merfolk should treat that item like a treasure. Shaoxi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Not necessarily, said Feng Yixuan. Every race cares about different things. They might not view it as a treasure. Furthermore, they cannot assemble the artifact themselves, so to them, it should not have much use. The dwarves are most fond of metallurgy and cherish their beards the most. The earth spirits love to dig and build. The dragon race, of course, loves money and treasure. I am not certain about the merfolk, Shaoxi frowned. Miss, we're in the middle of a desert. How are we closest to the merfolk? Shaoqi tilted his head questioningly. Indeed, they are in the deep sea. The merfolk love to live in clean seawater. They value secluded and cleanly areas. Yixuan nodded. But miss, we don't know what the merfolk like. However, I am certain they will dislike us. Yixuan sighed. They hate humans the most, Lung Lingyun said quietly. The terrible crimes humanity has committed against merfolk is too disgusting to describe. Yixuan shrugged, then continued, frowning. Because their tears become the highest quality pearls, they are captured and tortured in any way imaginable so that they can cry. Some even sell merfolk eyes as precious pearls. After killing the merfolk, they dry out the corpses and turn them into candles. There are so many atrocities, I can't be bothered to list them all. Yixuan curled his lip and stopped talking. All of a sudden, they knew it would be extremely difficult to assemble the artifact. We'll see once we get there. If they aren't willing, we'll just steal it, Yixuan said righteously. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. How could someone act so righteously when talking about stealing? Actually, we should not need to. The merfolk are extremely proud. Provided that humans treat them graciously, it might be another story. Lung Lingyun looked down and pondered. Graciously? Yixuan smacked a fist into his palm excitedly. I have an idea. What is it? The Shi brothers asked at the same time. In a hidden harbor of Uwusili, there is an enclosure that raises merfolk, specifically captured merfolk. Once the merfolk become mature, they give the merfolk a drug, cut their tails, make them grow 2 legs, and then sell them to humans, Yixuan explained. The merfolk are an extremely beautiful race, and before they come of age, they are genderless. Only after maturing do they select their gender. However, the merfolk are forced to select their gender based off of clientele wishes. Young Master Feng, how do you know so much? Yixuan started to look at Yixuan in a strange manner, then whispered, could it be that you bought a mermaid? Before Yixuan could finish speaking, he was cut off by Yixuan's murderous gaze. He immediately swallowed back his words. The enclosure originally wanted our Feng clan to become investors. Although it is an extremely profitable business, my father believed it was too cruel and refused. Of course, we also don't have the authority to interfere, Yixuan said helplessly. Is your plan to save those captured merfolk? Lung Lingyun asked seriously. And destroy the place while we're at it. Yixuan nodded. The merfolk will definitely repay such a great favor. At the very least, they will not attack us when we enter the underwater kingdom, even if we don't get a warm welcome. Do you know where the enclosure is? Yixuan asked. Nope, Yixuan replied honestly. Fuck, why are you telling us about it then? Yixuan cursed. You're such an idiot. Why can't we just find it? Yixuan retorted disdainfully. Yixuan's face whitened. Yixuan clenched his teeth. As expected of an idiot. Yixuan rolled his eyes and sighed. I've had it with you. Yixuan threw himself at Yixuan. You think you can beat me? Yixuan dodged agilely and clicked his tongue derisively. Yixuan had face planted into the ground and started to spit out sand continuously. Yixuan watched on with a faint smile. Yixuan had been focused on teasing Yixuan, but he noticed Yixuan's rare smile. He let out a sigh of relief in his heart. When Lung Lingyun saw Yixuan's expression, an indescribable feeling flashed across his eyes. Black lightning won't give up now, Lung Lingyun suddenly said. The first time, we tasted their strength. This time, we only broke the barrier from Yixuan's knowledge of the spiritual eye. What about next time? Yixuan's eyes also became cold. This time, it was really a lucky coincidence she knew how to break the spell. If she didn't know about the spiritual eye, then perhaps they truly would have been trapped. She had been able to kill them this time because of her increased strength, but how strong were they compared to the rest of Black Lightning? If they were the weakest ones, how powerful was the organization? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187. They will definitely send more people after you. Feng Yixuan frowned. I am their only target, Xiaoshuang said faintly. Miss, what are you planning? Shi Shaoxi asked, frowning. We won't let you travel alone. I will go first. You guys just follow a distance behind. Xiaoshuang still spoke faintly. Unacceptable. They all protested at the same time. Xiaoshuang had been waiting for these words. Then you'll have to drink this gender-changing potion. She pulled out a bottle from her interspatial ring. When everyone saw it, their faces paled. Only then did they realize what Xiaoshuang's plan was. Indeed, no one would recognize them if they changed their gender. Either leave, or drink this. I won't force anyone. Xiaoshuang had already uncorked the bottle and drank large swig. All four handsome men grinned. They would become 4 ultra beauties. The party of 5 traveled under the scorching sun until they reached the city of Yaoer, the first major city they would pass through. Based on Xiaoshuang's calculations, it would take them 7 to 8 days to leave the desert and reach Yuosali's border. The party all wore thick mantles as they slowly advanced towards the city. Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun had not exchanged words the entire journey there. Both felt extremely depressed after transforming into women. Meanwhile, White Emperor and Black Feather were hidden in Xiaoshuang's cloak. This pair of black and white furballs were too distinctive and would expose Xiaoshuang's identity, so they had hide. They arrived before an unfrequented inn. Xiaoshuang asked for 5 rooms. Once Xiaoshuang lifted off her hood to reveal her face, everyone gasped. What a stunning youth! From his features and temperament, they knew he was no ordinary person. Were the 4 behind him his attendants? It's hellishly hot, Shi Shaoqi grumbled, also removing his hood. Once Shi Shaoqi removed his mantle, everyone froze. It was such a beauty. This beauty was the youth's attendant? Perhaps a mistress, a few wily individuals surmised. This unknown young master sure knew how to enjoy himself, traveling with such a beauty. Put your hood back on, Shi Shaoxi said coldly. Why? Shi Shaoqi frowned. You don't feel hot? Shi Shaoqi reached out and pulled down Shi Shaoxi's hood as well. The entire hall gasped. Twins? And such beautiful twins too. You idiot! Shi Shaoxi humphed. Naturally, Su Shaoqi had completely forgotten he had transformed into a beautiful woman. Everyone now eyed Xiaoshuang with different gazes, admiration, envy, disdain. Such a young man could enjoy the company of 2 great beauties? As Xiaoshuang noticed the gazes from the corner of her eye, she frowned. Perhaps they shouldn't have entered the town at the same time to replenish supplies. How could she have forgotten that these people were now peerless beauties who absolutely would not allow any man to look at them with vulgar gazes? 2 beauties, why don't we have a drink together? You 2 think that little boy can satisfy you? Why don't you join us? Shi Shaoqi glowered darkly, about to explode. Stay cool, ignore them, Long Lingyan said faintly. Be calm, Feng Yixuan said a little deviously. Xiaoshuang had an ominous premonition. Then, a young waitress came over and smiled at them. Please do not take offense, customers. These people are simply rude. Please follow me upstairs. Shi Shaoqi's expression remained dark, but he nodded reluctantly in the end. But the next moment, the waitress pulled down Lang Lingyun and Feng Yixuan's hoods, revealing 2 absolutely stunning faces. Whoa! The hall exclaimed with gasps. The waitress continued to smile. It is best for guests to take off their mantles to breathe better. It is better for your skin. Behind her back, she signaled to someone in the corner of the room. Yixuan's gaze darkened. It seemed this waitress had been bribed into doing this. However, she had not ill intentions and was also a woman, so Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun were not angered. Now, the inn was lively. For stunning beauties had suddenly appeared, each with their own strengths. The inn owner stood dumbstruck, staring at the beauties. "Beautiful lady, have a drink with me?" A well-dressed man walked up to Feng Yixuan. He spoke politely, but the perversion in his eyes could not be concealed. Shi Shaoqi choked back his laughter so forcefully, he was about to have an internal injury. The insufferably arrogant Feng Yixuan was being hit on for the first time, and by a man. "You have good taste." Lang Lingyun smiled at the ignorant man. Feng Yixuan's expression turned unsightly, whereas Lang Lingyun smiled brightly. He used Feng Yixuan's words against him, "Be calm." Shi Shaoxi and Shi Shaoqi tried not to smile with great difficulty. Now, everyone was certain that these great beauties were not the black-haired youth's mistresses. For outstanding beauties, and they were all older than the youth. It would not make sense otherwise. And when one of the beauties was hit on, the youth made no protest. Everyone became even more encouraged. "Beautiful noble lady, have you fallen into misfortune? I will buy you from your owner with much more money and will not force you to travel under the scorching sun." The person sitting in the corner of the room walked over and said impatiently to Lang Lingyun. He feared that if he did not make his move sooner, it would be too late. Everyone now viewed Qi Aoshuang as a rich villain. Lang Lingyun's expression darkened. "Stay cool," Feng Yixuan smiled and said faintly. However, his faint smile made him appear even more charming. Everyone was drooling. "Beautiful lady, have you also fallen into misfortune? I will rescue you no matter what," the well-dressed man declared hastily. "Fuck no." Feng Yixuan finally couldn't hold back anymore. He shot wind out his palm and instantly sent the well-dressed man flying. Lang Lingyun was even more angry, magic bursting forth from his palm. Shi Shaoqi and Shi Shaoxi were stupefied. "Didn't you guys say to stay cool, be calm?" "Fuck being calm. Only corpses can stay cool asterisk. Asterisk 'cause normal body temperature is warm." Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun bellowed at the same time. Shi Shaoqi and Shi Shaoxi's lips twitched. They shared a glance, both wordless. Qi Aoshuang laughed, then said quietly, "I am going to go out and replenish our supplies. I will wait for you all west of the city." She was certain now that they shouldn't have entered the city. These femme fatale would cause trouble wherever they went. Even the most cool-headed Lang Lingyun could not bear such obscene gazes. Qi Aoshuang left the inn alone, sighing in her heart. Her wish to bathe was unfulfilled again. Water, food, firewood, clothes. Qi Aoshuang left the pile of goods in the wooden baskets next to the camels. Exposing the existence of the interspatial ring would bring unwanted trouble. She brought them into a secluded alleyway, put everything into the interspatial ring when no one was looking, and then continued to buy things. This repeated many times until she finally finished replenishing all their supplies. Then, she led the camels outside the city gates. She continued on west. After walking for a while, she saw a few people were already waiting for her. Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun stood there as calm as water. Shi Shaoqi and Shi Shaoxi looked like they were resisting the urge to smile with great difficulty. "Let's go. In the future, you guys don't need to go into the city. I'll just buy things myself." Qi Aoshuang was also smiling faintly. It must have been the first time they had been hit on by men before. The two humped, but didn't say anything. They had only berated the people in the inn, not resorting to killing. What they did not know was after this day, their exceptional beauty became renowned in Uwusili, so renowned that even the emperor of Uwusili knew. Of course, this was later in the future. As they continued to journey, they did not run into any more trouble as only Qi Aoshuang would replenish the supplies. They did not run into any members of Black Lightning either. At the border of Uwusili was a relatively flourishing port city. This town was Uwusili's main source of income. They mainly traded with other countries by ship. However, when they arrived, Feng Yixuan stopped them from entering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188. Didn't you say we're going to find that secret enclosure? Shi Shaoqi gave Feng Yixuan a sideways glance, then laughed mischievously. Or is our beautiful young lady Feng afraid of being hit on again? A strange wind blew Shi Shaoqi's bag flying and tousled his hair into a mess, even ripping apart Shi Shaoqi's clothes, exposing a beautiful maiden. Your body's not bad. Feng Yixuan raised a brow and laughed. You! Shi Shaoqi cried indignantly. However, he pervertedly agreed with Feng Yixuan's words. His current body was indeed not bad. Pa! What was he thinking? Shi Shaoqi immediately dispersed his thoughts and pitifully asked Qi Aoshuang for clothes to wear. The enclosure is not in the city. It is in a village some distance away from here. Only now did Feng Yixuan resume his seriousness. Didn't you say you didn't know where it was? Shi Shaoqi asked angrily as he put on clothes. I can't lie to you? Feng Yixuan's devious response left Shi Shaoqi filled with anger. Then let's go there now. Long Lingyun looked up at the sky. Can we get there before the sky darkens? We should be able to. Feng Yixuan also looked up at the sky, then looked around their surroundings. Just continue in that direction. Once everyone arrived at the small fishing village, the sky had already darkened. The villagers were extremely cautious towards outsiders, exhibiting one message with their gazes clearly, unwelcome. Who are you? Why are you here at our village? A middle-aged man faced them, brandishing a harpoon. The other villagers stood behind him with cautious expressions. Qi Aoshuang and the rest had been discovered the moment they entered the village, and then had been surrounded by the fishermen. Feng Yixuan saw their hostile gazes. He smiled and walked forward, saying amiably, We are merchants here for trading. If you may inform your village chief, we would be most grateful. What kind of trade? All of our business is scheduled in advance. Leave, you are not welcome here, the leading man said aggressively, his eyes filled with hostility. He was completely unwavered by Feng Yixuan and the rest's beautiful appearances. We are here to buy the biggest products. Feng Yixuan continued to smile. For a moment, he wavered, but then his hesitation disappeared. They're all scheduled to be sold, none left. He refused just as impolitely, just a little less fierce than before. Feng Yixuan took a step forward, then created a strange hand signal with both hands. Qi Aoshuang and the rest were then amazed to see the hostility in the middle-aged man's eyes disappear. He lowered the harpoon. Can you bring us to the village chief now? We are really here to discuss trade. The middle-aged man took 2 steps back. With a wave of his head, all the other villagers dispersed. Qi Aoshuang's eyes narrowed. These fishermen were definitely not as simple as they appeared. They surrounded them so quickly, and dispersed in orderly fashion so quickly as well. Follow me. The middle-aged man turned around. Under the dim light of the moon, they could see small houses made of stone bricks everywhere. Many houses had fishing nets in front of them. Dried fish hung from roofs and many houses had fishing gear laying before them. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like an ordinary fishing village. If not for the brief conversation between Feng Yixuan and the middle-aged man along with the actions of the other fishermen, no one would be able to know that the secret enclosure was here. After bringing everyone to the biggest stone house, the middle-aged man stopped and turned to Feng Yixuan. Please wait here. I will go to inform the village chief. Of course. Feng Yixuan smiled and stayed put. The middle-aged man gently knocked on the door. A muffled voice came from within. Who is it? "Chief, it's me," the middle-aged man said quietly. "Come in," the voice said quietly. The middle-aged man entered, closed the door. "Young Master Feng, what was that hand signal just now?" She stood close to Feng Yixuan and asked quietly. Feng Yixuan rolled his eyes, not responding. Shi suddenly understood and covered his mouth. Since there were merfolk raised here, then the people inside were definitely unordinary. If they heard what he said, then it would be bad. Luckily, it did not seem they heard him. After a while, the door opened. The middle-aged peeked out and looked at Feng Yixuan. "Please enter." Everyone followed Feng Yixuan into the door. The house was arranged simply. One square table, a few wooden stools. At the head of the table sat who appeared to be an ordinary old man. He wore simple clothing that was even patched in places. His hair was white, and he squinted to see. The old man coughed before speaking. "I am the village chief. Please sit." Everyone sat down. The village chief remained seated, squinting at everyone, his expression unchanging. "May I ask where you all are from?" The village chief's voice was weak. He looked completely like a sickly, old man. "Ligark," Feng Yixuan replied quietly. "Oh, is that so?" The village chief still appeared extremely feeble. "We want to look at the goods, is that okay?" Feng Yixuan smiled. "I understand. It is too late today." The village chief squinted at Feng Yixuan. Before Feng Yixuan could respond, he turned to the middle-aged man and said, "Ian, bring the guests to their resting quarters." After saying this, the village chief closed his eyes and stopped speaking. Feng Yixuan wanted to say something, but Ian walked up to them. "Please follow me." He had a hard-to-refuse tone of voice. Feng Yixuan and the rest stood up and followed Ian out the door. Ian led them to the west side of the village until they arrived at a row of stone houses. He called out, "Lola, we have guests. Take care of them." Ian then turned around and left, not giving Yixuan and the rest so much as a glance. Soon, a stone house's door opened. A chubby woman with a dress walked out, laughing. "Guests who have traveled a long distance, please come in." Without any hesitation, they all entered. Their lodging was simple and crude, yet clean. The four beauties shared a room, whereas Yixuan had a room of her own. At the dead of night, only the sea breeze brushed past. Yixuan lay in bed, looking out the window at the swaying dried fish. She frowned. Wasn't everything going too smoothly? "Yixuan," said a low voice. "Feng Yixuan?" Surprised, Yixuan sat up and looked out the window. "Follow me," Feng Yixuan said in a low voice. Without another thought, Yixuan hastily put on clothes and quietly leapt out the window. "There's one problem. That old thing is definitely not ordinary," Feng Yixuan said quietly. Yixuan paused. So Feng Yixuan also realized this problem. The hand signal I made is a secret signal between them and customers. However, the village chief's reaction was very strange. He didn't ask any questions at all. Perhaps, he was already suspicious, Feng Yixuan continued quietly. "Then should we go check right now?" Yixuan frowned. "I don't know where the enclosure is. I heard that they only bring out the mermaids after customers have scheduled in advance and won't bring customers to where the enclosure is. We should first scout out the area before deciding what to do. I let Lang Lingyun and the Shi brothers stay in their room temporarily." Yixuan nodded. Those three were not trained in assassination skills. If their opponents were experts, then they would be discovered easily. Only Shi and Feng Yixuan could go scouting. "Let's go." Feng Yixuan concealed his aura, then advanced silently. Yixuan followed him closely from behind. The two arrived at the village chief's house, both with concealed presences. They heard his feeble voice. "Ian, when are you going to mature?" Sorry, boss. I was too careless, said Ian's low voice. Ian now addressed the village chief as boss. Think before you act in the future. Don't be completely convinced by just our hand signal. The village chief sighed. When have you seen such beautiful people personally come to buy the goods? Boss is correct. For such beautiful people to buy mermaids is strange, and there are so many of them too, Ian responded. But we cannot fully reject them. There are many questions in the world that cannot be answered. I am only suspicious. I cannot tell if they are genuine or fake. The village chief's voice was still casual. Which is why boss left them first to see? Ian asked. Correct. We are businessmen. There is no need for us to become enemies with money. The village chief's voice was calm. Yes, boss is correct. Ian nodded again deferentially. Enough. Send men to watch them carefully. Also be careful that no one follows you. The village chief motioned for Ian to leave. Go. I am tired. Yes. Ian nodded, then left. Yixuan and Yixuan shared a glance, then both nodded. Following Ian would definitely lead them to the secret mermaid enclosure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189. As Ian exited the house, he inspected his surroundings. It was peaceful as always. Only then did he start to walk to his destination. Yixuan and Yixuan waited until he was a distance away before following. Ian continued all the way to the village. The simple sandy beach had no spaces to hide, and every few minutes or so, Ian would stop and turn around. Yixuan and Yixuan had no choice but to stop following him. I will follow him. I have a cloak of invisibility. Yixuan brought out a cape from her interspatial ring. Before Yixuan could respond, she put it on and disappeared before his eyes. This was the invisibility cloak that Cliff had gifted her. Don't worry, the moment I find the location, I will hide, then lead you guys there with one of my magic puppets. Yixuan handed Yixuan a small mouse puppet. Yixuan hesitated for a moment, but in the end, accepted it. Then be careful. I will return with everyone else. The moment you discover the location, do not act alone under any circumstances. Wait until we come. Yixuan continued to strongly warn her. Finally, after Yixuan promised to not act alone, Yixuan left with the magic puppet. Yixuan quietly followed with the cloak on. Ian was very vigilant. He would turn around very often to check that no one was following him before he continued forward. At the end of the long stretch of beach were craggy rocks. Ian increased his pace. Yixuan silently followed with the large rocks as her cover as she watched him. He arrived before a large stone and struck it 3 times with a certain rhythm. Gradually, the stone began to move, revealing a large passageway. A person peeked out. When he saw it was Ian, he relaxed. Boss, you've arrived. He withdrew his head. How is it? Did anything happen today? Ian walked in, not forgetting to look back one final time. Certain that no one had followed him, he seemed to pull some kind of lever. The large stone once again moved slowly back into place. Yixuan thought for a moment, then spiritually linked to the magic puppet she had given Yixuan. Yixuan had been grasping the puppet anxiously. At this time, the puppet freed itself and dropped to the ground. It started to crawl away. Let's go. Yixuan has discovered the location. Yixuan motioned to everyone else, following the puppet closely. Following the puppet, they finally found Claire. Yixuan greeted in a low voice. The entrance is behind that giant rock over there. Yixuan pointed at it. I'll move away that rock. Shi Shaoqi was about to cast magic. No, we still don't know the circumstances within. Don't be too eager. Xiaoshuan walked up to the large rock and also struck it 3 times like Ian. The stone slowly moved away to reveal the face of the same person as before. His initially suspicious expression gave way to shock as he saw the unfamiliar people. He reached out towards something near him. However, Xiaoshuan moved faster than him. Before he could touch it, a red bead of blood appeared on his neck. He slid silently to the ground. The party entered the deep passageway. It was lit with torches on each side. Wind blew from the other end, making the torch fires gently sway. It was strangely eerie. Blood. Lan Lingyun frowned. The gentle sea breeze entering the passageway carried the faint scent of blood. Feng Yixuan frowned. Perhaps some merfolk are coming of age today. Everyone's expression darkened. They knew what his words meant. Coming of age meant cutting off their tails and forcibly growing a pair of legs for the mermaids. Xiaoshuang did not say a word, leading the way. Unexpectedly, the passageway had quite a few traps, but Xiaoshuang disabled them easily. Seeing this, Shi Shaoqi and Shi Shaoxi were shocked. Xiaoshuang was not only a magician warrior, but knew how to disable traps as well? As Xiaoshuang disabled the traps, she suddenly thought of someone, Camille, the one who had taught her how to discern and disable traps. How was that person who always elegantly smiled doing these days? Perhaps because they were too confident in their own traps, there were only 2 guards at the end of the passageway. Without batting an eye, they took care of them easily. At the end of the passageway, the scent of blood was even more strong. They could hear cries of pain mixed with the sound of ocean spray. Before their eyes appeared to be a huge underground prison. In the middle was a giant pool surrounded by an iron netting so that no merfolk could get out. Inside were countless mermaids swimming. The cavern walls were lined with torches, lighting the prison brightly. The blue tails of the mermaids could be seen slapping the water surface, the sound intermingling with the continuous cries of pain. Hearing their fellow mermaids cry out, the trapped mermaids were angry, but also afraid. Each side of the pool was lined with numerous, narrow stone rooms. They were the source of the smell of blood. Because the entire cavern was bustling with activity, no one took note of the extra few people who had appeared at the end of the passageway. No one knew that at this time, 2 other people infiltrated through a passageway. Xiaoshuan walked over to the closest stone room. Inside, a few people were currently surrounding a tabletop in the corner, which a helpless mermaid was strapped to. Her dainty body trembled, her beautiful face pale, her pretty eyes were completely filled with fear. Beside her, a few people forcefully tried to press down her struggling tail. The tabletop was filled with bloodstains from the waist down. Meanwhile, a few other mermaids in the room had already fainted. Their long, beautiful hair sheltered their alluring bodies, their tails already gone, replaced with a pair of fair legs, which were stained with blood. Their complexions were incredibly pale. Quick, we still have to do 3 others, one of the men holding down the tail said angrily. The man held a sharp knife in one hand, a bottle of green potion in the other. They started to concentrate, not noticing the new people at the doorway. I know already, so annoying. You have to press down more firmly. Just now, it almost swatted away the potion bottle. You guys know how expensive this potion is, another man said with annoyance. His knife was already positioned at the mermaid's waist, about to chop down. However, the pain the mermaid waited for did not come. Bastard! Shi Shaoqi and Shi Shaoxi yelled angrily. 2 giant black beams of light ran through the man holding his dagger at the same time. Blood spurted from his body, splashing onto all the people around him, including the mermaid bound to the tabletop. Who dares? The people around the tabletop turned around in alarm to face the people at the doorway. Since when did they come here? You 2, take care of this place, Feng Yixuan said concisely before running off to the other rooms. Lang Lingyun and Yixuan also split up to save other mermaids. Soon, the cavern was chaotic. Yixuan was angered with each cry of pain she heard from each room. When she arrived before another room and saw the cruel scene, her knuckles cracked from how hard she clenched her fists. A mermaid hung in midair, a cord tied around their neck. One leg was a fair leg, the other covered in scales. Clearly, this mermaid was considered a failure, so they were going to use her body for something else. Her scales would be scraped off to make mermaid wax. "Who are you?" "How?" A man turned around in shock, dagger in hand. His response was in an ice-cold, sharp blade that pierced through his chest and was then twisted. After pulverizing his heart, the blade was angrily retracted. Yixuan looked up at the mermaid hanging in the air. She had already long stopped breathing, her eyes already empty cavities. Her body still continued to drip blood. Nearby, a transparent bottle contained a pair of green eyes. Yixuan closed her eyes and took a deep breath, her heart filled with nothing but anger and grief. Humanity. At that moment, screams began to erupt around the cavern, but it was not the mermaids this time. It was the deranged humans. Yixuan stared at the cruel ending of the mermaid, not moving for a long time, her emotions complex. At last, Yixuan left the room with a heavy heart. However, she saw something that shocked her. People were fleeing in all directions from the stone rooms, faces filled with terror. However, the next moment, lightning arrows accurately struck their feet, pinning them to the stone rooms. Screams echoed in the entire cavern. The smell of blood thickened. Arrows that could flash with lightning? Magic arrows? Yixuan immediately looked for the source of the magic arrows and was shocked to discover a familiar, young female archer. Xiao Chuxin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190. Her face was flushed red with ire, her eyes filled with rage. She shot multiple arrows without slowing at the people in the cavern. Die, you animals! Xiao Chuxin seethed. She did not hold back, her magic arrows shooting towards the people's heads and chests. Blood spurted in flowery droplets in the entire cavern, splashing into the pool. Yixuan finally realized what was happening. He ran out of his room and was shocked to see Xiao Chuxin. He called out to her, but as if she did not hear him, Xiao Chuxin shot a vicious arrow at Yixuan. Oi! Xiao Chuxin! It's me, Yixuan! Yixuan yelled as he dodged the arrow. Suddenly, he became annoyed. Currently, he was a woman, which must have been why Xiao Chuxin had not recognized him. The she-brother were wide-eyed, mouth agape at the merciless girl who had suddenly appeared. Xiao Chuxin? Lang Lingyun also discovered Xiao Chuxin. Just as he said this, Xiao Chuxin's magic arrow viciously greeted him. What's going on? Lang Lingyun frowned at the malicious Xiao Chuxin. He immediately flashed over to Yixuan's side. He had the same thought as Yixuan, that perhaps Xiao Chuxin wasn't able to recognize him now that he had transformed into a woman. The next moment, Lang Lingyun rejected this notion. Haha, Lang Lingyun, why are you dressing as a woman? A familiar voice said. Lang Lingyun looked at the source of the voice to see a vulgar figure hide behind Xiao Chuxin. Dong Fengho? Lang Lingyun was confused. From what he remembered, Dong Fengho was normally reticent, his speech always jumbled, but currently, his words were clear. Hide first. When Chuxin gets emotional, she cannot differentiate between enemy and foe. Be careful, Dong Fengho vulgarly crouched down behind a stone and warned Lang Lingyun. Cannot differentiate between enemy and foe? Chuxin. Yixuan arrived at Xiao Chuxin's side with a light step of her foot. Careful! A few people said at the same time. Yixuan's guard was currently lowered against the dangerous Xiao Chuxin. Why? Yixuan was already at Xiao Chuxin's side. White Emperor and Black Feather were crouched on each shoulder, staring at Xiao Chuxin. Everyone's heart was clenched. Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun were about to rush over and save her. But something shocking happened next. Xiao Chuxin set down her bow and head tilted, looking at Yixuan curiously. Suddenly, she flung her bow behind her, hitting Dong Fengho squarely on the head. Dong Fengho clutched his head in pain. Claire, Xiao Chuxin grabbed Yixuan into a bear hug and started to weep. She felt extremely wronged, her heart in pain. Claire, what happened? Exactly what on earth happened? When I heard what happened between you and the Temple of Light, I was so worried. I have been looking for you all this time, why? Dong Fengho's mouth gaped. Stupefied, he turned to Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun, then said embarrassedly, "Don't look at me, I don't know either." No one could stop Xiao Chuxin whenever she was berserk. It seems Dong Fengho had learned this through bitter experience. Chuxin, Yixuan gently patted Xiao Chuxin's back. Don't cry. Aren't I just fine? What do you mean just fine? You even turned into a man, wah. Xiao Chuxin started to cry even more sorrowfully. Everyone had a strange expression and looked at each other in dismay. Yixuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did you forget about the gender-changing potion? We all drank some in order to avoid the assassin the temple sent. Ha! Only then did Xiao Chuxin realize, but she was still a little confused. Suddenly, the entire cavern started to shake. Business first, talk later. Dong Fengho stood up impatiently. I summoned a few sea beasts. They are currently breaking the underwater metal net. This pool is connected to the ocean. Let's save the mermaids first. Right. We came here to save the mermaids. Who knew that we would bump into you? It's a miracle. Xiao Chuxin was beyond pleased, radiating happiness. Lead the merfolk out through the underwater current. We'll destroy this place while we're at it, Dong Fengho said hurriedly as he handed Xiao Chuxin back her bow. Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun did not waste any words, lifting up the entire metal net out of the water. Shi Shaoxi and Shi Shaoqi rescued mermaids out from the rooms and ran back and forth from the pool. The mermaids in the pool attended to the rescued mermaids. The cavern started to shake more seriously. Debris started to smash down, arousing painful cries. The people Xiao Chuxin had pinned to stones could not move. Many could only watch on blankly as huge stones smashed down onto their bodies. All the mermaids in the stone rooms were eventually rescued and returned back to the pool. Up until now, even with the unexpected disturbance, the mermaids had been calm, because they understood that these people were here to save them. Let's go. With a flick of Feng Yixuan's finger, large barriers surrounded everyone. As he gently raised his hand, the barrier brought everyone into the water. The water was turbid. All the mermaids surrounded them, waiting expectantly. Suddenly, there was a low, deep call. The water started to flow. Over there. Dong Fengho pointed. Straight that way. Feng Yixuan controlled the barrier to move them forward. The mermaids followed closely. The water started to flow even more quickly, the low voice coming closer. Straight ahead, they saw a sea beast with a strange appearance that was striking an iron door. Bam! With a loud explosion, the iron door was finally broken. Feng Yixuan moved them forward as the mermaids emotionally swam at flying speeds. Dong Fengho extended his right hand, touched the tips of his middle and pinky finger together, then started to chant in a low voice. The next moment, a giant sea beast squeezed past them. Howl! The sea beast opened its mouth wide and emitted a strange voice, then swam furiously. That place cannot remain. Dong Fengho shrugged, casually explaining why he suddenly summoned such a huge sea beast. Yixuan frowned slightly. Of course, she had noticed the change in Dong Fengho. He was like an entirely different person from the previous Dong Fenghao who only knew how to eat. What exactly happened? Meanwhile, the mermaids swam away as fast as they could. Shi Shaoqi watched with wide eyes as the mermaids swam farther and farther away. If they leave, how do we go to the underwater kingdom? Don't worry, they will wait for us outside. Dong Fengho dispelled Shi Shaoqi's misgivings. Without our help, there would be no way for them to return. Claire, what exactly happened? Why did your hair and eyes turn black? And why did you drink the gender-changing potion? Xiao Chuxin asked anxiously. Qi Aoshuang smiled faintly. We'll talk another time. Xiao Chuxing was completely worried, but in the end, merely nodded. The barrier followed the underwater current all the way to the surface. In the distant night sky, they heard ominous rumbling, the sound of the sea beast Dong Fengho had summoned wrecking the evil place. The barrier bobbed gently on the sea surface. Mermaids surrounded them, watching them with wide eyes. Their gazes were filled with appreciation and hope. The mermaids opened their mouths to speak, but no one could understand their language. Dong Fengho, quickly translate. Xiao Chuxin anxiously urged. They are thanking us for saving them, but they have many weak companions who are incapable of a long journey. They hope we can escort them to the underworld kingdom. If we agree to protect them, once we arrive at the underwater kingdom, they will reward us greatly, Dong Fengho directly translated. Oh. Xiao Chuxing turned to Qi Aoshuang. Are we going to accompany them back? Qi Aoshuang nodded. It was their objective, after all. Dong Fengho nodded, then crouched down to say something to the mermaids. The mermaids revealed expressions of happiness. But how will we get there? Get a boat? Feng Yixuan stroked his chin. He eyed the barrier. This barrier won't last for long. I have a way. Dong Fengho stood up. He clasped his palms together before his chest, then chanted something. However, this time, he seemed chant much longer than before. After he finished the incantation, with a loud rumble, a colossus suddenly appeared at the surface before them. Everyone was struck by how much larger it was compared to the previous sea beast. What was this creature? Moo! The sea beast whistled, then suddenly opened its giant mouth. With a sudden gulp, the beast swallowed all the mermaids along with the barrier. All of a sudden, everything was dark. Just as Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun were going to make their move, Dong Fengho hastily stopped them. Don't! We are going to rely on it to reach the underwater kingdom. Just as he finished speaking, their surroundings suddenly brightened. They had all been swallowed into the sea beast's belly. The mermaids started to get frantic, but after Dong Fengho explained to them, they calmed down. This is Moo Cow's body. It can hold a lot of water, enough for the mermaids to rest. We can rest in the higher level. Dong Fengho pointed up. Everyone looked up to see a protruding layer of pink flesh, various ores inlaid. It was because of the ores that it was so bright inside. Moo Cow loves to eat, but these things can't be digested, so they were lodged there, Dong Fengho explained. Feng Yixuan moved them up there in the barrier, then dispelled it. The village next to the sea. Dong Fengho, order the sea beast to create a tsunami that will submerge the village. It's not a true village, but the base of operations for people selling mermaids. Qi Aoshuang had not forgotten about the village. All right. Right away. Dong Fengho closed his eyes. A red dot appeared in his forehead, flickering. Then Dong Fengho stopped. Don't worry, in a moment, the village won't exist anymore. Alright, tell me what happened to you guys. Did Summer and Shui Wanma not accompany you guys? Qi Aoshuang sat down. She looked at Dong Fengho mischievously. And Dong Fengho, you seem to have become smarter. Wah, don't say that. I just broke my spiritual restrictions. I was smart from the start. Dong Feng Ho pouted. He touched the flesh wall and told Moo Cow to swim into the depths of the ocean. We ran into a powerful beast and split up in the middle of running away. We don't know where they are now either. I heard what happened in Amparkland and immediately started to find you. I know that you didn't do what the rumors said. The vile temple of light framed you. Xiao Chuxin angrily brandished her fist. Claire, what exactly happened? Dong Fengho's expression was serious. Of course, he wouldn't believe in the rumors. My name is now Qi Aoshuang, Qi Aoshuang said faintly. Qi Aoshuang? Xiao Chuxing and Dong Fengho echoed at the same time. That was my original name. Next, Qi Aoshuang calmly explained everything. Everyone remained silent. Xiao Chuxing's teeth had sunk so deeply into her lip that it was bleeding, while the fire in Dong Fengho's eyes reached the skies. Though Qi Aoshuang spoke calmly, the two could tell how devastating it must have been. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191. Those bastards. Dong Fengho clenched his fist tightly. We have to assemble the relic as soon as possible. Xiao Chuxin's eyes blazed, her fists clenched. So we can kill that disgusting goddess. Enough. She will be paid back eventually. Qi Aoshuang smiled at Dong Fengho. Dong Fengho, I'm not used to you being able to talk so fluently. Boss, are you complimenting me or are you just being sarcastic? Dong Fengho pouted. Oh right, I haven't introduced you guys to each other. These two beauties are Shi Shaoqi and Shi Shaoxi. This is Feng Yixuan. Qi Aoshuang smiled. This is Dong Fengho, a summoner. Shi Shaoqi and Shi Shaoxi darkened. Fortunately, although Dong Fengho could speak much more fluently, his personality was just as boring as before. He did not make fun of them, only politely greeting them. Aoshuang, Xiao Chuxing was still unaccustomed to Qi Aoshuang's new name. She moved over to Qi Aoshuang's side. We don't know where Summer and Shui Wanma are right now. Exactly what kind of magic beast attacked you guys? Qi Aoshuang frowned slightly. I don't know. Dong Fengho couldn't even communicate with it. That fellow was so scary, it was huge and its entire body was covered in flames. None of our attacks affected it, so we could only run away. She shuddered from the recollection. Qi Aoshuang pondered for a moment. We'll look for them after obtaining the part of the relic in the hands of the merfolk. Xiao Chuxin nodded. She looked around her surroundings and watched the resting mermaids. Moo Cow's body sure is fantastically. It can block out all weather and transport us underwater. Qi Aoshuang gave a nod. Indeed, the magic beast's body was magical. It was like a living submarine. Dong Fengho sure was skilled. And so, Moo Cow listened to Dong Fengho's order, traveling to the inner depths of the sea. At times, it was resurface for fresh air and fresh seawater. Moo Cow had a large body, but was fast. Within 3 days, they reached the depths of the ocean. We're here. Dong Fengho stood up and stretched. Let's go. First, go to the entrance. The mermaid city is completely filled with water, so I will summon some aquafish and beasts. Dong Fengho then leapt down to inform the merfolk in their strange, unknown language. The mermaids grew emotional, many of them splashing the seawater with their tails, faces brimming with smiles. Qi Aoshuang and the rest also leapt down. After counting 7 people, Dong Fengho summoned 7 strange sea beasts that looked similar to donkeys. The small sea beasts had thick torsos and long noses with oval ears. Their tails were curled, their necks long. They stood there calmly, awaiting orders. Here. With another wave of his hand, 4 small sea beasts appeared in the palm of his head. He handed one to everyone. This trumpet beast can create air. Although the aquafician beasts can part the sea waters, they cannot give us enough air. Simply place these on your chests. After saying this, Dong Fengho stuck a trumpet beast to the front of his chest. Everyone else followed suit. Let's go. Dong Fengho took the initiative, mounting onto one of the aquafician beasts. Everyone else also mounted, following him. How mysterious. Xiao Chuxin looked down at the strange trumpet beast. Its mouth flapped open and closed constantly. Yixuan and the Shi brothers had been very surprised when Dong Fengho had summoned so many magic beasts. Summoners were rare, and a summoner as powerful as Dong Fengho was even more rare. As Mumu Cow opened its mouth, a powerful force safety sent them out. The merfolk cried out, surprised, then all started swimming. Xiaoshuang sensed a surge of water, when pop! The aquafician beast emitted a sound. A bubble-like barrier surrounded both the aquafician beast and Xiaoshuang, a completely isolated space within the ocean. On Xiaoshuang's shoulders, White Emperor and Black Feather scanned their surroundings curiously. Yowl! The aquafician beasts emitted a sound, then swam forward together. The mermaids emotionally swam downward. From time to time, they would look behind to check if their benefactors were following them. Dong Fengho pointed. Look, this is the mermaid capital. Capital? Xiaoshuang was confused. Do they also have towns and villages? Yes, branched not far away from the capital, Dong Fengho explained. To thank us, we are definitely going to be led to the capital. Few rays of light would penetrate so deeply under the sea, but the mermaid city was full of bright light and vivid color, emitting a beautiful, rainbow hue. The entire city was built atop coral reef out of white stone, among which were many kinds of seashells and vibrant ore. Much kelp floated on top, drifting along the seawater. It was a paradise-like world. How beautiful! Xiao Chuxing exclaimed. The mermaids continued to swim emotionally. The city gates were already in uproar. Everyone stopped at a distance from the city gate, understanding that even if they saved these mermaids, the mare race hated humans very much. Rashly approaching could lead to misunderstandings. It was best if the mermaids explained on their behalf. After a while, the city gates finally calmed down. The mermaids majestically entered the city. Everyone else waited patiently. After a long time, there was finally some response at the entrance. A delegation of male mermen swam over with pitchforks. They did not have any ornaments. Some had blue or green hair. Their skin was pale, nearly translucent, and sharp fins lined their backs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely grateful you saved our companions. Unexpectedly, the leading merman spoke in the human language. Behind him, the merman bowed politely. Dong Fengho frowned. He kept feeling something was wrong, but did not know why. We will engrave your kindness in our hearts. Our honorable king has sent us to express our most sincere gratitude. Is there any gift our heroes may like? Although the leading merman spoke politely, his eyes were filled with unmistakable disdain. Would these humans truly save their fellow comrades out of the pure kindness of their heart? They wouldn't believe this even in death. Dong Fengho's frown deepened. He finally realized what was wrong. Although they had saved many mermaids, the mare race did not seem to receive them with sincerity. After saving so many merfolk, not only were they not allowed to step foot in the city, their king did not even personally appear, only sending a few guards out to speak to them, as if to drive them away with simply a few treasures. Xiaoshuang smiled faintly. What do you think we need? She said unhurriedly. Gems? Pearls? Or? The leading merman asked. Weren't these the only things humans wanted? Didn't they save their companions and escort them here just for some treasures as reward? This was humanity's true, ugly nature. Everyone could see the unmaskable contempt in the merman's eyes. They all started to frown vaguely. So in your eyes, your companions are only worth a few treasures. Yixuan laughed coldly. The merman balked, then darkened. Don't you humans only want materialistic goods? Did I say I wanted those things? So not only is the merfolk race incapable of repaying kindness, they even look down on their helpers, imposing their thinking onto others. Of course. The merfolk have always been an arrogant race, Shaoqi piped up, annoyed. You. The merman's expression darkened. The merfolk's pride would not allow human criticism. Currently, these humans said the merfolk was incapable of repaying kindness, and even arrogant. They could not accept such treatment. Then, may I ask what you want? The merman held back his anger. These humans had indeed helped them. It would not be good to be too unyielding. I saved your companions for a reward, but not what you have mentioned. Inform your king I want the god feather. If you don't hand it over, I will take it by force. Don't think I'm threatening you baselessly, I have the power to back it up. Yixuan's voice was ice cold, her eyes without a trace of warmth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192. You. Arrogant humans, don't think that just because saved a few of our brethren that you can treat us so disrespectfully. The merman gave Yixuan a long look. He was already grasping his trident tightly, a stomach full of anger. Although the mermen behind him could not understand what their captain was saying, they could tell by his expression that something was wrong.